Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 52, Chapter. Alright, so. Everyone here. Noriaki began, looking out across the hall. Before him stretched out a grand meeting hall, filled with members from all the clans, including their leaders. He sat at the end of said hall, sitting reclined with one arm behind him, and legs sprawled out in front of him. Suzaku knows he knows everyone's here, he's just asking because, well. Why yes, Lord Arahitagami. One of the old men replied quickly, a sect elder who lives here in the inner sanctuary, with his voice shaky and stuttering, everyone's accounted for. Suzaku couldn't help the positively evil smirk that stretched across her face, prompting the elders behind Noriaki to wilt further. It's funny watching those old men quake in their boots. Oh sure, on some level, she's certain these old farts are quite exuberant at Noriaki's coming here. After all, the last time any kind of deity was here was far back in antiquity, when the clans were first born, in fact. By all accounts, this is a momentous occasion. She is curious then, why they all seem to be nervous, terrified, like a hive mind sharing the same emotions. What did Noriaki say to them before they arrived? She hopes it's less said, and more like he did something to them, but judging by the fact that they are all accounted for, and nothing is on fire, it's unlikely that's the case. Ah well. A girl can dream, right? Splendid. Noriaki leans forward a bit and claps once. The elders flinched, and Suzaku barely withheld openly cackling at that, but everyone else's attention was quickly grabbed. The likely intended effect. Their eyes were all drawn toward him, sitting front and foremost atop the dais, in front of all the elders. She, and the rest of the leaders, sat closest to said dais, one right next to the other, their subordinates sat in rows stretching back behind each of them. All right, everyone. Welcome, welcome. If we're all present and accounted for, then I suppose we can get started. Noriaki waved at them all, his eyes closed with a bright smile stretching across his face. Don't worry, I'll be quick. This is very sudden after all, and we don't have much time to prepare. His chirpy tone was spiced with light frustration for a moment until a huff cleared it away. Oh. That's rather ominous. Now she would have very much appreciated being told earlier. Inari showed up in my bedroom this morning, and decided to drop some news about what the Shinto as a whole are planning. Noriaki began, a matter-of-factly. Though oddly, Suzaku was much more focused on the first thing he said. In his bedroom. I'll leave out the... He paused, and grimaced, more personal stuff, and skipped straight to the point. Okay. Now she really wants to know what happened. She's definitely going to ask him after all this. The Shinto have been working on a deal and alliance with the Norse gods. In 1 week's time, the clans and the Yukai factions will work together to protect the final meeting and signing off of the alliance. He dropped plainly, all at once. Pin drop silence. For her part, Suzaku couldn't be any more elated. She had always believed in, championed even, cooperation with outside or foreign groups. Even the Grigori, whom she inherently distrusted, she sought to work with rather than ostracize and ignore. For the longest time, the clans, much like the Japan of old, had been supremely isolationist. Not working with anyone, throwing out all those who didn't fit. While the rest of the supernatural world advanced, it advanced without them, and they were left behind. While the old men at the top covered their eyes to the world outside and continued making the new generation suffer under their old, broken ways. Mostly all of the new generation share her views, she made sure of that, albeit they aren't so zealous about them as herself. Still. This is huge. Carefully, she turned and looked at her fellow clan leaders, gauging their reactions. To her immediate right, sat Saryu Kushihashi. A bespectacled gray-haired, dark and cold yellow-eyed, young man, tall and lean. He sat with his back straight, unflinching, and she wasn't surprised by his lack of any reaction whatsoever. His face locked in a perpetually stoic mask. Well, at least he was frowning, so that's something. As he's loyal and dutiful to a fault, to his clan, and pretty much only to his clan, she's actually kind of shocked he isn't considering the Kushihashi are still stubbornly stuck in their ways. Back in the day, he'd follow orders to the letter, without question. Nowadays, as head, these traits have made him into... Well, there's no nice way of saying this, but a hard ass. Stuck in the ways of those who taught him, despite her efforts otherwise. What he wears is a clear indicator of his stance, especially when compared to the others. A formal blue and yellow robe and sandals, very traditional clothes, and of course his glasses. To her left, sat the young Nakiri. Technically not a head, he's the heir, sent along likely so he could get used to these types of duties as the future head. And also because the current head is very old, and could drop dead at any moment. A shorter than average, yet lean with muscles boy, perhaps a couple of years younger than Noriaki, she assumes. His golden yellow hair is mostly slicked back, save for a large singular bang that sways from his forehead down in front of his face, and his dark, earthen brown eyes are rich and bright. Most importantly, however, they are also looking up at Noriaki in curiosity. The boy holding a hand to his chin in thought from Noriaki's proclamation. In truth, she honestly wasn't sure how he'd react to that. She hadn't gotten to know him much personally. He's only been heir for a couple of years now after all. Well. She knows that he's scared of her for some reason. She isn't that scary, is she? Regardless, what she does know is mostly just what she's heard. That he's a kind-hearted, open-minded, and dutiful boy, with a strong sense of justice. Essentially, he's not a traditional hardlining asshole, but she's not very surprised considering his clan tends to be much more open-minded compared to the others. Amusedly, it looks like the poor boy ran here from school, considering he's sporting his school uniform, a red and brown blazer stuck with a golden pen, a red tie, a white undershirt, long dark green pants, and black dress shoes. Following Nakiri is Bayako Shinra. A tall, broad-shouldered, muscular man with a shaved head and face full of stubble and 5 o'clock shadow, and piercing lively gray eyes. He's smiling. Broadly. She can't honestly say if that's a good thing after all. She remembers Bayako, she recalls him literally doing whatever the hell he wanted, whenever he wanted. Usually, he prioritizes whatever he finds interesting. Fighting new strong opponents is his common go-to, but it can be anything. She can't believe she's thinking this, but he's essentially Noriaki if his battle-maniac tendencies applied to everything and were dialed up to 15. That trait of his has led him to generally be uncontrollable by anyone, not even by his clan. He rocks a wide-open sleek white bomber jacket with black fur trim and collar and a sleeveless shirt referencing some sort of band or anime combo specifically to show off his muscles, albeit rather inefficiently, she might add, along with a simple pair of jeans and white sneakers. Probably just going to have to wait and see with him, and just pray his interest is something benign. At the end of the line, noticing Bayako's smile and trying to shuffle away from him as much as she can without it being obvious, is Genba Duman. A short and petite young woman, perhaps 1 year younger than Noriaki, with shiny long silver hair tied up at either side with bright green beans, and brilliant purple eyes. Her displeased expression isn't aimed at Noriaki, thankfully, but rather at the men next to her. Those two never fully got along, no surprise there, and beyond herself only Genba truly understands how much of a pain Bayako is to deal with, considering how many times the two were paired up for missions. Which is saying something, because Suzuka knows the girl is infinitely polite and formal. Sure, she dislikes vulgarity and rudeness, who doesn't, but it's telling that only Bayako managed to make Genba reach the end of her patience. She can't tell if it's gotten better or worse after she got over her shyness from the past. Yet still, out of all the current clan heads and heirs, Suzuka can confidently say she likes her the most. After all these years, she's finally grown into her unique outfit. A long yellow and white hooded coat that goes just past her thighs. Due to her added height, she's also wearing a simple white skirt with a yellow striped pattern, black shoes, and bright green high socks. She's also got a couple of accessories. A white scarf, black and green turtle earmuffs, and a black and green turtle shoulder handbag. Definitely the most exuberant fashion choice out of everyone here, despite her being more reserved than the others, even Saryu. She doesn't doubt Genbu is fine with all this though, really she's more worried about what Bayako is going to do, what with the girl right next to him. She'd rather there not be a big fight break out in the middle of the inner sanctuary between the two. Well, unless she can take the time to fling a fireball up on the dais, that is. Why did Nakiri just shiver all of a sudden? So. Noriaki speaks up once again, snapping her attention back, that's pretty much what's going on. Don't ask about the exact details of this alliance, I wasn't told what those are, but anything else. I'm game. His eyes sweep over the crowd, well. Who we fightin'? Suzuka sighs, as Noriaki's eyes stop and focus on the source of the voice, Bayako Shinra. Pardon? Noriaki asks with a raised eyebrow. I asked, who we fightin'? Bayako smiles with glee, because if the gods are calling together all of us, the Yukai, even you. There's no way in hell they don't expect something to happen. And I'm all for it if that's the case. Joy. He's bloodlust. To her slight shock and worry, however, Noriaki doesn't refute that, humming before answering. I'm sure there are a few here that don't like what's about to happen. It's the same for the Norse as well. Noriaki essentially confirms, there is a possibility that dissidents on the Norse side may show up, and try to stop the proceedings. Bitchin'. Bayako states with a smirk, I'm game then. Suzuka supposes his simple-minded desires have advantages after all. Even though poor Genba looks like she swallowed a sour lemon. I, unfortunately, am not. Another voice calls, succinctly and plainly, to her right. Suzaku suppressed a very annoyed groan, as Noriaki turned and looked at Saryu. Oh. And why might that be? A slight bit of steel laced his question. Simply put, Lord Arahitagami. Saryu began, pushing his glasses up, I believe it is not the duty of the clans to protect pagan gods from their own rebels. I have heard that the Norse are mighty warriors. Do they truly require us to do the fighting for them? Noriaki didn't seem deterred in the slightest, and in fact, waved off his concerns with ease. I asked Inari the same thing. But in the end, it's a political thing. See, think about it like this, how much more could we get out of them, saving their delegation, solving their problem for them? Yet still, Saryu didn't seem the slightest bit sold. I'd say it matters little. Risking the lives of the clans for pagan gods, over what, a little extra on a piece of paper. I wouldn't call that worth it. Noriaki grinned at the Kushihashi clan head, even if we're to save Odin's behind from Loki. That gave everyone, even Saryu, pause. Except for Byako, that guy just hooted and hollered, even more excited than before. Despite the clans being as isolated as they were, and the Norse being secretive as they are, everyone knows those Norse gods. Odin, their chief god. Loki, the trickster god. Mostly due to both's connection to Thor, but known the two still are. If they do end up saving Odin, well. There's quite a bit they could gain from that. Saryu finally reacted, clicking his tongue in distaste, be that as it may, it still leaves an unpleasant taste in my mouth. On top of that, working with the Yukai as well. He shakes his head, sure, we may be neutral on paper, but actions between our two sides have led to both holding grudges. I cannot see us working together. Noriaki suddenly held up a hand, and talked over him, you can. And you will. He shuts him down frankly. Saryu flinched back slightly in surprise, before leveling a glare back at him, what makes you say that? Because the gods you serve ordered it be done, he states coldly, because I told you it will be done. You will either get over yourself and hop to it, or you'll be dishonored and replaced. Noriaki glares right back, there is no room in between. Saryu moved to say something, only to stop and shut his mouth, teeth gritting, as pressure began to fill the room. Divine pressure. Noriaki slowly rose to his feet, his eyes glowing, as his back was wreathed with halos of pure golden white light. A honey glow tinted the room, the light, a fluorescent shine. As one, the elders behind him slammed their foreheads into the ground as they kowtowed to him. Not because of the pressure, no, they did that on their own. But the others. The rank-and-file mystics. They followed suit due to it. The only ones that remained sat straight were her and her fellow heads. Noriaki stepped off the dais, floating down slowly from it, and before Saryu, looking down at the young men in complete and utter contempt. Do not misunderstand, I can understand your concerns, if they were genuine. Noriaki continues, voice vibrating with divine power and authority, if you weren't hiding behind them like a coward, using them to mask your bias and disdain. I have, no such thing. Saryu ground out, weakly, under the force of his attention. Do you? Noriaki asked, head tilting, maybe if not you, then your clan, no. Or maybe, the sect leaders here. Instead of helping with the night parade, you did sit here and not participate, after all. The sanctuary dash. He tried to rebuff, only to be talked over once again. Would have been fine without you sitting here and twirling your thumbs. Noriaki finished for him, ever since the last time this place was attacked, it was protected by dozens of more barriers. It would take several yokai working in consort to get anywhere. TTCH. Saryu clicked his tongue, looking away, refusing to meet the Arahitagami's gaze any longer. Well, regardless. You don't need to worry about the sect elders here disobeying. He turns looking back toward the dais, correct? As one, every single elder shoots up, yes, Lord Arahitagami. He nods, satisfied, before turning back to look down at Saryu, so just fall in line, okay. If you have any legitimate concerns whose solution isn't do nothing, please feel free to speak them, The young man, pointedly, said nothing. Good. Noriaki stated with a huff, before floating back onto the dais. But of course, it couldn't just end there, could it? Ah, come on. That ain't any fun. Byako exclaimed loudly in disappointment. Noriaki turned back to him, an eyebrow raised in confusion, excuse me. It ain't no fun, only telling him off like that. The man waves to Saryu, who glares right back, you gotta make an example out of him. Pull him out and rough him up a bit, really let the message stick, you know. You're only saying that because you want an excuse to jump in any possible fight, aren't you? Byako flinches away from the small, but not meek, female voice that cuts straight down to the heart of it all. Genbu-chan, dash. Don't call me that. Byako ignores her, and barrels on, come on. That's not what I was going for at all. Even though, you know, Lord Arahitagami, I also didn't show up at Kyoto dash. Because you couldn't fight the yokai. You wouldn't stop crying about that, as I recall. Genbu interjects once again. Ack. Bayako flinched back, holding his chest. That's still disrespectful. I should be punished for that at least. You're always disrespectful. It's nothing new from you. She deadpanned straight at him. Ack. He flinched, and nearly fell back from that, before turning to Noriaki. Just ignore her, she's too young to understand. Come on, I offer myself as tribute. I'll do it for glasses over there, so, please. He puts his hands together, bowing halfway to him. Suzaku had to withhold a chuckle as Noriaki looked down at him, blinking in sheer bewilderment at their resident idiot's antics. Finally, after a not-so-tense moment, the pressure in the room lightened, and Noriaki snorted out, no. Maybe some other time though. A thump radiated throughout the hall, as Bayako finally fell back with a grunt, and a groan. Genbu sitting beside him nodded along in agreement with Noriaki's words. With a sigh, the aura around Noriaki completely dissipated as he looked around the room one final time. Does anyone else have anything to add? Herself, Genbu, and Nakiri, who she only now realized had been entirely quiet this whole time, all shook their head, with Nakiri being a tad hesitant compared to the girls. Noriaki clapped his hands. Good stuff then, mostly. He eyes the down form of Bayako for a second. Everyone. I'll be contacting the West Yukai faction, and setting up a channel for the two sides to communicate on how we go about this. As I learn more details from the gods about what's going on, I'll send it here to be shared with the rest of you all. Until then though. We've got a week, start preparing. I'll see you all then. Taking that as the dismissal it was, people began rising, shakily, the after-effects of Noriaki showing off still fresh in the minds and bodies of everyone present. Sayu was, surprisingly, the first to get up and leave, several members of the Kushihashi streaming along behind him. Nakiri stood and turned to start talking in hushed whispers with his clan members. Bayako had to be dragged out of the clan hall by his people, as the head had begun, foaming at the mouth, somehow. Suzaku will admit, that is a new one. Genbu rose to her feet, bowed to Noriaki politely with a small smile on her face, and walked away with her clan members following orderly behind her. The elders behind Noriaki quickly got up and dispersed, not so fast as to seem desperate too, but they were judging by the pale looks on every one of them. As for Noriaki himself, he waved her over as he started to leave. Suzaku rose and turned to her entourage to tell them to go back without her. Now, she needed to decide whether to fuck him that presentation or light him on fire for not letting her in on it in the first place. Decisions, a new sun. I walk out of the massive meeting hall, closing the sliding door behind me with a tired sigh. Meetings. Meetings will forever fucking suck. Granted. This didn't go as bad as I thought it would, but it's still annoying. Only one of the heads threw up any kind of rejection. Most of the discontent was from the rank and file. From my position atop that dais, and with my superb eyesight, I memorized the faces of every single person in that hall who met my decree with scorn, hate, disgust, things like that. The showing of divine power I did was mostly for them, not the Kushihashi guy, though his position certainly gave me the chance and reason to do so. For now, that should be enough to cow them into submission. But if they start shit, well, then I'll start making examples, and not in the way the other guy, think he was the Shinra head, wanted. Speaking of the heads, I have to say, they are not what I was expecting. At all. Especially the Shinra guy. Holy, he really wanted some smoke, and for once I didn't want to give it. Can't say why, maybe the begging turned me off. Red flag Nori. Red flag. Moving on, I expected the turtle-themed girl to be more eccentric, but nah, she was the most normal of the bunch. Yes. Even with Souza there. The girl doesn't qualify as normal. Because if it were up to her, I'm fairly certain she'd just. The door behind me slides open quickly and shuts as soon as the girl who opened it steps through to the other side. Which was almost immediately, because right as I turned to see who it was, the girl herself was already right in front of me, finger pointed straight at my chest. I am very mad at you. She states, glaring up at me with a cute little pout. I smirk down at her, crossing my arms as I do. Hey now, if you wanted to come maybe you should have answered your phone, I was asleep. She fired back. Take your phone off silent, how about that? I deflect back at her. No. That'd be annoying. Do you understand how many messages I get throughout the night? She huffs, looking away. Besides, you could have stopped by and picked me up. Ah, poor girl looks legitimately dejected. I reached over and patted her on the head, giving her a sincere smile. It couldn't have waited that long. Besides, I know you don't like them, but this was serious. Not an excuse to set them all on fire. Her pout intensified as she looked back at me slowly, not even a little. I deadpanned back at her, no. Not even a little. She huffed, displeased. This is why she isn't normal. Honestly, ever since Kuroka pretty much forcibly inserted herself as one of Suza's friends, the girl has been a tad bit more unhinged. Damn cat, turning the era Miko into a pyromaniac Miko. I resisted the urge to chuckle out loud at the thought. As though she wasn't both of those already, Kuroka is simply coaxing her pyromaniac side out more. Just as I was opening my mouth to comment as such, the door suddenly slid open again to both our surprises. Standing on the side, was the only heir amongst the heads that sat before me, a young blonde boy that I recognized from DXD canon. Nakiri Uriru. Kind of unfortunate I only recognize him because he looked up to Issei of all people in the story, but think he paid for that by his current school uniform. Seriously. Those colors do not match well with his hair. Especially the pants. Who picks green pants as the color for their school uniform, a sadist? Poor guy. He looks in, tilting his head as he sees the two of us, he flashes an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Lady Himejima, Lord Aratagami, am I interrupting something? I wave him off, no, not at all. Suza, of course, pouts harder at that, did you need something? Ah, well, yes. I promise to be quick, I only have some questions to ask of you. He bowed, deeply, at that, and I merely gave him an amused chuckle. All right. Shoot. The boy raised his head, and nodded before a serious expression overtook his face. I noticed that you agreed with Lord Kushihashi that the safety of our people is important, but you didn't elaborate on how you would ensure it. Our opponent is, after all, a not-so-weak pagan god, and we're protecting Odin. It's likely the trickster will do something dangerous and I hold my hand, stopping him as he trails off, a smile etched across my face. I know what you're trying to say, and I do. I didn't mention it on stage, because those are details for later, but I can run them by you now if you'd like. Ah. Nakiri perked up, and nodded once again, please do. Even Suzaku nodded along, a curious look in her eye. Of course, I have ideas for dealing with Loki specifically, in case he doesn't just pull up and stupidly reveal himself in broad daylight like in canon. Speaking of Loki's plan in canon, I was half tempted to refute Nakiri's idea of Loki being strong. If I recall correctly, and I may not, because my memory of that fight is hazy, the guy is kinda pathetic. His kids carried that fight hard, and without Fenrir there, I'm pretty damn sure Vala by himself could have beat Loki like a red-headed stepchild. Hell, the only thing I fear going into this is Fenrir himself. It's why I have plans, specifically, for Loki if he pulls what he does in canon. Bitch ain't gonna last a second. I won't give him the chance to summon the dog. But, no plan survives contact with the enemy. And meetings after meetings are eternal. The two constants in any world. Well. Those and Murphy. With an internal sigh, I pitch my idea to the two clan heads, desperately praying internally that the boys' few questions really are only that. I've got a fox to call, and a week of hardcore training to go under before shit hits the fan, after all. Chapter 53, Chapter. I let out a tired, annoyed yawn, stretching out on my couch. Odin isn't even here yet, but I'm already feeling annoyed. And done with his shit. Preemptively. This past week has been a repetitive monotony that has given me far more respect for Yuzum's job. No joke. The only highlight so far were my actual call with Yasaka, not all that shit that came after, and my call with Chiron just the other day. So. Yasaka and the West Yukai. To my relief, and not much surprise, Yasaka has the West under control. Beyond being unlike the East in that the West doesn't have nearly as much of a grudge against the clans as said East, Yasaka is much more open, and by proxy, so are her people, about working together. Say what you will about the West, and Yasaka specifically, regarding lack of actual power, but she makes up for it in diplomatic ability. As well as being a sexy as fuck MILF. Not going to lie, I ended the call legitimately considering stopping by Yurikyoto for a business meeting. Then bullshit strikes, as it always will. I've been playing intermediary between the West and the clans for this, much like Yuzum has been doing between the Earth and Heavenly Kami. Essentially, the Yukai say they need this information to get this done. I tell the clans, they give it, I pass it back. Or vice versa, and for sorts of other stuff. Now, getting the clans to cooperate. Easy. But how certain people have been going about that has been thinning my nerves more than I like to admit. Yeah, sure, they're still cooperating, but can feel the tension being inflated. Specifically. From the Kushihashi. He's doing his job, but he isn't exactly being open about it. Sure, he's not being disrespectful per se, but it's not exactly welcoming. It's kind of hard to describe, he's very low-key about his distaste for all this. If he starts acting up anymore, I've been thinking maybe Sayu needs a kick up the ass. However, the time is close for all this to kick underway. Maybe he'll make it after all. Fortunately. To balance the rather nerve-wracking week, things in Kuo are going amusingly. Some sort of school festival is going to happen soon, something I vaguely recall from the novel, and the devil's presence in the area has heightened as a result. This is, of course, making Rias fume, though Chiron describes it more like a kitten pouting. Also, Ravel and Riser have been pulled out of Kuo. Something to do with Cocoa Puff's rebellion, I think. I can't tell if it's getting worse or better over there, to be entirely honest. Maybe the devils are throwing the younger generations at the fallen for target practice. Or maybe they legitimately need more fighters. I doubt they're losing. Cocoa Puffs is just plain shit, and any fallen with 3 pairs of wings or lower gets stomped casually by a high-class devil. Hell, even an 8-winged fallen probably gets fucked. The only one who can truly be counted as a threat would be Cocoa Puffs himself. So for now, I think it's safe to assume they're fine. If the devils can afford a higher level of security for the Satan sisters, they probably got that problem handled just fine. Oh. Another funny thing. Chiron also mentioned that Aquino and Barraquil, well, more specifically just Aquino, started a big fight with her father. Took a bit, but hey, they're finally making progress. So bloody glad that I don't have to deal with that absolute clusterfuck. Especially during Loki's bullshit. Now, for the last thing that Chiron brought up, but that's sort of interesting. Chiron mentioned, rather offhandedly, that another devil heiress is coming to the school, the junior division specifically. One very obsessed with swords. Apparently, she's coming to Kuo specifically because she saw my fight with the dragon. Chiron was amused because supposedly the girl was assuming a bunch of stuff about me. She claimed this girl is my #1 fan now, or something. Now, I honestly have no fucking clue who this girl is. Aviamon. The name doesn't ring any bells. At all. My current guess is that she's from something like a side story I never heard about before inserting here. Or maybe a game. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe after all this, I got to check out Kuo again. Maybe see what this girl is all about. Definitely after the school festival though, I refuse to deal with the new devil security detail over there at the moment. All of a sudden, I'm driven from my thoughts with a snap as small, dainty smooth hands grasp my shoulders, and start rubbing. I let a pleased groan sleep out before I open my eyes, and behold a rather provocative sight. Kuroka, in a secretary outfit. Kuroka in a sexy secretary outfit. For once not stolen from Yuzum's closet. She got the black dress shoes, the tight black skirt, barely containing her shapely behind, the black dress jacket, the thin white shirt spilling with cleavage, and, most importantly, stockings. Right up to her thighs. I love this cat. Sup. I breathe out pleasantly. Nothing much, darling. She leans down more, a flirty little smile on her face, but you seemed stressed, so. I thought I'd help you out a bit, Naya. Ah, well I wasn't stressed, just thinking, and annoyed. I huff out, before reaching up, my hand caressing her cheek as my smile mirrors hers, but this helps a lot. She purrs lightly, her face pushing into my hand as my thumb rubs her cheeks. Thanks dear. Kuroka bats her eyelashes, I can feel her face warm as a light brush spreads from ear to ear. It's no problem, darling. All of a sudden, Kuroka stills. Then jumps. Naya. Her hands lock and tighten on my shoulders into a vice grip, as Kuroka uses me to vault over the couch and right on top of me. I cringe as her fingers dig in, and grunt as she lands on top of me. The girl is only 5 foot 2 inches in freedom units, and she weighs basically nothing, so it's not like that was much of an inconvenience. What I'm more concerned about is... Kuroka, you good? I ask with a raised eyebrow. Looking up at her, I see her quickly wrap her tails around herself, holding the ends against her chest firmly. She looks past me, clearly fake tear pricks in the corners of her eyes as she cries out, Suza-chan. Why? A harumph comes from the couch directly next to mine, as said shrine maiden responds, because you kept waving them in my face. What else was I supposed to do? Not grab them and squeeze. Kuroka replied with an overdramatic sniffle, they're sensitive you know. She continues sniffling as she strokes her tails, gently. Huh. Suzaku is also here. We were sitting in a comfortable silence this whole time, it's what led to me just thinking earlier. And being my main girl from the clan, of course, she'd be here waiting for Odin to show up with me. Same as me, she's also been very done with a certain clan's low-key actions, and I also think she's been picking up on my preemptive annoyance with Odin specifically. Now that I think about it, Kuroka was Angelied with her but pushed out oddly far. Ah, damn cat. Suzaku scoffs at that, somehow, I doubt that. Kuroka gasps suddenly, pointing at Suzaku as though she's got it all figured out, I know. You're just jelly you didn't think to bring along a sexy secretary uniform as well, Naya. I damn near spat all the air out of my lungs at that. Though, not going to lie, Suzaku would look downright sinful in such a state of dress. I sit up slightly, turning my head to eye Suzaku. Not like she doesn't make the Miko dress look anything less either. Suzaku, at my gaze, turns her head slightly away. A small blush bloomed on her cheeks. I am no such thing. But, I may as well, she starts, considering how much Noriaki had me running around. A bit of an exaggeration. She was more like a messenger. Kuroka was playing the same role for me with the West Yukai. The only difference is she got really into it with the outfit and everything. Oi. I speak out, causing her eyes to dart back to me, you totally should. You rock the shrine maiden outfit, you'd kill it as a secretary. I state entirely seriously. Suzaku's light blush glows slightly brighter, as she looks away once more, perhaps, after this is over, I should, She asks aloud, eyes darting between me and Kuroka. Kuroka bounces up and down on my lap, nodding as she does, Go for it, Naya. There's something weird going on between these two. Kuroka's been encouraging her a lot recently when it comes to certain things, and I'm not too sure. PFFFTTT. Yeah, no, I know what she's doing. She did the same shit to Chiron, I just didn't get to see it. After the whole thing with Tobio, and Suza getting over it, for the most part anyway, Suzaku hasn't done anything as hard to me as the downright flirting and teasing she did that morning. But I'm not a dumbass. She's caught something for me, and Kuroka is clearly encouraging her to do something about it. Now. I could call her out on it, but I'll let the two play their games right in front of me. For now. I do want to see what Suzaku ends up doing. My thoughts grind to a halt once again, as Kuroka stops bouncing on my lap, and slowly starts grinding her hips down into my lap, looking down at me with a tempting smile, and licking her lips lightly. I simply glare back up at her, and boop her nose, prompting her to flinch and cry out, NYAH. No time for that they'll be here any time now. I chastise the horny cat. Besides that though, the old man is an old pervy bastard, and I'd rather not start anything when he could very easily use his magic eye of bullshit and try to spy on us while doing it. I'll castrate the fucker if he tries, but still, better not tempt him. Suzaku lets out a quizzical hum in our direction. Kuroka did that while she wasn't looking, it seems. Sneaky teasing cat. Speaking of said cat, her ears perked. It took only a second longer for me to register why myself. See what I mean? I snorted out once I did. Kuroka simply pouted, while Suzaku raised from her seat with a sigh. 3 signatures, 1 familiar, and 2 entirely foreign, showed up in front of my home. Well now, I wonder who that could be. A new son. I, Suzaku, and Kuroka all headed out, each girl at my right and left respectively. We started heading straight to the gate the arrivals popped in at, seeing the 3 waiting before a giant carriage attached to an 8-legged warhorse a ways before we get there. Huh. Sleipnir, right? Big boy. Kind of makes his owner look rather lesser, in comparison, though. Disregarding Inari for now, who brought them here, and focusing on the big chief god of the Norse himself. I'm not the slightest bit impressed. He's a bit on the shorter side, wearing a long white robe with blue accents that sort of reminds of a Roman cassock, particularly the ones the cardinals wear. I'm sure they'd be extra pissed with Odin here wearing it though, because his version also has golden Norse runes sewn across the collar, down the front, and across the lining of the sleeves. His unique-looking cap looks like a top hat without the brim and is mostly gold with a single blue band wrapping around the bottom. The whole thing is also marked with the same runes, all across it. Now, I know he's got that magic eye monocle thing in his left eye, and his walking stick is actually his divine weapon, but still. We just got here, and the sleazy old fart is already stroking his obscenely long beard and eyeing Kuroka and Suzaku in ways I don't think I appreciate. Not like the maidenless old man would try anything since the guy can only touch titties at clubs. Where you expressly do such things. Pathetic. Lord Odin. My eyes wander to the, admittedly shrill and chastising feminine voice, we just got here. You can't be looking at them like that already. Ah. Rossweiss. What is Asgard smoking? No. Seriously. The fuck? I knew, everyone knew, that Rossweiss somehow not getting any suitors, any boyfriend, nothing at all was a pure load of shit. And that was through art on a page, or the anime. But seeing her in person? Yeah. No. Fuck no. You can't convince me Asgard isn't full of pathetic morons now. She's wearing a suit, nothing fancy, just a simple fucking suit, it covers her entire body yet somehow her curves poke through and leave absolutely nothing to the imagination. She's hot as hell. She doesn't lose out to Kuroka or Suzaku whatsoever. And not a single person asked her out. It's taking everything in my power not to laugh and cry at the same time right now. BHA. The old god exclaims, don't be such a prude. Inari over here already told me, I won't start anything. Looking ain't bad, and that's all I'll do, alright. Damn. He huffs out and mutters something else that I can't hear being away from him. Well. Good thing Inari handed off my message to him ahead of time. It was rather simple after all. You touch my girls, I'll castrate you, and mail your balls back to Asgard. International incidents be damned. Even if he's stronger than me, fuck it. After all, his first appearance in the novel to the main group, if I recall correctly, was him straight up sexually harassing Aquino. So yeah, I'm not taking that shit. Be that as it may, Rossweiss tries to continue, only for Odin to cut her off with what looks like a snort. Hush you. As though you get to comment on a man looking at a woman when no man ever looks at you like that. The old god states succinctly. That. That's not. I didn't choose to dash. MMMM. The silver-haired young woman falls to her knees, sobbing loudly and incoherently. I blink. Inari gives a silent sign and rubs the bridge between her eyes. Odin, meanwhile, starts pretending Rossweiss simply stopped existing, staring ahead with a dumb lecherous look across his face. I can't see what Suzaku or Kuroka look like watching this, but I'm sure it isn't pretty. Well now. Before I insert it here, I always wondered why Odin treated Rose the way he does. Is it because he's secretly trying to get her to woman up, and is looking out for her in his own, stupid, way? Or is he just a cunt? I have to say, seeing it in person, I'm pretty sure he's just a cunt. My mind was made up, the infinite sass and pettiness generation machine in the back of my head whirled back to life. Dust and cobwebs from months of disuse flinging it all off at once. I smile my most polite smile, clasping my hands together as we get close enough for them to hear us speak. Well now. I call out, grabbing our arrival's attention, Lord Odin. Bringing a crying young woman to my gate. Is this a North thing? Inari says nothing despite her raising an eyebrow in my direction, and in fact steps back, but Odin finally looks at me specifically before huffing, nah, we've got no such thing, brat. That's just how my Valkyrie over here is. Rossweiss quickly stammers back onto her feet, shooting the old man a glare before looking at us, bowing lightly. I apologize for that. I am Rossweiss, Lord Odin's escort Valkyrie. She wipes the tears from the sides of her eyes, a professional mask falling across her face as she looks back at us. I will be under your care during our stay in Japan. It is nice to meet you all. Huh. It's impressive how fast she can switch from distraught to professional, got to say. Odin smirked, and leaned forward a tiny bit whilst stroking his beard. She's also been a virgin for as long as she's been alive. He adds casually. That mask immediately melted off, as her face flipped between panic, indignation, sadness, whole bunch of things, truly. But it finally settled on sheer depression as she fell to the ground like a puppet with her strings cut. That has nothing to do with this. She stammers and sobs and cries, punching the ground over and over with enough force to dent it. I didn't choose to not have a boyfriend. I didn't choose to still be a virgin. Holy crap. Okay. This is just sad. Odin shrugs casually, The business world of the Battle Maiden, the Valkyries, isn't having a good time right now. Lot fewer heroes these days. So the squad has been downsized, budgets were cut, all that. Odin pats Rossweiss' head like she were a puppy, nodding all the while. They're all down on their luck, especially this one, even before she became my escort. Ah, so the entire Valkyrie squad is like Rose then. I think that's what he's trying to say. I vaguely recall such a thing being the case in the novels, anyhow. Not like I give a damn about any of that though. My polite mask drops like a bowling ball as I tilt my head. So did the budget cuts go straight in your pocket for your titty clubbing, you maidenless old man? Odin froze. Rossweiss blinked, and looked up at me, Inari, off to the side, snickered, and Kuroka behind me outright snorted and started cackling. Odin finally registered my words, and flinched, maidenless. He sputtered, you little brat. I'll have you know that you're the all-father who hasn't gotten the chance to father anything in the last several thousand years. I retort, unamused, we know. No need to remind us. Odin simply stared at me, his mouth gaping ever so slightly. Somehow, I get the feeling he's never had to deal with this himself. Both someone insulting his clear lack of game and talking to him so bluntly. Odin's mouth snapped shut as he let out a hissing breath through his teeth, damn brat. I think I see why Inari over there wanted you for this. I raise my eyebrow and cross my arms, because I won't take your shit in and around my house. Yeah. That. You meant what Inari said, huh? He raised an eyebrow straight back. Damn straight. Odin hummed in contemplation. Well then, there's only one way to deal with an insufferable brat like you. Odin's monocle suddenly began to shine. But, unfortunately, the sunlight shining upon me was far brighter. Rossweiss quickly scrambled onto her feet. Lord Odin. Wait. You can't. He's dash. Odin suddenly turned to Inari, and called out to her as his monocle dimmed, how about we go check out where I'll be staying for my trip here, Iowa? He draws out with equal parts desperation and excitement. Rossweiss stared dumbly at him, huh. Of course he'd run away. And here I was expecting a fight. Inari hums back, I don't know, Lord Odin, don't you think you should learn more about how we'll be handling your protection detail here? Noriaki here is responsible for it, remember. Slowly, Odin looks back at me, is he now? He asks, tentatively. Roswise sighs, rubbing her eyes in annoyance, Lord Odin, we went over this over and over again before coming here. Did we now? Odin scratches at his beard, then shrugs, Wasn't paying attention. We went over a red light district on the way here, so I was, hee hee hee. The old man started cackling with a stupid smile on his face. Right before Roswise could admonish him, however, I spoke up first. You know, if you spent as much time trying to grope a tit on your job, Loki wouldn't be trying to stab your bony ass in the back. I stated ruthlessly. Roswise and Odin flinched this time, looking back at me. Brat. How did you? Odin trailed off, baffled at my words. I shrugged nonchalantly, it's Loki, old man. Do I need to explain? Odin stared at me for a moment, before clicking his tongue in his concession, fair enough boy. Fair enough. Not like you'll be paying attention, but we designed your protection detail to take into account Loki's tricks. I waved him off, so, go have fun to your old heart's content, old man. Try not to get a heart attack seeing a particularly large boobie, while you're at it. Tisk. The old man grunted, as if struck, it's appreciated, you brat. Though a word of warning. His face suddenly darkened, Loki never gets anything done when he tries trickery. Funny as it is, when he comes, he'll be straightforward about it. I wave him off again, then I'll deal with him myself. Odin winced, I'd rather you not, in the way you're thinking, brat. You don't want him dead. I raise my eyebrow at that. We're brothers by blood. Odin huffs as a pained, almost betrayed look, crosses his face, so, no. Beat him half to death, to the brink, if you must, but, please don't kill him. Not if there's any other choice. I let out an annoyed sigh. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. I'll try. I finally say. Odin let out a weary sigh of his own, that's all I ask, brat. Roswise tilts her head towards Odin, a concerned look on her face, Lord Odin. Are you? Odin shakes his head, and waves her off, I'm fine, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about these old bones while you still need to dash, he then stops, turns, and looks at me to see my glare, shudders, and looks toward Inari, can we go now? Inari puts a finger to her chin, are you sure? Yes. He stresses as I crack my knuckles casually. Oh, very well then. Inari concedes, a big dumb grin on her face. Woo. Odin, suddenly, vanishes in a blur of speed, straight into the carriage. Even I had to blink a couple of times there before I realized what happened. The guy must be excited to escape. I mean, have fun, Inari rolled her eyes at the display before turning to me and asking, where's Yuzum, Noriaki? Doing her thing in the heavenly realm, last I checked. Pretty sure she's going over last-minute prep for the meeting with my mother. I answer easily. Inari nodded, pleased, tell her to take the day off when she gets back, all right? I nod back, and give her a thumbs up, will do. Try not to strangle the old man before I do, yeah. Inari gave an amused huff and sly smile, and she turned, shifting into a large pink fox as she did, and jumped on top of the carriage. Roswise began to run towards the carriage, following suit, wait for me. Lord Odin. One of the windows on the carriage slid open, and Odin poked his head out, don't bother. Where I'm going you can't even enter anyway. Roswise stopped, dead in her tracks, Lord Odin. So. How's about this? You stay here. I hear the boys in this country are an easy lay after all. He starts cackling as the horse begins galloping away, off into the air, and into the sky, cackling all the way like some depraved Santa Claus. Roswise sputtered, and cried out, easy. Lord Odin. She held her hand out to the carriage as it soared off, into the distance. I soon walked up next to her, sighing, old fart. Ran away before I could come up with a good retort. Straight up. Think my machine of infinite sass and pettiness may be a tad rusty. It should be fine though, it'll have plenty of practice these next few days I feel. Roswise gave a sad huff, before standing up straight and crossing her arms, he always does this to me. She turned to me, a nervous smile crossing her face, you wouldn't happen to have a space for you to crash at. I finish, to her nodding anxiously. Kuroka chooses this time to jump to Roswise's side, startling the poor silver-haired girl, as begins cheerily, of course we do. Naya. Oh. I see. She smiles, partly, weakly, and very unsurely. That's right Rose, you better be careful before our resident black cat snatches you up. Suzaku approaches my side, a dainty hand over her mouth as she giggles. I'm glad you said what you said to him there, or else there would be nothing stopping me from giving him a piece of my mind myself. I shrug. He deserved it. Should have tag-teamed him, in fact. Then I could boast about how I get pussy, while he pays to merely touch titties. Seriously, I had that one loaded in the barrel for a while, but I didn't get a chance to fire it. I'm sure I will eventually. Tag team, Oh my. She giggles behind her hand further. She's trying to hide her blush. It's not working so well. Oh. Right. Roswise suddenly spoke up, stepping right up in front of me. You shouldn't have talked to a chief god like that. She looked up at me sternly, like a teacher scolding her student, whilst pointing at my chest. Another girl I have to teach about poking being rude. My shrug was even more carefree than the last. He was talking to you like that. All I did was give him a taste of his own medicine. Her finger sagged slightly as she heard my answer, but came back up eventually regardless. Still. That was very rude. And dangerous. Ah, well. I smirked, as she pouted, pulling away with a huff. With that being said. She continues, looking away for but a second. Before coming right back up to me, taking me completely by surprise as she grabs my robe's collar and pulls my head a few inches down to her face. Eerily close now, she states, with a trembling voice, please teach me your ways. Oi. Kuroka, stop giving her that predatory look you. Chapter 54, Chapter. Well. I may as well beat Kuroka to the punch then. Kuroka went straight up Roswise's side, a sly smirk splitting her mouth as she took one of the poor trembling silver-haired girl's arms. Teach you, Naya. You'll have to be more specific with what you want, you know. Shit. Roswise turned and blinked at the cat, confused, though I was. Kuroka's smirk somehow grew, not quite. See, he could teach how to stand up to that wrinkly old man. Roswise's expression sterned slightly, only to do a complete 180 as Kuroka continued unabated, or he could show you how to make all his jokes at your expense completely invalid, Naya. Kuroka is a terrible wingman. Wingcat. Then again, same shit with Chiron. Also, he was less joking and more blatantly trying to embarrass and insult her. But I can bring that up later when Roswise isn't turning the color of the short-form version of her name, a rose red. The Valkyrie squeaks out, going stock still, there's no way She began to mutter out what sounded like excuses in rapid succession. You know what? Fuck it, I'll play. I stopped her by merely waving her off. Nah, I totally would. Honestly, Asgard must be full of blind, deaf, and dumb morons if not a single one has ever asked you out. Roswise blinked at me, slowly, her eyes becoming increasingly more foggy with every second. I can't tell which type of crying she's about to do. Sad cry, or happy cry. Maybe both. Probably both. Before Roswise could explode though, Suzaku came up to her other side, taking her other arm, shooting a frown at both myself and the cat. Alright, that's enough you two, she hushed us both, before turning to Roswise. I think she's been through enough emotional turmoil for one day. Roswise babbled something out incoherently, while I simply shrugged back, while Kuroka leaned toward her, and smirked. Suzaku rolled her eyes at us, before patting the side of Roswise's face. Oh you poor dear, let's go inside and get you something to drink. Have you ever tried tea before? Roswise sniffled. Yes, but I wouldn't want to impose on you all. It's fine, I spoke up again, you would be doing no such thing. We got tons of space, after all. Roswise looked between the three of us, then back towards the direction Odin's carriage flew away, before turning back to us and giving a sad defeated sigh. Very well, she concedes, in a small voice, but only to cry out in shock as Kuroka suddenly jerks her away, and starts walking with her. We're going to have so much fun these next few days, Rose-chan. Naya. Kuroka espoused while sauntering away with her. You damn cat. Don't be so rough with her. Suzaku called, effectively being dragged along as well. Oh okay. Wait, Rose-chan. Roswise cried out exasperation. I watched the three of them go with a chuckle, Kuroka cackling as Suzaku tried futilely to chastise her, and Roswise started panicking at everything going on around her. Ganbat, Roswise. You'll need it when dealing with those two. Especially the cat. Once they leave though, I let out a tired sigh. Odin's going to be around for a bit, touring Japan officially, kind of like a vacation, before the official meeting. Knowing the maidenless old man, most of the places he'll probably go to are the titty clubs and restaurants, I'll bet. No red light districts though. He's maidenless, and for some reason, he'd rather look at titties than get any. Man, what did this world do to the badass god of war and magic that hung himself for 9 days and nights, all for knowledge? I can sort of see why Loki would want Ragnarok with Odin being like this. I'd be embarrassed too if the literal head and face of the entire pantheon acted like that all the time. I'd legitimately rather deal with the God of War version of Odin, over the DXD version of Odin, especially for several days straight. I'm going to run out of barbed insults eventually. And I refuse to lower myself to his level and reuse the same old line over and over again. Even if it'd be funny, and true. At least they still have Thor. He's still a badass, right? I don't recall him ever showing up in the series, so I suppose there's still hope. More like copium. But still. I let out a low, annoyed groan before heading back inside. Loki better attack soon, or I'll do his mission for him. A new sun. Literally the next day. So. First things first, Odin likes going out at night. Fuck me. He refuses to go out in the daytime because, in his own words, all the fun stuff only happens at night. Gee. You don't do anything fun though. I had retorted. Ack. Damn brat. He spat as if struck back. He's easy to bully because he's so pathetic. Anyhow. The first night, the first place we go to. A Kayabakura. Or in the freedom language, a hostess club. Now, the thing about these clubs. There is no dancing, nudity, sexy times, none of that. No, you go there for mildly flirtatious conversation and drinks. This is why as we landed in front of said establishment, hilariously called Club Fluff, my eyebrow immediately started twitching. Directly across from me in the carriage, sat the pathetic old man who was for some reason giggling like a pervert. To my right, Kuroka looked out, and instantly deadpanned at our first destination. Rosweiss, who was sitting next to Odin, looked over, saw Odin's expression, and was about to begin chastising him when Kuroka reached over and grabbed her arm, stopping her with a shake of her head. Outside, I saw the several hidden Shinto priests and Yukai guards following us, all sharing similar deadpans, along with Suzaku, who looked like she wanted to die. Same, Suza, same. Well. Odin called out, toward me specifically, you going to get the door for your country's guest, brat? My head robotically swiveled to look at him, my dead look making him flinch. I didn't think my opinion of you could go any lower, I began, but it has. You'd have to find the pieces in Malbolge. I unceremoniously kicked open the door, get out you pathetic old man. Odin huffs as he shuffles to exit the carriage, what? It ain't that bad. You're paying to simply talk to girls. I stated, dead inside. BHA. It's about the experience. You just wouldn't get it, brat. He exclaims, shaking his divine artifact cane at me. Yes. Because I don't need to pay to talk to girls. Nor do I need to pay to see titties, or even get some pussy. I then slam the door shut, as the old man shouts, something, in indignation, back. He eventually huffs, turns, and waddles in happily the next second later. From the top of the carriage, a large pink fox jumps down, its form shifting into that of Inari soon after. She shoots me a predatory, yet apologetic, smile before following him in. Huh. Club Fluff. Inari manages this place, doesn't she? Well, at least Inari is happy milking him for all he's worth though. Not like I'd consider him worth much of anything, to be honest. Paying, to talk to girls. Rosweiss had slowly tilted as she parroted my words from earlier, in absolute befuddlement. Yup. I confirm with a depressed sigh. But that's, not even the slightest bit lewd. Rosweiss continued, disbelieving. It isn't, it's just plain pathetic. I wave off. Are you sure? Rosweiss pipes up again, so loudly that I flinch a little. I rub the bridge between my nose, yes, Rose. That's all it is. Rosweiss inches back slightly, cheeks flushing slightly. I've used Kuroka calling her Rose-chan as an opportunity to adopt the short form of her name myself. Mostly because saying or thinking Rosweiss is getting legitimately tiring. She's still not used to it, but granted, it's only been a day. No surprise there really. Kuroka nods as she joins in, Essentially, you buy drinks for them, not even alcoholic ones, and you get to talk to them for like, 30, 45 minutes. Something like that, Naya. It's pretty sad. I nod along in agreement, and add, most people that go are the overworked office worker types, that just want a place to go to unwind, feel wanted, stuff like that. Apparently, some companies even go so far as to sponsor or pay the tabs of employees going to said clubs. I shake my head in distaste at that. I like to make jokes from time to time about how awful the work culture is here, but really. It's just fucking sad. And it's not something a blade can fix. Probably. That's kind of sad. Rose frowned, and I nodded. And your boss just happily walked into one, Naya. Kuroka pointed with a mischievous smile on her face, prompting Rose to flinch and look at the carriage floor, humming in embarrassment. You know, Rose-chan. Kuroka continued, leaning slightly toward her, there's also host clubs that cater to girls. Rose suddenly shoots up, sitting up straight as her eyes widen, really? She leans back toward Kuroka, suspiciously eager, perhaps a little too eager, what are they like? Really, Kuroka? Also, damn, Rose must be desperate as fuck. I decide to step in before Kuroka's trolling just makes her freak out again. Just the same as a hostess club. I interject, much to Kuroka's pouting and Rose's slump and disappointment, sometimes, it's even worse. Truly desperate women get caught up racking huge debts to those types of clubs, with the fake as hell hosts essentially stringing them along. I trail off with a shake of my head and sigh. Both sides here have it rough, huh? I wonder how much money it would take being thrown at the politicians to get something done about this. Debt. Rose suddenly shrieked, prompting both me and Kuroka to jump in our seats, those fiends. Taking advantage of desperate women like that. How could they? Rose clenched her fists, true fury burning in her eyes. Huh. I guess that would kind of hit close to home with her, wouldn't it? Since she is super into budgeting, and she's very desperate girl, yikes. I reach over, placing my hand atop her head, and patting it. Rose immediately shrivels back up, that fire dying as her face burns and her words stutter, what are you dash? You don't gotta worry about anything, Rose. I smile her way, cutting off her stuttering, you can totally get a boyfriend, without getting tricked at some stupid club. Yeah. That's not what I was dash. Kuroka this time cut off her rebuttal, by enthusiastically agreeing with me, yeah, Rose-chan. You're very pretty. With a body to die for just like me, Naya. I turn my head and deadpan down at my cat girl, as she shuffles against my side, wrapping her arms around my torso, all you need to do is find someone like my darling Noriko here who won't hesitate to snatch you right up and pound you into a sex coma in the first night. I blinked. Subtlety. Thou art not Kuroka. Then Rose blinked. Then her face turned red, so red, I thought she was about to spontaneously combust. But instead, she simply just stared. Kuroka. I started. Yes, darling. She replied, sultry. If she's broken, you're paying for her. I continued, my tone unchanging in the slightest. Naya. But I don't have any money. Kuroka exclaimed in indignation. Of course she spent all her allowance already, not surprising in the slightest. I sigh, tuning out a rambling Kuroka as she proceeds to beg for money for something else. Keeping my stare on Rose, I see she's entirely shut down. Shame, too. I was going to ask her something about Odin, something I was always curious about from the original novels. Ah, well. There's always tomorrow, I guess. A new sun. Woohoo. Gee. I stare up, blankly, as the steel roller coaster zooms by. In the front car. Odin. Giggling like a madman all the while. I can't even fault the guy for acting like a child here, it seems fun, even though roller coasters aren't really for me. Well, and if I call Odin a child, I'd have call. Oh yeah. Let's go. Whoa. Another man's screams temporarily overpower my thoughts. There, in the last car of this particular roller coaster, sat Bayako. He's not supposed to be here, but when he heard Odin wanted to hit up this theme park, Fuji-Q Highland, he came racing right over. See, he's part of a perimeter of yokai and clans priests, all set up in several circles around where Odin is at any given time. Barriers are put up to prevent normal people from seeing us, and to detect where everyone is at any given time. To guard against Loki's shape-shifting bullshit, personnel swap regularly, exchanging passwords while remaining within the sensory barrier. Alongside that, the people that show up for the job change every day, just in case Loki tries anything when Odin isn't out and about, like say, kidnapping and trying to impersonate a yokai from the other day to get it. That's a simplified version of our security setup, anyhow. I've got clones with the people monitoring everything, so in case something happens, or they detect something, the clone can pop and tell me right away so I can jump to action. The specific perimeter Bayako there belongs to is technically the front lines, where if Loki wanted to brute force his way through, he'd be right in the path of it. It's the point he wanted very vehemently, but it's Bayako, so. To my right, I put a hand on Suzaku's shoulder, to stop her from trying to blow the coaster completely off its tracks with her eyes alone. Or at least, that's what it looks like she's trying to do. And I don't doubt she probably could. She looks at me, clearly annoyed, before huffing and crossing her arms, a hard frown plastered across her face. Wouldn't want to be the Bayako later when we pack it up, I know that. To my left, Rose was worryingly overlooking several sheets of paper, the way she kept mumbling about cutting corners and skipping meals made me think she was looking over their budget. So, I reach over and gently take the oh damn wait that's several dozens of paper, a whole bloody packet. Regardless, I take the packet away from her, prompting her to suddenly perk and turn to me, frowning similarly to Suzaku. Hey. I was working on that. She snapped, her voice accented slightly. I can't put my finger on what kind of accent it is exactly though. Northern Icelandic, maybe. Regardless, I think it sounded cute. This your guy's budget? I ask, waving the packet around, prompting Rose to nod curtly. I then proceed to throw it in a nearby trash. Wait a minute. She lunges to catch it midair, but I grab her by the shoulder to stop her, just like I did Suzaku. Yeah, no. Don't bother you. You were never gonna balance that thing for the trip here. I snorted out that simple fact. Rose legitimately scowled, her accent thickening. Well, I have to try. Even when the old fart won't follow it. I ask. Well, still, it's my job. Her accent dipped a bit as she fiddled with her fingers, looking down. I deadpanned at her. Yesterday, he bought the time of 7 girls, all for 3 to 6 hours, at the same time. Suzaku cringed hearing those numbers, and Rosweiss just slumped further. Today, he's already ridden that roller coaster. I pointed toward it as it zoomed past again, 4 times. And as soon as we got here, the men somehow pulled a Kuroka and bought out 2 food stands. Not going to lie, that managed to impress me. It also made Kuroka want to outdo him, which is why she took my card and ran off with it. That's why Suzaku's with me right now. Rose fidgeted in place, and started sniffling. I know, okay, she cried out, accent now completely gone. It's just, I don't want to be more of a failure than I already am. Damn, this girl needs a genuine hug. I pat her on the head gently. I know, and you're not a failure. Especially in this case. Inari is trying to milk Odin for all he's worth, and I'm pretty sure he knows it, but just doesn't care. He probably doesn't. Rose agreed solemnly, before sighing, at this rate, I won't even have enough to feed myself. Don't worry about it. I wave her concerns off. Well, more like I because it's my money, will take care of you. Rose twitched and finally looked up at me. What? No. I couldn't ask you, Dash. You're not asking. I'm doing it because I want to. I cut her off plainly. But that's. Still. Rose tried to protest. I merely smirked down at her, sides. I'm set. I don't have infinite money, but even with Kuroka spending frivolously, I can live comfortably for a good few human lifetimes easily. Rose blinks at that, lifetimes. She parrots, almost as though she's in a daze. I slowly raised an eyebrow at her. Yeah. So, you'll be fine. Rose quickly turns her head away, looking anywhere but at me. Huh. Now that I'm thinking about it, I know Rose had this thing about money. Isn't she not paid well under Odin or something along those lines? Too vague of a detail to recall clearly. But I think it was something like that. Rosweiss-san. Suzaku suddenly joins in, calling to the Valkyrie. Said Valkyrie jumps, turning to look at her, face completely red. Why yes. Lady Suzaku. Are you having problems with money yourself? I recall Lord Odin mentioning budget cuts to your squad. Does that include? She trailed off, allowing Rose to take over with a sad nod. Yes, our salaries haven't been the most substantial recently. She sighs out, though they are enough to live off of, barely. Just how fucked is Asgard nowadays, geez. Maybe even if Odin doesn't leave her behind after all this, I should just snatch her up myself, as in legitimately hiring the poor girl. Not sure for what though. Rose would look great in anything I put her in, I'd bet. Even a legit trash bag. Maybe as a legit secretary to Yuzum's maid. Food for thought. Suzaku gave Rose a sympathetic nod, as an idea formed in my head. Well, Byako clearly has an eye on Odin right now. So. I take both Suzaku and Rose's hands, prompting them both to look at me with a blush. Why don't we 3 run off and have some fun? Fun. Rose jumps as I finish speaking. Oi. It's only been a couple of days. Don't tell me the cat already turned you into a pervert. Suzaku was much more subdued, but I caught that flicker of a smirk when I said fun. Instead of pulling a Rose, she merely smiled lightly and asked softly, what did you have in mind? Well, I heard this place has the world's largest attraction. I smile wickedly, the haunted hospital. We can even see it from here, I think. Well, its real name is the Fuji-Q Highland Super Scary Labyrinth of Fear, but fuck calling it that. It also looks more like a rundown Japanese school than a hospital, but still. It's supposedly one of the scariest places in the world. I'm not surprised, as I can feel the several dozen spirits and yokai inhabitants. So for mundane people, it probably is. Inari most definitely had a hand in building this place, didn't she? Rose tilted her head in thought, looking at the old building in the distance, a haunted attraction. Well. It certainly is that at least. Suzaku meanwhile, smirked at me, my oh my lord. Are you only asking us to come with you so you could have a chance to hold our bodies when we get scared? Rose squeaked at that, hold our bodies. I smirked right back down at Suzaku, me holding you. Who's to say it isn't the other way around, I just figured a shrine maiden like you would jump at the chance to hold her god. Like me, huh? Suzaku giggled airily at that, who's to say? Oh my. Rose trembled, looking between the two of us, how lewd. I chuckled at both of them, well, come along. I start walking, promptly dragging the two with me. Suzaku gives an almost Akino-like giggle, while Rose continues sputtering, though she still allows herself to be dragged along. I figure we might as well have our fun while we can have it. A new sun. Another few nights have passed by now, and for once, it's a rather calming one. A few days of doing nothing but clubbing and hitting up amusement parks would do that to anyone, I guess. So tonight, Odin decided to hit up an onsen, or hot springs, for a relaxing night for once. The guy is totally trying to perv on the girl's side without me in there, but then again, the only reason I'm not in there in the first place is because neither Kuroka nor Suzaku are either. They're off doing security stuff, which leaves me in the carriage alone with Rose for once. She didn't go in because she knew what he'd tried to do, and wouldn't be able to stop him. So, it's just us two here, eating a late night lunch, I suppose. It is past midnight. We stopped by a sushi place on the way here because Odin wanted some, so that's what we're munching on now, though, I got to say. I put my chopsticks down, and with a snap of my fingers, a steaming full teacup appears in my hand. I quickly take a sip to clear my throat, I swallow down the rest of the fish with a gulp. Honestly. I start with a soft huff, not really digging sushi all that much. Rose blinked at me, putting a hand to her mouth as she swallowed as well. I'm much more displeased by the cost. She shivered out. Even I had to cringe a bit, remembering how much our order cost. It was like, double, maybe triple what sushi normally costs for 3 people. These prices are highway robbery. So it's probably Inari again. I slowly set the boxed sushi down to my side, and stretch out with a tired groan. Well. While I've got her alone like this, I may as well take this chance to ask her about stuff. I take another sip of my freshly summoned tea, before continuing with a weak shrug, yeah, that's Inari for you. I set the teacup down on top of the box, speaking of money though. Rose looks at me, an eyebrow raising as she carefully puts the last piece of fish from her box in her mouth. You want a job? I suddenly ask. Her eyes widened into saucers, Then she starts grasping at her throat. Oh, shit. Now she's choking on fish. I summon a water bottle and gingerly toss it to her. She snatches the thing up midair and desperately down about half before pulling the bottle away and letting out a long, relieved sigh. You good? I tentatively ask. She nods, before taking a deep breath, and looking at me pointedly. What did you just say? I asked if you wanted a job. Well, one that isn't working for Odin. I repeat, and further elaborate. She blushes, ferociously, like a job working for you. I smile and nod, yup. I don't know what kind of job exactly, all I know for sure is though that you'd be great pretty much anywhere. Rose stared at me, looking me straight in the eyes. I think she was trying to detect any signs of deceit, or waiting for a punchline at her expense. Anything. But I instead just stared at her back. Until eventually, she got the memo and looked away, twiddling around with her fingers. I can't just, the position of Lord Odin's bodyguard and escort is supposed to be a high honor. She states, very weakly. Supposed to be, huh? I muse, doesn't feel like it, does it? Rose twitched, for a brief second, a flash of intense sadness and anger passed over her features. The position really should be renamed Odin's maid or Odin's servant girl, that. She let out a sigh, that's what the other Valkyries call me, after all. I reach over and pat her on the head. And even then, I bet you do a really damn good job, yeah. She smiles, just a tad, I try. I give her a little hum, I know. Now, I also know, despite being a more hit it with a sword type of guy, stealing you from Odin right now probably ain't the best idea. But I reach down, gently taking her chin, and guide her head to look up at me. After the Norse and Shinto make their alliance, I'll call it fair game. So, you don't have to answer right now. I give her a sincere smile, just know my door is open, and very welcoming if you want an out, or he does something stupid like toss you away, alright. Rose looks at me, a legitimate sparkle in her eyes, oh okay. She states, voice so small I almost can't hear her, thank you. I have to resist the urge to pull the poor girl into a hug right this damn second. If I do get pulled into Rose's future arranged marriage plotline, I'm going to relish beating as many Asgardians to a pulp as I can. But before then. The time is nearing closer. Loki shall be my first. Chapter 55, Chapter. Another night, another of the same old stuff we've been dealing with. By this point, several days have passed. A little around a week by estimates. The only reason I can't give a concrete length of time is because everything sort of blurs together after a while of doing the same shit over and over again. Odin has pretty much stayed the course for the same places every single night, despite my incessant roasting of the old man's maidenless status. Hostess clubs, titty clubs, amusement clubs galore, but not a single red light place visited. I'll admit, respect to him for not bowing to the whims of another, but no amount of respect will ever raise him from maidenless status. Tonight, so far, has been just like every other night. With the difference being that the final meeting between Odin and whoever shows up on the Shinto side is soon, very soon. Which means tomorrow. So I'm not very surprised as I sit here, arms crossed, in the carriage flying through the night sky, staring plainly at the giggling, red-faced old man directly across from me. He's either tipsy or perving on girls through their windows with his magic eyes as we pass over their houses. Oh. His magic monocle I think sparkles as he starts slurring out words, now that's just the right amount of steam, hee hee hee. We just passed over an onsen. So both. Probably both. Rose, who's sitting next to Odin himself, isn't having it. Lord Odin. She hisses, scowling at him as her accent flares, it's almost time for the meeting with the Shinto pantheon's highest deity. It's literally tomorrow. So please lose this lackadaisical attitude at once. At this rate, we'll be yelled at by the people when we get home. I noticed a little something after my talk with Rose a few days ago. Rather than stand by silently, or admonish Odin formally, she hasn't shown any fear in going straight for his throat. Good girl Rose. You can do it. Also, the highest deity huh? I kind of figured Mom would be the one to show up. In canon, Amaterasu was the one to show up originally as well, but I wasn't entirely sure if that would hold here, kind of figured she might send someone in her place. Inari left to go prepare for said meeting, but I never thought she'd be the main negotiator for the Shinto side at the end. GG's, Odin huffed, and I couldn't help but smirk at how, put off, he looked with Rose's attitude. You are a woman who doesn't know how to lighten up, you know. How about you relax a little? That's why you can't get a single man. Still not enough to stop his jabs. Rose immediately flinches back, her scowl quickly evaporating to be replaced by an expression of fear and sadness. And none of that had anything to do with my being single. She stutters and cries out, it's not my fault I don't have a boyfriend. Although, her newfound attitude and weakened tolerance for Odin's bullshit still isn't enough to repel Odin's retorts. Ganbat, Rose-chan, you'll get there eventually. To my side, Kuroka shifts around in her sleep a bit, and I look over just in time to catch a light frown etched across her face. Oh, right. Kuroka's with me today, and for most of this trip, the poor cat has been sleeping on my shoulder. Even Kuroka is getting tired of this little trip, that should be pretty telling. It'd be best not to wake her up right now, and luckily, I have just the thing. Before Odin could look too proud or smug for his comeback, I huff, then state. Says the weaselly old man too scared to hit up a proper red light district. Get a single lay. Ack. Now it was Odin's turn to flinch back, as though punched in the nose, that's different brat. I'm not trying to father demigods here of all places. I nod, Virgin Allfather lacks pull-out game, confirmed. Ack. Brat. He glares, face no longer a drunk red, as I simply smirk back at him. On the flip side, Odin's tried fighting back as of late. It never works out for him. Traveled the world for knowledge, hung himself on a tree for wisdom, never learned what a condom was. I continue, stoically, channeling my inner Chiron. Odin stares at me for a good, long, second. Before clicking his tongue, biting his cheek, and looking out the window. I lost count at this point to be honest, for Nori. I give a smirk and thumbs up to Rose, who also looks away, but not without a small blush and smile herself. Then I look back at Kuroka, planting a chaste kiss on her forehead, and once more, the soft purring I come to expect from her is back. Ah, it may be a boring night, but tonight is still a good night. Why did I think that? One of my clones suddenly pops, and I groan, lowly, drawing the attention of the Norse representatives in front of me. Noriaki. Rose starts, only to be cut off as a loud horse's neigh rings out, although considering the horse doing it, it's more like a roar. The carriage comes to a screeching halt, and I have to hold Kuroka and brace so we don't fling forward. Rose slams into the back of her seat, but seems more surprised than hurt, while Odin doesn't budge an inch, only giving an irritated eyebrow raise as Rose stands up urgently. What happened to Sleipnir? Don't tell me. She quickly moves to open the door window on her side, and I rise to do the same, setting a still sleeping Kuroka down gently before walking to the opposite door. But not before shooting a warning glare at the old man, who gets my message, and decides that for the safety of his old Nordic jewels, he'll look and whistle in any direction other than Kuroka's. Behind me, Rose gasps as she opens her window and looks out in front of the carriage. I do the same, and sigh instead. Up ahead, a young man, looking around my age, floats in the air merely a few feet ahead of us. His hand is outstretched toward Sleipnir, who is very clearly steaming with hatred and disgust looking at the man. Literally, as in the horse's face is steaming as though it exploded. The horse is still fine though, just looks very pissed. The man has brushed back silver hair, his reddish-orange eyes seem to smirk slyly just like his mouth, and he wears a similar robe to Odin's, just with way more black, and a bit of dark orange instead of blue. All around him, though keeping their distance, are Shinto priests, Mikas, and exorcists, along with several different species of yokai. All looking battle-ready. Among them are even the clan heads, surrounding him from every direction. Nakiri on the ground, Kushihashi in the air looking down at him, with the others taking the cardinal directions. Suzaku looks particularly unamused by the man's appearance, and Bayako looks ready to jump the guy now, but the other heads look on stoically, waiting for the intruder, or I suppose attacker, to make a move. I couldn't help myself, I smiled, big and wide. What I felt earlier when my clone popped. That was the clone with the people maintaining and watching the detection barriers. The clone popped, specifically because they did their job. Loki teleported straight on in, with no tact, no tricks. The clone popping informed myself, and every other clone what was going on, prompting the other clones to quickly spread the word. Thus, everyone quickly diverged straight onto Loki's position, here. Despite the sheer number of people showing up though, the guy doesn't seem the least bit fazed. Rather, Loki maintains his jovial smirk, takes his robe, and lifts it while giving a slight bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, servants of the Japanese gods. I am the evil god of the north. Loki. He exclaims, rather proudly. Behind me, I hear Odin sigh, and mutter, remember we talked about Brat. I don't respond beyond a nod, instead staring intently at the Norse trickster god, watching, waiting. At Loki's proclamation, no one reacts out of turn beyond staring even harder at the god. We were expecting him, at least somewhat, after all. Rose opens the door with a huff, and jumps up and over, on top of the carriage, as Suzaku starts to speak. Well, we can all see that, yes. She states with a roll of her eyes, do you have business with us? Attacking an escort leading a chief god, you do understand what you're getting into, right? Loki didn't care for Suzaku's blatant disregard for him, instead placing his hand on his chest, instead responding pompously, oh, I understand, Lady Miko, but whatever pain I may face here. Well, let's just say it's worth it over the pain and humiliation one must endure when watching one's chief deity entreat with foreign powers. Loki nearly snarled that last bit out. Suzaku frowned, her stone-cold glare falling upon him. Are you trying to imply something about our gods in the east here? Loki laughs, boisterously, why, of course I am. The east here isn't worthy of us in the north. Of knowing our secrets, our customs, culture. The north and the far east were never meant to mix like this. He exclaims with passion, after all, he then continues, solemnly, if such a thing occurs, then we won't be able to have the day of Ragnarok. Loki. Said God suddenly perking as a stern old voice traveled through the air. I turned, looking back to find Odin just, gone. When did he leave? In any case, Odin seemingly floated up to and on top of the carriage, landing without even a thud. Before we start, I must ask you one thing. Odin places both hands on his walking stick, and stares intently at Loki, are you doing this of your own will? Or did someone else put you up to this? Like say, the Cows Brigade. Loki frowns, I feel sickened that you would mix my opinions with those foolish terrorists. He states, legitimately offended, I came here of my own will. And Ophis has nothing to do with this. At that name, practically everyone stilled. Ah, right, the Cows Brigade. They were kind of a big deal early on in canon, weren't they? Though I don't think I've seen much of them myself. Odin gives a weary and tired sigh, of course not, you're too much of a fool and hardhead to follow them, aren't you? Rose then stepped forward, her suit flashing in that instance, being replaced by her Valkyrie armor. Damn. No, wait, we'll go later. Lord Loki. Your actions far exceed your authority. Doing something like striking out at your chief god, no, not just that, your blood brother. She called out, clearly enraged and disgusted, while Loki scowled, his teeth grinding as she continued. This is unforgivable. If you wanted to contest this, you should have made your argument at the meeting, not start a fight. As Rose finished her admonishment, Loki snarls, a mere maid shouldn't decry me for things she understands nothing of. He retorts viciously, prompting Rose to flinch back before Loki turns his eyes to Odin. When he does, his glare seems to almost become softer. Odin. Are you still planning to continue these dalliances with the outside world, and its factions? Loki asked, succinctly, yet there was a slight hint of desperation there. The Norse chief god couldn't return Loki's gaze as he responded, yeah. Out here. Far more interesting than back in Asgard. Far more fun. Japan is fun. I want to see this world we missed for the past several centuries, locked away as we were. I want to know about the others of our distant kin, the Shinto gods of Japan, the Greeks on Olympus, the Celts hidden in their other world, all of them. His old one good eye finally meets Loki's gaze, and it's resolute, we will have peace in this world, at last. All of us, together. It starts here, Loki. Whether you like it or not. This sounds and feels very different from canon, and that look on Loki's face. That look of betrayal. Loki, quickly, steals his expression, an easy smirk falling in front of other emotions, masking them with ease. I see. He states, then I see you have no intention of backing down. Very well. Let's have a display of power, then. Fucking finally. Woo yeah. Loki barely has time to react as a large, muscular humanoid white tiger flies in from the side, landing a hard right haymaker to his face that makes even me wince, sending the god flying straight down into the ground with a roar. For a second, all is quiet. Everyone stares at the tiger men, mouth agape. Well, everyone besides the Shinra priests. They just look embarrassed. Then, the silence is broken by Odin barking out an amused laugh. Fucking Byakko. A new son. Fucking Byakko. Suzaku had to withhold chastising Byakko for that on the spot, they have to present a united front right now after all. Besides, the plan did account for Byakko being, well, him. It was pretty much made to appease the men, after all. Originally, Noriaki was supposed to handle Loki, or any intruder really, straight from the start. It would have been quicker and cleaner that way, but it would also leave the heads, or, really, just Byakko, very discontent. So, now all that's left is to draw Loki into doing what Noriaki feared he might do, and then he'll step in, and finish it. But for now, the clan heads get to soften him up. Also, she wouldn't admit this out loud, but it does feel particularly good fighting for him. Especially as he is her god. You, servants of the Japanese gods. Suzaku's focus returned in full force as the Norse trickster god's voice resonated from below with a cold fury. The cloud of dust and debris below dispersed with a wave of his hand as he stood back up on his feet, mostly unharmed, save for the nasty mark on the god's cheek where Byakko's fist struck. He smiled a bitter smile, I suppose I shouldn't underestimate the Far East, Power, divine power, erupted from his form in the shape of an almost fiery aura, burning with black, red, and orange. He brushed his thumb across his cheek, burning the mark marring it away. You're goddamn right. Byakko roared, flying down to finish his job. Only, his fist cleaved through a blurred afterimage of the god, the force of his blow shattering the ground without even striking it. Dozens of Norse magic circles appeared, scattered throughout the air, and from them all came Loki. A blurred version of him, each one filling the air with mocking laughter. Suzaku clicked her tongue in annoyance. Duplication magic. Advanced duplication magic, by the looks of it. Suzaku looked to the rank-and-file priests, and nodded, prompting all to scatter. Their job? Make sure no humans get caught up in this, and strengthen the barriers to keep the fight contained and people out of the area. That taken care of, Suzaku raises her hand, palm outstretched. At the same time, Saryu raises his hand. A flaming bird roared into existence in her hand, and with a drop of the Saryu's, a localized whirlwind erupted. She threw the bird into it, and watched as a flaming hurricane shot into the sky, blowing away every last duplicate present. Where do you think you're looking, Lady Miko? A voice uttered nearly in her ear. The voice then grunted, and Suzaku didn't bother to even turn around, smiling instead, enjoying the show. Finally, she did, eyes meeting the scowl of Loki, trapped within a bubble of water twice his size, holding a dagger in one hand made of his aura. How about you, Lord Loki? Enjoying our country so far? Have you seen the little places we call A? She smirks, onsen around here. She touched the bubble, causing it to immediately start to boil. They are simply to die for. She adds on, watching the god's eyes widen, but didn't get a chance to look long as Genba sent the water bubble straight down. The freshly boiled Loki barely had time to get his bearings, as the Uryu was suddenly in his guard, clad in a thick golden aura of Tuki, and palm buried in his gut. The shockwave blew away the surrounding water and sent the god flying once more. Into a clothesline by an eagerly waiting Byakko, the god slammed into the ground once more by the tigermen. Miss me. Byakko grinned fairly down at the god, only to yelp and leap away as tree roots began bursting from the ground around the god. Oi. I was about to stomp his face in. Byakko calls up to Saryu, who merely rolls his eyes. The tree roots wrap around Loki tightly, prompting the god to growl as a full-on tree grows around him and lifts him into the air. Be quiet already, and let's finish this already. Saryu calls succinctly, raising his hands high to control the tree. Byakko huffs, even as his Tuki forms around him with a loud pop. Genbu holds out her hand, and a sphere of water forms, and rapidly builds in density and size, its shape twisting into that of a massive turtle shell. Uryu stomps the ground, golden veins appear from the earth, connecting to him, and causing his golden aura to glow brighter and fuller as he takes a martial arts stand, posed to strike. Suzaku rolls her eyes, but flames bellow from her form regardless, turning into a flaming bird-shaped aura around her. The Norse god within the tree begins to struggle and strain against his binds, the wood beginning to creak and splinter. As one, the 5 heads strike. A new sun. Well now, that's a lot. Like, whole shit, I legitimately feel bad for Loki right now. 5 versus 1. Against the 5 heads, whose magic all flows together in the 5 phases. Yeah, poor guy. Yikes. Not even I'd wish for that fight. Massive constructs of fire and water, a flaming bird and spinning turtle shell respectively, lightning raining from above, and 2 brawlers going for full power strikes. All with Loki stuck in the center, trapped within the bark of a tree of all things. Yet, even with all this, a small spark of red ruptures through the tree. Loki is still a god. As the attacks fly, the tree promptly explodes with divine power from within. Despite its appearance, it feels cold, just like the lands he originates from. The force of the aura erupting holds back the attacks, but what truly stops them are the several dozen Nordic magic circles that follow quickly after. The barriers easily absorb the rains of lightning, blow apart the constructs of fire and water, and send back Uryu and Byakko, their full power punches merely cracking the barrier circles, Uryu's more than Byakko's, but they still both get scuttled back regardless. In the center of it all, Loki floats, his aura bellowing out around him like a bonfire. He glares through his now rather messy hair, it now falling in front of his face post getting knocked around briefly like a rag doll. His eyes glow a fiery red behind his silver locks as he eyes the 5 heads, before suddenly, they land not on any one of them, but behind them. Odin. He raises a hand, and aura gathers and flows, streaming and condensing before his palm, before launching as a baleful blast of light. Which none of the 5 heads saw coming, as they were recovering from their attacks being thwarted. I grab hold of my sword, and my eyes activate, but I stop, as Rose steps forward, a dozen Norse magic circles of similar design, yet different, to Loki's own appear with a raise of her hand. The first barrier pops like glass, as does the second and third. But with every barrier the attack blasts through, the light dims, and the next barrier takes slightly longer to shatter. Until the last few barriers, where the baleful light blows through them, and dissipates with the last of its energy into sparkles. Rose gives a trembling sigh, while Odin merely strokes his beard, seemingly in thought. Your barrier spells need work. He finally decided to say after a moment. Rose perks up, I know wow, and promptly cries out in response. Geez, I'm starting to see why Norse magic is considered the best. Rose isn't even the greatest with defensive magic, yet still formed enough shields to block Loki's Hail Mary attack. Loki, meanwhile, was able to completely put a stop to the 5 heads' assault with his barriers, despite clearly getting his ass handed to him previously. Not bad at all. Loki let out a hiss of annoyance at his attack being stopped, before calling out, all these priests, with their Eastern magic, and all these creatures trying to study me. His gaze sweeps across the yokai floating around, their Yujitsu symbols turning to mist in his sight, forcing them to back away. When they're all scuttled, his eyes return to Odin, and these people, the leaders of the Eastern factions, I presume. Along with that boy, hiding in the back. Oh you little shit, I'll show you who's a boy when you try summoning that dog. Loki quirks a smile, Odin, for a mere guard, isn't this a bit much? Odin merely snorts at that, I didn't plan this, I'll have you know. But look at how well it's working. Barely started, and you're already acting like a cornered rat. Loki grinds his teeth as Odin starts laughing, boisterously. It's almost time. I can feel it. Very well. Loki states, his smirk returning, and growing wicked, then I will call him. Upon saying that, Odin suddenly stops laughing. What did you say? Odin tries to ask, but Loki ignores him, as he spreads his robe, and raises his eyes to the heavens. His aura bellows out, and the magic circles around him fall, as the sheer force of his aura radiating holds the 5 heads in place. Come out. He calls, nearly cries, be free my adorable SUGH. His aura pops, dispersing around him into nothing. Slowly, ever so slowly, he looks down, blood beginning to trickle down from his mouth. His eyes flicker with divine might, and sheer confusion, as he beholds my eyes, swirling, staring right back into his. As I stand before him, my blade embedded in his stomach, glowing brightly, I have only one thing to say to him. Be thankful, to Odin, I grab the side of his face, pulling him in closer to whisper to him, for it is the only reason you still live right now. Loki yelps in pain as I tear my sword from his stomach, and kick him straight down into the ground, where he belongs. I wave my sword at the others, and they all back away, forming a small perimeter around myself and Loki. A ring, essentially. Now then. Be thankful. My gaze narrows down at the source of Loki's voice, why would I ever be thankful, to such a selfish hypocritical coward? Baleful red light flashes, revealing Loki crouched on the ground, divine blood leaking from mouth and torso, and one hand held up, the source of the light. A loud thrum resounds throughout the street as Loki fires his aura bullets. Several times, each like a cannon shot. With a swing of my sword, each ball of aura is cut in twine, exploding harmlessly in the sky above. His last one misses as I vanish, appearing in a golden blur in his face. His other hand rises, a dagger made of his condensed aura swinging from my throat. Yet. It's also slow. And my eyes see how fake he is. Sun breathing. I jump into a backflip, as the real Loki appears behind me, his lunge at my heart with his dagger missing entirely. His duplicate, the fake Loki, sputters out of existence as the shock starts registering on the true Loki's face. And then, the pain. Setting sun transformation. As my blade swings down mid-flip and bites down, and through, his overextended attacking arm. I land back on my feet as Loki howls, crying out in anguish as he stumbles forward, nearly landing on his face as he clutches the remaining stump of his arm. My blade cauterized the wound. So no bleeding, but no putting it back on either. Loki turns, as I turn back to face him, and almost immediately fear joins the pain etched in his face. I start walking towards him. Why you, foreign, Far East god? He sputters, trying to shuffle away from me. You don't understand, couldn't understand. The folly of Odin. What he's done to us, my people. He grunts as his back hits a wall, his eyes rapidly dart around, looking for an escape, any escape. But he finds only the five heads, waiting. Boxing him in. I stop right in front of him. Loki raises his now only arm and fires a bullet of divine aura. Even this close, I cut it in twine. Loki gives a desperate gasp, Ragnarok. Ragnarok is the purpose I was born for. We agreed, Odin and I, that we'd face it together. No matter what happens. The god cries, desperately trying to back away further. I almost snorted at that. Funny. Considering he's supposed to start it in the first place. We gave this oath, this promise, in blood. And now. And now he just wants to run away. No. No. Loki cries, over and over, almost manically, I refuse to allow it. We fall together, as we promised, as we all promised. Loki raised his only arm, and cried. Fimbulvetr. And something in the air shifted. His divine power, his magic, and his divine authority flooded the air, the sky, and the ground. It flooded everything, and then came the chill. A massive Nordic magic circle formed beneath our feet, and grew, and continued growing. Icy cold winds began to bellow out, and snow and ice rocketed out from it. It was like he opened a portal to a terrible winter hell, and I was standing right on top of it. And yet, I didn't care much for it. Glaring down at him, I did exactly what he did. My power, my authority, followed his, and promptly pulled his power like one pulling particularly nasty weeds. I watched as Loki went from manic desperation to astonishment, and then pure depression as winter pulled itself back, seemingly consumed by my golden glow. The icy winds became warm, the ice and snow melted, the magic circle sputtered out, lifeless. Ayah. Loki mutters, staring listlessly at where his spell existed. For the short time it did, I see. It didn't, it's already too late. With that, I reach down, and grab him by his messy hair, making him look me in the eyes. He doesn't even try to resist the immense amount of Holy Spirit power I jam into his brain, forcing his eyes to grow glazed over and roll into the back of his head. When I let him go, the god fell on his side, completely out cold. With a sigh, I sheath my sword and turn back to everyone just staring at me. I raise an eyebrow back, sup. Then, two new magic circles appear, neither of which I recognize. From one, out steps Tobio, a bunch of girls, and Cookie. I'm about ready to make a quip when the people in the second circle step through. Valley, and his entire team. I update my quip on the fly and point to the downed Loki. Yo. You're both very late. Both groups immediately turn on their leaders, both talking about how they should have appeared after the last power spike, not this one. Valley only huffed, while Tobio rubbed the back of his head and gave a nervous chuckle. My smile though. Couldn't have been any bigger. Chapter 56, Chapter. So, what's your excuse? I blink, shockingly, those words weren't mine, but instead, Val's, directed toward Tobio. Though I was admittedly about to ask something similar myself. Tobio's group quieted down before Tobio turned, his face hardening as he looked at the White Dragon Emperor. Excuse for what, Valley? Tobio asks stoically back. Vala merely smirks, for showing up so late, of course. I held back until that big burst of divine power to pull a hero saves the day moment, you know. So what about you? My smile fell off. Of course he did that. Dick. Tobio frowned as he replied, Noriaki could handle himself just fine. We held back because we were waiting in the wings in case something happened, like someone else showing up. He narrows his eyes, and smirks as he continues, Lavinia caught a whiff of your teleportation circle, so we showed up. Wouldn't have otherwise, unless Loki summoned whoever he wanted there, but Noriaki took care of that before I could jump in. Right as he finished, Tobio stumbled as he was pushed to the side slightly, and a very voluptuous blonde in a white and blue witch's outfit, with a big puffy hat and all, took his place. She gave a very wide, very goofy smile Val's way as she waved at him, Era. Is that little VA I see over there? It's been so long. I could barely contain my snort. VA. She has a cute little nickname for him. Vala slowly looked anywhere but at her, giving an embarrassed frown, which eventually settled on me. I simply chuckle at the display, prompting his frown to cringe further with embarrassment. Heh. Serves you right, you edgelord wannabe. Eventually, Vala shakes off his embarrassment and settles back into that same cocky smirk that seems to be his default facial expression. So then, Noriaki Kusanagi, he addresses me while crossing his arms, I see you have gotten stronger if you can manhandle Loki like that. The maimed, unconscious trickster got on the ground, before looking back at him, to be honest, the guy wasn't that strong. Really? Vala sighed, a sad disappointed thing, unfortunate. Here I was thinking fighting some Norse gods would be a fun time. After a moment, his expression brightened slightly, well, I guess not all hope is lost. He turned suddenly, facing the direction of Odin with a grin stretching across his face, after all, there is still a Norse god here. My hand immediately went to my sword hilt, a snarl on my lips. Valley. Don't you fucking dare start shit right now. Rose stepped in front of Odin, face hardened and focused, the old god however merely gave the white dragon a snort, disregarding him entirely. Tobio even stepped forward, arm outstretched to the side, ready to summon his scythe at any moment. The rest of his team looked similar, even Cookie, who was staring bloody murder at me this whole time until now. Lavinia though, was the only one amongst them that seemed genuinely concerned. Similarly, the 5 heads readied themselves for battle, and I'm honestly kinda shocked Bayako didn't just try to jump in and start the fight now. The Genba girl is shaking a little though. Nerves. Now. She seemed fine at the meeting though. Valley gave everyone's reaction a once-over, before smiling casually, what, Kusanagi, that is what terrorists do, besides, you shouldn't talk. I beat you soundly last time we fought, and you aren't the only one who has gotten stronger. Soundly. I scoff, a little offended, we fought for hours, what do you mean soundly? I'm going to tear him out of his armor and chuck him into the sun, or so help me dash. Hold up now, rewind that a bit. Odin suddenly called out, hitting his stick on the hood of the carriage loudly, terrorists. You mean, the Cows Brigade, right? Valley waves the old man off, in a way, we're more like allies. It's easier to do what we want aligned with them than anyone else. Oh yeah. Odin mused, monocle sparkling, and what would that be? Valley smiled wide, strength. Power. The likes of which can't be won through peace, but in battles hard fought. This time, my snort could not be contained, Virgil wannabe. Vala's head knocked to the side, as though struck. Oh. Va Kuan. If you need strength, don't hesitate to call on your big sister. Lavinia cooed out, prompting a very slight blush to dust his cheeks. Then, Tobio snorted, and that seemed to open the floodgates from the other members. They all pretty much started cooing at him, calling him various embarrassing nicknames. Lucidrago. Va Kuan. Raidra. Lucidra. Ramen Dragon. Cookie called him that one. All the while, Valley clenched his teeth and started trembling in teenage angst and cringe. I'd throw in my stuff, but honestly. Team//dog is doing good work by themselves. The guy holding a big bow staff standing next to Valley seems to think so too, as his whole body shakes, holding his stomach as his laughing reaches the point it starts to hurt. Va Kuan. Lucidrago. V Valley, man. You should have told us more about your time with these guys. He pats Valley on the back, it sounded like a blast. Valley finally let out a long, pained groan, causing the guy to laugh harder. Bow staff guy, think that's the current Monkey King, Biko, I believe his name was. Tall athletic guy, wearing old-fashioned Chinese armor of red and gold, yeah. Pretty sure that's him. The other 2 members of Vala's team I recognize more readily, the fancily dressed Britishman with 2 swords, one strapped to his back, the other his waist, and the small British schoolgirl with a floppy witch hat and staff, both blonde with blue eyes. Arthur and Lu Fei Pendragon, respectively. Arthur watched the commotion happening before him rather impassively, while Lu Fei held a dainty little hand before her mouth, trying not to bust out laughing like Biko. Then, as though she sensed it, her eyes flickered in my direction, looking back at me. Almost immediately, her demeanor changed, as she grabbed her floppy witch hat and used the rim to cover her face. She wasn't quick enough though, because I could see her face turn into a bright tomato before she could cover it up. I blink. Huh. Looking at Arthur now, I suddenly find him giving the side eye my way. Still an impassive stoic rock of face, yet his eyes had a spark of judgment in them. What the fuck do I do? Odin meanwhile, during all of this, just seemed amused. Vala though. Alright. His wings, both Devil and Longinus, explode out from his back. That's enough. He calls, almost roars, fists clenched, his aura bubbling to the surface, his demonic power becoming known. Everyone tenses again. Tobio's scythe forms from the shadows, and I stand where I have been, getting a feeling for his power. His power, beyond being wroth with rage, has increased by a good degree. I can feel that much. Still though, nowhere near as impressive as the insane growth spurt my powers went through. I could take him. Even without the sun. Even in his balance breaker. Probably even in his juggernaut drive. I'll show you a real juggernaut drive, huh? That familiar anticipation burns and churns within my gut. I want this fight that's brewing. But I can't have it here. My eyes glance over the street, the rank and file lingering. If a big fight between all of us and Vala's team broke out, the damage would be catastrophic. Worse than my fight against the Red Dragon in Kuo. Valley would be forced to go Juggernaut Drive to even have a chance against me, much less Tobio, and all that power concentrated here, to Longinus, a god. The barriers would snap and fall apart like bundles of twigs. So, how do I go about getting the fight while preventing collateral? We came here to fight the Norse. Vala declared, if we won't get that here, then we'll just find another place with plenty of Norse. Rose's eyes widened, before her glare intensified several-fold. Asgard. You wouldn't. Vala's grin widened as he spoke. It doesn't have to come to that, of course. His eyes settle on Tobio. Fight me. Tobio glares, but doesn't move or say a word. Fight me, Vala continues, his grin becoming strained with mania. Go all out. Don't hold back. I'm an enemy now, Tobio. Come on. Do it. Tobio still says nor does anything. So Vala continues, you want to know something funny, Tobio? I betrayed the Grigori before they fell apart, and have been a traitor for a long time. Now at that, Tobio's eyes widened confusion, betrayal, anger. Vala smirked and went on, that's right. The Chaos Brigade, with a C, that you helped destroy. When it fell apart, it was quickly replaced by the Cows Brigade, with a K, and I joined them right after. Tobio's grip on his scythe increased to the point his knuckles went stark white, and finally, the increasingly angry young man spoke. Why? A single word, calm and restrained, yet spoken very near a breaking point. Vala gained a melancholic smile as he shook his head. I was never going to get what I wanted with the Grigori. Never could. It was inevitable. Something in his mind, something in his eyes, snapped at that moment, and the rage became center stage. Yet, before he could swing his scythe, or even take a step, someone reached out from behind him, and set their hand on his. He stopped immediately, as the figure of a small girl with long brown hair done up with two small twin tails, stepped right up to his side. Her emerald green eyes look right up at him, almost glaring but more in a chastising sort of way. Oh. Is this the girl Tobio has a thing for? SAE, I believe. I can see why if so, she is pretty cute. In any case, she gets on her tiptoes to whisper something to him, and in not but a few short moments, Tobio sighs, before angling a soft smile down at the girl. His side vanishes as he wraps his arm around the girl's waist, pulling her closer and prompting an audible squeak from her. He doesn't even look at Vala anymore, so he doesn't see the look on Vala's face morph into one of sheer disappointment. Getting baited so easily by your little tough guy edgy anti-hero act. Tobio scoffs in distaste, presumably at himself. I won't start anything with you today to satisfy your battle lust, but when you're done LARPing, we'll be waiting for your apology. Vala's eyebrow twitched. Act? LARPing. Are you just making excuses because you're whipped now? Tobio chuckles. No. We still have your old notebooks, you know. Vala froze. You know the one, Tobio continued ruthlessly, with a wide reminiscing smile, with all your future special attack names, and edgy catchphrases and lines to say when you meet your destined rival. Lavina chose that point to add in, one of my favorite lines is. She hums, and the next time she speaks, her tone and voice deepens, but not that much. I feel regret that I was born into this era. A world without God. I would have wanted to defeat God. I think she was trying to sound like Vala, but that didn't work. At all. Still, very chunny. Definitely something Vala would say. In fact, I'm pretty sure he did. Vala meanwhile, simply stared at them, red streaking from ear to ear. Give them back. He half whispered, half yelled, much to everyone's amusement. Lavinia gave him a sweet smile. Come back and take them then, Valkoen. Vale looked away, clicking his tongue with distaste like the proper edgy Chuyuni half-devil he is, prompting Lavinia to giggle, which just made him more embarrassed. The poor guy is already getting destroyed, and it's not even my turn yet. Seeing Vale isn't going to make a move, Tobio turns away from Vale. Now then, we'll be watching, but I don't suspect much else will happen after tonight. Right. Vale. It's Vale's turn not to answer, and he does his job excellently. Besides, Tobio continues, a small smirk spreading across his face, there's somebody else who can handle you just fine. Vale perked up suddenly, finally looking back toward the ground. Then he flinched, as right in his peripheral vision, golden glowing eyes, my eyes, stared at him. Vale jerked away, floating a fair few inches back as I was, after all, right in his guard. He quickly adopted an eager smile as he faced me though. Biko blinked, the Monkey King slowly looked my way with a curious gaze, huh. Arthur merely looked at me fully, while Lu Fei. Poor girl saw how close I suddenly was and nearly gave a startled shriek. Instead, she merely bolted and hid behind her brother more. Okay, seriously, what the hell did I do? More importantly, though, I'm up 2 for suddenly blitzing guards today, huh? Also, Tobio's a bro for easily setting that up for me. Definitely getting him a drink after this. Try not to hurt him too badly, whatever happens. Tobio says as he and his team walk away, into a freshly made magic circle. I'm pretty sure that was aimed at me. Vale seems to think the same, as his eyebrow twitches, and I smirk at him. Alright then, Chuyuni Dragon Emperor, he twitches again, prompting Biko to give a cough of laughter, while I crack my knuckles, my turn. Vale gets low, immediately ready to burst forward, but I hold out my hand to halt him, none of that now, we are in the streets after all. If we fought right this second, we'd destroy the district, that, and... I ran my eyes across the gathering of clan and Yukai. Well, if we started something, everyone else would be liable to jump in. Vale scoffed at that, my team can handle some trash. But so many. And the clan heads? Along with Odin's escort and myself. I add, can you and your team really take all that? Despite it all, his smile grew cocky. You underestimate our power, Noriaki Kusangi. Why is this guy still saying my full name? Oh. Right. It's supposed to make him seem cool. He is correct, Mr. Kusanagi. I blink the shock away, as a polite male voice breaks into the conversation. Arthur comes floating up, slowly, his hand drawing the sword sheath at his hip. The sword is pretty damn long, kind of like my sword actually, with a hilt that could easily pass for a greatsword, a round pommel at the end, and a huge cross-shaped guard. The blade's edge is golden, and, all in all, I have to say, it looks kind of silly to me, not going to lie. He stops a few feet away from me, and points the sword at my throat. There is nothing that I, with the Holy King's sword Caliban, can't cut. At that exact moment, the entire blade of his sword bloomed golden, radiating a holy aura denser, purer, and far stronger than even several shrines I've been to. All condensed into a blade a few feet long. Definitely the strongest holy sword I've felt. Shame it still looks like it's overcompensating for something. But I would much rather test this blade's edge against you, rather than dull it against the unworthy. Arthur continues, it was originally my intention to challenge you as a swordsman, but something else has come to my attention that you must answer for. At that exact moment, Lu Fei's head pops up from around Arthur's shoulder. At my blank stare, she quickly vanishes once more, but once again, I'm left wondering. The fuck did I do? I skim through the good old memory banks real quick, trying to find the answer. Yeah. No. Still nothing. The fuck? Okay, Biko floats on over, standing a golden cloud. Calm the overprotective big brother shtick Arthur. Arthur gives a faux gasp, looking toward the Monkey King, slightly offended. It's not being overprotective, it's a matter of honor dash. Honor. Innocence. Chivalry, blah blah blah. Biko rattled off uncaringly, you can keep espousing knightly virtues, but we all know the real reason you want to slash him. No we all don't. As for me. Suddenly, I find the tip of a bow staff, pointed at my throat, joining the sword. I want to hit him because my senjutsu is picking up weird things from him. That's all. Arthur joins me in giving a plain stare at Biko. Vale floats toward us all, and gives a, for once, contemplative look. Everyone wants a piece of him, huh? That does kind of complicate things. He muses. Not really. I reply plainly, I can just fight all 3 of you at once. All 3 guys blink in union. Vale was the first to respond to that, with a scoff, you could barely fight me one-on-one, don't you think that's a bit much for you right now? My head snaps towards Vale's direction, a perfectly calm smile etched across my face. It seems you spent all your time fantasizing about cool move names then training your power sensing abilities, huh? Vale flinches at that, as though struck, before huffing and crossing his arms, glaring straight back, there's no way you've grown that much since. I raise an eyebrow slowly, take a breath, and unshackle my power. I didn't put everything in against Loki, but here, I show everything. A brilliant golden honey-colored aura explodes from my form, an amalgamation of my energies brought forth. My face and chest burn as my mark activates and spreads. The first to pull back. Biko. He's a yokai, but not enlightened like his ancestor, his very being is repulsed by my powers. Arthur isn't scared but is pushed back by the shockwave simply letting loose unleashes. I note, in the back of my mind, that Caliban was cutting my aura until its user was pushed back. Guess there was some truth to Arthur's statement there, Valle meanwhile, simply stared, holding his hands out to either side, catching the 2, or I suppose 3, because Lu Fei is on Arthur's back still, to stop them from flying away. Then, he smiles. It has been a really long time since I've seen such a perverse expression of battle lust. Shame it has to be Valle showing it, and not like a girl. Or at least a female Valle. Shame, that. This power, you far exceed the state you were in when we fought, by several orders of magnitude. Valle espoused with glee, yes, like this, you can certainly handle it, Juggernaut Drive. You'll have to wait until tomorrow then. I state with finality, we'll set up a nice little place for us to beat each other up, free of thinking about collateral, or anything else. Valle grinned something fierce, excited, though he tried to hide it as he spoke, I suppose we can wait until tomorrow. Biko looked ever so slightly nervous, while Arthur glared back, looking about ready to try and cut me regardless. Good. Then I think you've held up this convoy for long enough, don't you think? I ask. I suppose we have, Valle looks down at Arthur's back and nods, grin never leaving his very punchable face. At that moment, a magic circle swirled into existence behind the small group. We'll meet up outside the ISE Grand Shrine, right after I drop Odin off, we'll head off. I add before they leave, as I yet my power simmer down, sounds good. Excellent. Came Valle's toothy grin reply. Valle waved for the others to enter the circle, but before he could, I called out one last time. Oi, Chuyuni Dragon. Despite the barb, he didn't even twitch but did stop. You better take your defeat as gracefully as I did mine. Valle merely smirks back at me, as if I'd lose, Kusanagi. He answered cockily, before crossing through the magic circle. The others didn't say anything as they turned and crossed. However, something did happen when Arthur turned. Lu Fei, now freely visible again, peeked out from under her hat and gave me a little wave. I, of course, give her a little wave back, and a small, albeit confused, smile. She squeaks. The only thing I've heard her say today. It was cute, I'll give her that, but also. Arthur whirled around, his sticking out of the magic circle, glaring at me with bloody fucking murder in his eyes before the circle begins getting smaller, his face goes through all the way, and it closes. I think I'm going to have to beat the answers out of him, aren't I? And I'm going to have so much fun doing it too. But first. Responsibilities. I turn back to the assembled clanspeople and yokai. Well, that's all been taken care of, but the night's still young. I call out, get back to your posts everyone. We can celebrate once all of this is over. At the mention of celebrations, pretty much everyone ran off to do just that. The clan heads lingered, which was perfect because that included Suzaku, who I flew up to first after sending everyone off. She looked at me, a bit confused as to why, which didn't fade in the slightest as went up to her. You okay? I asked immediately. She still looked pretty confused though, well, yes. Loki didn't manage to land an attack on me, on any of us, really why? I wasn't asking for the Loki fight. I elaborate slightly. She tilted her head at me, more confused than ever, and I sighed, before elaborating further still, team/dog, them showing up. Suzaku blinked at that. Then faint realization filled her eyes, and she smiled. Not like, violently or something, it was a small, genuinely sweet thing. She closed the gap between us, and slowly hugged me, which genuinely caught me off guard. Yes, I am fine. She muttered softly, I've gotten over all of it by now, there's truly no need to worry. I hug her back, with one hand landing on her head to pet her hair as I do. I figured, but, you know, seeing how you were that day, makes a guy worry a little. I mutter back down at her. Suzaku simply snuggles against my chest, I figured, but trust me, I am fine now, thank you, for caring enough to check up on me though, it has been a while since I've seen them. I chuckled a little, that's exactly why I'm checking, Suza. She hummed, before slowly pulling away, her smile staying as she looked up at me, time to get back to work, my lord. I sigh, I know. I wave her off, gotta seal Loki up before we head back off. I grumble, already knowing that when we do head out, it's going to be very wild. To make up for lost time, I bet Odin will argue. Something like that. I'm looking forward to celebrating with you tomorrow, my lord. She adds, with a wink and a slightly sultry look, I know it's annoying right now, but perhaps looking forward to that will help at least. She's implying what I think she's implying, isn't she? Well, that does make me feel a little bit better. I respond huskily, winking straight back, can't wait. She shivers, a hot blush dusting her cheeks as her smile grows, and she quickly rushes off with a giggle. Yeah. I'm going to ruin that girl tomorrow. But first, even more responsibility. I head on over to where Odin and Rose are talking rather animatedly, though as soon as Odin sees me, he ends the conversation, prompting Rose to give an annoyed huff. So. I draw out as I approach, what are we going to do with Loki? Rose looks away as Odin responds, bring his body to me, brat. I'll temporarily seal him away so we can get a move on. After all this is over, I'll take him back, throw him into some cave somewhere or something, and see to it he's punished for this. Rose mumbles something I can't hear, but it's clearly against what he said. Still, I shrug and float back down to where Loki still lay, unmoving and undisturbed. Personally, I'd rather just kill him. But even then, he'll come back eventually, and who's to say he'll be better or worse after his vacation? In any case, I'll let Odin deal with him. I come back to the pair, holding Loki by his robe as though he were a sack of potatoes. I drop him like 1-2, right before Odin. Odin grimaced, seeing his blood brother in such a state, before kneeling, his monocle beginning to glow. As he places his hand over Loki's chest, divine power, and magic both seeping out from him, I speak up. He told me something, about Ragnarok, about you and him, before he pulled that big finale out there. I began, uncaring. Odin hummed, I'm sure he did. He said you two swore an oath, in blood, that you'd face Ragnarok together. Rose, stilled completely, though Odin kept on going like I spoke nothing at all, he said you broke that oath. To not only him but all the Norse. Runic circles suddenly appeared, embedded with divine power, all around Loki, forming a box around him, and with a bright, violet flash, he disappeared. Odin stood and turned away. I had to choose, better ourselves or keep to an old oath, made when I was young and full of myself. And so I chose. With that, he walked away. I crossed my arms and said nothing back to that. It was none of my business anyway, and in the end, I didn't even truly understand what this whole oath thing truly meant in the North. I suppose I could always ask Rose, but turning to see her, she looked rather conflicted. Worried. Contemplative. A whole lot of things. So I'll leave her alone for now, and instead, go back into the carriage, and wake up my cat. Who's still asleep, somehow. I can already tell this is going to feel like a long night. Chapter 57, Chapter. With an exaggerated sigh, I plop down on my couch, the morning sun washing over my form from the window as I do. I'm not necessarily physically tired, so much as I am mentally at this point. One can only deal with Odin's bullshit for so long, and I am no exception. I was right in assuming he wanted to make up for lost time, after all that, even though we didn't lose much time at all. The whole ordeal over the night barely lasted half an hour. The dick measuring contest with Valle and his team took longer than the fight with Loki. I give a disappointed huff, and turn onto my side, staring at the couch cushions discontentedly. Valle better be a decent fight to make up for it. I'll probably have to let him go into Juggernaut Drive to get it, but that would be fine. It's pretty much the only thing I have to look forward to tonight. Well, that, and celebrations for a job well done and a week well suffered. That should be fun. Oh, Kami-sama. I still, completely. Whatever train of thought I was going to have next cut completely off. As a deity, I hear prayers, that's kind of a given. At this point, anyone who prays either to me specifically or to Kagetsuchi, I hear. It got kind of annoying, hearing say, the old man blacksmith, in the back of my head whenever I was blowing my cat's back out. So, I devised a system, a priority system. Now most prayers, from people I don't know, I don't hear directly anymore. Important pleas I hear more strongly, but not so much as to be forefront in my mind, but anyone can send those to get my attention more directly. Then there are specific people whom, no matter what, I hear from directly if they pray to me. One of those people is Sousa, of course. This servant would like to service her lord, directly, should he be available. My body shivers in its entirety once more. Once more, another prayer so sexually charged, pushing all my buttons like that. My pants already feel several leagues too small. I let out a dark chuckle and deep husky sigh as I stand up, off the couch. I have to wonder why she's giving me a booty call now. She specified the celebrations later for this, right? Well. Not like I'd say no to doing this earlier than expected. Kuroka is still asleep, and poor Rose knocked herself out pretty much as soon as I laid her down on her bed, so no worries there. The girls wouldn't even know I was gone. Now, as for how to get there in a timely manner. I've got some deity bullshit for that. I close my eyes and focus in the direction of the Himejima clan compound. My sensing range doesn't extend that far, unfortunately, but even then I don't need it to. Almost like a beacon of fire atop a mountain, I see it, feel it, through the haze beyond my sensing range. My Holy Spirit power. Not all of it, of course, just a mere fraction, a spark. The spark I left behind to power one of Kagetsuchi's shrines, the one dedicated to him that's within the clan's compound. I reach for it, feel myself pulling toward it, willing it so, and as I open my eyes, I am there. I blink several times as golden sparkles flicker around me, and take a moment to look around the small shrine building dedicated to, I suppose me, right now. Luckily, there's no one else around, because if there was, and I, the Arihitogami, just appeared with a full mast in his pants in front of a bunch of worshippers or some such. Yeah. I'd rather not deal with the questions that'd bring up. It seems that, in general, most of the clan isn't up and around, probably because they're all tired as hell and asleep themselves. That made it a pretty quick and easy fly over to the main building where Suzaku resides, undetected. Mostly, because Suzaku felt me coming, and blocked the window before I could fly through it with a big 5 phases magic barrier. Fair enough. Going through the door like a normal horny guy. So I walk through the front door, which has no guards in the front, or anywhere, it's just Suzaku in there again. I wonder why. When I reach Suzaku's bedroom door, I don't even hesitate to push it open, no knocking, I simply barge in like I own the place. I stop a mere step into the room, as I behold the sight right before her bed. Suzaku standing in front of her bed, bent over and leaning forward it, with her shrine maiden outfit kicked up over her waist, completely exposing her round, doughy, and nude ass. There was barely thing left on top either, with just the barest of cloth left not pulled down, hiding what little it could of her frankly massive bust. The girl had a small sheepish smile, paired with an absolutely atomic blush from ear to ear. My lord. My, you came over quick, didn't you? She gives me a soft and nervous giggle as she shimmies her hips side to side. Someone's excited, aren't they? I nearly slam the door behind me as I step in, causing the girl to flinch slightly. Her eyes widen minutely as I stride forward, probably from the sheer hunger I'm letting show clearly in my gaze. I'm a predator, she's my fucking meal, she set herself up as such, and she can feel that. I'm going to wait until after to ask why she moved this up. Too horny to think straight right now. The last of my brain cells that have not been consumed by horny energons instead manage out a rough, one chance. Sousa. She perks up as I continue. If you're too scared, or you're thinking of changing your mind, this is your chance to back out. But if you mean to go through with this, I will claim you, and there will be no coming back from that. I state, plainly, right on the table as it were. Sousa, while still looking nervous, didn't hesitate to shake her head. I've been thinking for a while now about doing this, I'm not about to back down now. I give a primal huff and nod at that. Thus, my last brain cell succumbed. Say it then. I almost growl out, walking straight up to her. Say what? She sputtered in confusion. I reach over, grab her by her ponytail, and pull her body right up against me, a primal growl leaving my lips and straight into her ear as I elaborate. Exactly what you want your god to do with your obscene body. She let out a breathy gasp as her entire body trembled. Before she could say anything, her body was already telling, as she instantly went and pushed her bare ass right up against the tent in my pants. She ground her hips into my own, making sure her plush cheeks enveloped as much of the bulge as possible. Aye. She gulped in anticipation before looking directly into my eyes with her hazy red ones. I want you to sate your lust on my obscene body. She ground out breathlessly, use me as a servant should be used. Before finishing with an almost desperate moan. Well, there's only one way to respond to that. I drag her down to her knees by her ponytail, and while I do that, I unwrap my robe and open it up. Suzaku had only barely turned her head, before suddenly, my member was just there. The poor girl gasped as she beheld the rod of throbbing meat, letting out a shaky yet sultry breath at it. I give one single command down at her in a husky mutter, get it ready. She perks and doesn't hesitate to swirl around, facing me entirely now. As soon as she's in position, she practically pounces on my manhood. Her luscious lips start dotting kisses across the shaft, interspaced with long soft licks to mix up. I can't help the groan of pleasure that rumbles up from the back of my throat as she continues tenderly servicing me, her eyes locked up at me, filled with desire, and something like adoration or devotion. That thought sends another groan out of my throat, which only hitches as Suzaku wraps her lip around the head, and slowly goes down. Boom. She hums out pleasantly, her tongue swirling around my cock as she begins sucking it. She doesn't start slowly either, she immediately starts booping her head up and down, uncaring as the rest of her Miko outfit finally slips off her and to the floor completely. I can see the eagerness in her eyes, which only increases as I stare down at her, along with the speed at which she fulfills her order. Eventually, I take her by her ponytail again and pull her lips and tongue off my rod. Good little Miko, I grumble out, prompting another satisfied shiver from her. I think that's enough worship for now, yeah. She nods, almost frantically, yes, Lord. I huff, pulling her back up to her feet, only to promptly throw her onto the bed, right on her stomach. As much as I would love to play with the absolute melons on her right this instance, I've got a promise I made to myself a while ago to fulfill. So, I clamber onto the bed, following her, but over top of her. She looks behind her at me, biting her lip as she raises her ass preemptively. I send her a dark primal smirk, drawing another shiver from her, as I grab her hips. Looking down, I can already see the poor girl soaked, and besides, I'll make up for my lack of foreplay later. She said she wanted to be used, so use her I shall. That, and this bed sorely requires an impression of her fucked in it for her teasing antics all those months ago. With that in mind, I take a second to line myself up properly, and then I don't hesitate to plunge straight in without saying a single word, only grunting to acknowledge just how wet and hot she is inside. Suzaku, meanwhile, has something else to say. Oh. My. MMMM. She shivers and gasps out, my lord. I settle down right on top of her, pushing and holding her down on the bed with my weight alone. I fall to my elbows, and wrap an arm around her throat to hold her still, and get easy access to her ear. M.A.L. Lord. She starts slurring in confusion, and I haven't even started thrusting yet. Just to keep you still, I explain ruefully into her ear, after all, I'm not going to be gentle with you, you teasing little minx of a Miko. I finish with a growl. For a second, more confusion etched across her face, before snapping into realization. The snap to a look of, oh no, I'm in danger, was truly delicious. As was her first squeal as I drove my hips up, and then straight back down, hard. MMMM. Souza squealed out her moan, Emma. Lard. I didn't so much as begin thrusting down into her, haha. No. I start jackhammering down into her. She's a big strong clan head, her ass can take it. Oh. On. L Lord. NNNNN. She moaned and groaned through hitched gasps. Who owns this body? Who owns this ass? I grunt out in response. Why you? You. NNNNNN. Oh. She manages between breaths. Unfortunately, I'm not satisfied with that answer. With my free arm, I lance down, striking one of her ass cheeks, and drawing a deep shivering moan from her core. Again. I command with a rough grunt into her. Ahan. Why you? Lord. You. I serve. NNN. UW with. My all. MMM. She, sort of, manages to elaborate further. Good enough for now. I let out a satisfied growl, before getting lost entirely in just, pounding an impression of her into the sheets. I could say which was louder at this point, the bed as it rocked and creaked from the ferocious fucking, Suzaku's moans, or the sounds of flesh beating against flesh. But eventually, even I couldn't hold it in anymore. Here comes your god's first load, I groan out deeply into her ear, get ready. Why yes my lord. Please give this. MMM. Obscene servant your pleasure. She cried out wantonly, without an ounce of hesitation. So I didn't hesitate to act upon her words, and slammed down, pushing as deep as I could physically go before bottoming out inside her and finishing. Oh. NNNNHH. Suzaku, rather than crying out, actually clamps her mouth shut as her body starts seizing and trembling, twitching almost along with the rhythm of my rod's throbs. I let out a long, low, groan, taking deep breaths I didn't know I needed right after. Before I forget, I make sure to make my load sterile. Fun fact, deities, any deity, can ensure they are fertile or virile, but only deities of fertility or life can go the mile beyond and ensure others are such ways. Neat little thing. Also, something Kuroka must never find out. For now. Suzaku slowly looked behind her as my arm around her neck slackened, straight at me. She was gasping for breath, not because I was choking her out, I made sure my arm wasn't that tight, but simply because I didn't give her much of a chance to breathe. To that effect, her mouth was drooped open, tongue almost following, a near-nigh perfect tahigo. Besides that, she also had flaming hearts in her eyes. Okay. That has to be magic. At this point, I'm being fucked with. Lucky for her I'm not anywhere near done, I slowly pull out of her, prompting a sigh from her, only to grab her, and flip her around so she's facing up, at me. The squeak that left her lips was cute, but paled in comparison to the look of trepidation on her face as she looked down, and saw my cock, still rock hard, positioned right above her entrance. You my lord. Keikami-sama. She stumbled and gave a nervous chuckle to me, what are you? That was only the first load. I replied, reiterating with just a tad more emphasis on one particular word there. Oh, no. Ah, now she's getting it. Mercy. She nervously inquires. I think about it for a second. Hope ignited in her red eyes for just a moment. No. Then I grab her legs, lift them back, and plunge right back in. Oh. NNNGHH. My lord. She really should have chosen her words better earlier. A new son. A few hours later, I can safely say I've made a Suzaku-shaped indent in her bed. In fact, it's such a big indent, we had to change spots. Luckily, the bed is so big, we could easily slide off the pretty much broken part and continue freely. Turns out, magical fire resistance beds are also insanely durable on principle as well, so it took a little bit, but I managed. Much to Suzaku's chagrin. Currently, we lay side by side in her bed, the girl in question against my side, with one of her hands slowly stroking my shaft up and down. Meanwhile, I have one arm wrapped behind her back, hand grasping her ass to keep her against my side, while the other massages one of her tits, playing with it, squeezing it, in I'll admit, a tad bit of wonder. Her chest is simply so big that one of my hands can't grasp one of her breasts in its entirety. It's insane. They are legitimately melon-sized. The second biggest I've ever seen, only beaten out by Yasaka. Suzaku giggles playfully into my ear, "Are you having fun, Kami-sama?" Yes, I admit easily, smiling at her in equal parts childlike joy and desire. Seriously, is your back okay with these things? Another playful giggle, if my body wasn't as strong as it was, it probably wouldn't be. Even then though, she gave me an accusatory hum, "Shouldn't you be asking about my, everything below the waist?" I give a helpless shrug, "I'm not sorry, you asked to be used." She huffs haughtily, albeit weakly, her atomic blush beginning to manifest once more. I will admit, I wasn't aware I had that kind of button myself until it just came out. I resist the urge to laugh at the easy joke and instead nod along, same, sort of. I always enjoyed being dominant. In control. But that. I couldn't suppress the shiver that rose from there. If I had less self-control, if I cared less about people, that feeling of dominating someone so completely, in mind, body, and soul, and being worshipped and praised as I do. That's dangerous. I could easily be another god or even a dragon with that type of fetish. I'm lucky I've got that human half, that part that is flesh, and bone, and blood, whole. I am complete. And also not the second coming of Zeus, thank fuck. I shake my head of that train of thought, and adopt a teasing smirk. Who would have thought, The woman who fights against tradition so hard has a fetish for submitting entirely to the traditional, always obey the gods attitude. She pouts at me, "It's not like that." Well, at least, not quite the same. She looks off into the distance, concerned, and in a little disbelief, mostly. I finally let go of one of her memories, taking one side of her face in my palm to guide her gaze back toward me. "Hey now," I start, softly, "don't start having a crisis now. A thing you like sexually doesn't mean you like that thing normally. The two can be separate." "Ah, well." She closes her eyes and leans into my hand. "I suppose you're right, I guess I'm surprised. I never really got to explore all this before." I nod in understanding, "It'll pass. You're still the same woman I nearly broke through the bed with earlier, you just learned a little something new about yourself, is all." Her eyes slowly open with a deadpan at that reminder, meeting my very silly grin. I get the feeling she'd smack my chest if she could, but one hand still hasn't stopped giving me a hand, and the other is comfortably against the bed. Eventually, Suzaku scoffs and jerks away from my hand as I chuckle. For the moment, there is mostly silence, until Suzaku suddenly speaks up once again. "Did you mean what you said earlier?" she asks, all of a sudden nervous. I blink in confusion. "What specifically?" I ask in return, because, haha. I said a lot of shit over the past few hours. Most of it was calling her names, to be fair, fairly debasing names relating to how she's my private Miko cock sleeve and such. But still. Claiming me. She says, slowly, remembering my words, and giving me clarity in turn. "Well. Yeah." I state with a raise of the eyebrow, as if it was obvious, "You're one of my girls now. I know you've been talking with Kuroka about this, and she's been pushing you for this." She flinched at that, then turned to look at me wide-eyed. I simply deadpan stared at her right back. "I'm not a dense idiot, Souza. I saw the signs. I was waiting for you to be ready for this before doing anything. Granted, I didn't think this would be straight to kinky fetish revealing sex, but really, what with the way this world is I should probably have expected it." "Ah." She looks away again. I see. I give her a second to process that, which is about all it takes before she turns back to me, clearing her throat. "I want to know." She started, uneasily, "Did you do this because of my body, or because you?" Her blush went full atomic at this point, and she shuddered as she trailed off instead of finishing. I gave her a reassuring smile, before coming up and rubbing the side of her face. "I'll say this. I wouldn't have come at all, flirted with you back at all, if I didn't feel something there at all. Suzaku flinched before stilling, barely managing to ask, why you, since, when? A little after the time the whole thing with / dog happened. I answer, not easily, but honestly, before shrugging, I wouldn't consider anything with a girl already in love with someone else after all. I'm speaking, of course, of Tobio here, but he would be kind of odd to bring up now of all times by name, at least. Suzaku simply stared at me for a moment. I think she was trying to find any deceit, but she found none where there wasn't any. With that, she smiles brightly, her eyes filling with equal parts joy and desire. Suddenly, her motion stroking my hard-on increased, growing faster but not rougher, what with her hand being so soft. I groan, and as I do, I'm caught off guard by her face leaning down into my and her luscious lips falling upon mine. It was a chaste kiss, a very chaste kiss, but it was still very sweet. As she pulled away, she smiled sultry, and got up onto her knees, crawling down between my legs. There, she finally let go of my rod, letting him breathe, only to immediately smother him between her two massive melon-like mounds. Oh, fuck. I groaned out lowly, as Suzaku started bouncing. Just remember, Kami-sama. She smiled, I'll always be here when you need me, for anything, alright? Yeah, I got the picture. I need to take her out sometime, just the two of us, on an official date. It kinda irks me how every girl I've gotten, the relationship pretty much starts with sex. Well, except Chiron, but that one still officially started with sex. A new son. Several more hours later. Suzaku eventually passed out. Not everyone is a freak of nature in that regard like me, recall. Even still, she lasted a surprisingly long time. Long than the Cat sisters combined in fact. Still not long enough to make me miss a nice extremely hot shower before night fell, though. I sit now on a bridge, the Ujibashi Bridge, the one bridge leading the Grand Ise Shrine Complex. It's a beautiful wooden bridge, even in the moonlight, I can see it all so clearly. So peaceful. There's no one out here but me. Odin and Rose went to the shrine complex themselves. The guard was no longer needed with there being several Shinto gods present at the shrine. Inari, Yuzum, and a few others that I don't recognize the power of, probably all fellow earthly kami though. I pull out a talisman from my robe, preemptively preparing it. I throw this down. And whoever's around me will get transferred to a location fighting for no holding back battle, far from here. That's also part of the reason I'm alone out here, be kind of bad if others got caught along and dragged into the battlefield with me. I eye the moon, my internal senses clicking into place, and suddenly, I know it's time. At that moment, Holy Spirit power radiates from the shrine, enveloping it completely, almost becoming it, as though it was possessed. I don't turn to look, I've felt her power gaze upon me before. Looks like my mother arrived, right on time. Following that though, another unfamiliar power grows, the moon seems to glow brighter, and the wind picks up, whistling past me. Have fun, little nephew. A soft, but assuredly masculine voice, whispers into my ear with the wind. I hear footsteps behind me, walking across the bridge, and yet as I turn, nothing. No one is there. I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped my lips. You as well, overdramatic uncle. I respond, nodding in the moon's direction. Well, at least he's not crazy, like Susanoo. I hope, anyway. It wasn't long after that a magic circle appeared a few feet away from me, not devil, but it looked like the same one Vala's team used to leave last time, so. I rise to my feet and brush myself off. I'll try not to end what little fun I'll probably have until the hero faction rears their moronic heads too quickly. Chapter 58, Chapter. Vala was the first one to step through, a big smirk on his face, and hunger in his eyes. Really starting to wish Vala was a girl here. Would make the look he keeps giving me far less creepy. Also, he looks far too excited for someone who's about to get their ass kicked with their friends, but that's fine. He'll learn. Eventually. Biko is next, following right behind his team leader without a care, his crimson-red polearm held on his shoulders casually. Unlike his team leader, he looks significantly less enthusiastic about this. I can only wonder why. Arthur quickly follows, the circle fading away as he comes through. Though, I can sense Lu Fei practically clinging to his back. Poor girl. Seriously, is she okay? On second thought, I'm good. The Yukai amends with a nervous chuckle. I give a dry snort at the three and throw the talisman down. As soon as it hits the ground, a bright flash roars from the paper like a flashbang, and as the light clears, we suddenly find ourselves elsewhere. Underground, specifically. Hard brown slate covers and juts out from the walls, floor, and ceiling of the frankly ridiculously oversized cave. Seriously, the place looks like it could fit Godzilla or some similar oversized monster. Despite there being no natural light, the entire place is lit up nicely, a part of the slew of wards and barriers I can feel placed around the area. Biko, of course, had something to say though, as he looked around before giving his tongue a loud click. Place is a little bland, don't you think? Valley was quick to wave him off. Who cares about decoration? It's wide open to allow for fighting on the ground and in the air, yet contained to keep the fighting in one place. Arthur nodded, before chiming in himself, there's no distractions. A perfect battlefield. The monkey Yukai looked between the two, before giving a long, tired sigh, verging nearly on a groan. What's up with you two lately? He seems to wonder aloud, not receiving any response to that from the two. I could probably figure the answer out for you, Biko. They both want my ass. One more than the other, one for very different reasons, if Vala's eyes are anything to go by, holy hell. And you're along for the ride. Don't worry, I'll make it quick. For you, anyway. Not for them, I'll be taking my time with them. Not in that way. I'd rather bang the lowly Oni than touch a dude in that way. I shake my head of all those thoughts, and speak up, so. I clap once, drawing their attention. How do you all want to do this? I can fight you all at the same time, 3 separate one-on-one matches, I'll let you decide. Vala doesn't even hesitate, with his smirk unmoving, he takes a step or two back, waving at the other two. I'd rather nobody else get in the way, especially when it comes to Juggernaut Drive, so I'll let these two go first. Eh? Really? The newbie Monkey King exclaims, only for his surprise to be further cut off by Arthur stepping forward. Fine by me, the blonde man begins, staring me down. Stay out of my way, Biko, I'll go first. Ah. Hey now. Biko shakes his staff at Arthur. I didn't agree to this. Who says I want to fight him myself? I tilt my head at that. Didn't you say you wanted to hit me though? Well, yeah. Biko agrees, easily, pointing the red stick at me, but I thought it'd be more of a team effort. Especially after. Biko trails off with a gulp. Ah. After I showed my power, right? He's pretty good with senjutsu, so he probably understands just how badly they're fucked from that little flex alone. Do not be a coward, Arthur admonishes, nearly scoffing. Stand your ground, Biko. I'm not being a coward. The Yukai fires back, I'm being practical. We don't stand a chance individually. Arthur frowned at that, not with that attitude. He states with conviction, before holding his hand out to the side. Space glowed golden, before rupturing with a flash of holy power, light pouring from the slice like water from a cracked dam. Within his hand, all of a sudden, rested the Holy King's sword Caliban as the light faded and space sealed itself shut. Okay. Despite the sword looking rather goofy, that was pretty cool. Vala nodded and hummed in agreement, while Biko just groaned. We're screwed. He added as his groan subsided, completely defeated. At least someone understands. Still, if Biko has already accepted defeat, I may as well give it to him already. Plus, it'll solve their little argument quickly. So I'll try to be gentle. Very. I state with a smile on my face. Then, I move. To Biko's credit, though I don't think he saw me coming, he certainly sensed me, as the moment I took a step forward, his eyes widened. I was barely through the next step before his staff suddenly extended, one end elongating toward me like a rod from God. It was extending at such a speed that if I didn't have my eyes activated, it probably would have given me a glancing blow. Yet, unfortunately, I did, and the staff shot past my side harmless as I turned slightly to avoid it. Unlike his senses though, Biko's physical body was simply not up to the same level. His staff was fast, but him. Not so much. I was in his face before he even saw me. He felt the back of my sword sheath slam into his chest before then too. He never did get to see me, as he rocketed straight up into the ceiling like a comet. Arthur blinked at the sound of the monkey Yukai becoming an astrological phenomenon, turning his head slowly to find me standing practically right next to him. His expression hardens, and he grits his teeth as he turns to me fully. Lu Fei. He states plainly, prompting the girl that was at his back to go flying off quickly to the sidelines. Vala meanwhile blinked, then smirked harder, and intoned. I, who am about to awaken. I turn to Arthur, a small smirk tracing itself across my lips, as I draw Odorite Okosen from his sheath. Well, Mr. Pendragon. I start, sarcastically, I believe I am owed an explanation, and you a beating. So, which are we going to do first? Arthur points Caliban my way, and then enters a very traditional, medieval knight-looking stance, before stating, neither. I gain a lazy smile as I hear his answer. Beating it is then. I confirm easily. Neither of us even flinch when the monkey Yukai falls from the ceiling, ragdolling into the ground with a pained groan. A new sun. Vala Lucifer couldn't help himself. He couldn't help the excitement welling up inside, and the smirk that showed it. Finally. Finally, a good fight for once. With an opponent whose growth is, rather frankly, insane. Albion was sure to inform him of that much, at least, and try to caution against it. And I still do, by the way. Valley rolled his eyes internally. Of course, the vanishing dragon still disagrees. Gods are already not normal, Valley. This one is even less so. That's what makes it so exciting, doesn't it? The white one merely sighed in the recesses of his mind and pulled back. Truth be told, after the red one up and got himself felled early, Valle didn't think he'd have a good fight for another generation or two. Hell, not even that. Whenever the next red dragon emperor appears, Valle will have already surpassed the strongest on both sides. It's only a matter of time. Frankly, Valle had given up hope of ever having anyone resembling a rival again. Noriaki Kusunagi's power when they first met hadn't truly done much to change that idea. But now. This growth. A couple of months, and he can soundly manhandle an evil god. Granted, Loki certainly isn't the strongest of them, but he's not weak. He's certainly stronger than the Noriaki that Valle had fought in the past. Maybe, just maybe, he could replace the red dragon for him after all. This is why, as much as he wants to immediately jump into the fight right away, he chooses to take a step back. He needs to see more, first. It is slightly concerning the way you're thinking about him, Valle. As though you have any right to talk like that considering your rivalry with the Red One. It's a dragon thing. Albion fired back, defensively. Right. Regardless, he has a fight to watch, and from the way he brutalized Biko, it'll probably be a quick one. The heavenly dragon who lost all to the principles of supremacy. He continues the chant, unperturbed. His words seem to be their starting shot, as Arthur dashes forward. Noriaki remains unmoving, even as Arthur vanishes in a streak of golden light, appearing above the strange god in a similar light show, sword already swinging down. His eyes barely flicker up as he raises his sword almost casually, its aura humming to life as it connects with Caliban, and promptly sends the British blonde and his sword flying back, from that lazy strike back alone. Arthur clicks his tongue as he lands, skidding across the ground, only to disappear once more in a streak of golden light. Valle, meanwhile, was less focused on his teammate and instead. The Dragon Slayer power within his sword has gotten significantly stronger. Valle nods internally at Albion's note. Not only that, but unlike the last time they fought, Noriaki's sword seemed more colorful. Even without that strange state of his, that borrows power from the sun. Interesting. Noriaki continued standing perfectly still, even as Arthur changed up his method of attack. This time, Arthur himself didn't appear, but Caliban's blade did. A small cut would suddenly appear in the space around Noriaki, with Caliban's blade lancing out with it to strike him, and yet. His eyes would flicker in the direction of where the cut in space would appear before they even did, and his sword would already be arcing up to meet him. A cut aimed at his neck. Deflected. A lancing blow poised to strike up at his thigh. Blocked. A long cut aimed at his back. Noriaki twirled his blade and parried it by slashing behind him, without even looking. Quickly after, Arthur appears again, looking far more frustrated than he did a moment ago. Noriaki's comment didn't help, either. Gonna cry. Valle almost snorted at that. Albion, however, did. Arthur gave him a rather unknightly growl, before charging back into the fray. No more fancy spatial tricks, the blonde seemed to decide, he simply started swinging. Which was met with much the same results. A downward slice was easily batted off course with the edge of Noriaki's blade. A decapitating blow was ducked by him all the same. When Arthur stabbed forward, attempting to pierce the son of the sun's chest, only then did Noriaki step forward, blocking and diverting Caliban away with his weapon while stepping straight into Arthur's guard. With the most absolute bored expression on his face, Noriaki stated rather plainly, "I will now fight back." It took a moment for both Arthur and Valle to realize, but, yes. Noriaki hasn't fought back yet. With that, Noriaki vanished. Arthur's eyes rapidly widened as the sound of metal bashing metal rung out, and Arthur suddenly found himself midair, sword, and arms raised wildly up high. Noriaki appeared beside Arthur, his sword swinging down, and Arthur barely had to try and bring his sword down to meet him. He didn't manage completely. Instead, Valle watched as Arthur was forced to use Caliban's oversized hilt to block, the blonde gritting his teeth, entire body trembling against the blow before he was finally knocked down to the ground, back skidding against as he slid away. Noriaki didn't even look like he particularly tried with that blow. Regardless, he didn't even give Arthur a chance to rest, vanishing and reappearing upon him once more. The next downward strike Arthur managed to use his actual blade's edge to block, but the force of the blow stopped his slide and pinned him into the ground in a small crater around himself. Caliban thrummed with holy power, and Arthur's form flickered with it, becoming a streak of light and. Noriaki's hand blurred down, grabbing the British young man by his suit's tie, and pulled, yanking him out of the light. Huh. He caught him before he could teleport using Caliban. No, rather, he was in the middle of teleporting, and Noriaki pulled him back out. Valle didn't know what exactly to say about that. Neither did Arthur, as he looked upon his fellow young men in abject shock and twinge of horror. None of that now. Noriaki stated, almost chastising him, before raising Arthur high up, and throwing him straight back down into the ground. Right back down into his crater. The force which Valley could feel caused the entire cavern, or at least their little section, to rumble as though an earthquake was passing through it. It took a moment before the cloud of dust and debris that was kicked up settled, but when it did, he wasn't exactly surprised at the sight. Arthur, laying there on the ground, letting out a low groan, yet still he held Caliban tightly in his hand, his glare although pained, still filled with fire. He aimed it up at Noriaki. Noriaki sighed, stabbed his sword into the ground, and leaned on it as he looked down at Arthur in sheer and utter disappointment. Honestly. Noriaki began, you fight like you've got a stick up your ass. This time, Valley did snort aloud. Arthur's glare only intensified at that, but Noriaki wasn't done. Like seriously. He huffs, the hell was any of that? Never go into any fights pissed, ever again. It makes every single other weakness of yours way more plain to see. Arthur slowly struggles to sit up, really now. He practically hisses out, and what would those be? You're an immature hard ass. Noriaki doesn't even hesitate to go straight for the throat, verbally, anyway, you're talented. You wield the strongest holy sword I've ever seen, but holy fuck, are you vain about it? Vain. Arthur echoes, raising to his feet at last with a huff of pain, immature. You know nothing. He slides weakly into a ready stance. Noriaki deadpans at him, then bats his sword lazily with his own, knocking Arthur out of his stance and nearly back onto the ground. Exactly what I'm talking about. Noriaki scoffed, even if you weren't pissy. I'd still kick your ass. Easily, at that. Your immaturity shows with not being able to take advice from someone better than you, and also your attitude. Seriously. What the hell's up with that? Are you ready to explain that yet, Pendragon? Noriski asked with a raised eyebrow. Arthur huffs with pain and refuses to meet his gaze anymore. Noriaki simply shrugs. Well, all right then. Guess I'll ask who I'm guessing this is all about. You dash. Arthur tries to raise his sword again, only to be cut off entirely by Noriaki pulling his sword sheath from his back and slapping him over the back of the head with it. The British youngman hits the ground and stays there this time, twitching. Well. Valley didn't exactly expect that ending. Nor Noriaki trying to help Arthur, sort of, in his own way. Maybe it's a swordsman thing. I envy the infinite, and I pursue the dream. Regardless, Valley continued the chant, though Noriaki didn't seem to care. Instead, the golden-eyed young man turned and looked over in Lu Fei's direction. Eek eek. Prompting the girl to make this horrendous squeaking noise as soon as she realized what was going on, like that of a distressed mouse. Something Valley had never heard from her before, and so wasn't expecting, just as much as Noriaki seemed to. Both of their eyes widened, then Noriaki more so, as a magic circle appeared above him. And from it, a colossal fist of bronze came arcing down, straight into Noriaki, punching him into the ground, in much the same way as Arthur before him. Ah, Gogmagog. The gigantic golem was created and left behind by the old gods in the dimensional gap, its original purpose. Destruction. They had managed to find it while exploring the place around a month or so ago after Ophis recalled a giant that wandered it. Still, isn't calling it in like that a bit of an overreaction? Light pulses from beneath the fist, and flames suddenly wrap around the forearm, before the entire thing just seems to fall apart, in 3 even slices. The little remaining stump of the golem's arm jerks back into the circle, as the massive slabs of arm crash to the ground around a now airborne Noriaki. Who doesn't even look hurt, just covered in dust and rocks, and mildly miffed. Several more magical circles appear, including a much larger one, but this time Noriaki is quick to react. His sword ignites with flames, and with his free hand, he forms what Valley recognizes as one of those Eastern magic hand seals. Or at least he's pretty sure it is, because next he sees Noriaki take a deep breath in, only to exhale a torrent of flames into the sky, washing over and breaking apart most of the smaller magic circles. He blurs straight into the now burning sky, which quickly parts and disperses as new flames forming a massive plus sign that cuts the gigantic magic circle apart. As the light from the circles fades, and Noriaki's flames disperse, Valley can finally see that Noriaki has managed to grab Lu Fei, holding the witch girl up by her collar and off her flying broomstick. The girl quickly covers her face with her oversized hat as he tries to say something to her. When it doesn't seem like she's responding, he takes off her hat too. Valley is very glad they were far enough away so he couldn't hear what they were talking about. Pointless drama. Not worth his time or effort to think about. His thoughts were only confirmed when Noriaki suddenly exclaimed loud enough for him to hear, "Fucking Kuroka." The blonde witch's rapid nodding only seemed to draw a groan from Noriaki. Ah, yes. The cat. When it comes to the cat, he'd rather not even think about it. It's why he hasn't put up much of a fuss with her essentially leaving the team. Her role as the Senjutsu user could easily be filled by Biko, after all. Soon thereafter, Noriaki comes floating back down, palm firmly in his face, and rubbing the bridge between his eyes. That fucking cat, I swear to me. He grumbles, Luffy quickly following behind him. She teleports Arthur, Biko, and herself away from them, back to the far corner of the cavern where she just was. Her face never stopped holding its pure crimson color, even though she didn't look at Noriaki once. Though, before she left, Noriaki put her hat back on her head. That only made her blush worse though. With that all done though, Noriaki sighed before finally looking at him. So, he started, head tilted with a lopsided smirk, I assume you enjoyed the show so far. It's been going about as well as I thought it was. He answered honestly, but I am getting kind of sick being stuck on the side here. I thought you were going to finish up faster, truth be told. Noriaki chuckled at that, well, I do want to have some fun myself at least, you know. After all, you lot. His chuckle turned significantly darker, aren't all that strong. Vala's smirk twitched, I don't think you'll hold that opinion for long. On the contrary, Noriaki waves him off, I think I'll keep it, Chuyuni Dragon. His smirk turned into a mocking grin, now, you gonna cough out some stuff from your books or are we gonna get this started? Vala's eye twitched at that, but he didn't dare entertain him with a response. Instead, he simply continued. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy. So you are then. Not gonna lie, Valley. Kid, you came up with some kinda racist shit, huh? Unfortunately, so did Noriaki. Ignore it. Ignore the burning desire to have to mention him out of existence right this second. And I shall take you to the limits of innocence. At that, Noriaki visibly cringed and took a step back. Fucking hell, man. I'm not into that. Besides, I already lost my innocence a long time ago. He exclaimed. All right. Valley cannot. No. That's not what it means, you dash. TCH. He pushes that aside, for now, posing as he calls, balance, break, his divine-given wings erupt from his back, sparkling with blue and white power. As one, the jewels ingrained upon his wing spine announce. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Brilliant white draconic metal shines into existence around him, forming across his body like a second skin. Except, it doesn't stop there. Blue and white draconic aura mixed with demonic power explodes out from his form, which starts to grow. Noriaki watches this all without care, arms crossed, a small lackadaisical grin as he waits patiently for him to finish. Somehow, that pisses him off more. Control yourself, Valley. Albion's voice breaks through the building haze of rage, or the Juggernaut drive will control you instead. Ah, right. Is that Noriaki's game here, or is he being infuriating just how he is? Recalling the end of their first encounter, both seem likely. Regardless, Vala maintains his mind as his armor becomes larger and more bestial, he can feel the moment the form completes, and his demonic power starts rapidly draining to sustain it. And so, Valley and Albion announce. Juggernaut Drive. Noriaki stands before an armored dragon, easily doubles his size, and smiles. There we go, still not as strong as Susanoo, but hey. That's still pretty good. You're stronger than Ibaraki, but then again, so am I now. He takes a single step forward, we're somewhere in between there. And then, his power exploded off him, in much the same manner as Vadi's did. Except, unlike Valley, of course, his form didn't grow. Rather, all that happened visually was the golden flame-like lines that spread up across his face. But Valley wasn't thinking about that. No, he was currently enamored by being compared, or contrasted, in this case, to Susanoo. Why Susanoo? What has Noriaki been up to since their last encounter? Golden light counterbalances the blue light let off from his power as both fill the cavern. Oh. And, one more thing, Valley. Noriaki suddenly perks up and adds, before smiling a wide cocky grin, almost a perfect mirror of his own from before. He points his blade at him and states, almost matter-of-factly, I hope you're not counting on using Divide this time. Because trust me, you won't be able to land a single hit to make it work. Vala doesn't think there needs to be anything said to that. Instead, he merely charges forward in a blur of speed and blue light, intent on proving the provocation wrong. Chapter 59, Chapter. The air breaks around Valley as he charges, adding a second roar that echoes him as he lashes out with his massive armored fist. Noriaki steps into it, blade at his side, his fist cleanly turned aside with the edge of the sword. In another step, Noriaki's blade ignites with swirling flames, as he brings the blade down in a counterattack. In a flash of light, Valley immediately redirects himself, vanishing in a blur that Noriaki's blade arcs through, circling to his back. Got you. Valley howls, his fist streaming out like a snake poised to strike his opponent's open back. Only to pass through a faded blur of his opponent. Are you sure about that? Noriaki's voice suddenly seems to project at his back instead now. Valley. Even before Albion called out to warn him, Valley was already moving. He turned, fist raised, and brought it down like a hammer from God. It struck the air before hitting the ground with a thunderous crash, uprooting the rock and soil around him as though it exploded. Wah! He was just. Valley clicked his tongue at Albion's clear confusion. That bodes well. Rude. All around him, Noriaki's voice comes in, as though he's the newly formed and settling cloud of dust and debris himself. Anyhow, like I was saying, sorry if I drag this out longer than need be, I can be petty like that, sometimes. Valley huffed in indignation before teasing his wings and flapping them out. The dust cloud bursts and breaks apart, revealing, well, exactly why Noriaki's voice came from all around him. It's because there's Noriakis all around him. Hundreds of him, in fact. Most of them are flickering after images, but a good chunk, at least over a dozen, are physical. All of them are smirking though, as they add, very, very petty. Duplication magic. No, the clones created by those spells aren't this alive looking, nor can they speak. What is this? Albion wonders with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. God bullshit. Most likely. Albion concedes eventually with a sigh. Vala though, finds himself grinning just the same, his juggernaut drive form showing a viscous smirk filled with teeth. Something new. Finally. His demonic power and draconic aura bubbles forth and explodes out around him. Careful now, Valley. Every energy attack you use means more used power you're already rapidly losing. You'll need to pace yourself. Albion warns him. Valley, internally, rolls his eyes. He knows how his juggernaut drive works. He came up with the idea to use his massive ocean-like reserves of demonic power to maintain the form and retain his sanity. I'm aware. The white dragon huffs out, but you tend to forget that in the middle of combat, your ocean-like reserves are much less an ocean, and more like a lake, in this state. Fair enough. Regardless, using a radial attack would be quicker than hunting down the real one, and time is of the essence here, as much as he doesn't like to admit that. With that on his mind, Valley roars, head raised to the sky as bright light blue bullets explode off his form, flying in all directions. In mere moments, every single afterimage is blown away. Yet, the clones, they fight back. As his bullets surge out, whirlpools of crimson flames form to meet them, each made with a single spiraling slash from the clones. The spiraling whirling flames devour his bullets, burning and dispersing his energy attacks into nothing. Valley was forced to stop the radial attack, wasteful and not strong enough as it was, but before he could even consider a stronger option, all the clones were suddenly upon him. All of them had different stances. All of them came from different directions. There were 8 on the ground, 2 from each cardinal direction, and 4 in the air. Their blades ignited. Albion. The wings. On it. His partner called. Valley formed balls of power and aura in his massive clawed hands, as his wings lashed out like blades of his own. He thrusted his hands out, causing both his left and right sides to turn into a bright pale blue mass of power. At the same time, the draconic maw that made up his face fell open, erupting with a beam of the same pale blue light. That's 3 directions on the ground, and air settled. Pain. White-hot pain lances through his shoulder and burns throughout his right side. Damn. Valley. Albion calls, as Valley tilts his head slightly down to his shoulder with a pained grunt. There, a blade pokes through, having cleanly passed through to the other side as though puncturing Play-Doh. One of them slipped through in some kind of heat haze. Albion explained, though Valley was only mildly paying attention, as he whirled around, grabbing the grinning Noriaki that stabbed him by the face. Internally, Valley grinned, feeling the connection link for him to use divide. Then, he squeezed. And Noriaki puffed into smoke. The connection vanished, along with the sword stuck in his shoulder, much to his imminent confusion. Even the sword was a near-perfect, albeit, a weaker duplicate of the real deal. Still a dragon slayer. Still holy aura. Valley groaned as he grasped the hole in his shoulder. Now, where is the real one hiding? I'll fix the armor up, don't let the holy aura get to you, Valley. Albion spoke, almost admonishingly so. Valley grits his teeth as he lets go of the wound, which is already starting to glow. He could handle this much holy aura. Even though it felt like his veins had turned to molten lava, he could take this. He can take this, and more. He'll need to if he ever wants to hope to defeat that man. Valley. Above. Albion suddenly calls. Valley jerks out his lulling mind and raises his eyes to the sky. There he is. The real Noriaki. He can tell because of the golden honey glow wrapped around him like a shell. Though, he sheathed his sword, and that hand sign. Both elbows out. Fingers interlocked, with the index fingers forming a triangle. What is that supposed to? Noriaki lowers the hand sign and breathes an ocean of flame. Straight down at him. Unlike his previous flaming attacks, the core of this one is a bright raging violet. Valley. He knows. Several demonic barrier circles explode forth from his front, moving to block the stream of flames. Said barriers don't even get a chance to work, instead they are washed over and consumed immediately. His wings, both devil and sacred gear, wrap around him like a cocoon as the fire falls upon him like a waterfall. His world immediately becomes one of bright yellows and orange, and, most importantly, excruciating pain. Valley. The armor. It's melting. Albion cried, legitimately panicking. How in the fuck? But that would explain why everything feels like it's burning. Keep up the armor. He'll blast them out of this. He can feel Albion's confirmation, not verbally, but as he immediately gets to work, his entire body starts to glow. Valley grinds his teeth together, as he begins building power himself to make a breakout. Forcing him to use so much raw power like this, over and over, Noriaki is hard targeting his form's weakness here. If this continues, he'll run dry soon enough. He needs to take control of the fight. He needs to land a hit, then he can weaken Noriaki enough to the point he can't fight back anymore. He will win. His draconic maw bares his sword-like teeth as it opens its mouth and roars a beam of bright pale blue lights, straight back into the stream of never-ending flames. His blue power lifts the fall of flames, slowly pushing the stream up and off them. The clash of powers stops halfway, before promptly erupting in a massive explosion of light and fire and force midair. Vala took his chance, and moved, blurring to the side and straight into the sky in a stream of blue light. Right toward Noriaki. Before the god could say anything, he shut his mouth preemptively with his flying fist. Noriaki drew his blade, and the air groaned as his fist met the blade's edge, but Valley wasn't done. Another punch followed a left hook, singing as it flew through the air. Noriaki barely gave it a second glance as he ducked under it, the attack barely shaking his hair as it soared over him. At the same time, Noriaki pulls his blade down and moves to swing, but Valley refuses to be led anymore. He kicks out wide, forcing Noriaki to block it or be struck, and he does so easily, redirecting his sword up and catching his heel with the sword's hilt. Valley twists, spinning midair as he follows up with a roundhouse kick, which Noriaki further ducks under, the kick sailing over his entire body as the god goes sideways in the air to avoid it. Noriaki gives him a very stupid grin as he looks up at him. Valley, in response, brings both fists down like a sledgehammer on top of him. Only for him to miss again as his fists break nothing but air, Noriaki having shot off like a bullet to the nearby wall of the cavern to avoid it. Though Valley wouldn't admit it out loud, he's starting to get fairly frustrated. With an annoyed growl, he follows, racing after the golden god without hesitation. Noriaki backflips in the air, landing calmly against the wall, seemingly attaching to it as he stands on it. He's joined by Valley, who comes in like a train, slamming full force into the wall, evoking a massive eruption of rock and soil. Of course. The wall wasn't his target, it was Noriaki. But he jumped back, barely avoiding the strike. Again. Valley burst from his self-made hole, glaring at Noriaki, who merely raised his sword in response, and smirked. Without further ado, Valley charged, but this time, he jammed his fist into the wall and dug it in as he flew forward. As he went, rock and soil flung into the air, forming a rolling cloud of dust around him. An impromptu smoke screen. Yet still, his opponent just stood there, not the slightest bit concerned. Even when he fell upon him. Through the cloud of dust and debris, Valley struck, lashing out with his free roaring fist, and was averted. Noriaki's blade bashed away his strike to the side, bringing his sword down once again to counterattack. One of his wings struck down, blocking the strike, with which Valley followed up with another titanic blow aimed at his gut. Noriaki leaped over it, his blade igniting as he jumped, the shockwave from his punch bellowing out to tear apart a long section of the wall in front of him. Pain lances across his back, from wing to wing, as Noriaki's blade rakes across it. Valley grunts as he turns halfway, his palm out, power building on instinct, and as soon as Noriaki lands back on the wall, he unleashes it. A blast of demonic power, that Noriaki simply turns and holds out his hand to. Valley watches as his attack lands true, but promptly disperses into particles as it touches Noriaki's aura. His eyes widen as he immediately clocks into what's going on. In a reverse of their last fight, rather than expel his Holy Spirit power to weaken Valley, he's keeping it close, where it's denser, stronger. Like this, his devil-based powers won't reach him because they'll be weakened and broken apart by the sheer density of his aura's holiness. Bastard. Valley grounds out as he turns fully to Noriaki, the wound on his back slowly closing with a glow as he does. Noriaki gives a look of faux hurt. Hey now, just because my parents weren't married when they had me doesn't mean you gotta start calling me names like that, Chuyuni Dragon. Valley slumps slightly forward as he growls, before slowly heaving deep breaths. Valley, you're running out of steam here. Albion cuts in, prompting Valley to pause. Shit, he is, isn't he? He can feel it, as his demonic power reaches critical levels, the voices, they're coming, getting louder. Valley snaps out of his thoughts as Noriaki's blade suddenly bellows with intense crimson flames. Alright, Chunny Dragon, how about we end it here, yeah? Noriaki smiles, as he holds his sword up. End it. Already. Vale scoffs, we're just getting started. He almost snarls out, before stopping himself. Vale, Albion utters, concerned, yet Vale ignores him. He's not done yet. He can't be done yet. He will win. There is someone he must defeat, so he's got to win. If he can't overcome this, then what does that say about his chances against him? Noriaki, unknowing and uncaring for his inner thoughts, breathes fire, flames licking the edges of his mouth as he breathes out, and steps forward. Sun breathing. He states, his sword slowly lowering into a stance. Wait, is he, calling out the name of his attack? Well, less calling, more stating. That dumbfounds Vale for a second. Until he moves and is before him. Chrysanthemum Morning Palace. Vale lied, he didn't move, he danced. Somewhere, Vale realizes he's seen this move of Noriaki's before. Or at least, more accurately, a move like it. Because comparing it then to now, it may as well be like comparing night and day. Flaming slashes whirled around his body, striking in at least 8 or more places so fast he didn't even know where exactly he got struck. The final blow, that Noriaki stopped, ended with his blade right at the side of his neck, nearly biting into it. Noriaki gave him a sardonic smile, now floating before him, as he slowly pulled his blade back. Ayah. Vale shuddered out, as his body began to shrink down, with a stuttered glow, damn it, you, HNNGHH. He tries to raise his fists, but only barely manages to lift his arms halfway before Noriaki's foot impacts his chest, and prompting drags them both down and into the ground. That infuriating smile never leaves his face, as Noriaki looks down at him, and says, you are one persistent bastard, aren't ya? Damn, him. A new son. Ah. That felt good. Very good. Sweet sweet karma, at its finest right here. Vale struggles minutely under my foot, and to be fair, it's impressive he's moving at all. This guy truly is the representation of sheer fucking will, and respect for that where it's due. After all, if it were anyone double weak to me and my sword, they would have just died taking the 13th form like that. Finally got around to naming it after I perfected sun breathing. Feel that name fits pretty well, if I do say so myself. So yeah, Vale took all 12 forms at the same time there, with me only holding back on cutting off his head, and he's still alive. Hell, he's still moving. I struck everywhere else besides his neck. He should be so pumped full of pain and divine power as to be effectively paralyzed, but look at him down there, trying to wiggle out from under my foot like a cute little worm. So once again, I reiterate, this guy's existence is bullshit. Not going to say that out loud though. I'm taking my win here wholeheartedly. I let out a content sigh, basking in said satisfaction for the moment. Until a small little feminine voice calls out from the side, Lord Noriaki. I stop, blink, and turn toward the voice with a hum. Floating there on her broomstick is the little blonde witch girl herself, Lu Fei. She isn't looking at me, but rather at Vale, with a very concerned expression etched across her face. Which is fair, partly because of her whole thing, and also because Vale is pretty fucked up at the moment. Turns out, the younger girl was told many things about my and Kuroka's sex life by the Black Cat herself. In explicit detail. During their girl talks, something I recall Vale himself mentioning to me during our first encounter. Ah, Kuroka. Ruining a girl's innocence as easily as you eat all the food in the fridge, On my way home tonight, I'm going to buy a collar and a leash and tie her up outside. She's an outside cat from now on. Anyhow, it sort of spiraled out of control from there, with Arthur catching wind of Lu Fei's spoiled innocence and immediately blaming me, because older brother modes are characterized by being unable to think straight. So yeah. It's a whole thing. I take my foot off the half-devil, and step away, asking, you know any healing magics, or do you need me to fix him up? She floats over to Vale's side, the guy now trying to sit up, and puts a hand over him, shaking her head, and no, but I do know some white magic to facilitate the healing process, and we've got Phoenix tears if he really needs it. As she finishes talking, a white magic circle appears under her palm, spinning steadily over him. I chuckle, it'd hurt his pride even more if I healed him after kicking his ass, wouldn't it? After a second, Lu Fei nodded, before promptly pushing down the slowly sitting up Vale onto his back fully. He groaned as his head hit the ground, prompting Lu Fei to flush and utter apologies under her breath. I muse about healing him anyway, but if they have Phoenix tears, why bother? Sure, they probably stole those tears, but I couldn't care less where they got them. I, and the Shinto, aren't exactly allied with the devils after all. Besides, I'm curious how he'll take this pain and loss and overcome it. Next time I see him, the guy will have gotten some kind of Zenkai boost, won't he? Maybe I'll get to see his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive next time. Or maybe, it'll be something completely different. This time, we were nearly even, with myself being a fair bit stronger overall, but Vala simply couldn't maintain his form's power consumption to stay in the fight. Unlike our first bout, where we were even in the stamina game, but I lost due to my power not being up to par. Almost a complete reverse. So I wonder if he'll push down a different path, one not related to the insane drain Juggernaut drive possesses. I suppose only time will tell there. With a shake of my head, casting aside those thoughts for now, I sheath my blade and reach into my robe, pulling out a new Ofuda talisman. Ah, well, not like it matters, I shrug as I hold up the talisman. You guys will be taken real good care of anyways. Lu Fei stiffens. Wait. What? She sputters in sheer confusion. She starts turning toward me, but before she can say or do anything, I throw the talisman to the ground. Just like that, I'm back on the bridge. Alone. While Vala team. Well, let's just say they were taken elsewhere, where the Norse can hold and keep an eye on them. Apparently, while I was relaxing with Sousa, Odin decided he wanted to do something funny with them. He had overheard Vala saying he wanted to fight the Norse as it were, and the old god, not feeling the slightest bit threatened, instead decided to grant exactly that wish. So, Odin and his fellow Norse are going to take Vala team under custody and drag them back to Asgard for exactly that. I'm not sure how that'd work, maybe they got some kind of gladiator pit or arena, but still, I let it happen because, well, why not? Beyond just trying to find out more about the Cows Brigade from them, which would be helpful for us because after tonight the Norse will be our ally, they do need to be punished for jumping in like that the other day. Not only that, but I think this'll be good for them. Or at least for Valley, anyway. He could use an ass beating. Or several. As could Arthur. Lu Fei will be fine, the only reason I didn't explain anything is because she's too cute not to mess with. I could see why Kuroka did what she did. Still doesn't mean she's not being made an outside cat, though. With a deep content sigh, I plop myself back down on the bridge, sitting there and staring up at the stars and moon. Well, that's it, then. That fight didn't even take much time to win, either. This means that once all the gods back in the shrine are done doing the whole politicking and negotiating thing, this arc, I suppose, is done. So, now what? Well, hero faction, if I recall correctly. They'll show up in around a month. Or so. Somewhere in October of next month, could be at the start, could be at the end of it, all I know is that they'll come, so I'll have to watch out for them. Then, a bunch of stuff dealing with the underworld. A lot of stuff dealing with down there. No need to touch any of that, not like I can in the first place, not like I even remember much of it anymore. So I guess, after the hero faction, I'll be flying blind in terms of meta-knowledge, huh? Not going to lie, that equally worries, yet also excites me. Ah, well. That's quite literally all for future Nori to solve. So, I lean my back against the bridge's railing and get comfortable. It's going to be a long meeting after all. Wait a minute. Why am I deciding to sit here? I don't need to guard the shrine. There are so many deities around, and every single one of them could destroy entire mountains, at minimum. Hell, Odin, Inari, my mother. They could all destroy islands and countries. They don't need me here. So why am I doing so anyway? I could get up, go home, and be done with all this already. I could celebrate with my cat girls tonight, maybe. If Chiron isn't busy. Or I could hop on down and see either of my grandparents, tell them what's been going on, tell them of the literal momentous occasion happening right before my eyes. Yet I don't. I sit my ass right here and don't get up. Get up. I don't. Turns out, telling myself to get up won't automatically make me move my ass. I have to want it. Yet I don't. I should, but I don't. I don't even know why, this is a waste of my time, but There's someone I need to see first before I come home. It feels like I've met everyone before them. My maternal grandparents, my paternal grandpa, my uncles, Inari, Yuzum. But if there's anyone I should have met, it's pretty clear who. So I sat there. Listlessly staring up at the stars. As I do, I think of random bullshit to pass the time, to pretend that I'm not nervous. Such as wondering if any alien civilizations out there have mythological systems that have a masquerade over them, just like here on Earth. Really random stuff like that. Throughout the night, I feel as deities both Norse and Shinto leave and enter the shrine, vaguely taking note of them, though none ever acknowledge me in turn. Eventually, night breaks apart, and the stars recede as dawn breaks over the horizon. Now, more deities are leaving and staying gone as opposed to coming and going. I vaguely feel when even Inari and my uncle leave. Taking that as my signal, I finally stood back up. Stretching out the kinks in my muscles after having laid a while against hardwood, I pace fully across the bridge. At the end of the bridge is a simple torii gate that, without breaking my stride, I pass right under, and straight into the Shinkai. Dawn had barely broken in the mortal, human world, yet in here, right now. The sun sat in the sky above the inner sanctuary, as though someone had taken every bit of the normal golden sky, bundled it up into a big orb, set it on fire, and dropped it here. And it somehow only made every single exaggerated color within an already bright and colorful realm pop more rather than overpower it all. As I walked, I saw far more people here than I think I ever had at one time before. They're all kami, I'm pretty sure. Heavenly kami, in particular. Regardless, I don't pay them any attention, even as they start whispering amongst themselves as I pass by. Arahitagami. Here. How is? They look a lot alike. They may as well be shadowed cutouts for how little they or their words matter to me. No one stops me as I walk straight from the bridge to the inner sanctuary. As I approach, I vaguely notice Heavenly Kami actively stepping away to not impede my path, some even bow lightly as I walk by. All the way to the version of the main shrine in the Shinkai, Kotai Jingu, I walk. For a brief moment, I'm shocked by how small the main shrine is. Also just how modest it is. I expected something awash in reds and gold but got a pretty standard-looking Japanese shrine in deep brown instead. If there wasn't a literal sun above it, I'd probably say the place looked kind of dull. No one would agree to that. Inari certainly didn't agree with that. A voice, light, girlish, and very annoyed, suddenly reached my ears from within the shrine. A pause, then scoff, and a sigh. She has enough trouble running those stupid clubs here, it would be hell for her to start anything like that up in Asgard. Another pause, before she snaps back, well then why didn't you bring it up during the actual negotiations instead of now, after we signed everything? Poor girl in there sounds like she's about to have a stroke. Carefully now, I climb up the stone steps and ease open the wooden doors. The inside is surprisingly roomy, but no less bare than the outside. It looks big enough at least for a meeting between a few people, and yet. There's only one person inside, standing before a golden mirror propped up in the middle of the room. She's short, but not incredibly so, maybe a few inches or so taller than Kuroka. With long silky obsidian black hair. She's wearing, gray sweatpants, pink bunny slippers, and a black t-shirt. The only thing that would tell you she is a goddess, beyond sensing it, is the ethereal aura of golden light wrapped around her form. I almost wheeze out a chuckle, but damn if it wasn't hard to stop. From here, I can see that the mirror isn't reflecting her, but is more like a screen, showing a view positioned overhead of a similar-looking meeting area, but with actual people in it. Odin and Rose are two of the only people left. One pouting like a big baby, the other looking entirely done with life. It's pretty easy to figure out what's going on here, I feel. Suddenly, the girl twitches, right as she's about to say something more. Slowly, she turns around. Her eyes widen as she does. Her golden eyes, that is. She sees me, and she freezes. I, meanwhile, look down at her shirt. Oh. It's not a plain black shirt at all. It's an anime t-shirt with Kakashi from Naruto on the front. I couldn't help it anymore. I chuckled. I continued chuckling, as her face slowly started growing redder and redder. Well, at least I know my mother doesn't have shit taste, that's a good start, right? Chapter 60, Chapter. She finally spoke or rather stuttered out a single word. That's progress at least. Oi. Odin suddenly calls out, prompting her to swivel robotically and look back at the mirror. Why is everything turning red over here? We both blink at that. Looking through the mirror, I can kind of see it, the normally tanned wooden room slightly shifting into a more progressively pink or red shade. So, her getting embarrassed caused the shrine to shift color as well. That's adorable. And no reason. Amaterasu quickly replied, some may say too quickly, before huffing to clear her throat and continuing with far more composure. Anyway, if that'll be all, Lord Odin, you are free to go home. I trust you'll be ready for the cultural exchange in time. Odin waved her off. Yeah, we'll be ready, no need to worry about that. He starts grumbling something, though neither of us could hear it. Whatever it was though, Rosweiss glared him down for it, prompting the chief god to stop, tch. Alright, we'll be heading off then. Though, before we go, I gotta say, Lady Amaterasu, it was certainly an experience, in your territory. Amaterasu's eye twitched at Odin's lewd giggle. Rosweiss looked like she was about ready to straight blow the god up. I had half a mind to call out how pathetic he is one last time but decided against it. Official meeting and all that. I totally will after this though. Or if I ever see his ass again. With that though, the two finally made their way out. Amaterasu sighed, before waving her hand in front of the mirror, causing it to shift once more, becoming a normal reflecting mirror, showcasing her very annoyed frown. However, that quickly morphed itself, as she caught a glimpse of my reflection behind her, arms crossed, looking at her with a very stupid smirk. She fidgeted with her hands before slowly turning back to me. She looked away from me, her gaze burrowing into the floor, as she gave me a little wave. Hi. Damn. Now what am I supposed to do? See, when I came here, I originally had a pretty good idea of how it'd go. I thought I'd have a fairly similar reaction to when I first saw a picture of my dad. Sheer, unending, apathy. After all, I didn't know him, I never met him. Same with Amaterasu here. Yet, more than that, I also figured there would be a good sprinkling of annoyance, maybe a good bit of dull anger. After all, once more, I can reasonably blame several things that went wrong in this new life of mine directly on her. But I also knew it just was never worth it to be truly mad, frothing with anger at her. It never was going to be. That being thought, that doesn't mean I forgive her for what she's done. Or I suppose, for what she hasn't done. So, I thought I'd come here, just to finally meet her, and hash things out. I thought I'd be rather cold, professional, and businesslike. That sort of thing. But then this girl had to show up to a groundbreaking interpantheon meeting wearing that, and acting like this. Which, I mean, I get. She's doing the equivalent of a Zoom or Skype call on her end. I'd wear the most comfy thing I have as well if I had to deal with Odin for a night. The problem is though, it kind of ruins everything I was thinking of before. Instead, it's cute as fuck and makes me want to bully her. I am nowhere near as mentally prepared for this as I thought I was, huh? Fuck it. You only live. Twice. For me, I guess. Let's just do this. Your taste is shit. I start, ruthlessly, Itachi is way better. Nailed it. I know I thought differently earlier, but this is purely to fuck with her. And it works splendidly. She freezes, all twiddling with her fingers halts as she stares off to the side, absolutely gobsmacked. Then she starts looking legitimately offended, and with that threshold crossed, she finally looks at me. That dash. That doesn't even. She seethes out, that. Makes no sense. He's a bad guy. Not even a sensei. How can he be better than Kakashi? I blink at that. Right, in 2007, Shippuden anime isn't a thing yet. Though, the manga should be running right about now, right? Did they not get to the good parts yet? Regardless, I shrug, undeterred, and channel the internet's collective Itachi fanboyism, don't care. Itachi has 2 eyes to Kakashi's 1. That automatically makes him better. My stupid smirk grew. Wah. That doesn't. Also. Itachi no diffed Kakashi so hard it put him in a coma. That was such. Kakashi, meanwhile, could barely use his signature technique a few times without running out of chakra. He got better. She cried out indignantly, before finally noticing the look plastered across my face, and... An, you're messing with me, aren't you? She asks, blinking in realization. Just a bit. I admit easily, smirk never wavering. She immediately pouts, that's so, I can't even say I don't deserve it. Ah. So she is aware of her part in my childhood. Not like I was going to bring it up, because fuck that, but respect plus for acknowledging it without my needing to. After a moment, she sighs solemnly, I can't believe we're meeting like this. Like this, huh? I parrot, gazing at the very comfy-looking pink bunny slippers she's wearing specifically. She looks away again, face flushing with embarrassment. Yeah, then again, I didn't know how this would go at all, and, now that it's happening, I can honestly say I'm surprised. Oh ho. I raise an eyebrow, what for? I thought you'd be much more angry with me, regardless of all. She waves to herself, shyly, this. I chuckle, just a bit, well, you see, it's just not worth it, being angry at you. I practically wave off her concern with my chipper and light tone, but the words themselves still land, and she flinches. Yes. She looks down with a sad smile, I suppose that makes sense. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I walk right up to her, honestly, you should be thankful. I wanted to come in all cold and businessman-like, because I'm gonna extort you real soon, but your, interesting, fashion choices make me want to bully you instead. ENN. She nervously shudders in place, can we stop bringing that up? Then she blinks, several times, wait. Extort me. Bully me. I smile, sweetly, you can blame Yuzum for what's about to happen if it'll make you feel better. She merely groans at that, okay, yeah, I'll probably do that. She pauses for a moment, before asking nervously, can we at least go someplace more comfortable? I hum, and then shrug in agreement to that, sure. I'd rather not stay standing up the whole time either, to be honest. Also, that bridge wasn't the most comfortable place to hang out most of the night. An actual chair would very much be appreciated. She gives me a small, genuine, smile, I as well. I think I've had enough of that myself for one night. With that, she snapped her fingers. The golden light around her swelled out, bursting from her in a wave, gathering around us, before rising. I don't even get the chance to blink, before suddenly, we are elsewhere. We're not even in the Shinkai anymore, although the general feeling in the air is similar, and all the colors in the world still seem to pop. As for how I know we're not in the Shinkai anymore. Well, if there's anywhere that screams, I don't know what grass is, it's this room I've suddenly found myself in. The best way to describe the place. It's as though someone took a slice of Akihabara and turned it into a bedroom. The sheer amount of manga volumes stacked across the walls made me want to give a prayer to the countless poor trees who suffered such a terrible fate. But the most important thing. Dibs. I state immediately, as I flop down upon an actual bean-bag chair like a rag doll. Can't say I appreciate her parenting skills or lack thereof, but her tastes. Impeccable so far. Amaterasu merely chuckles as she does something similar, albeit, much more ladylike, into another chair across from me. I take you to Takamagara, and that's the first thing you say. She suddenly speaks up, entirely amused. I deadpanned at her straight back, you took me to your room in Takamagara, I could have said several other Yuzum-inspired things. Please don't. She shivers, legitimately disturbed by that idea, you're my son, that's so weird. I raise an eyebrow at that, even higher than the last, you married your brother, and had kids with the other. You have no right to imply what's weird and not. She flinches at that, before quickly explaining, 1. That was for a political thing. 2. Kami don't make babies like humans do. It's way different. Also, that was a challenge. So very very different. Oh really now? I say that, as I look around her room once more. Something, in that moment, snaps into place. Amaterasu looks a lot like that girl in the picture in Susanoo's palace, the one holding that sword. Presuming that was her, the guy across from her should have been Tsukumi. If I recall correctly, in his picture, he looked like he had extremely light, if not white or silver, hair. Besides the rather concerning amount of literature lining the wall, there is also a good amount of anime figurines lining the shelves. And pretty much all of them are silver or white-haired guys. I slowly look back at her. She suddenly finds the floor incredibly interesting. My following snort only made her face grow a sunburnt shade of red, as she wriggled in place, and squeaked out, no bully. Yeah, that's what I thought. Also, no. All the bully. Regardless, I wave her off with an amused chuckle, I didn't come here to talk about your love life, or wander Takamagara and get annoyed by a bunch of heavenly kami wanting to play politics, or whatever you all do up here. She cringed at that, it's, mostly just that, yeah. Still, she perked up, Takamagara is really beautiful, and I was hoping to introduce you to your half-brothers and sister. Huh. I guess I do have those. Still, once more, I wave her off, they can wait a little while longer. Also, if Takamagara is so beautiful, why doesn't your room have windows? Well, hey, she scratches the back of her head and gives a nervous embarrassed chuckle, I like to, turn off all the artificial lights, and pretend it's like I'm in a cave. You know what? That's fair. I nod sagely, understandable. Now. I point at her, stop bringing up stuff to delay the inevitable. I'm here to extort you, remember? She winces, and nods, wearily, oh okay. But first. And this is kinda important, which is I'm bringing it up before we talk payment, I lean forward in my beanbag chair, hands pressed together before my chin, I heard you and Inari recommended me for the whole Odin thing. That won't be happening again. From now on, if you need something. You ask first. Got it. I lay down the law plainly, and Amaterasu gives a pained grimace before nodding. Understandable, Nori, I'm sorry for that, by the way. She bows her head slightly, you were the most equipped, competent, and accessible person for the job. We'll ask from now on, alright. I nod back in acceptance of her words. Honestly, I'm not too bent out of shape about the whole thing. I was pretty much forced to be involved regardless because Loki doing Loki things would kind of fuck everything up, and I obviously don't want that. I would just like to be asked, instead of told, even if I did get a good deal of time to prepare instead of it all being dropped on me at the last minute. That was nice, at least. With that being said, I continue, I guess it kind of goes without saying, but I'm on the side of you lot, the Japanese pantheon, Japan, and such. But that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over backward for you. I'm a part of the greater faction, but don't expect me to be such a... I pause, trying to think of the right word I'm looking for, hardliner, to the rules. Yeah, that fits. Amaterasu tilts her head at that, I think I understand what you mean. By all definitions, the yokai are our enemies, although recent events have greatly improved our relations. Yet, still, you bang cat girls and will most likely bang fox girls. I finish for her with zero shame. She sighs defeatedly, yes. I'm aware. That's. She clicks her tongue, while I'd rather you not, it's not like I have any say to stop you. I've been keeping it under wraps, but once it gets out, The other heavenly kami may have greater objections they try to enforce. I shrug uncaringly, let them come, then. I'll put them in the dirt beneath my feet if I have to. For once, Amaterasu's gaze steals as she stares at me, even if it's the Koto Amatsukami that raise their objections. Because if it's them, I won't be able to protect you. I nearly raise an eyebrow before stopping myself as I vaguely recognize that group of kami. The Koto Amatsukami, or the distinguishing heavenly kami, literally the first group of kami to ever exist. The generation before even Izanagi and Izanami. I suppose they would essentially be the equivalent of the primordial gods in, say, the Greek or Egyptian pantheon. Even knowing that though, I nod resolutely once more, without hesitation, and state, let them come. Preferably during the daytime, please. Amaterasu looks into my eyes, her own narrowing as she does. Finding my gaze unwavering, hers softens, and she slumps back in her chair with something between a groan and a sigh. Be careful where that stubbornness leads you, Nori. She warns, solemnly. I don't answer that. Because I know I'll be fine. As for the rest of what you being looser with the rules implies. She continues, significantly more lax, that shouldn't be a worry. Most probably assume you work directly under me in some capacity anyway, and with that, such things are expected. Ah, nepotism. It's only a problem when you aren't benefiting from it. But it's also that idea that significantly lessens my options for who I can work for, or join up with. I haven't given it an insane amount of thought, but in my mind, there's not much point to. From the moment I was born, purely based on my parents, I was shoehorned into the Shinto or Japanese. That's a simple fact. Besides, what are my other options? Devils. Ha. Heaven. No clue where they've been since, ever, in fact. Something to look into. The fallen. Long gone here, and even if they weren't, even bigger ha. The Hindu/Buddhists. I'd rather not be press-ganged into whatever conflict is brewing between Shiva and Indra over there. The other pantheons are based across the world, and all my stuff is in Japan, which as a start puts a damper on things. Even to say I do shack up with, say, hypothetically, the Greeks, I'll forever be a sort of outsider to them, purely because of my parentage. That's not to say it's impossible, it could work, it's just not worth going through all the hassle. This, meanwhile. Much easier to deal with, the faction generally considers me royalty in a sense, and other such benefits. Drawbacks include and are mostly limited to politics, which is yuck, but still, it's a price I'm willing to pay. I hum in acknowledgement of that, responding with a pleased smile, good. Guess that takes care of that. Now, as for payment. Something in my smirk must have been evil because she shivered as though chilled as I spoke. Money. I finally say. Prompting the sun goddess to look positively befuddled, that's all. I thought your father left you everything he had made, which I know is a not insignificant amount. I chuckle at that assumption, oh. That's not all. And you're right, I just like seeing bigger numbers is all. I see. She slowly accepts without fuss, that's easily doable, regardless. We can just use the number we paid your father with, how's that sound? I nod in acceptance to that, while internally, I breathe a sigh of relief. Truth be told, though I do like bigger numbers, I'm mostly asking for this because Kuroka keeps spending a shit ton of money, and although we're not close to running out at all, I'd rather not get the chance to at all. Me help me when microtransactions, gotcha, loot boxes, battles pass, and so on become a thing. Moving on, and after a tad bit of humming and contemplation, I speak up again, got any neat toys I could throw at enemies? Artifacts and such, I mean. I've got my sword, but it broke once, and though I don't suspect it'll do so again after I fixed it, having another weapon around would be very helpful. Amaterasu blinks minutely in shock, your sword broke at one point. When? Susanoo. I state simply, causing Amaterasu to give a stiff nod, before relaxing as she continues. But you said you fixed it. I thought I saw you doing something at the forge, but I. She bites her lip, may I? I didn't see any reason to object, so I pulled my sword and its sheath off my back and passed it over to her. Huh. That made laying on the chair significantly more comfortable. Who'd have thought? While I have that revelation, Amaterasu slowly unsheathes the odachi from its scabbard, running a finger across the top of the deep red blade. She smiles slightly, sadly, you made it your own, Good. That's very good. She muttered with melancholy. Shaking her head, and letting out a soft sniffle, she sheaths the sword back up, you asked about more weapons, correct? I have been trying, for the longest time now, to reacquire the Kusanagi no Tsurugi for you, but I've essentially been, ignored, by the church and heaven, 4 months now. She bit out with an indignant huff, my patience is reaching its limits with them, I swear. Some things are clearly up with heaven around here. I don't know what it is, but I'm thinking I should start looking into them. The increasing lack of stuff coming from them is starting to concern me. Though there's no point in ruminating on that now though, I doubt she'd know anything if they weren't even talking to her. Instead, I ask, purely out of curiosity, how did that sword end up in the church's hands anyway? Amaterasu sighs, one of your ancestors on your father's side broke the sword fighting the yokai and Kamui up north. I stared at her, blankly, and I didn't even have to say anything before she elaborated. The Kamui are like our cousins, I suppose would be the correct term. A related but mostly separate family or pantheon from our own. Nowadays we're good friends, but back in the day. Well. She trails off, scratching her cheek with a sigh, not so much. Everyone was fighting everyone back then. She shakes her head just as she looks like she's about to start reminiscing, and continues, back on track. Your ancestor left the sword behind after it broke, and the church came in and picked up the pieces. That's pretty much all there was to it. Men. My family back in the day were major idiots, huh? Well, I can fix that. Point me in the direction of where they're keeping the sword and I'll have it back by the end of the week. I state without an ounce of thought. Amaterasu deadpans at me, I'll consider it, you. Before she gives a light chuckle, in the meanwhile, I have a couple of ideas for artifacts you could use. A couple of ideas, I note her words with interest. She smiles, and puts a finger in front of her lips. Do you mind if I keep them a surprise? I promise they'll be worth it. You know what? That's fine. I like surprises. I agree with ease. Amaterasu nods along happily at my words. As long as the surprises are good surprises, of course. Moving on, I continue, second to last thing, I've got this library in the Kyoto Palace that could use filling. Oh. Amaterasu leans forward, suddenly very interested. And finding books on Eastern magic and stuff like that is incredibly painful because apparently nobody writes shit down. I finish, and she sags back down. Oh. She huffs, and starts, pouting. You totally thought for a second there I wanted to fill the library with weeb shit, didn't you? I ask after a second, incredibly amused. She merely pouts further at that. Though, that is an idea, isn't it? When was the last time I sat down and read Naruto or Dragon Ball? A long, long time ago. Though I don't get why she's pouting about me not doing it. I roll my eyes at her antics. All right, maybe, I'll put some weeb shit in there. Yes. She perks up and pumps her fist. Trust me when I say, Nori, there will not be enough supernatural texts to fill any library, and most of the stories and literature these old prudes around here parrot about as being top quality is garbage. It's all trash. I slowly find myself leaning back more and more into the beanbag chair as she continues ranting about the superiority of modern-day manga over classical stories. I'm starting to think she may need to get out of her room more. Her words start sort of mixing into a sort of soup that I zone out, until eventually, she realizes what she's doing, and slowly calms down, leaning back into her chair with an atomic embarrassed flush across her face. Sorry, about, all of that, hey. She starts twiddling her fingers again as she looks down, unable to meet my gaze. I wave her off, very eager to get off this topic myself now. It's something. But books, all right. She nods, quickly, books, yes. I'll leave it up to you to decide what stuff when, like for this whole thing with the Norse, I continue, getting everything at once all the time is kinda much, even for me. Will start to make me feel too bad. I see. She acknowledges, there's one more thing, right? I nod back, right. Last thing. That teleporting thing. Where you took us from the Shinkai to here. I want to learn that, if I can, right now. Slowly, she looked at me, confused, wah. I mean, you can learn it, but, why? I look back at her, parroting her confusion, isn't that obvious? So I can travel between the Kami realms, Takamagara, Shinkai, Yomi, and such with ease. I do want to come back, you know. I didn't even see her move. All I knew was one moment she was sitting across from me, her face twisting into one of shock and glee, and the next, in a blur of light, she was on me, clinging and holding on to me almost for dear life. I don't hold her back, even as she starts sniffling into my chest, muttering, I didn't think you'd want to come back. I give her a soft chuckle, well, of course I do. I have to drag your ass down to Yomi so you can see your mother. I do eventually want to meet my half-siblings, see Takamagara. I trail off. Mostly because I have to ponder the question, do I want to come see her, Amaterasu, specifically again? I can't say for certain either way. It's mostly just apathy. I don't care either way, I suppose. Now ain't that just sad? I still can't believe you met pretty much everyone else before me. Amaterasu lamented sadly against me. I snorted at that, I know, right? That wasn't even intentional. But when it happened, I contemplated meeting the rest of the 8 million or so, just to keep the joke going. Meanie. She patted my chest, weakly, Noriaki. Yeah. I'm sorry. I figure. I huff out, quietly. I'm really, truly, sorry I left you there, alone, so alone, with Yuzum, and she. She clings to me tighter as she starts shaking. I didn't know, I know. I sigh, patting her on the head, but I'm not going to forgive you so easily. Do you want me to hug you back? Call you mother? You're gonna have to earn it. Though, good luck with that last bit, I'm having trouble even considering the girl on me right now my mother because she looks so damn young. Thank you for even giving me the chance. She sniffles out softly. I know, right? I'd be in the right to ignore her existence entirely, as she's done pretty much for me. And a part of me, the real petty part, wants to. But the more rational side tells me that just isn't viable if I'm going to be sticking my lot in on this side, her side. Besides, even then, it's not as though I'm going to make it easy for her. At the very least, I'll give her a chance, like Yuzum. I'll see how it goes from there. Chapter 61, Chapter. It didn't take too long to get down the teleporting thing. Chapter 62, Chapter. Ah, home sweet home. Or, right outside Kuo home sweet home, I suppose. Original home sweet home. One of those is probably more accurate than the others, but regardless, I'm back in my estate just outside Kuo town. I have to say, the foliage grew back really well since my first fight with Vale all those months ago. In fact, I might say it grew a little too well. When we got here, the place was slowly being encroached upon by the forest. If we had given it another month or two undisturbed, the place probably would have started to look like one of those stereotypical anime spooky abandoned estates. In any case, it was a simple fix with senjutsu to stop the forest from foresting my old house. Kuroka took care of it because if I had done it, I'd have probably just given the forest a boost. Yet despite that being the case, I lay on the living room couch, staring up at the ceiling lights. I may as well be dead to the world. I pretty much am. While fixing the whole forest invasion was simple, what wasn't, was writing up an employment contract. It wasn't the act of writing it up itself that did, no, it was the sheer amount of stuff shoved into the damn thing that turned my monkey brain into a smooth orb of gray matter. Look, before I showed up here. Barely even knew how to do my taxes. In America. I sure as hell don't know how taxes work in Japan. Also, if that wasn't enough, there are supernatural taxes and other shit like it to take into account. It's all Inari's fault, I bet. Fuck that fox. In the end, I had to rely completely on Rose there to help draft something out. The fact she even knew half of what she was talking about, because I sure as shit didn't, convinced me even further that Odin is a buffoon and Rose deserves all the things. Which is why I spared no expense with the final contract. I had Rose looking like she saw Genesis with the amount of money I threw at her. Granted, amongst her job includes essentially being Kuroka's babysitter, and although I know for a fact the cat isn't anywhere near as bad as Odin, yet she's still compensated hell and back for that. Speaking of, the cat was there for the making of the contract as well, and she had even less of an idea of what was going on than I did, of course. Yet still, she of course insisted on a certain thing. Uniform requirements. That's why those two aren't here right now. They're currently hitting the market district for a suitable outfit. And by they, I mean Kuroka is dragging Rose around, essentially. Last I saw, the poor girl was still in a daze after reading over the final contract several times. As a side note, Kuroka didn't read it, and so doesn't know she has a part-time babysitter now. I wonder how long it'll take her to find that out. Speaking of that specifically, I'd usually think twice about making Rose stay around the cat more than necessary because she's a corrupting little feline, but I can trust Rose to not easily fall under her whims. When it comes to a job, Rose does take those very seriously after all, so I don't have worries there. Though, off the job. Well. I'll see how it goes. For now though. I'll just lay here, rest my head, wait for the girls to get back. And try, very very hard to not think about the whole thing with my being unable to mention him properly. Partly because if I think too hard about it, I'll probably get another nosebleed. But also because, and there's no real point in lying, but it's honestly, kind of fucking terrifying. Somehow, someway, I can't even think about a simple name. I forcibly slam the brakes on every train of thought going through my head. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and let out a long, low sigh. No point, Nori. You're getting worked up over something that's done. All that you can do now is try to find answers. And besides just straight up walking right into a church base demanding such things, which probably wouldn't even work and could start an incident, Metatron is your best bet. Skip the church. Go straight to one of the seraphim. That's assuming we can even find the ninja, assuming the seraph is still doing his thing. What with heaven's odd absence, I'm not so hopeful, but it's still a potential shot. Tomorrow we'll be heading out to look for the old guy when the sun's all out and everything. Just in case. Also, it should make finding a full-on ninja easier. Trying to do that in the middle of the night sounds like a great way to start craving death again. I'll be honest and say, I don't exactly remember much about where the guy can be found. The events wherein the gang met the guy were in a side story, so it's not like I paid the greatest amount of attention. What I do know is, we'll be looking for an old guy, and I also know he's in an abandoned building, somewhere. That's about all I got. If I'd known this particular side story would turn out to be more important, I'd have probably spent less time focusing on all the girls in kunoichi outfits. I quickly shake my head from all that. Once again. No point in getting worked up over something that's done. With a huff, I sit up on the couch, trying to think of anything else. Luckily, I got a couple of things. One, that makes me grimace, I still need to visit Saji's siblings. I know they're okay, it's why I haven't been the most proactive with fulfilling that self-promise. It was one of those things that got swept up under everything else. The devils had taken care of them, last I heard from Yuzum way back after the Grigori got broken up. Apparently, they found them a home, but still, I'll check by real quick to make sure everything truly is okay. Second thing. Kuroka and Chiron got dates, now I think it's about time Suzaku got one. At this point, I'm not going to question the sex happening before the dates anymore. Anyway, yeah. I've got a bit before the hero faction shows up in force. I don't think it'll take forever to find this ninja. Difficult. Sure. But Kuroka and I's combined abilities should eventually be able to at least find his home. That'll give me plenty of time after to take her out for a night on the town. It's only fair after all. Now that thought legitimately makes me smile, finally. And just in time, too, as my door bursts open with such force I'm shocked it didn't fly off its hinges. Oh darling. Naya. Kuroka's voice comes through, but not her form, at least not at first. No, instead, Kuroka comes in second, behind the poor girl she's pushing in. Rose in your stereotypical sexy secretary outfit, tight shirt and skirt, leggings, dress shoes. The poor girl's cleavage is practically spilling out of her shirt, I'm honestly surprised her tits haven't just burst out yet. I brought home your sexy secretary, Naya. Kuroka exclaims, far too proudly. And with far too many shopping bags dangling from her arms, might I add. SS sexy. Rose exclaims in response, stammering all the while, before whirling around to face Kuroka, US said this was a traditional uniform for Japanese working women. She accused the cat, scandalized. Oh, but it is. Naya ha ha ha. Said cat proceeds to cackle, victoriously. I merely gave the scene a chuckling sigh. It's already begun, huh? A new sun. The next day rolls around, and we are on the hunt for a ninja. By walking around one of the many abandoned districts of Kuo. Seriously, why does this town have so many abandoned spaces? Ninja. Ninja. Where are you? Naya. Kuroka bounced around at my side, sing-songing excitedly along the way. Rose meanwhile, was far less animated, arms crossed under her bust as she walked normally at my other side. She looked almost like she was pouting, probably because of the whole outfit shenanigans Kuroka pulled last night, and tried to pull this morning. Right now, Rose is wearing a long dark coat over a black and white striped shirt, a very short jean skirt, and simple dark slip-on shoes. Not too long ago, Kuroka was trying to get Rose to wear a short top version of her current shirt, a pair of incredibly small jean booty shorts that I was astounded to learn even fit the girl. But wait. There's more. She also wanted Rose to pair it all together with a V-string thong and stockings. Yeah. I took one look at all that and damn near kicked Kuroka out of the house for going too far. Privately, as long as Rose is for it, I don't care what they get dressed up in. But trying to get Rose to walk out of the house looking like a hooker? Yeah, no. Line drawn. Rose clearly didn't want to, and I'm not letting that happen. Hell, even now, I'd say her skirt is a tad too short. Though whether that's the product of Kuroka's tastes, or everything sold in this town being lewd, I have yet to determine. Regardless, I still laid down the law with the cat. It wouldn't shock me if Rose is still a tad miffed about it all, I wouldn't blame her one bit. I gave Kuroka the side eye as she kept bouncing around. Seemingly having sensed my gaze upon her only after a few moments, she finally looked my way, her bouncing faltering as she looked my way. She quickly shut it soon after, an ashamed frown spilling across her face. At least she knows she took it a tad too far this morning and does seem to genuinely feel bad. Beyond that though, it kind of left everyone in a bad mood this morning. This has led to the atmosphere since we left being kind of this palpable, tense, sort of sad type of feeling. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but it feels weird, and I don't like it. I'm trying to think of something to say or to do to help clear the air around here, but honestly, I'm still just a tad pissed at the cat. That's making it kind of hard to be anything but a grouch right about now. I blink, as to my side, Rose meekly starts speaking up, prompting both myself and Kuroka to look over at her. We're looking for a ninja, right? Are we sure we'll be able to even find them? Rose begins to ask, her expression becoming serious. Back home, I heard that the ninjutsu used by Japanese ninja surpassed magic, so I don't know if I'll be of any use. I stared down at her, blankly. My mind had legitimately blanked out for a second. To my opposite side, I hear Kuroka hum in agreement. When I was living in the underworld, everyone thought pretty much the same, Naya. Kuroka explained, they were really popular because they had extraordinary powers. No. That's not right. Ninjas, or shinobi, were just people who got really good at spying, disguising, and assassinating. Sure, in a world where the supernatural is real, it wouldn't shock me if some of the historical ninja techniques could be attributed to magic or something like that, but for the most part, they're entirely mundane. Hold on, does the entirety of the supernatural world have an exaggerated, almost American-like view of ninjas? The hell? Well, now I'll feel bad that I have to burst their bubbles, but seriously, how does that even happen? With a sigh and shake of my head, I interject, there's no need to worry, Rose. As far as I'm aware, ninjutsu isn't better than magic. I look over at Kuroka, and they don't have extraordinary powers or anything like that. Though, now that I'm saying it out loud, it feels kind of odd. I know martial arts clans exist, and particularly possess supernatural capabilities. Yet the ninja here don't. They're normal. Yeah, that's kind of odd. Kuroka huffs and pouts at my words. Well, that's no fun at all, Naya. Rose's expression slowly morphs into a sad frown. I don't know whether to be elated or disappointed, but if that's truly the case, why seek out this ninja at all? It's less so for him, or his ninjutsu, and more looking for who I heard he was training. I elaborate easily. Even then, if said student turns out to be gone or non-existent, it's not as though ninjutsu would be entirely worthless. It's just not some uber-strong power, more like a set of techniques to help with stealth, espionage, that sort of thing. Stealth, huh? Rose hummed in thought at that, while Kuroka perked up. Ah. Darling. Kunoichi, female ninja, is still a thing, right? She pressed, leaning against my side. I have a sneaking suspicion I know where this is going. With a sigh, I mostly confirm, yes, Kuroka, they did. Maybe. Probably. Kuroka tilted her head to the side, maybe. Naya. See, if I recall correctly, historically, kunoichi weren't really a thing. They came out of pop culture. But here, in this world. Well, look at all the extremely sexy and voluptuous girls just walking about. I can't not see kunoichi existing to take advantage of that here, it just fits too well. Hell, the ninja master guy from the side story that we're looking for even has kunoichi outfits just lying around, a bunch of them. For some reason. That all just so happens to fit every single girl perfectly. Although whether they're historically accurate, or a weird fetish thing, I can't remember. With this world, it could honestly be either, but I'm leaning more toward a fetish thing. That fits more. Or even more likely, it was plot fiat so we can get a picture of a few girls in sexy kunoichi outfits. I should really stop trying to make sense of this world in my head at this point. I end up waving Kuroka off with a, most likely, yeah. It just makes sense to me. Kuroka took that answer with a small sultry giggle. I do hope you're right, Naya. The naughty cat is planning shit again. Even Rose can sense it, as she snaps out of whatever thought she is having to give a nervous, yeah. In Kuroka's direction. Don't worry, Rose, I'll protect you from her corrupting influence as best I can. Anyhow. Kuroka suddenly pipes up again. If ninjas really aren't as fantastical, finding this guy should be easy, Naya. Kuroka. I slowly began, voice deafening with just how dead it sounded. Darling. What's wrong? Kuroka suddenly seemed much less enthusiastic. I don't deign her with a proper response, instead asking another question in turn. Why did you have to say that? Naya. Kuroka just seemed even more confused. Rose watched on, just as perplexed as Kuroka, it seems. But they'd learn, all right. They'd learn, a new son. Sometimes, I wonder. Is Murphy a god in this land? Some mythological figure? Is his wife Jinx, friends Gilbert, Falkland, and Wilson? Fellow gods in the pantheon of why are we here? Just to suffer. All day. All fucking day. We wandered about, looking for either the old man ninja master, or his place. Couldn't find it. I blame Kuroka for invoking the pantheon. On the bright side, it was kind of nice taking two attractive girls to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's not like we spent all our time hunting, after all, just most of it. In the end, though, we still came up empty-handed. How can one town have so much abandoned infrastructure? Rose damn near ranted, albeit incredibly tiredly, leaning against my side. Not even the old parts of Asgard are left so unused. I can't tell if she's mad at the inefficiency, or the fact that we haven't found the guy yet. Hmm. Against my other side, I feel a groaning hum before Kuroka lifts her head from my ribs, and looks at me. I jinxed it, didn't I, Naya? Yes. I confirm simply, yes you did. Kuroka, promptly, buried her head back into my side and continued holding on to me. Right now, we're squatting in a legitimately perfectly fine warehouse before heading home. Sure, it's a little empty and dusty, but otherwise, place is perfectly usable. We're resting up against one of the walls, I'm staring off into space, Rose is muttering under her breath about property taxes, and Kuroka is whispering apologizes. So all in all, a very fun and productive first day. Ugh, first. I am not looking forward to repeating this day, possibly several more times. Honestly, if it comes to that, I might just inform Rias of the ninja's existence. Easy money on her finding the guy by the end of the day with her sheer zealousness alone. I'll admit, I'm a bit perplexed. Flames burst from my hand, forming a sort of scorching fire that I immediately pointed at the source of the new sudden voice. Kuroka and Rose had only stilled by the time it was all done before they slowly followed the direction of my flaming sword toward its target. An elderly Japanese man, looking like he came straight out of ancient times, wearing incredibly traditional clothing. A kimono with the Haori overcoat, hakama pants, tabi socks, geta sandals and all. Needless to say, in a modern crowd, this guy would look very out of place. Despite the sword of fire pointed at his throat, he doesn't appear surprised at all. He holds up his hands, placatingly, seemingly having expected this. There is no need, Lord Kami, please, I come in peace, and I apologize sincerely for sneaking up on you all. The old man bows slightly, as much as he can anyway, what with my fire sword in front of his face. He says that, yet despite standing right in front of me, it's almost like he's not even there. His presence, his aura, is muted. A part of me hopes this is the guy we've been looking for, but on the other hand. You've been following us all day, haven't you? I was more so accusing than asking. Not all day, truth be told. The old man answered, before elaborating. The black-haired girl over there caught my attention when, during rush hour, she was walking around shouting and calling out if anyone had seen a ninja. He followed up with a good-natured chuckle. Oh yeah, Kuroka did do that. She was desperate and hungry, so she went around and did that for a little while until Rose and I came back with food. For a second, Kuroka looked down, a tad embarrassed, before she fully registered what the old man had said. Wait, Naya. If that caught your attention, then does that mean? Kuroka trailed off, expectantly. The old man nodded. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am a shinobi of the IGA Ryu, Momochi Taman, from the immediate family of the IGA clan. Kuroka suddenly began practically vibrating in excitement, and Rose's eyes widened in astonishment. I, meanwhile, sighed and dispersed my sword of flames, prompting the old man, Taman, to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Kami. He places his hand upon his chest, and bows, fully now. I wave him off, please, there's no need for such formalities. I'm most just curious, you said you've been following us after Kuroka got your attention, yeah? I assumed that was to get our measure. Taman raised his head, and nodded to me, correct, Lord Kami. Nobody besides the IGA should know I'm out here, so I wondered what your intentions were. By your auras, I could tell you weren't normal humans, though I admit it took me shamefully long to deduce your exact being, Lord Kami. I'm not a specific one of the gods, old men, though I am of them. I nod my head to him, Noriaki Kusanagi, the Arahitagami. Ah. His eyes widen, as though remembering something. I have heard of you, from the main clan. Though I haven't been keeping up to date with much of the current goings-on, that's for the clan to keep track of, not some retired old men. I chuckle at that, accepting it with a fair enough. Before putting my hands on Kuroka and Rose's heads. These are my girls, Kuroka, Nekasha. I look at said black cat, Rosweiss, former Norse Valkyrie, then sweep my gaze to said silver-haired foreigner. Kuroka waved like a very overexcited child, Naya. Hello ninja. Rose, meanwhile, locked up, my. She parroted back at me with a stammer. I, pointedly, ignored her. Taman chuckled, and waved back at Kuroka, hello to you too. He said back, before continuing, now then. I revealed myself because I was sure you didn't mean any harm, but as I said, I'm perplexed, because I don't know what you could want from this old man. I heard you teach ninjutsu, don't you? I followed up his question with one of my own. Taman rubs his chin, and takes a seat before us. Yes, I do. Ah, were you three perhaps looking to learn ninjutsu? I hum in agreement, partly. The other part is, I also heard you have been, or had, taught a particular student. At that, the old man tilts his head in confusion. I have taught many in the past, you will have to be more specific there. As I go to answer, I pause. In the past. Any students recently? I ask, quickly. Recently, Like within the last few years. He asks for clarification, I nod, and he shakes his head, no, none. You three are the first to seek me out in a long while. Why do you ask? Fuck. No Metatron, then. In fact, it seems he just never showed up. Why, didn't he? Did Michael just not allow it? Did he somehow find another teacher? Or is there something else there? I withhold a shudder, and shake my head, just curious, is all, seems what I heard was false. With that out of the way, I suppose we only looked for you for training, after all. I bow my head slightly toward him, if you'll have us. Tammin hummed thoughtfully, it has been a while, but, well. Here. I lift my head, only to quickly have my hand raise as well, catching a small business card that he tossed to me. It's a little late to start ninjutsu training so late, especially after you all ran around all day looking for me. Tammin slowly rose back onto his feet, visit the address there tomorrow morning after a good night's rest, and we'll see about training, all right? He bowed, and I returned the favor with a forward nod of my head. When I look up, he's gone. I snorted, going to look at the business card, show off. Naya. Ninja stuff. Kuroka exclaimed, pointing at where the guy was. Say, and Nori. Rose spoke up, shyly. Heh. Cute. Yeah, Rose. I thought you said that ninjutsu wasn't extraordinary. She asked, cutely perplexed. That wasn't ninjutsu, that was closer to senjutsu. I answered her absent-mindedly as I read over the card, he was muting his aura, his presence, down to nearly nothing. Then after that, he just moved silently very fast. Rose pursed her lips in understanding, I think I see, and Nori. Before suddenly becoming much more concerned. Why? Well. I probably look dead inside right about now. In particular, I give a 1,000-yard stare upon the address listed on the card. Turns out. The guys live on the abandoned outskirts, just barely within the town itself. It also turns out, he's a couple of minutes' flight away from my place, because of that fact. Aha. We're getting you two very sexy kunoichi outfits on the way home. I suddenly deadpan out, absolutely seriously. Very sexy. Oh ho. Very sexy, Naya. Are we starting our kunoichi training tonight, Hey now. What's with that look on your face? And what do you mean by our? What TT training? Oh, sweet innocent Rose-chan. Naya ha. That should, at the very least, make today worth it. When all is lost, monkey brain making neurons fire off shall, hopefully, save the day. Chapter 63, Chapter. The next morning. And Nori. I don't think these are the real deal, right? Naya. Of course they are, Rose-chan. Don't you remember how kunoichi did their thing? No. I don't think you ever specified. Well, it goes like this, Naya. Kuroka practically slithered up to my side, her body scraping against mine as she brushed her hand against my chest. Oh, darling. Kuroka mutters hotly, right into my ear. It's taking more willpower than I'm willing to admit to not push her head down where it can be put to use. Considering how Kuroka couldn't seduce her way into getting bread for who knows how long before this, I have to say, the kunoichi outfits are very effective. The only reason she's not getting bread right this second is because Rose is quite literally standing right in front of us. Though granted, unlike Kuroka, if Rose had the confidence she wouldn't even need the kunoichi attire to seduce anymore. Though it certainly helps. A lot. Honestly, I'm not exactly surprised the kunoichi outfits are borderline Taimanin in style. Just instead of a latex bodysuit as the base, it's almost normal, albeit extremely revealing cloth, and a ton of fishnets, in Rose's case. Kuroka's is just plain sexy. In contrast, the shinobi, or male version, of the outfit, is making me look like a bargain bin discount version of Tengen from Demon Slayer. A handband, a midnight blue full-body jumpsuit that doesn't even flush properly against the skin, and some sandals. Can tell which profession the world favors most, huh? Now, where was I? Oh yeah. I tilt my head to meet Kuroka's eyes, and without an ounce of hesitation, state rather plainly, no, Kuroka, I'm not giving you more money for cash shop items in your game. If you want to be good, get good. Kuroka recoiled, Naya. Cash shop items. That isn't what I was gonna ask for. Why'd you stutter then? I pointed out and was promptly ignored as she continued unabated. I'll have you know that I'm peak Wildcat in Warfields. I didn't understand a single lick of anything she just said. So, I tuned her out, as all boyfriends do, and looked at Rose. She seemed nervous and embarrassed, considering what she was wearing, could have been worse considering what Kuroka was trying to pull in front of her. I reach over, patting the white-haired former Valkyrie on the head, drawing a surprised squeak from her, and an indignant mewl from my cat girl. Are you even listening to me? Kuroka cries out in realization, more than questioning. No. Now get good. I rebuke. Naya. You. I then proceed to continue ignoring her, giving her a minor snort as she starts, rapidly batting me on the head. Like an actual cat. Though much like an actual cat, it didn't hurt at all. Cute. In any case, I smile at Rose, you'll do just fine, and if you don't want to, you don't have to wear the outfit, either, alright? Yeah. Rose squawked in surprise, but. I couldn't not wear it after you spent so much on it. She shivers as if recalling the purchase the same one would a traumatic event, that wouldn't be right. I shrug at her, doesn't mean you're obligated. If you don't want to wear it when we leave, you don't gotta wear it. Simple as that. I just wanted to see you two in one because I knew you'd both look incredibly hot in them. Hot. Rose stammered, nearly falling over at my monkey-brained reasoning. Kuroka, meanwhile, exclaimed, you're damn right. Naya. And continued her assault. I confirm easily and happily, very hot. But, as I said, you don't have to wear it if you don't want to, alright? Rose looks down for a second, blush burning across her face, eyes darting every which way as she thinks. It doesn't take long, maybe a moment or two, but eventually, she stills with an exhale, and looks back at me, still blushing, but now with a much more resolute fire in her eyes. I'd like to try. She exclaims, and I simply chuckle. Then go ahead, but just in case, bring a change of clothes with you, alright? I advise, which she nods to, quickly standing up to go do so. I can't help it when my eyes follow her as she walks away. She works the kunoichi outfit better than me, I think, Naya. I hear to my side, turning to see Kuroka having done the same thing, though more analytical than my admittedly lustful one. I sort of refute her, Rose right now doesn't have the confidence for a seductress, her body is of course right, but... Kuroka shakes her head, is everyone in Asgard stupid or something? I huff a chuckle at that, probably. Rose comes back with a rather large suitcase, eventually. Apparently, the girl wanted to be extra prepared, just in case, and I allowed it. You never know what can happen after all. With Rose ready, I picked up the girls and we were off to our destination. A new sun. On the outskirts of Kuo, there's a seemingly abandoned building. It looks maybe around 2 stories, perhaps 3, with an old Japanese-style aesthetic to it. Yet, inside, the appearance almost completely shifts. A traditional Japanese garden is what first greets you upon walking in, and if it's during the day when you visit, you can see just how the garden gets its sunlight despite being entirely indoors. Sunlight pours into the garden from the windows surrounding the enclosure from above, bouncing and reflecting off the myriad of weapons lining the garden's walls, Japanese swords, sickles and chains, kunai, shuriken, and more. The garden itself seems to be on the ground floor, taking up pretty much the entire thing. At the far end of the room, there's a tokonoma, essentially a recessed alcove meant to display art or other items of appreciation, with open hanging scrolls. There are also lanterns covered with fixed paper dangling all around the gardens, though they aren't lit as it's morning. The passwords were mountain and potato to get in here, which not going to lie. Kind of cheapened the experience of walking in here. For me at least, Rose and Kuroka didn't seem at all irked about the incredibly shitty passwords. Potato especially. Sure, it's unexpected, but it's also really damn dumb. Seriously, would it have been too much work to come up with something cool and effective? My train of thought takes a stop, and a plunge, just the same as my body does, straight into the pond I was sitting cross-legged on. With an annoyed groan, I sit back up, my torso easily coming above the water. It's not a big pond, of course, being inside a building and all, but it'll do. To my right and left, I hear snickers. Turning to see my clones still sitting around despite the disturbance, leaves stuck across their head, arms, and chest, facing forward with their eyes still shut. Oi. I huff out, what are you two laughing at? The me on the left snorts, who do you think? The me on the right follows up, not like there's much else to do besides sit here, the girls went off to learn mundane ninjutsu stuff, after all. I roll my eyes as I start picking up the leaves that had scattered about the pond when I fell in. With a hefty huff, I raise my leg over the water line and set it down right on top of its surface as my leg hums with a dull deep golden color. I lift my other leg, and move them both inward, curled and pointed toward my hips, to complete your basic meditative pose. That done, I slap the leaves across various points along my body and start again. Chakra control training. That's what this is. More specifically, it's a mixture of 2 of the exercises. Leaf concentration and water surface walking. I figured it was about time I speedrun this. After all, I'm actually going to require more control for the later stages of my training, and even in general, this has been a long time coming. Shame the water couldn't be on the ceiling or something, that'd probably be more effective than this, and maybe less boring. I sent a clone to go with Rose and Kuroka this time because I wanted to participate in this part of my training personally rather than just making clones do all the work. I'm not scared of my clones rebelling or some nonsense like that, I just don't want to get used to making my clones do all the work for me. Also. Not much else, huh? I muse, shutting my eyes to focus on the tight spin of chakra in my body. Guess you could sit there and ponder how the both of you are fat. Both sides of me suddenly echo with outraged spittle sounds. The hell? We're the same person, you WOAH. Yeah. The hell, dumbass HNGH. Followed by the unmistakable sounds of two people falling into the water like a couple of rocks. Also, sometimes, my clones need on-site reprimanding, and although I'll get the memories of being outraged that I called myself fat for no reason, it'll be worth it. Worth it. I snort out, as my two clones pop out at either side of me, continuing their outraged rambling, which I quickly stop with a smirk and held up hand. Alright, that's enough. You two, disseminate, and I'll resummon more clones to get a start on preparing for fire ninjutsu specifically. They continue grumbling but do as I say easy enough, poofing into smoke. I damn near snorted again though, watching them, or me, fall in from their perspective while I sat there with an incredibly stupid smirk was even more funny than just hearing about it. Very worth it. I formed the clone sign myself quickly after, forming two new clones at the pond's edge. So. The new left side clone wonders aloud, what are we doing, boss? I crack open an eye and look at the me, wearing my trademarked and patented very punchable smirk. You already know what. I sigh, I literally made you two with the idea in mind. Yeah, well. Righty picks up for lefty, whilst wearing the same smirk, we want to hear it, you know. Just in case. My eyebrow twitches. Do my clones have enhanced pettiness or something? Regardless, I crane my head towards the scattered leaves, drifting in the pond. Take a bunch of these leaves, and work on burning a perfect hole through the center without turning the entire leaf into cinders. I state the very simple training regiment. It's essentially a fire version of the wind training regime used in the series. Oh yeah, we gotcha boss, we gotcha. Lefty agrees verbally, while Righty hums his agreement. I swear if I get more back sass from the clones while we're here. I shake my head, quickly not letting that anger get to me, lest I fall into the pond. Again. It's a shame this is all I'll be able to do here, beyond learning mundane ninjutsu. Or should I call it real ninjutsu instead, because Naruto's version is technically the fantasy magic version inspired by the real deal. That'd get kind of confusing in my head. Regardless, when we head back home for the night, that's when I can start looking at properly figuring out jutsu. Going to need the training hall for that, since I'm probably going to be throwing around tons of fire. And exploding. That's a very likely possibility. Good thing I have the perfect target dummy. A new son. Me. Come on now boss, ain't this a bit much? The clone, who I think was Lefty, stands now at the opposite end of my estate's training hall. A whole day of training has passed with the old IGA ninja master, and progress has been about as expected. Started slow with the beginner stuff, in this case, he was teaching how to use throwing weapons like shuriken. Cool stuff. If pretty simple. Being supernatural, it didn't take long for everyone to get it down. Can't say any of us will be carrying around a bunch of throwing weapons from now on, but at least we'll all be good at darts now. The more interesting stuff will come later, I know, but until then. At least the girls seem to have fun. Especially Kuroka. Now then, as for my training. It's time to develop ninjutsu, particularly fire ninjutsu, with my very willing test dummy over there. As for why I decided on fire jutsu instead of, say, trying to figure out seals. Because fuck trying to figure out seals. That shit was tough in universe, and I'm not even in universe. I legitimately don't have even a first clue on where to start with seals, and if I did, I'd still hesitate to mess around with them. I can deal with a failed fire jutsu, what with my straight immunity to heat and flames, but a failed seal. That could do anything from exploding to telefragging me into the moon. So, yeah, no. If I want to learn sealing, I'm probably shit out of luck unless I actually go to the Narutoverse to learn. Until then though, assuming I even figure out how to do that, I'm stuck with fire jutsu, and perhaps a little something else that should work well with my breathing. Now, first things first, starting with what I know already. It's perfectly fine. You'll be fine. I call back to Lefty, just stand perfectly still, alright. Alright boss. He utters back, defeatedly. Heh. This is what you get for being a smartass earlier. I hold up my hands and rapidly form the few hand seals required for the first, but not only, jutsu that I know. The one I've had practically since the start of my journey. And that I've only used like, once, I think. Maybe twice. Well, now a third I suppose. Snake. Ram. Monkey. Boar. Bird. Tiger. I make sure, this time around, to commit the way the hand signs twist and churn my chakra around to memory for a little bit after this. Fire release, Fox Fire. Fire explodes out from my back, swirling to form 10 burning compressed orbs of flame. With a wave of my hand, the fire orbs fly, surging toward Lefty whilst spinning like a wheel. Oh, mun. I hear Lefty groan, before bracing himself and taking the attack head-on. I nod as the wheel of flaming orbs explodes, creating a whirlwind of twirling flames in its strike zone. The technique is much stronger than when I first used it, that's for sure. Don't recall the flaming whirlwind, just an explosion. As the fire burns out and dissipates, Lefty can eventually be seen once again, unharmed, of course. He sighs, pulling his arms down from his face to reveal his activated eyes, before giving me a thumbs up. I give him a thumbs up back. Now, here's where things are about to get a little weird because it's going to require me to play with my hands for a little while. Okay, it's going to look downright cringe-inducing. I'm going to figure out the hand seals for the Great Fireball Jutsu, aka, the Staple Fire Jutsu. To that end, I form a dozen more shadow clones around me, and we all sort of look at each other, before turning away, embarrassed. Then start forming random hand seals, quickly, like a bunch of kids playing ninja. Lefty across from us actively cringed at the sight. It got even worse when the clones, divided as their powers are, started bursting with random small gouts of flame, the completed technique of whatever their string of hand signs led them to. This is essentially what I'm going to have to do, every time I want to figure out a technique's hand seals. Luckily, with over 12 MES around, it doesn't take too long to figure out the technique. Unfortunately, as the clone that figured it out popped, we all just stood there, staring at the ground, despondent. The Great Fireball's hand signs are the same as Fox Fire's, except for one. All the clones popped out of sheer depression, as I slowly raised my hands, and did the string. Snake. Ram. Monkey. Boar. Horse. Tiger. One difference. 1. Fuck me. Fire release, Great Fireball. I spit out an absolutely gigantic ball of fire. Lefty's eyes widen comically, ayo. The entire hall shudders as the ball of roaring flames collides with him. I stare at the smoldering circle where Lefty was standing. Okay. So I may have put a bit too much into that technique. Way more than was needed. So much so that the sheer force of the attack was enough to pop the clone. With a sigh, I form another, albeit significantly more weary, clone. Try not to overdo it again, ya boss. The clone half asks half begs. I merely wave him off, already thinking of the next jutsu to try and figure out. I've got a list of sorts, but it's not like I need to follow a particular order after the Great Fireball, especially since most are derivatives of the Great Fireball. Fire Dragon Bullet, Blazing Meteors, Great Dragon Fire, Dragon Flame Release Song, and so on. They're all just fireballs with a different coat of paint. While knowing them would be great ranged options, the final goal I'm working toward for Fire Ninjutsu is a Fire Release Chakra Cloak. My preferred method of combat will always be with a sword, and up close, where I can't simply sheath my blade to form hand seals and use jutsu. For that, I'd need to either learn one-handed signs or get so good at chakra control that I can just throw out techniques with little preparation. In any case, I still need to get good enough at handling fire-natured chakra to use a cloak, and once that's done, figuring out how to combine ninjutsu with my kenjutsu properly, then dabbling in a little bit of taijutsu for a specific method. I do wonder, if I can figure it out, how the Seven Heavens breathing method would meld with total concentration and my breathing style. But that's for later. For now, how about I try for Dragon Flame Bullet? A new sun. With the way mundane ninjutsu training has been going, I can't imagine us not completing it in a week or two. Once that's finished, I think I'll take Suzaku out on the date I've been thinking about. But as of right now, a few days into training, I'm out in my estate's gardens with Kuroka. Her presence is required for this next part, so I don't turn into a stone statue of something and die. Admittedly, I'm probably jumping the gun here a little bit, but I figure I may at least try. So let me get this straight, Kuroka sighs, standing at my side over me as I sit on the ground. You're going to do a thing with senjutsu that might turn you into something. And if I see you starting to turn, you want me to use my senjutsu to slap whatever it is you're doing out of you. I nod, enthusiastically, pretty much, yeah. This sounds like a terrible idea. Kuroka breathes out, legitimately concerned. I've never heard of senjutsu doing something like that before, and striking at you with my senjutsu, that could hurt your soul, you know. My soul, I know for a fact, will be fine. I wave off her second concern with ease, divine bullshit, and all that. As for the whole senjutsu thing, you haven't heard about it, because this type of senjutsu is unique to that energy source. She blinks, tilting her head in confusion at my words, though it only takes a second of thought before the realization dawns on her face. Oh, that's, She crosses her arm, pouting slightly. I still don't like the sound of it. I reach up, putting my hands on her face, rubbing her cheeks with my thumb as I slowly bring her down to eye level with me. I smile at her, and touch our noses and foreheads together. If there's anyone I trust, to make sure I don't turn into a stone-cold statue of something, it's you, alright? I trust you, trust me that I'll be fine, yeah. Kuroka blushes lightly, slowly wrapping her arms around my neck. That isn't the problem, darling, you don't even know what you could turn into, what if? I grimace, before shaking my head, and pecking her lips. You'll know. I state, resolutely, I don't think it would be subtle. However, not knowing is still kind of a problem. As I'm not training at one of the sage places, hell, not even the same universe, what will that do? Will I randomly start turning into an animal every time I try and fail? Will I even turn into an animal? What if I start turning into a tree or something? Or some other natural object? The best case scenario is that nothing happens on a failure, the worst case. Well, I'd rather not think about that. Still, I have to try. Sage mode is a pretty big buff, knowing I could gain access to it would be pretty huge, by itself. Kuroka stares me in the eyes for a few moments, before giving me a light sigh and pulling away. Alright, she starts stretching, not unlike a cat. I'll be ready then, Naya. With that done, she focuses straight down on me. Well, alright then. Let's get this show on the road. I slide into a meditative posture, hands set in front of my torso in a praying-like gesture. I become absolutely still. Through DXD Senjutsu, I already know how to gather natural energy. The thing is, this'll be my first time mixing it with my chakra, rather than my base life force. And so, bracing myself for something, I steady my breathing, and pull on the natural ki around me. Instead of pulling it into my ki, however, I direct it into the tight twisting spiral instead. I very nearly gag, the sensation feeling like the spiritual equivalent of sending air down the wrong tube, but press at it as my chakra doesn't reject the foreign natural energy. In fact, like a vacuum, it starts sucking in more. Unlike DXD Senjutsu, which is more like a give and take, where the user pulses out their ki into the environment before absorbing back natural energy, this is more like a drain, a sinkhole, sucking in all the energy around it. I move to put a stop to it, of course, at least try and slow it down. But then I hear it. Voices. At first, there are few. Then a dozen. A few dozen. 100. 1,000. They're all so annoying. So, incredibly, extremely annoying. Out of the blue, my eyes are wide open, and I'm staring down at a slightly panicked Kuroka who has her palm buried in my gut. With the spiritual equivalent of someone pumping your stomach, all that natural ki that I gathered, which now that I'm back to my senses I note was way over the balance line, flowed out rapidly, almost instantly. I let out a low shivering groan, only pulling her palm back once she pushed all the ki I took in, out. Once she was done, she grabbed my shoulders. Darling, are you okay? She questioned, voice quivering slightly. I nodded back, slowly, I hummed out, that did not feel pleasant. Ugh, what did you see? Kuroka let out a sigh of relief, to be honest. Not much, it was less a physical change, more I could feel the ominous aura inside you building up. Well, that's certainly different. Though, wait. Less physical. So I did change a little bit. I look at her with a raised eyebrow, to which she nods. Yup. You got little fangs, like me and Chiron. She moves a finger to her upper lip, pulling it up to reveal she does have little fangs. Cute. Still, I couldn't help but muse, that's it, huh? We'll have to try again, with clones. Kuroka's finger was all of a sudden on my lip. Nope. She denied. Eh? Why not? Because I can't eject all the natural ki out of you quick enough to do several clones at once. She boops me on the nose, and if I'm too late with even one. I sigh, and nod in understanding. I'm screwed. Yep, Naya. Well, that's unfortunate, no speeding running this I suppose. I'll admit that this is a different challenge than I expected, but I'm still nonetheless ready to take it on. Kuroka. I look at her, ready to try again. I dunno, I do need my nightly cat snack. Kuroka. I kid, Naya ha. You got this darling, I'm ready. Chapter 64, Chapter. Another week goes by. A week of training, getting palmed in the gut, and more training. I like to think it's going well so far, not like I'll actually find out until the hero faction starts fucking around in Kyoto, but still. Though, one thing hasn't been going the greatest, Senjutsu. I'm not entirely sure my Senjutsu, or rather Sage mode, will be ready by the time they show up. Compared to everything else, training has just been going very slow with it, unlike everything else it feels. Can't say I didn't expect it, though. What with not being able to use clones to help the process along and all that, and the process being extremely mentally draining. Willpower I may have, but when the monkey brain demands sleep and cuddles with big titties, it gets sleep and cuddles with said titties. Not like Kuroka minds at all. Regardless, all that in half a month away from the expected invasion date, and I have a different date to currently plan for. Which is why I'm sitting on the couch, not training for once, but instead scouring the internet for nice dating spots in Japan. As I do that, I wait for Suzaku to. "Oh, Lord Kami, get back to me." I chuckle as her voice thrums in the back of my head, and I clear my thoughts so I can hear her properly. "I would be honored to go out with you sometime. I'll call off my duties for the next few days, so please, call me whenever. I'll be waiting." I couldn't help the smile that bloomed across my face as I took in her words. She sounded far less horny than usual, much more giddy. Excited. I better find a really good place to go to then, huh? See. "Oh, Kaminaya." I snorted and immediately threw Kuroka's prayer to the back of my head. Damn cat. Ever since she found out I hear prayers in my head, she's been doing this shit constantly. Sometimes, she sends horny ones, like Suzaku. Other times, they are legitimate prayers. For her game. Like, winning in Warfields or whatever it was called. Usually, it's that. Without even hearing her finish, I knew that was the case this time as well. Sometimes, when she's getting outskilled and pissy, she prays for me to curse some poor guy who probably hasn't left the house in a few years. That's putting her wording mildly, in any case. With a roll of my eyes, I do end up granting her prayer, by nudging her luck in just the right way so as to make draws more likely for her. This is much easier than trying to say, manipulate causality, or some shit for her. Luck manipulation is a power of Senjutsu, the DXD version, after all. As such though, Kuroka, being pretty damn good at the art. Naya. I hear my cat girl exclaim, slightly panicked, as I start to cackle, "Darling. You bitch." Can tell when her luck is being manipulated. My cackling reaches its epitome as Kuroka rages upstairs, trying to undo my blessing whilst in the middle of a match. I have to hold my sides as they start to buzz. That's how bloody hard I was laughing. After a moment, I settled down, with a deep content sigh. That's what you get, kitty. You know well what I was doing down here, but you tried to mess with me anyway. That out of the way, and with a quick wipe to clear the budding laugh tears forming in my eyes, I focus back on my phone. Where was I? Right. See, there's a problem with trying to find a good place. Why? Because Souza, as a Five Clans member, has probably already been everywhere across the country. It's in the job description after all, the clans protect the country, of course, she'd have been everywhere of note by now. This leads me to sigh in dejection, slumping against the couch, not entirely sure where to go from here. I've thought about asking for help, but, well, Kuroka would be zero help there. For obvious reasons. I thought about heading out of the country, maybe hitting up a place in America, because there's no way she's been outside Japan before, that'd be new. Fresh. Possibly very fun. Problem with that. I have no idea where to go, besides maybe a select few spots in America. But that's not taking into account whatever the supernatural situation is like over there. Didn't get shit about that in canon, and I don't want to find out the hard date ruining way. I had thought about and tried to ask Rose if she knew of any spots while she was following around Odin. Yet when I went to her room/makeshift office, she was doing paperwork. An exorbitant amount of paperwork. Paperwork which I honestly have no idea where it came from. She ended up, politely, shooing me out, and I obliged. So, yeah, Rose is busy at the moment. Didn't even know she was doing any of that after training. Kind of makes me feel bad for her, in fact. Definitely need to do something for her soon. But that only leaves one more person who I could ask for help, Yuzum. Who I haven't seen in a good while. Who's probably still busy with everything going on surrounding the new alliance with the Norse. I tried texting her too, but haven't got a reply or anything, so I'm mostly on my own here. Alright, Nori. Time to big brain this shit. And if worse comes to worse and I can't think of anything, I'll just ask her where she hasn't been. I'd rather not do that, because of my pride, but I will if I have to. So, I sit, and I scroll through an exorbitant amount of websites. Quickly, I got a couple ideas. Unlike what I did with Chiron and Kuroka, which was to drag them around all day going to places, for Suzaku, I wanted to stick around in one place for a little bit. Less going out, more rest and relaxation together type of thing. Also, to minimize the chances of her having gone to where I take her already, I started looking away from bigger cities, avoiding them entirely. Of course, there's always a chance that problems would crop up out there in lesser-known smaller towns or whatever, but I pushed the thought aside rather quickly. Problems have a chance to crop up everywhere, especially since logical thinking and common sense don't seem to be universal, what with all the people's minds on tits in this universe. Pushing forward with that idea, I came upon an interesting place online. Abanazawa. It's pretty small, more a town than a city, unlike Kua, which is called a town but is more like a city. The place was built around a silver mine, before eventually switching to tourism for its economic growth after building hot spring resorts and something called ryokan, or traditional Japanese inns, along the river that flows through the town. The hot springs, in particular, combined with the town's architecture are what make it such an attractive tourist destination in the first place. I click my tongue, however, as an addendum is added to that. In winter. What makes the place truly pop is the winter months, with good snowfall. Unfortunately, it's near the end of September right now, and the earliest you can expect snowfall in Japan is 2 months away in November, regardless. Granted, even without the snow, I don't doubt it wouldn't be a nice place to visit, but still, that sort of completes the package. Shame there's no chance to get it to snow early. Or shame I don't possess ice or snow-related powers. I blink, slowly raising my head and gaze from my phone as an idea forms in the back of my head. I look outside, up at the mid-morning sky, and I think. Who said I need to have such powers myself? I'm not sure entirely if they'll answer, but a fire inside me tells me they'll at least listen. I'm going to need a big offering though. With that in mind, look back down at my phone and send a quick text to Yuzum once more. Yo. So do you know what Japanese dragons like? I don't think she'll answer me, I just thought it'd be funny to have the question after asking a rather mundane question about possible dating spots. I smirk and chuckle at the thought as I stand up. Fortunately, I already have an idea. First, a quick trip to the markets, then a saunter down to the Genbu estate, going to need to borrow one of their shrines to make the offerings. Time to get to it. A new sun. I couldn't tell if my smile right now would be considered giddy or stupid. Probably both, if I'm being entirely honest. Thank you for coming post-haste, Souza. I grin looking down at her as I approach her. I see you followed what I asked to the letter, Well, of course, she replied tersely, an eyebrow raised at me, though I must ask, Noriaki, why? She's talking about her current attire, technically both of ours. The yukata we were both wearing in our usual colors is pretty standard, but the tanzan, the thick padded kimono over top of it. That's kind of odd. Especially out here, in this month. Especially when we both control fire and heat anyway. My answer back to her though, is just as simple, but full of cheek, so we can blend easily, of course. She deadpans back at me, Noriaki, it's September. She stresses. I raise an eyebrow back, and... She huffs in indignation, and I chuckle as I take her hands. Just, trust me, all right. I continue, softly, we'll need em. Looking at our hands, Suzaku lets out an equally soft smile and blush, before conceding, if you say so. I nod, slowly pulling her closer so I can take her arms in my hands. Ready. I muttered down into her ear. Ready. She shivered and muttered back. With that, and a flash of golden light, we were off. Teleportation is really useful stuff. No need to worry about Kuroka and Rose. Before Souza showed up, those two were taking a nap at their respective offices. Both already knew about my taking Souza out for a bit, but just in case, I left a note behind as well. It took most of the day to get everything set up, hitting the market district, gathering my offerings, hitting the shrine, flying out here preemptively so I could teleport us both in, all that, most of the day. Despite that sounding kind of bad, I would rather say it couldn't have been any more perfect. As when we arrive, in a small out-of-the-way alleyway where no one would see us. Meanwhile, what we see. A traditional Japanese town that blends in modern elements subtly, yet in a way that makes the whole place just pop. As it's becoming night, the gas lamps lining the streets and bridges across the river that run through the place are already lit, giving an enchanting glow to the entire place. If I wasn't standing here, physically, I might have thought I was watching a picturesque scene from something like Spirited Away. It was just simply that beautiful. But of course, to top it all off. Snow. It's snowing. In September. And the way it's been packed up lightly roofs, streets, and distant trees and hills. It looks like it has been for at least a little while. Suzaku just stands there, staring. Her mouth is in a perfect O shape as she beholds the sight, and the chilly impossibility falling around her. Hell, even I get caught up in the scene. It's just that damn pretty. Eventually, and rather slowly, Suzaku turned and looked at me. It's. She held up a finger, watching as a piece of snow landed on it. How? I couldn't help my mirth-filled chuckle as I wrapped my arms around her waist, and pulled her up against me. I set my forehead on hers, and looked her straight in the eyes, as crazy as it sounds. Bananas. Lots of bananas. All shoved in a shrine's offering box at the Genbu estate to one Kurokami. Souza stared back into my eyes, her own widening with damn near every word. That's. I had to withhold the urge to cackle at her complete inability to form words at the moment. Instead, I leaned down a tiny bit more, and took her lips with my own, gently. The way her face practically lit up, turning as red as her eyes and clothes, made me pretty sure she got what I was trying to say. As our lips parted, I elaborated verbally, I figure you could use something like this, you helped me relax some time ago, now, it's my turn. There are hot springs here, and a bunch of those traditional Japanese inns, now's the time to forget the outside world exists for just a little while, how's that sound? Souza smiles, and finally finds her voice as she mutters back, that sounds wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. She leans up, and this time, she's kissing me back. Although hers is much more like a peck, almost like it was from a shy schoolgirl with a crush before she pulls away and swiftly hugs me. Thank you. She murmurs into my chest. I rub her back and pat her head as she does, we haven't even started yet what are you thanking me for? She giggles sweetly as she looks up at me, because I already know I'll have a good time with you, Noriaki. Ah, damn. I could feel my face burn slightly at that, now you're making me blush. She doesn't give a verbal response, just more sweet giggles. I click my tongue, fine, be that way you, I sigh out, but don't think I won't get you back for that later. She raises an eyebrow in challenge at that and gives me a small smirk. Oh, she thinks she's cute, How about we get started, yeah. I step away, and hold out my arm to her, I'm thinking we hit up the hot springs, first. Then the inn to catch some dinner. Sounds like a good start. With a happy little smile, she takes my arm with hers, a very good start, lead the way, Noriaki. And lead the way I do. A new sun. The Jinzen Onsen. The unfortunate thing about the place. The springs are separated by gender. Luckily, however, I can ignore that. Why? Well. I've been learning stealth for the past 2 weeks, and it's helped along by the fact that we pretty much have the place to ourselves. Tourists tend to visit in the winter months, which September is obviously not, at least for Japan. Finally, even if I did get caught, I can hypnotize people with a glance to make them ignore me, and make sure we aren't interrupted. So, when I walk straight into the women's side of the springs, and behold Suzaka standing in the middle of it all. Long black hair free and down and soaked, wearing a pure white robe quite literally drenched through, sticking to her body and showing everything. Well. Let's say I had an easy time getting here. Souza turns and sees me, she blinks for a second, her eyes widening with a little surprise, Noriaki. Before she giggles, I figured you'd come, somehow. She pulls at the collar of her robe, so I came prepared, what do you think, my lord? She hummed the question sultry. I raised a finger, stopping her, before dropping my robe and stepping into the hot spring, completely naked. As I power walked toward her, the poor woman's eyes grew wider and wider, and she started backing up, a blush spreading across her face the closer I got. I'm not sure why the reaction. Maybe it's because of my look. It is payback time after all. I walked right up to her until eventually she cornered herself against the wall and was forced to stop. I took her chin with a finger and made her look up at me. Now, Lord, stuff this time, I state, resolute, yet huskily, just, Noriaki, all right. All right. And Noriaki. She yelped out the last part, as I got to work. Ha. The voluptuous black-haired girl gives a breathy moan as I slowly trace my finger around the lip of her entrance, through her soaked robes. What's the matter, Souza? I nuzzle into her neck, giving it little nibbles and bites, she gasps and shivers with each little contact. Oh, I get it, this is new, I suppose you could tell, Yes, I could. She confirms, you're being much more of a tease, this time. She states, confident. Before giving a near-choking gasp as my middle and longest finger snakes straight past her robe and into her folds with extreme ease. My other arm wraps around her body, grabbing a handful of her plump rear. With it, I hold her in place as my finger makes a hook-like motion inside of her, and then I begin moving it. Slow and steady, in and out, I watch with a smirk as she squirms and moans in place. See. Big, tease. On. Big indeed. I retorted huskily, making a show of pressing the tip of my quickly going erect member right up against her stomach. Just that little touch and I could feel a shiver shoot up her spine. Souza looks down, biting her lip at the sight pointed at her. Oh. Something caught your eye. I chuckle, making my finger go slightly faster, forcing a gasp that comes from her so suddenly it's almost a whistle. Well. Souza, I got something else for us to do this time, all right. She looks at me, and an angry yet very cute little pout forms across her face as I lean in, and whisper to her before she can try and deny it. Once done, I pull back slightly and watch as her face turns completely scarlet red, being so close, I can physically feel the heat coming off her. En Noriaki. She gives a low, cute, whine, that's. I raise an eyebrow slowly, Is there a problem? She looks away for a moment, biting her lip, before huffing and slowly wrapping her arms around my shoulders. Pulling me in enough to hug me. Her head rests against my chest, I can't see her face, but she's close enough to whisper into my ear. P, please put your thing in me, and M, make me your woman, A again. She trails off, just as hotly as she is embarrassed. Aha. I told her to, essentially, act as though this was training for our wedding night. I figured since one of her things was looking for a husband in the past, for her clan and all that, she'd have fun with this. Doesn't look like she'll be able to look me in the eye and say it. Yet. With a quick motion, I pull my finger out of her, lift her with her legs, and sit her down on top of the hot springs wall. When I pull off her robe, pretty much tearing it entirely off her front, she yelps and stares at me with those beautiful deep red eyes of hers, full of anticipation and longing. She further shivers, as I step forward, spreading her legs and pressing the tip of my manhood straight against her now bare entrance. It would be my pleasure. I huff out deeply, audible just enough so I know she can hear, and feel her quiver in response. Then let out a loud, breathy moan, as I hilt myself inside her with one big thrust. I groan alongside her, as the moment I bottom out I feel her walls latch onto me with a vice grip. Oh, yeah, she's very into this. Not allowing myself to be slowed down, I slowly but surely start thrusting into her, rapidly picking up speed with every thrust. On. Noriaki. I go down, cutting her off into a loud lewd moan by taking one of her breasts, and thus her nipple, into my hand, groping and playing with them as though they were toys. I didn't get a chance to really play with these last time, better make up for lost time. My second arm wraps around her waist, pulling and holding her body tight against mine. At the same time, I feel her quickly wrap her legs around me in response, us both trying our damnedest to stay as close as possible. At this point, the glorious sounds of flesh slapping against flesh could be heard, rapidly filling and echoing across the spring unabated. HNNGGH. Noraki, Damn it, DD darling. P please. Suddenly, Noriaki's hands find enough strength in their pleasure-filled haze to find my head. See, come here. Kiss me please. Heh. Stealing Kuroka's thing now are we? But still, who am I to say no to that request? I move up and take her lips prisoner just as she asks, and as soon as I do, it's like some sort of dam burst inside of her. She moans straight into my mouth, causing me to shiver, followed by her all of a sudden climaxing shortly after, her folds seizing with insane heat around my shaft. I almost come right then and there, I admit. I stifle a gasp as I hold back my shot, but then Suzaku holds my head, and comes up straight to my ear, murmuring. There's no need to hold back, right D darling? P please fill me up, I've been a good wife, haven't I? Okay, so. There's something about Suzaku calling me darling, and calling herself wife that makes a dam in me break in turn, turns out. I heave a grunt, long and deep, as I bury my cock as deep into her folds as it can go, and let loose what feels like rope after rope of white-hot seed. Hot. Ha. Suzaku wraps her legs around me, gasping and moaning at each bit of rope that fills her. Thank me, I can control my virility, or else there's no way in hell she wouldn't have just been impregnated. Ha. I gasp out, settling down on top of her, you little tease. She palms my shoulder, lightly, you started it, D darling. She huffs out with a cute little pout, seriously, wife, training, what are you on about? She trails off, shyly. I look down at her face, hey, why are you acting like we're done? She blinks. Then slowly looks back at me. What? I hum out, we're not going to be done now, not when we leave the springs, the inn, nope, not even a little. I finish with a chuckle, then I look her dead in the eyes, I told you I'd get you back. Isn't this a bit much? Not if you're enjoying it too. Why you're a cruel god, you know that, D darling. I could only cackle at that as I went back down and captured her lips. Spending time like this is always nice, especially when it's the calm before the storm. Chapter 65, October has come. And with it. Beyond it getting slightly colder and raining a tad more than before, nothing else has changed. On the surface level, anyway, if the hero faction is here in Kyoto, then I have no way of figuring out where exactly they are. I hit things with a sword and fire, not gathering intelligence, after all. Besides that, the extent of my knowledge on the hero faction's attack only goes so far as sometime in October, which, while something, isn't the most helpful in preparing for an exact time. The only other thing I can say for sure is that Yasaka goes out at some point before the Kuo second year's trip to the city, which narrows things down a tad bit. That particular trip tends to happen sometime early in the month, like the first or second week. Which is why, as October just starts to roll in, my phone abruptly sets off. Luckily, I set it to vibrate, for reasons. If it dinged right now it'd be fairly bad timing. In any case, I look at my phone, snorting at the message. Fluffy Tails Princess, yes. The peak of eloquence, I see. I responded exactly that, this time, I got a reply back seconds after mine. Fluffy Tails Princess, well. What else am I supposed to say to an image of a, I don't even know what that was. It was a picture of a stoned fox. Fluffy Tails Princess, is that because it was sitting on stones, or because it was on drugs? I dunno, you're supposed to be the expert here. Fluffy Tails Princess, why you? Just because. Humph. I snort, quietly, and put my phone away. I've had Yusaka's number since the whole Ibaraki thing, but she also gave me Kuna's number after that. Much to her daughter's intense displeasure. Why? Well. Whenever Yusaka would be sexually suggestive in her messages to me, I'd send a random meme to her daughter. Needless to say, if you check the logs of my and Kuna's chat, most of it would just be stupid pre-2010s memes from me, with the princess pouting after every one. Oh, right. But this time is a little different. I quickly pull out my phone again, and send, to Gozaru. Fluffy-tailed princess, are you sure you're not stoned? Okay, that reply caught me so off guard I legitimately snorted. Loudly. This prompted me to immediately jump on top of the guard tower I was hanging onto before the two Tengu stationed within instantly craned their heads in the direction of the sound. I let out a silent sigh of relief, as the bird yokai started looking around, more confused than alarmed for now. Good. That means they aren't going to whip up the entire palace guard into a frenzy. Now, I know it wasn't technically her fault, but I'm petty like that, so how about in retribution I sneak up to her room and scare her? Yes, this plan has absolutely no flaws, or downsides, whatsoever. Show me your worst, Murphy. Besides, Yusaka already knows I'm doing this, so even if I do get caught, it's not as though I'll be in any real trouble. I figured this would be a good time to test the new ninja skills I learned over the past month, and, I got to say, it was kind of scary how easy it was for me to sneak into Yurikyoto. Even with a bunch of senjutsu practitioners around, once I suppressed my aura, I may as well not have existed to them as I strolled on by. On the bright side, since I learned to conceal my aura, I don't need Kuroka to refresh her enchantment spell on me to stop Yukai from going crazy in my presence anymore. I can do that myself now, dial it up, or vanish it as I please. Of course, I'm not going to turn that on now, I'm in a city full of Yukai, and I'd rather them not all want to eat me. As I was thinking, I made it into Yurikyoto and through the city easily enough, all I had to do was find the portal, put on some fake cat ears, and walk on through. Half of sneaking into a place is looking like you belong there, so no one questioned a catboy strutting around like he owned the place, even with my aura suppressed to nothing. There are so many other Yukai around that, of course, individual signatures would get muddled. As I approached the palace though, things got tricky. The large groups thinned out, and I was forced to the shadows or else my lack of a life force presence would get discovered immediately. I was climbing up the walls when Kuna there finally responded to my latest meme. Now then, as for finding the fluffy-tailed princess's bedroom. The one downside about concealing your aura is that you can't sense anyone else's either, your sixth sense is essentially blinded to blind everyone else's, which means I'm going to have to find where a room is by estimation and sight alone. I blink, as an idea forms in my head. I eye the Tengu guards below with a smirk before I clasp my hands together, and a small white smoke screen pops off around me. When it clears, the black-haired golden-eyed young man is gone, instead, your average bargain bin Tengu stands in his place. The only difference is, the bright red and white standard uniform I see every other guard wearing is replaced with a black and dark blue version for myself. Transformation Jutsu. One of the 3 basics back in the Naruto world. 10-year-olds could figure this out, it didn't take long for me. My disguise set, I shoot up, high into the air, fast yet silent, and start flying around the place. Tengu feathers are darkened with my outfit. If anyone did look up, I'd blend in perfectly with the dark midnight-esque sky. Now, if I were a spoiled princess, where would my room be located in a giant Japanese castle? Top floor. Yeah. Top floor. It's likely that her room is right next to Yusaka's, so maybe I should visit the mother after the daughter. That is if Kuna doesn't flip her shit on me, which I expect her to do because it's her, so I likely won't have the pleasure of surprising Yusaka. Unfortunate, but the things I do for the petty. I quickly nosedive down, my transformation collapsing into smoke as I do before I land, sticking to the second-story castle's wall like Spider-Man and start shimmying across it. It doesn't take long for me to run across a shogi that acts more like a window, and when I look inside. Firstly, I'm on the wrong side of the floor, I see. This is Yusaka's room. Second. Holy fuck, those tits are huge. Did that sound rather vulgar? Yeah, no, even that doesn't clearly express it. Right now, Yusaka is standing in front of a mirror, a half-frustrated, half-pout straining her face as she tries to pull a yukata up onto her chest. Her breasts are so damn big, that she just can't do it. The thing simply can't reach over her chest, leaving it to snap back down around her waist. She probably has special tailors for this sort of thing, but I guess it can't be easy making clothes for her, huh? This particular yukata looks pretty different compared to her usual one. I wonder if a nice gift for her would be a whole diverse wardrobe of clothes that actually fit. I quickly shake my head of those thoughts, and quickly continue my chimney before Nori Jr. decides to come out and carve a hole in the wall wherever I go. I end up having to go pretty much all the way around the floor, but eventually, I hit another window and another room. Alright, Murphy. I have to admit. This is pretty good. My man. Much like her mother, Kunu is also trying on clothes. Unlike her mother, they fit. Also unlike her mother, rather than some traditional robe, she's straight up trying on a bikini. I wouldn't call the swimsuit sexy by itself, it's the girl's body doing all the heavy lifting there. I think she was trying to go for modest, but she inherited her mother's body, so that simply isn't possible. Also, those colors. Heh, someone's wearing my colors. A genius idea pops into my skull, and I quickly take out my phone to implement it. I sent her a rather simple message. Nice colors. Nothing happens immediately, of course. She hasn't seen it yet. I can't hear the dinging of her phone going off. The only way I know it's delivered is I see the princess all of a sudden perk up and give an annoyed, yet very cute, little frown to go with the embarrassed blush she's sporting, glaring at herself in the mirror. She shuffles over to her bed, where her phone lay, seemingly haphazardly thrown there, and bends over to grab it. I'm truly thankful her tails end up covering the view. I'm trying to trespass, not let Nori Jr. cause property damage. Upon snatching the device up, and looking at my message, she furrowed her brow in confusion and started to type out a reply. Before that though, I quickly add. The black and gold go well with your hair and eyes, though I think red really pops out on you, you know. And send. She stares down at her phone. A second, several, as her eyes slowly begin to widen in realization, and just as she begins to rapidly look around. I make my move. In one fluid motion, I open the window, and slide right on in, all while calling out. Daddy's back. EHHH. Why you? Ha. My vision becomes a bright pale blue immediately after as Kuna raises her hand in my direction. I just stand there, smiling, as I'm immolated. No harm was done to me whatsoever. Vaguely, I feel several more fox fireballs strike me consecutively, over and over again, in a row. But just like the first, none of them do anything. Pervert. Sicko. Creep. Deviant. Degenerate. Depraved weirdo. I also, vaguely, heard Kuna cry an insult with every assault. But much like her flames, her words held just as little heat to me. Even if they were a bit more colorful, since last we saw each other in person. The girl really hit the thesaurus afterward, huh? Kunu, I try, but. No. Shut up and die. I'm met with more cries and more fire. I sigh, and start walking toward her, whilst still slathered in flames. Yeah. Hey. You stay back. I'm warning you. With a simple act of will, the fires around me go out, prompting Kunu to cut herself off with a shocked squeak. I step right up in front of the girl, who's back up to her bed, leaning against the end of it as she tries desperately to cover her upper body with a small red jacket she has. Unfortunately, much like her mother, the keyword there is small and the jacket won't entirely fit around her due to her chest. So both of them could use it, then. Good to note for later. For now, I lean down, looking straight into the slightly quivering girl's eyes. How you doing? Fine. She looks away with a huff. Then you showed up, P-perv. I smile as I respond, good to see you too, princess. She merely huffs at me, before tentatively asking, what are you here for? Anyway, we thought you were busy doing stuff with the Norse and the clans after the alliance. I wave off her thought, actually, but now I've got some time, so. I decided to show up, and steal your maidenhood. Kunu, for a split second, essentially short-circuited. She froze, her mouth gaped slightly, and her ears and tails twitched. It was really cute. Then she slowly looked up at me. Huh? I nod, casually, I'm here to steal your maidenhood. I repeat, as though that was a casual talking point. Huh? She repeated, still in disbelief. Yup. Looks like you're all dressed up for it, too. Even in my colors. I add, huskily. Kunu shivers, slightly, why you don't have a monopoly on those colors, you know. Then she quickly adds, also, wait a minute. You can't do such a thing. You have to, you know, court me first. Yeah. Like you said. I chuckle at that, leaning down ever so closer to her. Oh, princess, I don't have to court you first to claim you, you know. In fact, I think your mother would much rather us do this, right? Wouldn't you? Isn't it a fantasy you read about all the time as a princess? Some handsome man, sneaking into your room. I slowly reach down, grabbing the collar of her jacket and holding it firm, the action drawing a hot shivering breath from the fox girl. And having his wicked way with you in the middle of the night. I finish mouth inches from her ear. There's no such fantasies like that, you, perv. She denies weakly, sounding desperate to sound unabashed. I chuckle, deeply, drawing a shivering gasp from her before I continue, don't be like that, princess. Besides, as I said, your mother would probably prefer it, after all, I'm not dense, I know she's trying to set you up with me, some sort of plan, right? Kunu freezes, how do why you? I grin, I have my ways. Meta-knowledge bullshit. Yasaka and Kunu from canon have something like it in canon for Issei. I just took a guess that moved over to me here. So, why don't we skip the journey and head straight to the destination? I mutter right to her ear and watch as the poor girl's face blushes an atomic red, and she trembles in place, breathing quickly as her legs and thighs grind together. Then, a moment later, I pulled away with a stupid smile on my face. But anyway, we should probably do that later, I just got here, and I'm pretty hungry. I say, deepness and husk gone, just my normal voice back at it again. Kunu takes a second before she blinks, looking up at me. What? She asks, breathy and dazed. I said I'm pretty hungry. I repeat, crossing my arms and smirking, should probably get something to eat. I'm not really, but it has been a while since I last ate, so I figured why not. Kunu blinks again, but, wait, aren't you? I wave her off, maybe later. Kunu stares up at me, and I think I see the exact moment she realizes just how hard I've been fucking with her. Because I hear, why you? Then she raises her hand, mounting fury stretching across her face, and all I see is white. Then a pop as a mild explosion of aura centered on my head clears. It's now my turn to blink. The girl just shot me with an aura bullet, point blank, in the head. Didn't do anything, of course, but still. Fair enough. Her voice came through once more, you ass. Language. I automatically correct her. Shut the hell up. She barrels on through, why would you joke about that you? She hisses, grabbing her head in straight fury. Oh. I raise an eyebrow, were you, mayhaps, looking forward to me whipping it out right in your face there, and making you call me daddy? Her blush returned as she perked up at my words, she quickly looked away after, however, and no. No, not one bit. She denied, very weakly. I hum out, unconvinced, right. She clicks her tongue, look, never mind, oh okay. Just, if you aren't here for that, then what? Come on now girl, you can't just change the subject like that. But I guess I'll give her a break, for now. So, I decided to answer honestly, well, I mainly snuck into Yurikyoto and the palace to test myself. Kunu blinked at that. She's been doing that a lot lately, is she okay? Wait, you snuck into the city and the palace? Kunu cried in outrage, how? Ninja, de Gozaru. I respond while making a stupid non-existent hand seal as if that answers everything. Kunu stares at me, dumbstruck, you are stoned, aren't you? She mutters in disbelief. I snorted again, no. I really did learn from a ninja and decided to put those new skills to the test. It was terrifyingly easy to do. I muse. Seriously, if me and Kuroka had these skills way back when we probably could have just assassinated Ibaraki or something. Also, I quickly add, that remark almost made me slip up and get caught when I read it, which is why I decided to come visit you, my favorite fluffy-tailed princess. I state, cheekily, while petting her head. She tries, and fails, to detach my hand from her head by batting it away, though she quickly abandons that plan with a growl and a pout. Has anyone ever told you that you're a perverted ass and you need to go die? She asks, fuming. Yup. I confirm easily, also, language. Screw you. She hisses back. I clear my throat, the proper term is, actually, fuck you, and that can be arranged. I correct as I start leaning down to her. HNNGGHH. She squirms in place, before crying out, knock it off. I'm not falling for your thing, again. Way to confirm that you were, indeed, totally willing to get dick down right there. Good job, princess. You're lucky you're so cute. You know, you've always been a bit fiery and bratty dash. Not a brat. She interrupts with a huff that I ignore to continue. But you're much more, I don't know what to call it exactly. Not outspoken, more like, relaxed, in a sense, here. I try to convey, less formal, you know. Kunu scoffs, well, yeah, it's my room, I can say or do whatever I want here, and no one can hear me. I blink at that, hear you. What, is this room soundproof? She nods, and slowly, realization dawns upon me. That's why I couldn't hear the phone go off through the fairly thin walls, huh? It's also why her screaming and launching fire and bullets didn't cause half the palace to come running. If that's the case, then... I nod, pleased, good to know that I can make you squeal as loud as I want for later then, Kunu perks up, then shivers with a frown. What do you mean, later? With a sigh, I sit down at the foot of her bed and suddenly pull the girl into my lap. She squeaks in shock and confusion before I grab her face and look her straight in the eyes. I wasn't kidding when I was talking about you and your mother's plan, you know. I state simply. Her eyes widen as she freezes still once more. I know it exists. You confirmed it does. I don't have a problem with it, but I do want to eventually hear what exactly it entails, and, well, I smirk, I was teasing about taking you right now, but I didn't say I wasn't gonna take you ever, right? Kunu immediately flushes. You better not be teasing me again, or I'll tell mother you're here. She tries to threaten. I chuckle, normally this time, before I made my sneak-in attempt, I told your mother, princess. I boop her on the nose, prompting her to squeak in indignation. That's, well. She resorts to simply pouting, because really, what else can she say? If she tells her mother that I teased her or came onto her, I'm 95% sure Yasaka would just go. So why didn't you seduce him back, Or something to that effect. That brings up another thing. Beyond just the plan, I continue, a serious inflection suddenly painting my words, as we talked about months ago, I want to hear not just what your mother wants, but what you want. Got it. Kunu's pout strained before she looked down at my chest. Okay. Fine. In canon, Yasaka was the type to try and get her then 12-year-old daughter to either get her to watch her shack up with a high schooler, or try and get her to join in. It'd be unfair to judge the Yasaka I know based on that one's actions that won't ever occur, but still. Just to be safe. I nod, pleased, good girl. And scratch behind her ears. For a second, Kuna legitimately purrs, only to freeze as she realizes she's still wearing a swimsuit, and nothing else. She flinches back and scrambles out of my lap, and back onto her feet with a click of her tongue. All right, pervert, get out of my room so I can change. I hold back a cackle as I rise to my own feet. All right, princess, I think I'll go visit your mother then. I announce as I stroll for the door. You do the dash. Kunu does a double take. Wait, no. You're not allowed to do that. Why not? I stretch the words out long as I turn back to her and ask with a smirk. Because. She'll, well, no, you'll try to have your wicked way with her. She reasons. I mean. She's not entirely wrong, she's probably thinking in the wrong way. Regardless, I throw up my arms, so. Where else am I supposed to go, then? Kunu looks around her room, back and forth, quickly, before finally settling on some random corner, there. Go sit in the corner, facing the wall. I deadpan stared at her, really? Yes. She nods, resolutely, with a smirk that screams pride and smug. Go on, sit. Help me, to not correct this brat right this second. I'll give her this, for now, so I scoff but walk over to the corner anyway. While I have this time, I decide to finally take in the appearance of her room, so focused I have been on the Fox Princess specifically that I hadn't taken it all in. Compared to the palace as a whole, this room seems the most modern. She's got a massive actual bed, not a mat, and it's plastered with assorted stuffed animals. The floor is this fancy reddish-pink soft carpet, and along the walls, there are shelves upon shelves of stuff messily strewn about. Most of it is books, everything from old scrolls to modern covers, but there are toys and ornaments thrown amongst them as well. Between the shelving, there are posters, and photos depicting various events, and across from her bed is a door to her wardrobe, or at least I assume so anyway, because there's a big mirror next to it along with a table that has makeup stuff and jewelry thrown about. Kunu's room, although messy, still isn't as disastrous as Kuroka's was. I'm never going to let the cat live this down. As I sit down in my little corner, I briefly compare Kunu's room and Yasaka's in my head and find that, from the quick glimpse of the latter's I got, the two rooms are essentially polar opposites. Yasaka herself was the only thing to note in hers because the rest of the room was fairly traditional and Spartan. As in, she had a mat, a table, a door to her wardrobe like Kunu's, the mirror, yet her walls were plain. It's kind of sad. The two are a product of different times, huh? Remember what I said, Kerr? My thoughts were silenced as Kunu called out, no. Looking. My eyebrow twitched. Call me Kerr, will you? Well, now I have to look. I sit there, patiently, listening intently. I hear a door open, cloth dropping to and thudding against the floor. Once. Twice. I quickly turn my head. And all I see is pale blue as foxfire envelopes my vision, accompanied by distant snickering. I don't know whether I want the hero faction to come sooner or later, now. Regardless, I know I will be ready, and that this brat is going to be corrected by the time I'm done here. A new son. Chow chow, I think it's about time we get moving. Yeah, it's okay now. We have long since gathered enough capable people. Let's move on to the next stage. Right. We have gathered what we need. It's about time. Now then, are we going after him first? Him? Ah, do you truly think we have enough? There's no doubt he's gotten stronger since that recording. We do. Besides, who said anything about a fight? First, we have to negotiate. And we will do it quite firmly, Siegfried. I know you're excited, but hold your swords for just a second. At least until after he joins us. Roger that. We have common ground, after all. The ones who destroy the demons, monsters, and dragons. Has always been the heroes. Chapter 66, Chapter. So. Yasaka began, barely holding back her laughter. Noriaki, I see you snuck into the place just fine. All three of us, myself, Kunu, and Yasaka, were seated around one of those small and low dining tables for dinner. After Kunu managed to get dressed, we went and grabbed Yasaka from her room and came down with her for a quick informal late-night dinner. Directly across from me, the bratty little fox sitting across from me had the largest smug smirk I'd possibly ever seen. Between the two of us, at the end, or more like the head of the table as this is her house, sat Yasaka. She looked about ready to break down into a fit of giggles. I, meanwhile, was pouting. My arms crossed, I intentionally looked huffy as hell. I'm also fairly certain my hair is on fire, still. Yeah. Just fine. I huffed out, glaring at the fox princess as I answered her mother, saw some pretty interesting stuff. I state, the gears in my head turning as an idea forms. As I start smirking, Kunu seems to drop in turn, before I swivel my head and look at Yasaka. Say, while I'm here, well, first. I began, causing Yasaka to raise an eyebrow, do you have any plans to go anywhere soon? Yasaka hums, contemplating for a second, her hands reaching for and picking up her teacup almost automatically as she does. Yes, actually. She finally answers with a sigh, although it's not immediate, it is soon. You came around just in time, in fact. In a day or so, I have a meeting with the Sakra's messengers from Mount Meru. She finished with a sip from her cup. I blink at that, my spite train of thought halting. Isn't that meeting when she's supposed to get kidnapped? That sounds about right, yet also, Sakra. Indra. Why would she be meeting his messengers? Not that such a thing is impossible, considering the sheer amount of Buddhists and Buddhist temples in Kyoto, and what with Yasaka's whole thing being trying to turn Kyoto into a melting pot with diplomacy. I suppose I could see it. Still, knowing that guy's personality, I figured he'd consider Yasaka and the West Yukai as a whole not worth talking to, even through messengers. Unless he's already got the hero faction in his pocket, and this entire thing was a setup from the beginning. That could mean killing them might draw Indra's ire. Internally, I shake my head at that notion. When they come, they die. It's pretty simple. I already know who's getting the sword first. If Indra wants to throw a hissy fit about it, let him. Preferably, he'll show up in the middle of the day, near noon. Hell, he's got the arrogance for that in spades. Regardless, I can ruminate on all that later, back on the spite train. Oh. I make a show of thinking about it for a second. Well, it's a little tight, but what do you think about fitting in the date I promised you before then? Across from me, Kuna slams her hands on the table as an indignant, what? Date, leaves her mouth. Yasaka's eyes widened, although whether from my proposition or Kuna's reaction to it I couldn't tell. What I could tell is, though, the poor MILF fox almost choked on her tea there for a second. Luckily, or unluckily depending on how you look at it, she seemed to have some practice dealing with such a situation, considering how stupid the people here can be, I'm not entirely surprised. So, with grace, she barely let the slip show and corrected the failed swallow shirtless thereafter. My oh my, Noriaki. She set down her cup, and put a hand to her mouth, asking a mother out like that right in front of her daughter, how bold. She giggled lightly and leaned forward ever so slightly as she did. Mother. Kunu squawked, looking damn near ready to leap over the table, grab her mother's kimono, and forcibly close the thing before her tits spilled out. Which, to be fair, they always look about ready to spill out. I completely ignore Kunu for the moment, and focus on Yasaka, bold, and serious. I start, mirroring back her lightly flirty inflection. I did say I'd take you out sometime, months ago, and hey. Doesn't a date before a long and boring meeting with a bunch of Buddhists sound divine? Yasaka hums in contemplation for a second. It does, it does. She almost needily whines. Mother. You can't just. Come on. I cut off Kunu as I trail off, slowly leaning toward her. I already have a few ideas on where to go and what we'd be doing. Yasaka continues to hum, before sighing sweetly and smiling. Oh, all right, Noriaki, how could I refuse, I chuckle and shoot her a smile right back, as Kuna groans in pain or embarrassment, slumping down on the table. Don't worry dear, Yasaka addresses Kuna with a smile, after he's done with me, I'm sure it'll be your turn next. Kuna flinched back as if struck, her head reeling as she whined out, mother. I let out a dry wheeze of a laugh as Yasaka giggled at her daughter's indignation. Ah, I sort of wish I swung by sooner now. I nearly forgot that these two antics were great. So then, Noriaki. Yasaka began sweetly, and I got myself under control enough to look at her, I presume you'll be spending the night here then. I nod, if that isn't any trouble, it'd make everything a lot easier. Yasaka nodded in turn, then, how about instead of us sending you off to a guest, you spend the night with me, and we get a head start on our date? She asks, breathily, leaning forward ever so slightly whilst leaning on her hand. All of a sudden, I had to actively suppress Nori Jr. from coming up right away. This MILF can be very dangerous, huh? Kunu stood up, quickly, and called out, absolutely not. I don't want to be an older sister right now. Yasaka blinked at that, seemingly legitimately not expecting Kunu's words. But she recovered quickly enough, and smiled as she fired right back, but Kunu, dear, you'd make an excellent big sister. Kunu took a step back, flushing from the praise, well of course, mother, she nodded, rapidly, you raised me right after all, but still. That doesn't change that fact. Vaguely, their back and forth turned into distant echoes as I sat there, slowly zoning out. Ah, Fox girls. Yeah, I really should have stopped by sooner. A new son. I gotta say. Now it's my turn to smile smugly at the Fox princess, I'm not surprised it turned out like this, why are you? Just, shut up, would you? Kunu cried out, albeit heavily muffled under all her blankets, sheets, and stuffed animals. I can barely hear her, and that's with me lying right next to her. In her bed, of course. Because clearly, this was the only solution to the problem. Poor Fox princess, her mother pretty much manipulated her into outwardly saying she wanted me to sleep with her instead. Not like that kind of sleep, I already know that I'm pretty sure, but hearing her say that in front of her mother was pretty damn funny. With a chuckle, I turn and lay on my side, facing the bundle of cloth and stuffed animals hiding the little Fox princess. Though, on the other hand, I continue, regardless of her words, this does give us the time to talk. Specifically, you, remember. For a moment, I'm greeted by silence from the lump, until it slowly starts shifting, and Kunu's head pops out from it. Her eyes refuse to look at me directly, instead eyeing some random stuffed animal, and her face positively burned. I'd rather not. She mutters out, weakly. Too bad. I sang the denial out, it's too late to back out now. It's embarrassing. She whines, shimmying under the assorted bed stuff, like, really 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 embarrassing. Okay. I could barely talk about it with mother, and you. She trails off, leaving the unspoken, unspoken. I'm a part of the plan, after all. With a sigh and a much more tender smile, I reach a hand over to her and gently cup her face, take your time then, princess. But it is happening tonight, and the sooner you get it out, the better, yeah. I give her a few scratches just like that, before moving and flipping around, facing away from her. For her sake, I hope that'll make her feel less uncomfortable. I settled in to wait for her. I was planning to start brainstorming and going over my plan for when the hero faction attacks, but to my surprise, it didn't take long for small soft hands to grasp the back of my robe and hold on to me. Then, in even less time, she began to speak. I'm sure you're aware, but mother isn't exactly the strongest amongst the Daiyukai. She strained the last words, as if physically speaking them hurt. Of course, I am aware, but I don't say anything, giving only a nod. Interesting start, though. What does this have to do with her plan? She's been alive for a long, long time. She was but a girl even younger than myself when Tamamonome reigned. Kunu practically spat the old Kyubi Daiyokai's name, before sighing, originally, she was never meant to lead the Kitsune, did you know that? There were stronger, older, more experienced Kitsune alive at the time. What happened to them, then? I ask though I suspect I already know the answer. I could feel Kunu's shrug, they all died, of course. They wanted to be the next Tamamo, they felt they had to be, so they tried to be like her. But back then. At that time. There wasn't peace between the Shinto clans and the Yukai, it was war. While the Great War waged across the western countries here, in the east. We fought amongst ourselves. She scoffs, it's scary, looking at human history, and seeing how the wars and battles all match up with what's going on in our side. History repeats itself, huh? Even with supernatural powers. Or I suppose, in this case, it mirrors. Regardless, Kuna continued, mother was still young at the time the position fell to her. At that point, she was the only one left. The Kitsune of Japan had to gather under her, at least then, they'd have strength with numbers if it came down to a fight. But instead of choosing to fight, which hadn't worked several times over, Mother sought a different solution. Diplomacy. I wagered a guess. Was this the start of how Kyoto ended up the way it is today? In a sense. Kunu answered, rather neutrally, see, Mother, was, HNNGH. She struggled with the words, is, still, the, weakest, de yokai. Especially back then. She didn't want to fight, to be killed for nothing and lead the rest of her kind to death. When you don't want to fight, yet you don't have the power to do what you want anyway, in a world where might makes right, what do you think happens? Ah. That's kind of dark if it is what I'm thinking, holy shit. Then again, it's war. Kunu let out a shuddering breath. Let's just say, it wasn't a pleasant time, back then, but at the very least, the Kitsune Yukai didn't die out. Eventually, things calmed down in Japan, and as things calmed, sweet words became the weapon of the age, something Mother learned to wield well long before that time back then. Thus, diplomacy. Everyone grew tired of fighting, and it became much more desirable to settle down with a cute little fox or cat girl than take them away. I could feel Kunu shake her head quickly. I'm just thankful Mother no longer had to go through any of that again, for the most part. For the most part. Even up to the modern era, of course, things weren't perfect. Uniting, gathering up the WAST, it took more than sweet words. And although wars aren't as prevalent, battles still happened until lately here and there. Especially with the clans. Hey, even still amongst Yukai from time to time. She held onto me ever so slightly harder. How do you think I came to be, after all? Holy. Kunu. I go to speak, but she shushes me quickly, and quietly. Don't. I know what you're going to say. I don't need your pity, or hugs, or scratches. I almost deadpanned at how needy she sounded saying that last word. I know I was unplanned, an accident, ultimately. But Mother made it very clear that despite that, she still loves me regardless. So just, don't. I'll be fine. I'm still giving you scratches later. If you must, humph. Kunu cutely doesn't deny it. I chuckle just a tad at that, right? So, Kunu, how does all of that relate to the plan, I think I can see where this is going, but just to be sure. I can almost feel Kunu's blink against my back, right? Okay, so, pretty much, all of that I just told you. Much of that Mother told me before explaining her plan going forward, to give context as to why she wants her, and I, to go through with it. I kind of want to call that borderline manipulation. In a sense, she told her daughter about all this stuff she had to go through, and now she's pulling her daughter into it by implying, in a sense, that if they don't go through with this, my past will return. But I'll withhold my judgment until I hear exactly what the plan entails. She called it the Hanai Okami Descendants Plan. Half-demon/god descendants plan. Kunu's voice quieter as she seemed to shrivel up at my back. Sure you can figure out how we'd get such descendants, why yes. Yup. I popped the P, as I deadpan stare across the room. Here's the thing about Yukai biology that I haven't thought about much, the really weird thing. When two Yukai breed, the type of Yukai depends on the mother, rather than being a mix of the parents. So, taking Kuroka and Chiron for example, they're both pure Nekasho, like their mother, despite having a human father. Yet, despite that, Yukai children do in fact take some racial characteristics from the other parent, if the other parent is a different race. I can't recall exactly what, but in DXD EX, Issei's kids with the Nekasho sisters had something from him, dragon aura, I believe. And maybe wings, too. Honestly, it doesn't make much sense at all to me. But then again, I'm not a supernatural biologist. The point is, if I have kids with Kunu, Yasaka, or hell, this applies to the Nekasho sisters as well, they'll likely possess divine attributes in some way. Due to my powers being focused on fire and light, in the Fox Girls' cases, I expect their foxfire might be buffed to hell and back, and they might be resistant if not outright immune to things like fire, light, and holy aura. Hell, they might even be able to generate the stuff. So not only would their kids with me have the potential to not possess one of the Yukai's standard weaknesses, but they'd of course be several times stronger just in general. Even if they don't possess any of my divine powers, they'd still likely inherit some facet of my natural power. Truly, it's a wonder the Yukai haven't gotten themselves bred by outside races several times over to gain their powers. Then again, they probably don't do that because, much like normal Japanese people, they have a thing against foreigners. That, or perhaps the gained powers disappear after some time. Ugh, alright. Time to stop thinking about that. If I want to conclude there, I probably need a biologist. More importantly, Yasaka already told me, in brief, about this particular plan. Name and all. It was after Ibaraki was dealt with, during one of our meetings, the same one I originally asked to take her on a date at. Figures, she wasn't joking, more like seeing how I'd react to the idea. Kyoto, the West faction my mother built up. Kunu suddenly continued, heavily, it's lasted for so long, even outliving the North and South. We have allies, and wealth, in a sense, we possess power, but not the type everyone respects. It's only been a few months since I last saw you, but you could beat even Mother in a fight now, couldn't you? Even with her pull on the ley lines, you, one person, could destroy this city and probably half of the country, somewhat casually. Probably, but I wouldn't. I feel the need to interject. She bats me on the back, I know. But you see it, too, right? What I'm trying to get at, what Mother was getting at. The West will never be secure unless we have someone strong enough to secure it. Otherwise, well. She trails off. Your mother fears the past will come back to haunt you all, huh? I mused, with Kuna nodding at my back. Well, I continued, that's all fine and dandy, but what about you? What do you feel? I'm met with silence for moments that stretch on, and on. Until finally, Kuna's voice picked up, but it was so small, almost guilt-ridden and filled with shame. Is it selfish to not want to do what Mother does? She asked, so quietly. I don't want to seduce you, to try to baby trap you into some marriage, use my body to lead you around, I don't want that. Her voice rapidly grows in intensity and speed. But, at the same time, I don't know what I want besides not that, and it feels wrong to want that, you know. Because I'm my mother's daughter. I was raised to do what must be done for the West, my people, but at the same time it just feels like. At this point, her voice sounded close to breaking, and I just couldn't stay still any longer. I whirled around, causing the little fox princess to give a shocked yip at my sudden action. As soon as I was facing her, my arms came around like a bear trap before she could escape, and snatched her up. You be big, damn, oaf. She cried, batting at my chest, let me go. No. I state simply, you need a hug. No. I don't, ha. She trails off into a groan of relief as I, promptly, start giving her ear scratches. Good thing too, now that I can finally see her face, she looks like she's on the verge of tears. I sigh, hell Kunu, so essentially, you don't know what you want, huh? She shivers, before swatting my hand away from her ear, pretty much, just not, that, even if seducing you wouldn't be difficult. I snort at that, oi. I have self-control. Right. She nods, pervert. You say that, but you didn't seem against what I was offering earlier. I brought up casually. Kunu blinks, before looking right up at me, that's because I really wasn't. As loath as I am to admit it, you were, right. She slowly shrinks back, about those stupid novels. Heh. Called it. Hush oaf or I'll slap you. Slap me, and I'll spank you, princess. Her eyebrow twitched, before she scoffed, as if you actually would, brute. Oh. I raise an eyebrow at that, you think I won't give you the proper brat correction you deserve? Brat correction. Kunu's eyes widened rapidly, before she looked downright offended, you dare. Don't start talking about Mount Tai, you're too short to see it after all. I replied automatically. Only for Kunu to give the most adorable, ferocious growl ever known to men. It sounded more like a kitten trying to growl, but not knowing how. I pat her on the head, which makes her try to be more ferocious, even as she leans her head into my hand more. So cute. Feel better? I ask out of the blue. Kunu pauses, before huffing and looking away, even as she clings onto me, as if. I roll my eyes, whatever you say, princess. I like it better when you call me by my name, like earlier. She huffs harder. Be more honest with me, then maybe I'll consider calling you by your name. I try. It takes her a second, but she sighs, fine, yes, I do feel better, happy now. I chuckle, smile, and rub her head, that I do, good girl, Kunu. Ha. Kunu recoils and quivers at my touch and words, that. Don't do that. She demands quickly. Nah. Wah. She exclaims, flabbergasted. Anyway dash. Hey. Don't just. I think I know what to do for your date, now. I continue to state, unabated. Ha. She tilts her head slightly, my date. Well, duh. What, you think I'm just gonna leave you out? Besides, I think I got a read on what you want, even if you don't or refuse to see it. Ha. And what would that be, then? She challenged, hotly. I reached down, a finger going under and lifting her chin, so I could look down into her eyes. You don't want to seduce me? All right, that's fine, I'll seduce you then, Kunu. I'm going to take you out of Kyoto, and you'll have the most sappy, feels-good, romantic experience you'll ever have in your life. Then, I'm going to take you back here, right to this bed, and you know what I'm going to do to you. What? She asks, almost in a daze, as every word I said pretty much from the start made her grow redder and hotter. I go down, straight to her ear, and mutter to her with a similar huskiness to earlier this night, I'm gonna correct that brat. HNNGGH. You, perverted, oaf. She shivers and mutters out back, you wouldn't. You bet that fluffy-tailed ass I would. I countered easily. You're in a relationship already, with that horny cat. She tries, desperately, to come up with some excuse. I shrug at that, so. I'm also doing her sister, one of the clan heads, I've got a harem little fox, and they're all aware. All I gotta do is tell them when someone new might show up, and let me just say. They've known about you and your mother for a while. TTCH. You jackass. Poor girl looks like she's about ready to burst into tears again. Language. I say, automatically. That's. You aren't my dad. She exclaims in outrage. Yeah, right now. I huff, I might be by the end of tomorrow. Huh. That's so shameful. After saying all that stuff you're just going to turn around and do mother. Even after everything I told you. She sounds legitimately exasperated. I nod a couple of times while humming, Yup. For one, I got your side, but I haven't learned anything from the woman herself yet. 2, well, I always wanted oyakodon. She blinks, what does a rice bowl dish have to do with this? I cackle, as I lean down and whisper the proper meaning into her ear. Kunu blinked. Then her eyes progressively widened. Why you, brazen, insolent, shameless pervert? She screams, hands igniting with bright pale blue flames. That's brazen, insolent, shameless, daddy to you, young lady. Naya. As my vision turns pale blue once again, there's only one thought left in my mind. I really should start brushing up on my dad jokes, huh? Chapter 67, Chapter. I've gotta say, I begin, looking Yasaka up and down while stroking my chin, I'm legitimately surprised shirts that fit you exist. Yasaka sent me an amused smile, trust me, I thought the same thing, it was a close thing. She huffs, wrapping her arms under her chest and pushing it up a bit, this particular shirt is actually much larger than it appears, I'm just stuffing the rest of it down into my pants. She says, just a tad bit quieter, almost shyly so. Ah, her jeans, can't forget about those either. All in all, for a faction leader, even as small as the West Yukai, her attire is rather simple compared to what I expected her to go for. A plain white shirt with black lining around the sleeves and collar that, while straining against her ample bosom a tad, actually fits, and navy jeans that are just a bit baggy, yet still show the curves of her legs just fine. Hell, she's even wearing normal shoes. Black, slip-on ones, I believe they're called. Of course, as we are going out in public, her foxtails and ears are hidden, and she isn't wearing most of her accessories. Still, A-grade MILF material right here. I promised Kunu I wouldn't be giving her a little brother or sister too soon, but honestly, I dunno about that promise now. I jest, of course, the Fox girls are going to have to wait on that front, Kuroka has already long called dibs there. In any case, regarding her clothes, we'll see about trying to fix that later. For now though. I chuckle, regardless, it looks really good on you. We could probably stuff you in a trash bag and you'd still be able to pull it off easily. Yasaka, in turn, flushes slightly and chuckles back, oh, perhaps, you flatter me so. She waved me off with a smile. Now then, I gotta ask. Yasaka. I start again, prompting Yasaka to raise an eyebrow my way, why are we heading out so early? Seriously, the sun hasn't even risen yet. I think we've still got at least an hour until then. Granted, it's difficult to tell in Yurikyoto because the place is set in perpetual darkness and such, but I can still tell. It's so early, most of the Yukai aren't even up and about yet. That, unfortunately, includes Kunu, who I was looking forward to seeing us off, and for her to be like, behave. And use protection, and all that jazz. That not happening makes it feel like something is missing from all this. Yasaka sighs, unfortunately, I can't clear my entire schedule for this on such short notice, and I do still have that meeting I mentioned before to prepare and attend to recall. She shakes her head, sadly, so, you'll have me for the morning, but that's all I'm afraid. Maybe a little bit into the afternoon as well. I click my tongue. On one hand, that kind of sucks. On the other, thank me, because trying to plan this out all night was a bloody nightmare. Mostly because of Yasaka's inability to leave Kyoto. See, I originally thought such a thing would have been a minor inconvenience. Nothing at all to worry about. Surely, there's something fresh I could take Fox MILF to that wouldn't be boring or a place she hasn't been to. After all, she is pretty busy, there's no way she's been everywhere in this damn city, right? Well. I had Kunu next to me during this entire process. Turns out. She pretty much has. All of the temples. She's had to visit them at some point, to meet with the deity in question for this or that reason. Pretty much all the traditional shops and districts are no-goes, because of course they are. They've been around for hundreds of years. She was there when they were first built, and according to Kunu, she was one of the first patrons and customers at those establishments. One idea I found to take her, the Sagano romantic train, seemed promising as not even Kunu knew about it, but the trip would take us outside the city. So fuck. There's always the chance that Kunu was intentionally shooting down my ideas to be a brat, which I'm keeping in mind, but somehow, I doubt that. She seemed oddly serious about the whole thing after I managed to calm her down last night. If I had to wager a guess, I'd assume it's because she still wants her to have a good time. Even though she might end up with a younger sibling by the end of it. So, good on her, I think. In any case, this has resulted in me requiring to get a bit more creative. I think we'll have a lot of fun. I just need to send a clone or two out to get everything ready. With purpose, I step right up in front of Yusaka. She glances up at me, humming in askance before yelping as I promptly scoop her up and off her feet, straight into my arms, and into a princess carry. Well then, I start floating up, bringing her with me. We better get to it as soon as possible then, yeah. So we don't end up in a rush. Oh my, up and just taking me away like this. Yusaka's cheeks lit up as she shimmied her shoulders back and forth. You're going to make me feel young again, you know. That nearly somehow made me stumble midair, not going to lie. I look down at her with a raised eyebrow. She looks back up at me sweetly, blush still burning her cheeks. I think I know where Kuna gets the brattiness from. Putting that very subtle hint out of my mind for now, another thought occurs as I fly away with her. Say, you did inform your guard that I'd be taking you out, right? I inquire rather casually, as I assume I'm partly worrying over nothing. In response, Yusaka puts a finger over her lips and hums in thought, before replying just as casually, oh, so that's what I forgot to do earlier. I stop, in midair, and deadpan down at her. She merely giggles mischievously. It'll be fine, Kuna can fill them in, so in the meantime, there's no need to worry. Yeah, she can, after the guards bust down her door to tell her you've gone missing, right? I ask back plainly. She doesn't respond to that beyond grinning a touch wider. Oh yeah, most definitely got the brat from her mother, that's for damn sure. A new son. Fun fact I didn't learn until last night. There's a Starbucks in Kyoto. In fact, there are 3 of them. I probably shouldn't have been so surprised at that, but I was. Now, my inner consciousness balks at the idea of a date taking place at the said establishment, but we didn't stop there first for that, no, just for a snack and a drink. It's way too early for breakfast after all. Besides, that's what the picnic I have planned is for. So, we stopped by a legitimate Starbucks to pick up something to go and tide us over for a little while, until the sun rose, and breakfast could be had properly. It was adorable watching Yusaka look so lost staring at the menu, that I actively encouraged her to try out the more foreign offerings. I, on the other hand, ordered my usual. It was reflexive. I can't remember why I ordered this specific drink, strawberry acai lemonade, or the sausage, cheddar, and egg sandwich, but well, anyway. It tasted like melancholy. The good kind though. I was too busy chuckling over Yusaka's indecision to conclude what that was. Not as though I felt I'd ever come to one. So, moving on, I helped Yusaka pick something out eventually, and since I'm basic as all hell, we settled on a frappuccino. Though I have to say, I can't tell if the image of Yusaka being held up in my arms drinking a Starbucks frappuccino is incredibly cursed or incredibly cute. I'm still trying to decide, to be honest. Anyhow, while we were doing that, I took the time to sneakily send off a clone or two to get everything ready. In specific, and for where I'm taking her for the date to truly begin. The Kyoto Botanical Garden. Apparently, it's fairly underrated and pretty overlooked by locals and tourists alike. At least, that's what the internet claims, and honestly, I'm kind of having trouble believing it. Even with the dark still reigning, the paths throughout every single ground are lit beautifully, bathing the changed orange, red, and even a few yellow, trees and flora in artificial, yet beautiful light. There are several grounds to this place, one which holds sakura trees, another that's a field of roses. They've even got buildings for cacti and tropical plants. There's Northwest Way. This place isn't at least a little popular, right? Well, not like it matters since we're here so early. They aren't even open yet, as far as I'm aware. Which means my second act on this date is to casually commit a crime. Truly, I have fallen low. Despite already having seen the place in my clone's memories, when he was getting everything ready for us, I still couldn't help my pleased whistle at the sight. Upon looking down, I find that even Yusaka looks a tad memorized by the sight, judging by the fact she stopped sucking on her frappuccino to stare. I think she likes it. Both the drink and our first stop here. I haven't been here in a long time. Yusaka murmurs in my arms, a pleased smile on her face. Last time I think was the 1950s, or so. This place had fallen into disuse, and it was such a shame seeing it slowly rotting. It's good to see it still going strong, although, she turns her eyes up and looks at me, smirking playfully. I wasn't aware they were open so late. I rolled my eyes and stated, they aren't. As I floated down with her to the ground. Oh my, kidnapping me, and now breaking and entering. She dramatically puts the back of her hand to her forehead. Truly, you are the most vile villain Kyoto has ever seen. Is she asking for correction? Because I will correct her if she keeps asking for it. I snort, and tack on, you're gonna have to add, having my wicked way with you, to that list as well if you keep this up. She bats her eyelashes at me and smirks, calling out quietly, yet sultry, oh no, whatever shall I do? Remember your promises, Nori. Remember your promises. As we approached our final destination, Yasaka perked up and turned her head to look back down. A barrier. She mused, and I nodded. Yep, just in case, a small one to make normal people avoid us while we're here. I confirm. Barriers like that are pretty simple to learn, turns out. And I could invoke one without even using magic, just my holy spirit power. Wrangled out how to do it from Kuroka in preparation for today, as I recalled Chiron's date when I couldn't set one down. To us, it looks like a good-sized dome of dull dark gold plating. But we can only see it in the first place because we aren't mundane. To normal humans, they simply wouldn't come through the space the barrier occupies, nor hear anything that goes on inside. My, so you truly planned such things from the start, I see. She complimented, yet asked, sultrily. I can't tell if she's referencing my planning ability legitimately, or trying to be coy about getting fucked again. Or both. Probably both. With another roll of my eyes, we passed seamlessly through the barrier, with no sputter or odd sensations, and came face to face with the spot I'd chosen. I'd wanted a good place where we could see everything, or at least, a good amount of stuff, yet not mess with anything. It also needed to have enough room for activities. No, not the sexy kind. Thus, I managed to find a pretty decent spot, I'd say, clear of all garden exhibits as it were, with only a few trees around us and one on the slightly elevated hill where I got everything set up. That site elevation lets us see a good portion of the plants and flora on display in this part of the gardens, at least those not within a greenhouse or some such building. So yeah, pretty good I'd say. That, and it's good just enough room for. Are those canvases? Yasaka speaks up, almost as soon as we enter the barrier, all flirtatious undertones replaced with palpable confusion. Yup, canvases. Plural. Specifically. Dozens of them. Bunches are all in different sizes. There's paint too, environmentally friendly paint, of course, of all different colors, and brushes of all different shapes and sizes. I don't blame her for not mentioning them though, they're kind of covered up by all the blank canvases. I smile, and nod, as I land and set her down on her feet, correct. I confirm easily. Yasaka tilts her head, sipping her frappuccino almost listlessly as she tries to figure out what's going on here. Okay, now that's cute. I must say, Noriaki. She looks back at me, that I don't know what to say. This isn't what I expected at all. Do I even want to know what you expected? I question with a raised eyebrow. She giggles softly, and wiggles her finger, probably not. Although, who knows, there's still plenty of time. Perhaps you'll further surprise me still. Oh, I'll surprise you all right, just not in the way you probably expect. Wait. That doesn't. Does it? I'm going to stop thinking for a while. We'll see. I gave back, noncommittal, while sipping my lemonade just because, anyway. Pick a canvas, I've got paint and brushes around here, somewhere. Ah, crud, there isn't a table out here, oh well. I plop down my drink and sandwich on a very small canvas that's off to the side and start looking for said paint and brushes, lifting and looking behind the larger canvases first. Out of the corner of my eyes, I see Yasaka finish her drink, and with a snap of her fingers envelope the empty cup in a flash of foxfire, wiping the thing out of existence. The flames vanished as quickly as the cup, and with a satisfied smile, she made her way over to a moderately sized canvas. I wasn't aware that you painted at all, Noriaki. She idly assumes, dragging a finger across the blank canvas. I don't. I call back, as I lift several of the things at once, aha. There you are. Damn clone hid them under a bunch of them. All the paint cans, all brushes. I lift a random can of red paint, and brush, this is the second. Yeah, the second time I've ever held these particular objects in my hands, ever. In my life. Yasaka slowly turns her head and looks at me, oddly, truly. Then, why? I shrug, why not? I ask, and start walking over to her, it could be fun, who knows unless I try. And besides. I walk right up to her, setting the can and brush at my feet, in any event, this would be much more fun than going shopping for stuff just to fill out your room. Yasaka blinks at that, my room. You've seen it. Oh. She perks up in realization, last night, then, sneaky. Very sneaky. I assure you, Noriaki, there's no need, truly. Though I appreciate the thought. I waved her off. I didn't know you were from Greece, Yasaka. That's how empty your room is. Doesn't it get boring, sleeping with the same old boring and plain walls barring your every side? At that, it was Yasaka's turn to shrug. I'm used to it, Noriaki, truly. I don't think I like that nonchalant tone all too well. I reach a hand out, bringing a finger under her chin, and making her look me in the eyes. Well, let's get you used to being surrounded by walls bearing good memories then, yeah. Her face flushes at the action. That's, oh, very well. She gives in with an impossibly sweet smile, but I must warn you, while I dabbled with a brush, that was, centuries ago. I don't think anything I make will look wall-worthy, or even for today's times. Ah, Yasaka. I shook my head. It's not about the final product, the painting, being good. She stares at me, a bit perplexed, isn't it? I give a good-natured chuckle as I release her chin from my vile fingers, pick up the can, and strut over to a large canvas. I heft it upright easily with a single hand, lean it back nicely against the tree, and take a good look around, moving any other canvases out of the splash zone. Satisfied, I pick up a can, punch a small hole straight through the top, and whip the can out, lashing out before the canvas. Paint flies free from the can, whipping across the canvas, and making a large red dotted streak. I nod at my work before setting the can down, and idly noting aloud, could use some blue. Now this is why I want environmentally friendly paint. With a smile, I turn and look back to see an absolutely flabbergasted Yasaka. It's about having fun. I give her a stupid smile, that's all there really is to it. For a second, she merely stares at me, until, eventually, she starts giggling. Then that giggling turns into chuckling, turns into soft full-blown laughter. That eventually calms down, and with an easy and sincere smile, she finally answers me back, that's all there is to it, then. That's all there is to it. I answer with a nod back. She chuckles, I like your enthusiasm, but I'd prefer to use a brush if you don't mind. I shake my head and wave a hand towards where all the supplies are. Nope. All that matters is you're enjoying yourself, so go right ahead. Yasaka walked following the direction my hand was pointing, her hips swaying as she went. As she passed me by, her tail seemed to come out from nowhere, as did her ears, and brush up against me, my chest, and under my chin. She gave a cheeky smile back at me after drive-by fluffy tailing me. By the time morning comes properly, those ears are getting scratched, damn it. A new sun. The morning had come properly, and what did I learn? Well, first things first. I should have bought more paint. I lean now against the tree, Yasaka buried into my side, her tails and arms wrapped around me as she giggles, almost like a schoolgirl. But, at the very least, I'm now scratching behind her fluffy ears. Was it worth being covered in absolutely all the colors of the rainbow? Verdict's out on that one. Yasaka, as it turns out, has likely been repressing her more non-lewd mischievous tendencies for heaven knows how long. So, when she got bored of using the brushes, she started following my example. Then, when she got bored of using a canvas, well, I got dosed in green paint. Which, by the way, green. Not my color. In retaliation, I turned her pink, and then things sort of escalated from there. I stare off into the distance, the sun steadily making itself prominent in the sky, and wistfully note that humanity shall never once be graced with the knowledge of the Great Paint War. That, and the paint is drying, and moving is starting to make this odd grinding sound, like rubbing cardboard together. It feels weird, I desperately need a shower. As does Yasaka, she's in a similar state to myself. Her once mostly white shirt is now pretty much every other color besides white, similar to my robe, as are her pants, face, and hair, yeah. I hope this stuff washes easily. It should, right? Well, I guess I could just burn it all off myself. Noriaki. I turn my head to the side, opposite Yasaka, yet still, my sight beholds a fox girl nonetheless. Inari standing there with an expression of sheer bafflement. I remove my hand from Yasaka's head, and wave at Inari, sup, Inari. Yasaka perks up at my side, her giggling ceasing, like what we've done with the place. Are you, perchance, in need of any cleaning services? She asks, still looking around. Nah, I wave her off, gonna call in a prayer for a rain god or two, wash it all away. Inari pouted at that, but before she could spout some saleswoman's pitch, I held up my hand, just what I asked for. She sighed, very well, Yasaka-heim. Slowly, very slowly, she raised her hand, an atomic blush exploding across her face, why yes. Ah, poor girl. Probably feels embarrassed being caught like this by a kami of all beings. Inari smiled slyly, and leaned down right in front of her. Don't worry so much about it, I've seen far more embarrassing things before, specifically relating to Noriaki's mother and her siblings. I'm listening. I state on instinct, drawing a cackle from the fox goddess. Are you paying? She looks at me and responds. With a huff, I turn away, pouting, and Inari goes back to looking at Yasaka with a chuckle. Anyhow, Inari continued, it has been a while, since last we saw each other. This may sound odd, especially since I presume he hasn't told you anything, but I'm going to need your 3 sizes. Yasaka blinked at that, her head slowly swiveling to look at me. I met her back her gaze in a moment, and gave her a cheery smile. Beyond just your room, I also saw you trying on those clothes that wouldn't fit. So, I figured, finding a place that could make you what you need would be a good idea, and so I went to the only person I know of that would likely know or own such a place. Inari hums, if it makes you feel any better, Yasaka-heim, your problem isn't unique. I'm not sure how you go about solving it right now, but trust me when I say that I can have you covered for pretty much whatever you want. And I'm paying for it all. I point out. And he's paying for it, Inari echoes with a sly smile, so you won't even have to spend a yen. Despite how admittedly expensive it can get. I'll be fine, I'll be getting paid a good deal soon from my mom for stuff, I add in, before Yasaka can even think of fretting. Besides, it'd be worth it regardless. I caught you looking pretty down at the time, so I thought All of a sudden, my voice is cut as something slams into my mouth and lips, stopping me from talking altogether. My eyes look down, and there, all of a sudden, is Yasaka, having smashed her lips against mine all of a sudden. Behind her, Inari slowly raises an eyebrow. As Yasaka slowly pulls back, she still looks flushed, in part, but damn it if she doesn't look really happy right about now. Look at me, acting like such a child. She mutters, running a finger across her lip, what I should be saying is, thank you, and... She leans forward just a tiny bit more to whisper to me, it looks like I owe you just a bit more, doesn't it? Don't worry. Her tone switches to sensual, in a snap, soon. Yasaka moves to get up after that, and in the background, I hear her start talking to Inari. I think about what she has to do to get said measurements. Doesn't matter, right now, I only have one thought going through my mind. Kunu. You might be getting a sibling after all because I think I may have accidentally put myself in a lot of danger. Chapter 68, Chapter. Ah. I groan out in relief, leaning back in the hot springs. Truly, there's nothing like a good bath to wash everything out after a full-on paint fight. Though admittedly, I do kind of feel bad for the people who have to clean the scrubs and brushes people use before going into the hot springs properly. There was so much paint. In places, I didn't even know paint could reach. I shivered a touch just merely thinking about it. Probably shouldn't do that again anytime soon. Luckily, I have many more options next time I go out, which should be with Kunu. I let out a light sigh, as I sink slightly more into the water, perfectly content in my lonesome and quiet. I'm not sure the name of this particular spring. Or rather I, was kind of in a hurry after Inari left. That damn traitor. Yasaka had been looking at me like a piece of meat ever since, and I'm fairly certain she'd have jumped on my hips the moment Inari left if I hadn't, rightfully, pointed out our very much painted states. Even that barely stopped her. Still, I managed to rush us down here before her, whatever horny instincts took over and she tried jumping me regardless. I'm under no illusion I'm safe, but hey, at least this place is far more relaxing than a literal hilltop. Though, on the topic of not being safe. I know hot springs are usually much more popular closer to the evening and night, but this one has been oddly empty, so far. I mean, I'm alone in the men's section, but I could have sworn I saw other guys. With an annoyed groan, I sit up, activating my eyes as I rise, and look around. Yeah, nothing strange like purple mist, distorted colors, and so on. So it's not like the hero faction has turned up or anything. My head swivels as I look around, and sitting right next to me, at the edge of the spring, legs and feet in the water. Why, hello there. Yasaka purrs, a small cute smile on her face. Well, it would be cute, if her eyes didn't stare at me like I was fresh prey. Her hand was holding up a stupidly thin white towel that barely covered her chest and upper body in general from falling. It's pretty futile though, seriously, I can see everything. Huh, is this how Suzuka felt? Well, karma is a bitch ain't it? And due to my eyes being activated, this sight has been committed to memory. I'm honestly so caught off guard by this, that I can't even meme this situation properly. Yasaka leans forward slightly, knowing exactly what she's doing. What's the matter, Noriaki? Fox got your tongue. She giggles slyly. Yeah, my bad, Kunu. You're about to be an older sibling here soon. I deactivate my eyes and take a deep calming breath before I start talking. If I hadn't, I'd wager I'd start making monkey noises or some stupid shit. Yeah, for just a second. I admit, easy enough, but you know, Yasaka. I step over to her until I'm right in front of where she sits. She raises an eyebrow, but her expression quickly morphs as she gasps hotly, becoming shocked as my arms come out, grabbing big handfuls of her ass as I pull her entire body into the water with me. The fox can keep my tongue. I growl out huskily, her face now inches from mine, because if you keep this up, I'm about to claim the whole fox. See, claim me. She shivers. You really mean that, don't you? I grunt. I don't just fuck to fuck, Yasaka, so if you don't like that idea, turn around, and get those fluffy tails out of here, quickly. Because that ideal of mine is being tested very thoroughly at the moment. Yasaka hums back, as though contemplating what would being claimed by you entail, exactly. She mutters after a moment. I had to stop myself from rolling my eyes. Instead, I explain, as briefly as I can. Essentially, you join my harem. Be only mine. I huff out. Oh my, that sounds almost like a proposal there. Yasaka chuckles, to which I quickly stop by squeezing her rear tighter and pulling her right up against me. She yelps, flushing and gaining a lewd smile as she feels Nori Jr. pressing and throbbing right between her thighs. Proposal. I mutter in a lustful daze before snorting, no, no. The way you've been acting, you're more fit to be a concubine than a wife. Yasaka freezes for a second, before shivering, concubine, you say, my. She gulps, but before she can say anything, I keep going. Aha, concubine. Kunu can be a wife, I'm sure she'd love to order you around, huh? I smirk down at her, as her face flushes harder before she suddenly blinks in realization. Ah. Even my daughter. You'd even take her too, wouldn't you? She exclaims with mock outrage. I chuckle deeply, leaning closer to her as I do. Oh yeah, I would, isn't that what you want, anyway? I call her out. She nearly flinched but seemed to manage to hold herself back at the last second. After taking a moment to compose herself, she doesn't even try to deny it. Then I suppose, as a mother, it's only right to make sure you don't work Kuna half to death as your wife with this. Slowly, she starts rocking her hips back and forth, stroking my shaft between her thighs. She smiles as she looks up at me, even if I don't react beyond a smirk. Besides, she continues, running a hand along my chest. I do still owe you, as I said, and despite what you say, especially after today. Abruptly, she throws away her towel. I suppose becoming your concubine would make for everything, and allow me to make sure you don't work Kunu so hard, wouldn't it? She asks, sultrily. I can only describe a fluffy naked Yasaka as having the perfect hentai MILF body. To be fair though, I'd have trouble describing pretty much anything now, as I let the growing sheer unadulterated lust building within seize the reins. My response, hence, isn't verbal, but action. I claim Yasaka's small yet very smooth and plush lips with my own quickly, prompting the fox MILF to yelp before moaning into the kiss, pushing herself into it more. I'm taken slightly off guard when she tries to use her tongue, but I quickly seize that opening as well, causing her to quiver as my tongue pushes aside hers and claims her mouth as well in turn. When I finally pulled my mouth off hers, Yasaka gave a lewd giggle. My, you were such a gentleman before, now look at you, have I perhaps awoken a beast? Well, she isn't necessarily wrong. This feeling, it's a lot like the feeling I had back when I first met and endured Kuraka's teasing. That raw, unadulterated lust. But in this case, it's tinged with a touch of something more. It's not a mental compulsion or anything, no, I know that. It's more than likely the fact that Yasaka is a very hot MILF, and I'm discovering a brand new kink as I think. Well. Yasaka continues, slowly pushing me with her hands. Allow me to try and calm said beast, yes. I allow her to guide me, curious to see where she's going with this. Turns out. To the spring wall. She pushes me there, then motions for me to sit atop it. I do so quickly, as I realize what she's going for. Turns out. This position puts the one in the spring at around waist level with the one sitting. Which means. Yasaka smiles, almost devilishly, as she hefts her massive breasts up and onto my lap. She doesn't say anything, instead looking at my member with a lewd smirk. Then, she looks right into my eyes as she moves her rack forward, and swallows my cockhole with her cleavage as she squishes her bust around it tight. I stare, shell-shocked. I knew her chest was huge, but I can't even see Nori Jr. anymore. Not even the tip. Kuroka, Yuzum, Suzaku. They have large busts, but none of them could pull this off. Then she started moving, bouncing her jiggly, heavenly soft, and squishy globes that had just completely consumed my member home. I had to suppress an embarrassingly loud groan before it could escape my throat. It felt that good. Fuck. I hiss out, a fraction of the groan that managed to escape. Ah, Noriaki. Yasaka moaned, softly, I can feel it, you know. Between my breasts, with how hot it is, I'm glad we got it out of water. She giggles, amused, or else it might start boiling the liquid around it. Not my fault I'm that turned on. Hell, I probably could manage that even if I tried. Regardless, I'm not about to sit around and let my new concubine here do all the work. After all, front and center right before are a pair of things that just scream bullseye. I poke both of her nipples, gently, and her reaction is immediate. Her body quivers slightly and she gasps, before breathily exclaiming, "Don't do that, please." It almost sounded kind of whiny. "I'm going to do it again." This time, instead of just poking them, I grabbed them. Her response is just as immediate as the first time. "Anne." She moans and shivers, loudly, I even said please. "You, huh? Well, looks like I know where Kuna got that from as well." "So?" I mutter, continuing to play with her nipples, causing random spasms throughout her body as I do. Even then, she continues bouncing her bust. In fact, I'd say she's going at it harder now. "Ugh, they're sensitive on occasion." Yasaka murmurs between stifled gasps and groans. I'm somehow not surprised. An errant thought passed by, about how maybe I could milk her or some shit, but to be honest, I'm not really into that. So, instead, I take big handfuls of her bouncing orbs myself, and start thrusting up to meet said bounces. "Ah." Yasaka cried out, beast indeed." She mewled, assaulting my chest so vigorously after I told you they were sensitive. "Well." I grunt out between thrusts, "This is what you're for now, no?" I ask with a toothy smirk. I suppose so." She chuckles lewdly, "Well then, sate your lust upon my body, I've been oh so lonely myself over the years, you know. It's been so long since I last felt this." "Oh yeah." I ground out, the pace of my thrusts increasing with every word from her. "Well, you won't have to worry about that any more." Ugh. I stifled a breath and groaned as the heat building within finally snapped and released, and I came, for the first time today, of course. It isn't over yet. Looking down and not finding a single drop of seed oozing from the top of her cleavage surprised me. With a soft smile, Yasaka parted her bosom, freeing my member at last, along with showing just what happened to the ropes I let out. It all stuck smack in the center of her chest, contained there, and around my rod. I didn't get to look for long, though, not like I wanted to anyhow, as Yasaka slipped back into the spring water, washing it all away. I watch as she turns, sauntering across the spring, and as she does her tail slip away, vanishing from sight so I can see her bare ass as she walks. I can see the intentional sway of her hips as she walks, the way she looks back at me and smiles, before reaching the wall on the other side, and leaning over against it, sticking her bottom out toward me. "I don't believe you are quite done yet, are you?" Yasaka calls out with a knowing smirk, giving her hips a shake or two. "How about you come over here, and make your new concubine a mother again, Well. I can't certainly say no to most of that, now could I? I take the short drop back into the water, any seed left on my length quickly washing away as I walk through it. My hands immediately grasp onto her waist as I come up to her, and finally get a good look at what she's offering up. I'd be lying if I said her rear compared to her front, but it certainly isn't bad either. Nowhere near Chiron levels of Dom, but it's pretty damn good. The main thing I'd say about her in this regard is those hips. Those child-rearing hips. I give her ass a nice spank, and she gives a nice moan in response, before I promptly quit my stalling, and thrust forward, burying myself as deep inside of her as her body will allow in one thrust. Ooh. That. Her body quivers, as she grips the wall tightly. It's been far, far too long. I can feel her walls as they shiver around my shaft, just like the rest of her body, and damn does it feel good. All right then. I grumble, let's fix that then, yes. Yes AH. I interrupt her trailing confirmation by immediately moving my hips and starting to pound into her. For every last tease, every last sly remark, I swear I'm going to stuff this fox. So stuff this fox I do. I lean down and over her, my arms wrapping around her neck to hold her in place as I continue thrusting. Yasaka looks up at me, eyes shining with an almost delirious amount of lust, a drunken lewd smile grinning up at me, so vigorous. She breathes out rather than speaks. So pent up, huh? I mutter back down at her with a husky chuckle. She said she was pent up, didn't think it meant she'd go absolutely woozy at the first sign of pleasure. We just started. Her hands come up, grabbing a hold of one of my arms as I pull up, standing upright, dragging her along with me. Goo, yes. Yasaka whined, her voice barely carrying over the sounds of the water shaking, and flesh slapping together, just like that. You beast. With every word, I can feel her walls grip and pulse around my shaft, as if begging, in their own way, like Yasaka herself is verbally. I pull back one of my arms, the one she isn't holding onto. Beast, huh? You know, I think we might need a proper name for you to call me. I abruptly deliver a thunderous slap straight to her ass, without stopping or even ceasing my piston-like thrusting whatsoever, causing the slap cheek to shake even more, and for Yasaka to jolt as she let out a loud lewd shriek. Calling me a beast, well, that makes me sound like an animal, you know. I grunt, for a mere concubine to be calling me that. I trail off, my voice lost in the sound of grunting and pounding flesh. Understand. my lord. She giggled hotly, briefly, before it was quickly overtaken by lewd moans. I deliver another slap to her other cheek, just for good measure, drawing another jolt and sultry shriek. Good girl, coming up with that on your own. I cooed and heaped some praise upon her, the good stuff, like a darling dear and so on are saved for the wives after all. Her walls clenched and shivered tightly around my manhood as I uttered those words, with Yasaka letting out a long hot moan at the same time, shoving her hips out more, in an almost desperate need for my cock. She turned her head, looking back at me, her tongue stuck out as she panted between breathy moans and sultry cries. That's right, my lord. Use my body however you wish. Ravage me until I can barely walk. Well now, she didn't have to tell me, I was going to do so anyway. As she stuck her rear out more, I met it with harder, faster, thrusts. My hand gripped her waist, and my arm tightened around her neck, as every cry I drew out from her, caused another heat to rise and build in my groin. At some point, Yasaka got so lost in the heat herself, that she couldn't speak words, instead just giving out lewd vaguely audible moans from her wide-open mouth. Oh. Yesh. Ayu. And any words she tried to speak, were slurred heavily, like she was drunk or delirious. Something about the way the usually mature, yet sultry, sounding Yasaka moaned and screamed as she took my cock was really setting me off, and I can't quite tell why. Maybe the idea of a sexy mature woman being dominated so thoroughly by me that she can barely speak is hot to me. Regardless, that heat inside me was quickly building, up, and I soon found that trying to hold it back for much longer simply wouldn't be possible. My pace quickened as I suddenly grunted out loud, well. You're certainly good at taking dick, but I wonder how well you'll be at taking my seed. That caused Yasaka to perk up, her days lifting just enough to form coherent words, my lord's seed. I assure you, my lord. My body can handle it just fine. This concubine could even give you a child if you so wished. She reached an arm up, wrapping it around the back of my head, holding on to me as she continued with a lewd giggle, yes, your concubine could give you plenty of children if you so wish it. In fact. Please do. She practically begs. That offer sounds way too tempting. But no, not yet. Ah. I can feel it, my lord. Yasaka moans out, you're close, aren't you? So very close. Well, come on then. Fill your concubine with your divine seed. Please let me feel it. Ugh, damn it. I grunt out loudly, my final few thrusts coming in hard and roughly, before abruptly ceasing to hilt my entire length inside of her. Yes. Ooh. As soon as the first rope of cum leaves me, Yasaka lets out a cry, and her entire body shivers as she swiftly follows suit, climaxing herself. I can feel it as it shoots up from her core, right up her spine, causing her entire body to quiver. So long. The fox woman mutters, a hand gliding down to rub her stomach, so warm. She moans softly, grinding her behind up against me, like she was trying to milk me for more or something. Unfortunately for her, I wasn't delirious enough to let my seed be virile enough to get her pregnant, and getting more inside her won't change that. Fortunately for her though, I have godly stamina, and getting more inside of her won't get her pregnant. Which means I can continue filling her up as much as I can or want. Her grinding against my hips isn't even necessary, as my member never turned soft in the first place. Without uttering a single word, I pull my hips back slightly, before thrusting right back into her, the single clap of flesh shocking her out of whatever state she's in. Oh. She breathily gasped out, not even two, my lord. My, I'm going to have my work cut out for me, aren't I? She didn't at all seem nervous about that prospect. In fact, judging by her smile, I'd say she's quite looking forward to her work. So, let's get to it. Hee hee. Hey. A new son. Well, I certainly did stuff that fox. But nowhere near as much as I would have liked. I clicked my tongue, now sat on the edge of a bridge, I think the one that the Kuo field trips kids are going to cross or visit or whatever. It's getting dark out now, it's been hours since then, and I'm still a little pent up. We had to stop, eventually, because Yasaka had stuff to do, as did I, because she had stuff to do. Tonight in the night, after all. I can't really be mad about it because I knew it was coming up, but I'm going to be, because why not? Nothing else is happening. Seriously. I sent a dozen plus clones out, even kept one in Kyoto to, secretly, watch Yasaka and Kunu, yet nothing has happened yet, in Kyoto or otherwise. There are no signs of anything suspicious, no odd energies, nothing. I even came out to do a little patrolling myself, thus why I'm even out here, yet still, nothing. If I had to guess, if they are even here at all, it might be because Dimension Lost is bullshit and George is a pretty good magician. That combination means finding these guys before they try something is painful. Even when you have a date and know, in general, what to look for. Ugh. On the bright side, I didn't actually breed that fox. Yet. I managed to stop myself there, at least. I have the self-control for that. Even if I do think it'd be very hot to breed that fox. And I don't have a kink for that, as far as I'm aware. I quickly shake my head of that train of thought, and pull out my phone from my robe. Finding no update from Kuroka, or anyone, really, I absent-mindedly tap the bottom of the sheath for my sword with my free hand. I even got all dressed for the occasion. Maybe there's a not-complete shit mobile game I can find and play until Yasaka is ready to head out for that meeting. I doubt it, but who knows? Maybe I just haven't looked hard enough before. With a sigh, I flip open the app store on my phone and, why do I have no cell service? I look back up, only to find the world around me, not changed, but off. It all looked the same, but the backgrounds felt slightly out of sync with everything else. It's odd to explain quite right. What isn't, is the purple mist wafting beneath me, and that spreading out from seemingly nowhere around the entire place. That was my first thought, and word, once I realized what was going on. Man. Was I really that put out that I didn't even feel myself getting caught by dimension lost? There's supposed to be a feeling when that happens, right? Didn't even feel anything there. Well, in any case, I put my phone away, and hopped off the railing, onto the bridge proper. Well, damn, alright, can't say I saw this coming. I set my hands in my pockets and walked to the center of the bridge, holding back the urge to let a very big, very stupid smile spread across my face. A surprise, certainly. But this certainly isn't an unwelcome one. Let's get this over with, yeah. I call out to no one. Yet, after a moment, I'm greeted by mist nonetheless. A lot of the stuff, a massive plume in fact, right across from me. I still have to hold back my smile, but oh boy do I take back what I said earlier. Karma isn't a bitch. She's lovely, in fact. I love you, Karma. After all, you just dropped one of the big problems I had to deal with, and something to beat my frustrations out on. All at once. From within the mist, dozens of figures appear, before like a bubble the mist pops, dispersing, yet the people remain. Ah, so you just want to get right to the point, huh? A new male voice I haven't heard before speaks out from the group of people. At the same time, a man steps forward. Unlike the others in the group, you could tell there was something different about him via pure looks alone. It mostly had to do with the ornate spear he held casually over his shoulder, though. Every one of them wore some kind of school uniform and held a weapon, most also looked around high school age as well, sans a select few, including the men who stepped forward at least appearing older than the rest, maybe a year or so. Beyond that, his school uniform was also adorned with some sort of bottom half of an ancient Chinese uniform. The man stopped and ran a hand through his short black hair before focusing on me, his blue eyes and small smile seeming sincere and inviting. I can get behind that, Noriaki. Wait. My apologies, etiquette in this country dictates your last name first, correct? He asks, though doesn't wait for an answer, correcting himself automatically, right. Kusanagi Noriaki, it's a pleasure to meet one of the few new modern-day heroes of this era. I blink at him. This guy is being awfully nice, isn't he? What does he want? I kind of just expected him to show up, declare me a heretic or traitor to humanity or something for fucking Yukai girls then try and kill me. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm not entirely sure who you are. I lie through my teeth, but my confusion at the way he's acting makes it sound the opposite. He nods, putting a hand to his chest. I am Cao Cao, the descendant of the famous Cao Cao, Cao Mingda, who was recorded in the records of the Three Kingdoms. As for everyone else here, well, they are much the same. He waves a hand back behind him at the group of people who, despite carrying weapons, seem oddly relaxed, descendants and inheritors of heroes and famous figures alike, blessed with powers and abilities. We are all bound together as the hero faction, to protect humanity. This sounds like a fucking sales pitch. Cao Cao continues, unabated, ever since that footage of you slaying that rampaging boosted gear user surfaced, I just knew we had to meet with you properly. Wait a minute. After all. Don't fucking tell me. Us heroes should all stick together, no. Oh my me, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Cao Cao gives his best, dazzling real estate salesman smile. Let's get right to the point, yeah. How would you feel about joining us? Okay. Really didn't expect that. Granted, why would I? I'm not exactly human, or even half-human, right? Maybe from a foreigner's perspective, I could seem like a demigod, and the hero faction does have Heracles. Well, the spirit inheritor, not the proper demigod, but it kind of lines up. That being said, if they aren't outright hostile, could it be that the hero faction here isn't that bad? Or, more likely, a collection of absolutely dumb fucks? More information is required. Join you guys, huh? I muse aloud, what are you guys up to, then? What's your goal here? If I join you, what will we be working to achieve? Chow Chow's smile grew. I'm glad you asked, Kusanagi. Though, I can't expunge everything without you joining us first, I can say this. As heroes, it is our job to defend humanity, right? I nod along, though I don't exactly consider either of us truly heroes. He nods back with me, right? So, as such, we need to take out humanity's problems, as it were. Devils, the fallen, dragons. So on. Hold up, is this guy going where I think he's going? Well, it shouldn't be a secret or anything, but as we speak, two of those enemies are currently fighting and destroying each other. Oh, he is. And I think humanity wouldn't mind if we stepped in and sped it along, if you understand what I mean. Ah. Yes. I do. I also see that you've still got a few screws loose, Chow Chow. Same old, isn't it? Though, no mention of the original plan to lure out Great Red. That could just be because it's too classified to tell me about, which I could see. It could also just be that for whatever reason, that isn't their goal this time around. But you know what? Just for curiosity's sake. Oh, really? I muse, letting interest creep into my voice, and where, hypothetically, would we start doing such a thing? Chow Chow smiles triumphantly, with the devils and fallen still hiding and clinging to humanities, of course, like the two sisters of the new Satans a town or so over. Huh. Wait. Is this? Hold on. Is this motherfucker planning a cocabeal? Like, seriously? The fuck? I never skipped that arc. It was always on the table. Fuck. Why do Rias and Sona have to continue looking like slabs of meat prime for stabbing by literally every bad guy on the damn planet? I take a deep, calming breath, and set my smile steady across my face. No. I responded plainly. Chow Chow blinked. Slowly. No. He mirrored, absolutely dumbfounded. No. I say again, done with shit, that's dumb. You're dumb, and stupid. Did I mention that yet? Chow Chow stared at me, mouth slightly agape, as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then, all of a sudden, he slumped his head down and sighed. And after I made an exception too. He muttered, though it was still loud enough for me to hear. I raise an eyebrow, as he raises his head back up. Surprisingly, he's still smiling. In fact, he somehow looks more relaxed now. Ah, well. Chow Chow huffed, brushing off my words, Heracles. Huh. Heracles. Balance breaker. Purple mist exploded out from directly behind me. I raised and turned my head slightly toward the source of the obvious battle cry, to see a giant of a man barreling down upon me. He's wearing a school uniform covered in Greek-looking armor, and his shoulder-length gray hair is whipping in the wind as his entire body glows like a comet entering the atmosphere. Mighty comet detonation. Oh. Now his arms, legs, and back are covered in missile-looking protrusions. And his fists are inches from my face. A new sun. Chow Chow sighs as the massive explosion from Heracles' surprise sledgehammer attack reaches the sky in a plume of heat and smoke. Honestly. He isn't surprised it's come to this. Here he was, willing to bend the rules to get this guy in. He was all nice and everything, the perfect salesman. Then he turned him down. A shame, but not unexpected considering everything they knew about one Noriaki Kusanagi. Unfortunately, he's got some divinity in him, so brainwashing him probably wouldn't work, which means the only way forward now is to take him out of the playing field. For good. Smart-ass guys like that would try and mess with his plans, and he can't have anyone get in his way of saving the world the right way. Just as Chow Chow is about to turn away, though, he hears a grunt of exertion. Looking closer at the clearing explosion, he sees something he also honestly didn't expect. Heracles, arms brought down, but shaking, as they were held back by a still very much alive Noriaki Kusanagi. There was a golden glow covering the one hand he used to blow Heracles' attack, but beyond that. He looks no different from before. There isn't even a scratch on his fucking bathrobe. That attack, that Heracles had just unleashed, was specifically prepared to one-shot this guy. Based on the footage from his fight against the boosted gear user, he should have been within the Devil's ultimate class ranking, likely on the lower end. Thus, accounting for potential growth, Heracles charged up enough power to, with his balance breaker, unleash an explosion that could kill borderline warrior gods, those within the high ultimate class. Yet he tanked it. Easily at that. Chow Chow's grip tightens on his spear, and he grits his teeth, as Kusanagi speaks. Ah, well. He chuckles, unnerved, as he looks at him, his eyes, changing. Spinning as they split into multiple Tomo-looking pupils, so much for an ambush, right? Now. His golden aura envelopes his entire body, blazing around him with such force it throws Heracles away. Let's get right to the point. Chapter 69, Chapter. So. Who should I go for first? I reach for my sword. Chow Chow promptly leaps back, holding his spear out, the tip of the blade pointed my way as he calls, "Leonardo. Now. George. Bring in the others." As soon as he finished speaking, sparkles erupted from the tip of his spear, before turning into a beam of pure white death, heading straight for me. I hold out my aura-cloaked hand with a scoff, the light exploding and cascading harmlessly out around me as it reaches its mark. It does little besides make me scoot back a tad. Light may not affect me, but still, Lance of Longinus. That thing can pack a punch. I should try not to get stabbed directly by it. It might have some sort of god-slaying attribute I'm not aware of. Especially because I shake my head off that existential train of thought and look down as shadows spread across the ground, passing harmlessly underneath my feet. Of course, though, that's not their true purpose. With a wave of my hand, the light beam striking me completely disperses, and I'm treated with a spectacular sight. I feel the air fill with some sort of dark and chilling aura, not entirely unlike the one that fills the air when a devil with malignant intentions summons their demonic power. It's similar, but not quite. Regardless, where Chow Chow was standing, now stood a boy. He was short, looked kind of Italian, wore a school uniform like all the rest, and couldn't have been more than, I'd say 12. And it's all coming from him. The feeling, the shadows, the monsters crawling up from the shadows as though they were pulling themselves from the vilest pits of hell. Annihilation Maker. As the shadows continued to swell, more and more monsters continued to spawn. 1 became 10, became dozens, turned into 100, more. Every single monster looked the same though, large bestial creatures on 2 legs, built like brick houses with tough and thick-looking hides, long sharp claws, and gaping maws filled with razor-sharp teeth. They all made animal-like sounds, growls, and roars, and some clinked their teeth together stupidly, but all these things still did the same thing. Surround me, then charge. I couldn't help the sigh that escaped my lips as I drew out my sword. And stepped forward. Clear blue sky. Swinging once. In a circular motion, around my entire body, my blade ignited in flames as it cut through the air. The ring of fire that formed around me from that simple attack, careened out with my will. In an instant, dozens of monsters were severed in half. The spiraling flaming ring cut through them all like a hot knife through butter. Or maybe, like light through the darkness is a more apt description. In any case, the boy's bargain bin monster army fell into literal pieces, seconds after it was formed. The poor kid couldn't have looked any more shocked before his face twisted into something akin to concentration. I let out another sigh. To be honest, I really didn't want to kill the kid. Sure, I could blitz him down right now, knock him out. But it's not like I have a prison to put him in, or a method to take away or seal up his Longinus to make that option viable in the first place. If I could tear the gears out of people like Indra, man, I'd have one hell of a collection after tonight. The darkness began swelling around Leonardo more, bubbling and pulsing. He's trying to summon something bigger, isn't he? Luckily for him, a hand on his shoulder from someone who came walking from the petrified crowd behind him stopped him. Ah. I recognize this guy. Thin and tall, white hair, red eyes. An exorcist coat over the school uniform, all those swords hanging from his waistline. Except, unlike his small cousin, Freed, this guy here looked less like a maniac, and more like a dignified gentleman. Bizarre contrast. Leonardo. The man, Siegfried, smiled down softly at the boy. Please, there's no need to force it, it's my turn to step up, you simply concentrate on focusing your power. The boy looked up at him, and nodded, resolute. Siegfried ruffled his short hair a bit, giving one last smile before walking right up before me. Hello there, Arahitagami Kusanagi. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. He rests his hands on swords along his belt. I am Sieg, descendant of the hero Siegfried. My companions call me as such, though I'll leave what you wish to call me to you. I blink at this guy. You. I start, slowly, as though talking to someone incredibly dumb. You do realize we're fighting to the death right now, right? He gave a rueful smile at that. Shame it's come to that, but yes, I am aware. There are just a few words I'd like to share, between swordsmen, before I begin. This didn't go anywhere near as planned, but I must admit, your strength. He slowly smiled, not entirely unlike his little cousin. A part of me is glad you are stronger than we thought. Balance, break. A silver arm exploded out from his back. And then another. And another. And another. For in total, each one reaching down to snag a sword from his waist, as his true hands raise a massive meat cleaver of a sword. His subspecies twice critical balance breaker. With each arm, he doubles his power, essentially each is a boost, and of course, lets him cosplay harder as General Grievous. A red and golden slab of metal that amongst all of his blades, emits a clear and overwhelming demonic aura, far surpassing the other demonic swords of his. No light sword though, I know he has one, though I guess he wouldn't draw it on me considering, yeah. As for the other demonic swords, there's a blue and silver claymore, a purple and gold longsword, and a black and teal green sword along with a black or reddish violet sword, both of which look like they got ripped straight out of a video game. I also, for the light of me, can't remember what the hell those 4 swords are called. Not as though I care about them, though. The only thing that matters is the sword that he's holding, Graham, and even then. Well, twice critical is a dragon-type gear. My sword has a Dragon Slayer attribute. So. Yikes. Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. Sieg breathed out with an eerie smile, let's see how strong you really are. As though you'll be able to make me go all out. Whatever you say, General Grievous. The aura of my sword pulses and glows, and I see the look in his eyes as he switches from confusion at my nickname of him, to painful realization. He can sense the dragon-slaying power in my sword. He knows he's probably fucked. Yet regardless, the guy darts forward, anyway. So I step forward to meet him. I have to admit, I can respect some willingness to not step down against an overwhelming opponent. So, swordsman honor. He gets 1 attack, rather than none at all. 3 of his sword auras spun up as he charged, one more literally than the others. Graham's aura was the most prominent, and obvious, its sickly red demonic aura thrumming with a heavy power as he swung. The other 2, the purple and the reddish-violet ones. The purple one's demonic aura literally spun up, creating a drill or whirlwind-like aura, which, with the reddish-violet one and Graham, he swung all 3 swords down upon me. My holy spirit power and flames burst forth from my sword, and I swung up to meet him. Only 4, as our myriad of swords collide, ice, specifically from the reddish-violet fantasy sword, explodes out between our clash. It mixes with the whirlwind, and Graham's destructive aura, creating a blizzard of calamitous proportions, right on my head. I smirk, my eyes darting between each fragment of ice in the blizzard. Cheeky, and smart. Unfortunately, my fire can't be put out so easily. With a not insignificant amount of will, fire erupts around me, creating a firestorm to contend with and blow away the sudden ice storm. My eye snapped to something parting the blizzard from his side. The blue and silver claymore, its aura burning, yet would have been lost to most amongst the sea of similar white that is the ice of the blizzard. Not only that, he's stabbing up with it, underhandedly. Tricky, too. Its aura cuts through his blizzard and even starts to breach my firestorm. Unfortunately, though, my firestorm suddenly dispersed, as I kicked off the ground, moving, blindingly fast around him, at his back. The ground beneath me shatters and cracks, but as I move out of the way, it ruptures as Siegfried completes his swing down. I catch it with my eyes. The confusion as his swings go down, followed by the hope that, perhaps, he caught me. Then my blade curves down, through the back of his neck, and the expression is etched upon his face henceforth. 1 attack. Not 2. No more. A massive pillar of ice bursts forth from the ground where his sword swung down and is soon met by his decapitated corpse, as it slumps forward against it. I turn toward the others of the hero faction, the mass of Mook members who have been standing around listlessly this whole time, mostly in fear, after my demonstration against Leo's monsters. They see the body of Sieg, and rather than get more afraid, their expressions morph into ones of sheer unrelenting anger. The stupid type of anger, the irrational wrath that pushes people to do incredibly dumb things. Like charge a guy en masse who just casually killed one of your leaders with spectacular ease. I feel like I've been doing this a lot lately, but I say again, as all these high schoolers brandish weapons and bombs rush me in a vain attempt to strike me down. The kid, Leonardo, looks especially pissed. I click my tongue in distaste, as I finally settle on a course of action. I'm not sure what the others have, but regardless, I won't be slaughtering them all. In the end, especially Leo, they're all just a bunch of incredibly stupid kids. I'll call Inari up after this and have her deal with them. Plan set, I go to meet the roaring wave of hormonal and very homicidal teens heading my way. And I meet it like a fish a tidal wave. The first one to take a swing at me is some girl wielding dual katanas. She hits the floor as I weave past her, smacking her on the back of the neck as I pass. The second is a girl with a flail. She meets her friend on the floor just the same. And so on it went. Enraged high schoolers would wildly swing, or in some cases, shoot something at me. I'd, in return, casually brush them off and knock them to the floor. There were a lot of them, a testament to either teenage stupidity or Chow Chow's charisma, who could say. I weaved my way through the horde, coming upon my target, Leonardo, in seconds. He couldn't see me coming. I wasn't surprised by this fact, he just wasn't physically up to par, as young as he was, and what with all his training likely being so focused on his sacred gear. I also wasn't surprised someone tried to stop me from taking him down, even if it wasn't effective. Leonardo went down without even understanding what hit him, and at the same time, my aura protected my side from getting turned into a pincushion from the tidal wave of swords slamming into my side. The tidal wave of holy swords, that is, that immediately shattered like glass upon slamming into me, spraying shards every which way. I raise an eyebrow, following the trail of swords spitting from the ground to their owner. who just happens to be a kneeling young woman jamming a rapier in the ground, that I also recognize, unfortunately, with blonde hair up and slicked back in an atrocious haircut that made me think a Shinigami was nearby for a second. She wore a school uniform like all the others, except hers had bits of medieval knight's armor, specifically a chest plate. Around her was freshly dispersing purple mist. Not bad. The spirit inheritor of Gene D'Arc clicked her tongue with a strained smile. Arahitogami-kuin's defenses are very well honed. I sent her a disgusted look. 1. Don't curb my language, Frenchie. 2. Your haircut is atrocious. The only other thing that's made me want to kill myself more is meeting literal Shinigami. And 3. You're so trash, you're not even worth bullying. Jean just stared at me, mouth agape, completely frozen, like she couldn't believe what she just heard. "Wah," she uttered, listless. Hell, the high schoolers I haven't gotten around to knocking out have even stopped and are giving me similar looks. Ah, that felt good to say. This world's Jean, I swear. Well, that, tch. She huffed, indignant, you just, shut up. Add shit at trash talk to the list as well. I add, almost as an afterthought. Jean growled, legitimately growled like a wild animal, as she raised her rapier to the sky and cried, balance break. Swords burst from the ground around her, carrying her into the air as they began to form into a shape, twisting, curving, and stacking into a figure, that of a giant draconic-looking creature. Upon being fully formed, it raised its head to the sky, just like its creator, and roared like a dragon as well, a metallic or mechanical dragon, to be sure, but it still did sound like one. Stake victim dragon. Go, my child. Kill him. She pointed down to where I was, still just standing here, completely unamused. I was about to move out of the way, when, all of a sudden, tendrils of darkness burst out from underneath me, wrapping around my lips, trying to forcibly keep me in one place. Ah, isn't this that one glasses guy's power? Not George. The edgy black-haired guy. His gear lets him control shadows, if I recall correctly. Good attempt, but using such weak dark powers against a child of one of the greatest light goddesses in the world. Cute. I break my binds, purely by moving as I normally would have, leaping back and avoiding the sword dragon as its maw bites down right where my upper half was located. Taking this opportunity, I start flying up, not too high, but a bit above the bridge nonetheless. Those below with ranged weapons try and do something, bolts, physical and magic, and swords thud against my aura listlessly as I look around, trying to find a certain someone. Ah. Chow chow. There he is. He's holding out his spear, and shaking it. I can't hear him, but it looks like he's trying to get something to work, rather desperately might I add. Truth idea. I snort. Yeah, good luck with that. Well, if he's just going to leave his gang to the slaughter, who am I to pass up the opportunity? My eyes swing back to the battlefield, and find bursts of purple mist appearing all along the bridge, depositing more and more people to fight. All of whom quickly look up and see me. More importantly though, are the shadows spreading across the bridge, gobbling up the unconscious. For a second, I think they might have escaped, until I look off past the bridge, behind even Chow Chow, to find them being deposited and tended to by the guy I was trying to think of. Black hair, shades, edgy wannabe in a school uniform. Shame to that guy, I'm pretty sure the spirit he inherited was pretty badass in myth. Don't you? That sounds pretty close. Look down on us. I turn as a man's roar, followed by an explosion, rings out, and see Heracles as he comes flying straight toward me. Behind him, I see the ice pillar Sieg's swords made crumbling. Ah, he jumped off that, then used an explosion to get a little boost up here, Got to admit, didn't think he could think that well. He's still in his balance breaker state, I can tell due to the missile rash covering his arms and such. I guess he was charging up energy before coming in for another blow. Though, not going to lie, I'm getting kind of tired of all this. Not physically, oh no, but mentally. That, and then mentioning Kuo earlier, I need to sweep through the place and make sure there aren't people snooping around planning some stupid shit. Or, hell, for all I know, they could be attacking right now. I need to get this over with. With that in mind, I face the flying Heracles and form a single seal with one hand. Fire release. He perks up, as I breathe in, deeply. Then screams, as I breathe out a cascade of fiery death. Majestic destroyer flame. Unlike the attack I used against Valley, after all my training, this isn't simply a big flamethrower, it's much more like a dragon's breath on crack. So, the moment it hit and engulfed Heracles, he was already screaming his death throes. He was ash in seconds, consumed by the flames as they rushed down toward the bridge like one big fiery unending comet. Now, I know what I thought. I know the plan. I'm sticking to it, this is just an amendment to it. An attack like this. If it hits the ground, everyone, beyond maybe Chow Chow, will die. And there's only one person amongst them that can block it. Just as the stream of cataclysmic fire is about to strike the bridge, purple mist seems to erupt from seemingly nowhere right where the point of contact would be. The fire cascades into that mist and disappears, seemingly vanishing as soon as it passes through. Not block, but redirect. The barriers of purple mist from Dimension Lost don't block things but teleport them away. I'm kind of curious about where exactly George decided to teleport my flames to. Shame I won't be able to find out. Now then, I need to time this just right. I focus my sight on the plume of mist, keeping up the fire, breathing more and more, waiting for just that moment when I see anything that isn't purple. The mist plumes continue to plume outward, catching the fire as it comes, and slowly, it begins to focus. Rather than fanning, it becomes almost like an umbrella. And as it shifts, I catch a bit red. There. I move so fast, so suddenly, I feel the air pop around my body as I move. Whilst flying, I flip, spinning into the form I need to take care of this particular nuisance for good. Sun breathing. I got straight past the mist umbrella, not passing through it, but spiraling around it. Setting sun transformation. He doesn't notice me there until the light of the flames of my sword clues him. Even then, he can't raise a barrier or throw out a spell quickly enough. He barely manages to raise a hand before my blade passes cleanly through his neck. The ground shatters beneath me as I land, and a second after that, the young man's mage robe-clad body and head fall to it as well. The mist he was conjuring to keep my flames from touching the ground lasted just long enough to eat what was left before dispersing, taking his odd feathered cap and flying up and away into the wind. At first, nothing happened. Everyone has stopped, even Jean, who looks horrified. Hell, everyone does. However, someone does eventually break the silence. George. Chow Chow cries out, before snarling, "Damn it." I slowly point my sword at him, and give him a very plain smile. "Are you ready to fight yet, or do you need some more time polishing your knob?" "You'll pay for that." Chow Chow glares, holding out his spear. "I'll make sure of it." "How very heroic of you." I mock, making him snarl further. Then we all stagger, as the very world we're in seems to shake. Everything begins turning into mist, starting from George's body. Damn, the dimension. Chow Chow cursed, with George dead, who knows where we'll end up now. Fortunately, it doesn't take long for us to get that. The world quickly becomes enveloped in mist, and seems to fade away, before snapping back onto the same bridge in the real world. And would you look at that? I'm not alone. Everyone is just as was left before, standing right where they were when the dimension fell apart. Even Jean's big sword dragon thing was deposited harmlessly. Chow Chow looks around, then back at me, and sends me the vilest of smiles. I, meanwhile, sighed internally. There's no way I'm getting out of or stopping this fight. I'll have to leave it up to Yasaka and Inari to keep the damage contained, the people safe and clueless, and all that jazz. Though they might have their work cut out for them. Chow Chow held out his spear as intense blinding light shined out from it. Balance breaker. A flash erupts behind Chow Chow's form. A ring of light, a halo which kind of reminds me of my own, appears at his back, as do 7 bowling ball-sized spheres of power. Flashy, but simple, huh? This is my balance breaker, Polar Night Longinus Chakravartine. Though it's still incomplete. One of the orbs moves forward in front of him as he grins viciously. "It'll be more than enough for you." Doesn't one of those orbs have the power to make it so women can't use their abilities? Heh. Chow Naoya. One of the 7 treasures. Kakaratana. Chow Chow abruptly states. I blink, and all of a sudden, my arms rattle as a force shudders through them. I'm nearly even thrown back. Looking toward the source, I found one of his orbs, the orb that was floating forward in fact, had slammed directly into my sword, and bounced off. It didn't make a dent upon my blade, but it did rattle my arms a bit, so, points for effort. Chow Chow just stared, mouth agape, much like Jean did when I spurred her very existence verbally earlier. You. He had trouble finding the words. You resisted it. Just like that. Seems like it. I replied, casually. Suddenly, Chow Chow looked, much less confident himself. He frowned, looking between me, the body of George behind me, and then past that, likely where Sieg's body still is. He looked at one of his orbs, then back at me, and snarled, before pointing his spear at me. I raise an eyebrow, as he speaks. No. Regardless, Kusanagi. I will avenge them. Somehow, I will. I won't run away. I will kill a god. He intones, finding his resolution. This guy, isn't that smart, is he? I can feel it, the release of the true Longinus balance breaker. The Buddhist and Shinto gods are taking notice, even from their shrines and temples, all across Kyoto. The man just did the equivalent of letting off divine fireworks in the middle of December in a crowded mall, and he wants to stay. Even if I somehow don't kill him, he'll be caught by someone in an hour after this stunt. Ah, leader. Jean, to the side of us, swooned. Legitimately swooned. Yeah, alright, no. I can't. I don't even look her way, I only hold out a hand. A spiraling sphere forms in my palm. It then, promptly, ignites. This isn't just a fireball, oh no, it's a very undercooked elemental Rasengan. Hell, it's not even a true Rasengan. But it's still far more than a simple fireball. Without a second of hesitation, I launch the attack. Chow Chow's eyes widened. Gene. Heat and light explode out as my attack meets its intended target. I don't even need to look, I hear the falling apart of molten metal and girlish screaming that quickly dulls, as both the dragon and the thing riding it plummets off the bridge. Chow Chow turns back to me, fury in his eyes, as I start to speak. You ran and hid as I tore apart your little faction of heroic wannabes piece by piece. I state, cold, uncaring, don't misunderstand, this isn't a JRPG moment where the valiant hero kills a god, oh no. I float up slightly above the ground, my halo shimmering into existence, and my aura bubbling as my irritation rises. This is the time when the god prunes some mortals who are simply too stupid to live. Chow Chow, whether from emotion or instinct, feeling my impending attack, grits his teeth, and charges. Chapter 70, Chapter Asaratana. Chow Chow commands mid-dash, one of the orbs at his back jets down closer to him, and abruptly, he vanishes. I turn to meet him as he reappears, my sword batting away a spear thrust aimed straight at my heart. Chow Chow, however, doesn't let up despite my easily warding him off. He turns with the parry, spinning his spear back around for another attack. This time though, as it arcs around, the tip of the spear starts sparkling with pure white light. My sword ignites with flames as it meets his spear a second time, our blades clashing, causing the entire bridge to creak as fire and light bellow out in equal measure. Well, at the start. Chow Chow is still only human after all. I start pushing him down with my raw physical strength and the heft of my blade, forcing him to block with the shaft of his spear or be cleaved in two. TCH. Hatharatana. Chow Chow grunts in pain, causing one of his orbs to vibrate behind him. A feeling of weightlessness overcomes me. Chow Chow immediately jumps and seemingly starts floating in the air. Meanwhile, I suddenly lost the thing I was applying force to, so my downward push continued, but with my newfound weightlessness, I ended up doing a makeshift fire wheel. I flip in place and cut a deep fiery gash into the bridge before halting my momentum with my power over flight. My senses scream at me, and I automatically start flying across the bridge, avoiding the ridiculously long spear blade that rammed through right where I was floating a second ago. I flip back around, so I can see Chow Chow, and find exactly that. The spear tip itself elongates at a bullet's pace and retracts just as fast. Undeterred from my dodging it the first time, Chow Chow retracts the blade and sends it off again. I dodge it just as easily as the first time. Though, if there's one thing I'm willing to give the man credit for, it's his stubborn persistence. So he keeps doing it. Retracts the blade, sends it back, it gets dodged, repeat. And it kept getting faster as time went on. Every second that dragged on, the bridge we fought on was peppered with dozens of new holes. I click my tongue in annoyance, before holding up a single one-handed seal to my chest and breathing in. The next time he retracts the blade, I send him a gift for the attempted stabbings, by breathing out a ball of fiery death. Chow Chow reacts quickly, and calls out, Manaratana. An orb immediately flies forth, a whirlwind generating before the sphere, catching and essentially sucking up all the flames. I'm not idle, however. The bridge shatters beneath my feet as I kick off it, I pretty much appear at his back, just as did to me earlier. Dance. My blade ignites with flames as it comes down, straight for his neck. He vanishes, once again, as my sword cuts through empty open air all of a sudden. Wait, no. I move this time. I turn, finding Chow Chow once again behind me, yet unmoved. One of the orbs behind him jutting out slightly more than the others. Asaratana. Chow Chow states, a hand gingerly rubbing the burn spot against the side of his, that was a bit too close. I deadpanned at him. This is going to be a thing, isn't it? Well, I suppose he is wielding the true Longinus, he's got to be at least annoying to fight. I turn my head, finding that same whirlwind, minus the orb, right next to my face. Oh yeah. That orb that absorbed my fire lets him redirect attacks, right? I turn back to Chow Chow with a smirk as I'm quickly engulfed by my flames, and completely unaffected. I don't give Chow Chow any time to even look surprised at that development, instead straight away getting right back in his face. The flames part and burst around me as I sped toward him, forcing Chow Chow to back away as quickly as possible, a panicked expression overtaking his face. He can barely keep up speed-wise. He can't keep up strength-wise. The only reason he hasn't already lost his head is because of his balance breaker's myriad abilities. Damn it all. Chow Chow curses as I start to rapidly catch up to him. He grits his teeth and holds out his spear to the side, one of the orbs quickly moving to rest right above the spear point. Paranakaratana. Chow Chow shouts, as he stabs the spear toward me, the spear blade elongating and shooting off with the force of a railgun straight toward me, carrying the orb with it. I wonder. I stab forward as well to meet his attack, my blade igniting in a spiral of flames. Sunflower thrust. My blade meets his orb, and almost casually, gets blown aside. Oh. Well, I guess that answers that. The orb continues on its path, striking me straight in the chest. My golden aura bends and buckles beneath the force of it as it strikes my body directly. My entire body shudders before I'm blasted out of the air, sent downward in a spiraling free fall, through the bridge below, and straight into the river beneath that, with enough force to blow a geyser of river water and rock both out around me. I blink blearily, lying in a crater at the bottom of the river, my entire body buzzing for a few seconds. Yet, it quickly goes away soon after. That attack actually hurt. Then again, if I recall correctly, that's the strongest of his balance breaker's abilities, and it has some restriction or two to it as a result. Still, I pat my chest. All fixed up already. I rise from my rocky bed in the river just the same, slowly, and with an easygoing smile on my face. Chow Chow, as soon as he saw me, went from having an almost triumphant smirk to a wide-eyed fear-filled gasp. Not even, Paranacaratana. Chow Chow mutters, in complete disbelief. I shrug at him, what can I say? I'm just built differently. Though, I do gotta say, the names for your abilities suck. Chow Chow scowls, his grip on his spear tightening, you act like your opinion means anything to me. Well, I'm just saying. I give him a cheeky grin, looking him directly in the eyes. Heroes usually have cool-sounding, easy-to-understand names for their attacks, you know. Come on, don't tell me you haven't watched an anime or two before. Chow Chow ground his teeth together, I have no idea what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't care for your insults. He holds out his spear with both hands, tip pointed to the sky. I sigh, and here I was, just trying to give you advice before, you know. Come on, this time, oh, spear, the true holy spear that HMMGGKH. His chant is immediately cut off by a loud squelching sound, as a blade, my blade, passes through his back, through his chest, and right out the front. The me that was talking, that was floating up before Chow Chow, fades away from his sight. When I locked eyes with him, I cast a rather simple illusion that made him perceive me as still just, floating there, talking to him. That wouldn't be unusual to him considering I stopped to talk shit before, in fact, he'd probably welcome the lull in combat. Meanwhile, the real me suppressed my aura and snuck around behind him. This was the quickest way I could think of to end him after seeing how he could just spam his ability to teleport on himself and me, redirect any ranged attack I throw, and, hell, who knows. Maybe he might get a lucky shot with that last ability of his, manage to actually fuck me up, or maybe the big guys will finally respond to him. It'd be better to not risk it, or any more property damage. Blood sputters from Chow Chow's mouth before he slowly looks down at my sword. Then, slowly, he looks at his spear, trembling in his fast-growing weak grip. Why, wouldn't you? His body starts to go slack, am I, truly and not worthy, after all? With those final words, he goes completely limp, the spear falling from his grasp and onto the bridge below. As soon as the spear left his hands, the orbs and light surrounding his body flickered out of existence, disappearing like a switch was flipped off. After a second of making sure I'm not going to get tricked in turn, I pull my sword back, unceremoniously dropping his body down to the bridge below as well, joining the spear. Which hasn't vanished yet. Curious. And slightly concerning. I'll get to that in a second. First, a damage report. Well, the bridge is probably going to have to be totaled. I'm honestly kind of shocked the entire thing hasn't collapsed into the river yet. It's peppered with punctures, and the center of it is just gone. That was from when I got thrown through it, and into the river. Speaking of, the river is, I'm not sure how you fix a river with a hole half the size of the bridge above it in it, but, yeah. I'll pay for the damages. It's sort of my fault it got this far in the first place. Not then, back to more present matters. I float down to the bridge, landing right before the spear, the true Longinus, as it just kind of sits there. It's not doing anything. There's no holy aura charging up, the spear isn't trying to stab me by itself. It's weird. Why hasn't it vanished already? The true Longinus can't choose its new owner like Incinerate Anthem, another holy relic. That's unique to it. Not just anyone can pick up the spear and start wielding it like they were born with it. Is Chow Chow not dead yet? I turn and look at his body, also similarly just lying there. He's not breathing. Or moving. And I stabbed his heart. Yeah, dead. So then, why? I found myself reaching out to it before I even fully understood what I was doing. Yet, as I did, the spear sunk into the ground, into the shadows. Wait a fucking minute. I barely managed to tilt my head in time as the spear launched from my shadow without notice. It would have gone straight through my head had I not. Instead, it merely grazed my ear and cheek. I swiftly caught the spear by its shaft before it could soar away from me, turning on my heels shortly after to hold out my free hand, palm pointed across the bridge. Where a very pissed-off black-haired young man wearing shades sat, shadows throbbing around him. He sees me, but he's nowhere near quick enough to escape within his shadows, before a beam of light erupts from my outstretched hand, and blows a hole clean through his chest. I click my tongue as he falls, face still scrunched up in pain and rage, limp. Sloppy on my part. I completely forgot about him. Just as memorable as he was in the series, it seems. I sigh, before raising a hand and brushing it across the cut on my face, taking a look at the blood. It heals slower than the orb attack from earlier. Usually, a scrape like this would have stopped bleeding by now. It also cut completely through my aura and skin like they were nothing. With a grunt, I put a hand over the wound, as that entire part of my face starts to throb. It also, apparently, hurts like hell. Probably some sort of Godslayer effect, then. Very glad Chow Chow wasn't strong or fast enough to strike me with this thing. While I could heal the damage, even if it struck my heart per se, it'd still be fairly debilitating. I breathe out, causing my powers to settle and dissipate, ensured now, completely, that it's all well and truly settled. Then, I hold up the spear with my one hand. It's kind of wild, but I sort of expected to feel more while holding it. Right now, it just feels like a hunk of wood and metal. It's still not doing anything, and even like this, holding it, I can't sense a thing from it. If I hadn't just fought Chow Chow, and seen him do all sorts of crazy shit with this thing, I'd probably assume it's just your average mundane spear. But you're not, are ya? I mutter to the spear of all things, why haven't you vanished yet? I mean, should I try and claim the thing? Pull an Indra and yoink it with my divine power. It's the strongest Longina sacred gear in the world, most wouldn't have a second thought about such a notion if it was a possibility. Yet, with what I do, and more importantly don't, know about Big G here. Chow Chow couldn't get Truth Idea to work. Truth Idea uses the dying will of the big guy to essentially make miracles real. With the caveat that the will isn't commanded by the user, and it can pick sides. I don't know if that means, in this case, the will didn't answer Chow Chow because it picked me, or, well, that the will isn't there. After all, it's the dying will. And if he isn't dead here, then I don't know if I want to risk trying to connect to this thing. That'd be essentially giving him a clear-cut highway straight to my soul. And considering I seem to be on some sort of divine system naughty list, I can't say that said highway won't be used for bad means. But as long as the thing isn't returning to the system, I suppose there isn't any harm in finding a place to lock it up. Maybe I'll stuff it under my bed in a box or something. I doubt anyone who comes snooping will suspect that, heh. Now then. I take one last look around me, and as if Murphy himself was telling me to hurry my ass up, a chunk of the bridge abruptly falls into the river below. I should probably start calling people to handle this, then check on everyone in Kuo. This shouldn't take too long. A new son. Heed the warning of Murphy, and ye shall be rewarded. It didn't take too long to call for people to come over and take care of the mess. I ended up calling Yasaka directly and explaining what happened. Turns out, she already kind of knew something was going on. She felt the outburst of Mai and Chow Chow's power, after all, as did pretty much everyone divine or without shit-sensing ability. This is why ever since the fight started, people didn't start flooding into the air trying to check out what the freaky light show, or big booms and the bridge collapsing were all about. Her people got to work as quickly as possible, setting up a perimeter around the fight and warding everyone off. Pleasantly surprised by all that. They couldn't get close though, obviously, what with all the holy power and light being tossed around. The Yukai would turn into Esh being in the general vicinity of it all. Wasn't so pleasantly surprised when Yasaka refused to let me pay for the damages though. I know it's just me being petty, but I'm going to spank her for that one later. After I deal with whatever the hell is going on in Kuo. See, I called Chiron after, and she didn't answer whatsoever. So, after a quick pit stop back home to shove the true Longinus, of all things, under my bed, and grab Kuroka because of course she'd want to come if her little sister is in danger, we're back off to Kuo. We teleport in, appearing in my home outside the town. The light from the magic circle beneath our feet had barely dispersed, yet Kuroka was already frowning. There's fighting going on across the town. She states immediately while looking off in the distance. It's kind of astounding how fast she can go from game coma-induced sleep to completely awake in series. I raise an eyebrow to that. Can you tell how bad it is? Kuroka huffs, no, just that there's fighting, because there's several active barriers around town. Logic dictates we check on the weakest in the town first and try and relieve them, but you figured out where Chiron is yet? I follow up with. Fuck logic, I want to make sure my white-haired cat girl is alright. Kuroka quirks a sly smile, not yet, but I'm working on it, Naya. She jumps on me, and I instinctively catch and hold her, to stop her from falling. Upon steadying herself, she pumps her fist in the direction of town, onwards, Naya. I'll figure it out on the way. I roll my eyes but don't fight her on using me as a temporary ride. For now. Instead, I head out the door and take off into the sky. My sensory range can't encompass an entire town and beyond quite yet, but I don't exactly need it to right now. Up here, in the sky, with the clouds. I can see them as I stop and float over the city. The multicolored crystalline-looking spheres that dot the city. There's a fair few, I'd say a little under a dozen. The peerages probably split up to deal with whatever is going on. I mutter. I suppose it won't take too long to find out, just head inside one and it'll become pretty clear, I feel. Kuroka doesn't respond to me, at least, not verbally. She reaches up, her hand gently going over my mouth, shushing me as she closes her eyes. I don't raise a fuss though, I can feel what she's going for. Literally, in fact. The air around us gets charged with her ki and flows out into nature. I can't say exactly what she's trying to do, but I trust that what she's doing will help locate Chiron quickly. My trust was swiftly proven to not be misplaced, as Kuroka slowly opened her eyes and moved her hand once more, this time pointing in a specific direction. Nature's ki is being pulled most strongly through the barrier in that direction, she states, that must be where Chiron is. Ah, I get it now. She ran her ki through the worlds to get a feeling for where it was flowing, and if Chiron was in the middle of a fight, then she was likely pulling on the world's ki for her senjutsu, which leads to exactly what Kuroka said. I give her a simple nod, and quickly follow her instructions, blasting down toward the barrier she is pointing toward. I rocket through the barrier shell, not breaking it, but passing through it regardless, to find a rather interesting sight. Please. Please. Some guy wearing the hero faction seemingly standard uniform at this point begged, cried, underneath Chiron's foot. The cat girl had this guy pinned casually, a small dainty little foot on his chest, easily holding him against the ground. Her twin tails and ears were out, and every time this guy spoke, they shook in irritation. Chiron stared down at this guy, a cold glare upon her normally stoic face, that doesn't sound like an explanation. She states, before reeling her fist back and decking him straight in the face. The poor guy squealed in pain, like an actual pig. Speaking of, his face looked like one's. Not naturally, it's pink and red, bloated and puffy, and only got more so with every punch Chiron dealt down at this guy. And around them. There's a little over half a dozen more guys and girls, all dressed the same way, with the same type of face. All whimpering and crying. To be honest, now that I'm thinking about it more clearly, I'm not sure why I was worried. Kuroka immediately switched it up upon seeing the scene before her. Ah. Chiron Naya. Are you torturing people without inviting your big sister over to help? She cried out in equal parts hurt and pride, as she leaped from my arms. Chiron suddenly perked, head jerking as she turned toward us. Big sis, senpai, HNGH. She grunted as Kuroka essentially jumped on her, hugging her, and then proceeding to rapidly look her over. I snort as I float down right next to them, giving the two of them a smirk. Good to see you're in one piece, my cute little kohai. Chiron shot me a glare, but it had no heat in it. Don't you start too. I waved her off, only to be interrupted as Kuroka gasped loudly, Chiron, you're hurt. She shouted, seemingly holding onto her shoulder. Chiron, with an absolute deadpan, held up her arm to reveal a single cut on her school uniform. A graze that didn't even touch her skin. I'm fine. She stated, almost hissed, but I'm sort of busy at the moment. She turns her head slightly, eyes narrowing toward the guy pinned on the floor. He whimpers and starts sobbing. Or trying to anyway, the guy's face is so swollen I can barely see his eyes. I step forward, care to explain. Maybe we can help you not be busy sooner. Kuroka nods and hums at my words, enthusiastically agreeing. Chiron looks between us and sighs. Sure, it'd probably be easier this way. She steps off the guy, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Only for Chiron to turn, and kick him so hard in the gut he slams into a wall, slumping to the floor with a pained wheeze, unconscious. Damn. What did these guys do to piss her off so much? Earlier tonight, we were all suddenly attacked while we were out doing devil jobs. Both us and Citri's peerage. Chiron began to explain. To be honest, I wasn't entirely listening to why they were doing it. She shrugs. I stopped right after they started talking about being heroes and other stupid shit. Kuroka gasped, Chiron. Language. Chiron rolled her eyes and promptly ignored her as she kept going on, so yeah. A little after the attack, a bunch of them left. Grunts and some lady with a terrible hairdo dash. Ha. That could make holy swords, who were leading the attack. Purple mist just took them away. It got a little easier after that, her face scrunched up in distaste. Yuto-senpai was not winning that battle, I've never seen him so ballistic before, and then, Akino-senpai. She clenched her fists minutely, she was taking her time doing her thing, and got caught by one of the tougher mob's balance breaker. She's trapped in some sort of barrier space, and we don't know how to get her out. A barrier space. I killed George, all of his spaces should have collapsed by now, which means this is a different guy with a space manipulating gear. The fuck? I don't know anyone like that. A barrier space, Naya. Kuroka mused, I'm not feeling any unique ones throughout town though. The guy tried to hide it with illusions. Chiron explains, he's actually not bad with them. She begrudgingly admits, I couldn't detect the barrier space either with my senses, we had to physically find it by following Akino-senpai's work. Ah. Bet that was fun. You tried breaking into it, yeah? I ask, prompting Chiron to look at me with a deadpan. Senpai. I love you. Really? But yes. She stressed, of course we did. But it was a barrier formed by a balance breaker, we couldn't make a dent in it. I chuckle easily and walk up to her, wrapping her up in my arms. Yeah, I should have figured. Sorry. I apologize, rubbing my fingers through her hair. Don't apologize. She huffed, burying her head into my chest, I'm just stressed. I'm sorry for getting a little snappy. I get it, and so, I hum in acknowledgement of her words, before moving on easily, take us to it. I'll cut it open and free your queen. She snorts before stating, of course you will. Yet despite her words, I don't sense an ounce of sarcasm in them. Kuroka suddenly joins the party, jumping on and hugging us both, purring happily. Chiron, though, isn't having it. Big sis, you smell. What dash? Shirani. Kuroka cried out in dismay. I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped my lips, damn I missed you. Her tail fluttered a bit as her ears perked at my words. She didn't say anything, but the way she shimmed closer made what she thought pretty clear I'd say. It's been a while, in person at least. It isn't like I haven't heard from her at all, we text and call and such. But the real deal is something different entirely. Just wish it was under better circumstances. Wonder if I could help her speedrun getting her evil pieces so she can move in with me and everyone else. Ah, thoughts for another time. For now, I have to see what this new barrier gear user is all about. I'm going to get blasted in the face with lightning during this, aren't I? Chapter 71, Chapter. It's decided. She needed this, for far too long. You fufu. Akino giggled with sadistic glee, lightning dancing between her fingers and across her body, another chorus of screams from the lovely volunteers who decided to attack her home ringing out as the electricity burst out and struck them. Yeah, she's most definitely needed this. Akino has been feeling pent up, for lack of a more appropriate term, for what's felt like forever. Truth be told, it's only really been a few months, and for a devil that's a drop in a bucket. But for Akino, it feels like it's been longer than that. After all, that man, her father, has been the singular source of everything wrong in her life, but at least she didn't have to see him again. She hoped it'd stay that way forever. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and he showed up. Dumped at the doorstep of her home in the underworld of all places, and Rias, the sweet adorable devil she is, didn't turn him away. She was too nice for that. But that's why Akino is here, what her best friend can't do, she'll gladly do in her stead, especially if that's what needs to be done. Although, looking back on it, maybe using enough lightning to blow that man out of the living room and through the servants' quarters was a bit much. She should have used fire instead. Of course he would be resistant to lightning. A mistake she wouldn't repeat next time. Because there was going to be another time, Rias wouldn't let the issue go. And for some reason, that man wouldn't let it go either. All this time, he was content to stay away, leave her alone, sit back, and watch as she was hunted like cattle by the Himejima, but now he decides he needs to make amends. Apparently, the reason why he was dumped on the Gremory at all, was because he got into an altercation with the Himejima clan. Kusanagi showed up and beat him down, and her cousin was the one who decided dropping him off with them was a spectacular idea. Akino honestly doesn't know who to loathe more. A part of her wished the Himejima and that man got each other killed, a part of her wished Kusanagi would have gone for the kill immediately rather than sparing his life. She knows she would have. What she does know is, she dislikes her cousin for doing this to her, and she's ever so slightly pissed that Kusanagi would help do this to her. She's also been able to glean that, during those two's fight, whatever he said to him somehow kicked his ass into some sort of shape. Akino isn't even sure how Kusanagi knew about her past, but to be perfectly honest, she doesn't care about that. No, what she cares about is that said past couldn't be left to rot, and instead she's got to deal with it and him once again. It wasn't often at first, maybe a day or so out of the week, Rias would broach the subject of him with her. And Akino would, as usual, brush it off, and pretend like she has no idea what she's talking about. A month would pass like that, then, Rias would start bringing it up more frequently. A day turned into a couple of times a day, turned into a day or two or three until it felt like the whole week she kept bringing it up. Until finally, Rias grew what felt like some semblance of a backbone, turned away from acting more like a friend, and as her king, ordered her to go see him again. To say Aquino was happy about that would be well. She knows Rias means well, but just can't possibly understand. It was probably the first time she considered running away, back to the streets, since Rias first took her in and she was much more jumpy. In the end, though, she grits her teeth, nods her head, and decides that this new life she carved out for herself isn't worth abandoning all because of him. She wouldn't do what he did. That, at least, she can be certain of. So when he showed up again, this being some time after he showed up, he'd gotten some job with the Fallen working with the Devil's government, well. This time she used fire. And this time, to her shock, he actually fought back. A part of her was astounded at the nerve of that bastard, for fighting the fate he rightfully served, but at the same time, a part of her was relieved he didn't keel over, and give up right away like the first time. It gave her the chance to say exactly what she'd wanted to say to him for the longest time now. There was no experience quite like it, looking back on it. The screams of these nobodies pale in comparison to seeing the way his face twisted up in anguish and guilt as she told him exactly how he screwed up her life, got her mother killed, and how, because of him, she hates herself for existence. Catharsis. Shame Rias and her mother had to break that meeting up. Since then, Rias hasn't broached the topic anymore, and for months there's been this tension within the peerage whenever she's in the room, and something like the war with the renegade Fallen is brought up. Though Aquino couldn't say why. She'd be all for going out and zapping some crows. Unfortunately, Rias' brother is stopping them from going out, and keeping them far away from the action. Too young was the excuse to keep them out, and Rias ultimately didn't want to put any of them in harm's way despite the chance to win some glory to be had. Though ultimately, Aquino doesn't think there's going to be much choice for them soon. Rias's betrothed was pulled into the fighting months ago, and despite the marriage being pushed up, it hasn't gone through as of yet. Everyone thought this fight was going to be quick and easy, yet somehow, the renegade Fallen are still holding out. At this point, Aquino is almost 100% sure the Fallen are getting help from someone, likely multiple factions that dislike the Devils, and seek to cause some chaos. Another reason why this latest attack on Kuo is such a good thing, in her mind. It's been a while since she last had to fight. She was feeling a little rusty. It's such a shame. She walks over to the closest guy, lightning crackling between her hands, a small incomplete smile on her face, that you guys aren't much of a challenge. Wait. The guy cries, shivering in pain and fear, Don. Hush now. She utters, his cries dulling out as the roar of her lightning building in her hands overcomes them. She dropped her hands, to bring the roaring thunder down upon him. Light flashed, lightning crackled and burst, and yet, when the light and sound died down, she didn't find herself in the out-of-the-way old factory that she'd been fighting in. No, instead, she was outside, the cool night air blowing through her hair, and the calm twinkling stars and bright silver moon hanging overhead. She blinked. Slowly. Then tilted her head. Well, this is new. She muttered, curious, not worried. These people she, her fellow peerage members, and even Citri and her group, were fighting all seemed to possess some type of ability. Sacred gears, a particular skill with magic and or a type of weapon. All in all, they were all weak. Barely a match for a middle-class devil individually. Yet as groups, they were a pain to deal with, like scurrying little rats. Judging by the fact that she isn't immediately being set upon by an attack, or attackers, then it's likely that she was simply forcibly relocated. Perhaps one of them snuck up on her as she was about to finish their friend off, and in a haste, sent her to somewhere random. She doesn't know every single sacred gear in existence, but such a gear existing with such annoying people would fit. Though, now, she can't help but be a touch offended. If there's one thing she's good at, it's magic. It's probably the only part of her queen piece that gets actual use. Teleporting her away will buy them mere seconds, if that, she can be back in mere moments. So, with a scoff, she closed her eyes and snapped her fingers. Only to feel nothing happen. Well, that's not entirely correct, she did feel her internal powers move, but they were slow. Incredibly slow. Sluggish. Slippery. She didn't even get to cast the spell, as the energy she tried to pull into it slipped from her grasp. Her eyes opened, and she annoyingly glanced at her hand, snapping her fingers again, this time putting a tad more effort, will, and concentration into the spell. Her energy pulled forth like, trudging through her body like overly thick molasses. She clicked her tongue, as her powers slipped through her mental fingers once more, rebounding far quicker and easier than it took to pull them out. It was like trying to pull on a block of hard, thick jelly. Okay, she'll admit. This may be more than a simple relocation spell. Her powers aren't suppressed, more so that they're incredibly hard to bring out. With time and effort, she could probably do it. But for now, she should probably figure out where she is. It'll be easier working on getting back physically than magically at this point. So, she looks around, taking in her immediate surroundings. At first, she thinks she's in a forest due to all the foliage and trees around her, yet she then quickly spots walls. They weren't exactly big walls, they were of middling height, built clearly in a traditional or ancient Japanese style, like those you'd find around old estates. Not only were there walls, but also a stone path leading to the entrance through them. She just so happened to be placed right in the dead center of said path. Instinctively, she held out a hand slightly to summon up a bit of a static shock surprise. There was no way this wasn't some kind of trap. It's far too convenient. But finding even that little being far too sluggish, she sighed, and stepped forward, following along the path empty-handed. Her magic may not be working, but she is a queen. Perhaps those rook and knight traits of hers may finally get some use. Though, on the other hand, perhaps not. Akino likes to consider her sensing ability, her ability to read auras, to be top-notch. Even when Kaneko began learning senjutsu, and took to it like a fish to water, she still has yet to surpass her in the art. So, as she walks to the entrance, yet finds no supernatural aura, either hidden or not. Well, she doesn't know whether to be more concerned or relaxed. Regardless, she presses on, pursing her lips at the sheer lack of security for what appears to be some sort of wealthy estate. No guards at the entrance. Hell, there isn't even a door, it's an open archway that leads into a front garden, with a small pond, stone lanterns, and a small sand and gravel arrangement. Her first thought, that the walls are surrounding some kind of estate, isn't far off the mark. The walls wrap around a rather small pseudo-traditional Japanese manor. Half modern, half old-style architecture, a blend. The manor itself isn't all that big, and there's only one other building, what looks like a shed, off to the side of the front garden she's standing in. There might be a back garden as well, although obviously, she wouldn't know, she can't see the back from here. Yet, she gets the feeling she knows there is. A frown begins to crease her lips. In fact, doesn't this entire place feel familiar? With an irritated huff, she shakes her head and focuses on the front door of the manor house. She'll ask where she is, then she can run off and figure out how to get back from Kuo from here. Quick. Simple. Done. As she starts to stride toward the door, however, movement catches her eye, prompting her to still. It wasn't outside movement though, no, it was from inside the house. Through the glass window, one of the few modern parts of the place, she could see into what looked like a dining room. But it's not so much the movement that caught her eye, but who's moving. A large man, wearing mostly black, skin tanned and face perpetually scrunched up and eyes narrowed shut in a seemingly endless frown, with a full beard, sideburns, and head going to the back of his neck with pitch black hair. That man. Her father. He had merely walked in and sat down in a chair. Meanwhile, her mind was reeling. What was he doing here? Why was he here? Why couldn't she sense him? A very good question, that last one. She'd feel his repugnant aura several clicks away. Yet, if she didn't know any better, not having the displeasure of knowing the man personally, she'd think he was just a normal, albeit grouchy-looking, human. She finds herself cracking her knuckles without even thinking about it. Those knight and rook traits just might get some use after all. Only, just as she's about to take the easy way straight to getting answers, through the window, more movement halts her. Then promptly causes her to take several steps back, a pain-filled gasp leaving her throat as she did. This time, a woman walks in. She recognizes this woman. How could she not? They share virtually the same appearance. The same hair. The same way of putting up that hair in a ponytail. The same face, eyes, even down to their bodies. If there's one thing Akino can say that she doesn't hate about herself, it's her appearance. Because despite the blood in her veins, that disgusting black feathered wing, everything else, she got from her. Her mother. But, she died. Years ago. So then, how? She walked over to that man, and for a second, as she leaned down and kissed him on the cheek, something inside her nearly broke in sheer unrelenting rage. She wanted to stop this. To break through that window, and whisk her mother away, tell her all of what he'd do to her, to them, to their family. Yet, she could barely act on it, as that man smiled. It was a simple thing, it looked almost unnatural on his gruff face, and yet. It caused something else to break inside of her at the same time. Something hit her chest, it felt like, a droplet of water. But it isn't raining. More pelted her chest, and she raised a hand, catching a droplet or two more, just under her chin. That's when she feels it. The tears cascading down her cheeks. Ah, she's crying. She watches, as that man says something to her, still smiling. She laughs, and reaches over, pinching his cheek, drawing a laugh from him in turn. She watches, mesmerized, as her mother turns and walks past him, to where she can't see anymore. And as if mirroring her, that man follows her with his narrowed eyes himself. Akino can see where specifically he's following her with his eyes, and yet. She just chuckles. A sad, hollow thing. Why does she suddenly feel so tired? And why does she want to go in there so badly? Not to blow him up, either, for once. She just needs to, sit down. For only a second or two. This place, she remembers now. It looks slightly different, what with the slight modern bent, but this is her family's old home. It has to be, what with her mother right there. She just needs to. She starts walking, almost in a daze, as though she's barely conscious. It starts right as she's almost at the manor proper. I don't think that's a good idea, Akino Himejima. She freezes in place. Abruptly, a voice echoed within the back of her head. It sounded male, distant, and disembodied. Those two, the shrine maiden Shuri Himejima, and fallen angel Barakil, don't know you here. What are you talking about? She uttered through gritted teeth. Come on, think about it, isn't there a third missing here in their little family? Akino stays silent at that, simply frowning. Got nothing to say to that, No questions. Well, whatever. How do you do, Akino Himejima? I'm a man of the hero faction. My name isn't important, what is that I might be one of the few highest-ranking members left. The hero faction. Akino almost scoffed at the irony of that name and would have out loud if she wasn't trying to think of where she'd heard that before. Only to draw a complete blank. I can see that look on your face. The man continues, disheartened, this was supposed to be our big reveal to the world, you know. Us destroying the devils infesting Japan, recruiting a powerful ally. His sigh reverberates through the back of her mind. Seems the other side had more problems than we originally anticipated. Akino couldn't help but find herself not caring about all that though. Instead. Is this your doing? She demanded to know through a hushed whisper. The man makes a lively laugh at her question, doing a complete 180 from his earlier downtrodden tone. My sacred gear, dreamlike curse, balance breaker's ability, Palasalini Utopia. I have sent you to a parallel world. Sacred gear's balance breaker ability. He sent her to the parallel world. What? That couldn't be right though, could it? Surely, such a power would be amongst the Longinus. Yet, dreamlike curse, she's never heard of that sacred gear before. A balance breaker is said to be capable of collapsing the balance of the world. It's in the name after all. She supposes it could also be a subspecies. Although, not like any of that matters now though. So, if he's telling the truth, then how does she get free? The man continues, unabated by her thoughts. I can't take on all of you, the Gremory peerage, by myself. However, if it's a single person, then I can send that person to a parallel world. He explains without prompt, then all it comes down to is which one of you among your group should I send to the parallel world to be affected and give the feeling of despair. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. She was toying with food, not paying attention at all to her surroundings as she let loose. No wonder she got caught. She knows that when she gets in the mood, she tends to hyperfocus on her fun, at the expense of everything and everyone else. This guy was probably hiding, checking out everyone, before waiting for a chance to strike. The most effective target wouldn't be you, of course. The answer for that would be your king, Rias Gremory. Akino's face twitched. It felt almost like a backhanded insult, but, ultimately this guy is right. But I settled for you, because you seem to be strong, but also vulnerable enough that it would still be possible yet valuable to take you out of the fight. Vulnerable. Fair enough, she supposes. How frustrating. Without you around, the Gremory group has lost their beloved Priestess of Thunder. A powerful heavy hitter, which means we can attack with a bit more bravado. He snorted, the sound echoing through her mind loud enough to make her flinch. Well, and I'll admit that the revenge I'm about to deal for your torturing of my comrades will be very sweet. Revenge, huh? Akino, this time, scoffed at that. After all, how is giving her mother back to her supposed to be revenge? Yes, revenge. Remember how I told you this was a parallel world where they don't know? Yes. She muttered, annoyed yet confused, what does that have to do with anything? The reason why they don't know you is because you were simply never born here in the first place. Akino stared at the door to her family home, unblinkingly. What? She breathed out, unbelieving. You heard me right. You were never born here, and would you look at that? Akino found her head tilting toward the window, where that man and her mother were, embracing tenderly. They're still alive and happy. All because you were never born. No. She screamed before her eyes widened as she realized what did, and she quickly covered her mouth. She saw as the two inside perked up, and that man turned, toward the window. He wouldn't see anything though, as Akino had spread her wings, one fallen one devil, and taken to the sky, sitting atop the roof, hands still covering her mouth. She hears loud, heavy footsteps, through the house, and the door opening. Hello. His voice called out, alert, yet filled with concern, is anybody out there? Akino found herself grabbing and holding her lips closed tighter. Even as her heart cried out, wanting to say something. He grunts before the sound of the door closing can be heard. And Akino breathes out a massive sigh in relief. In this world, the man's voice suddenly echoes in the back of her head again, yet it somehow feels even farther away. Not only are they alive and happy without you, but the three great powers, God and his angels, fallen angels, and devils also don't exist either. You are unique in this world. A half-breed abomination reincarnated as a race that doesn't even exist. Akino growled, her demonic and magical powers trying to surge forth, but barely going anywhere. Have fun. And then, like the wind, his voice is gone. Slowly, Akino stood up, on top of the roof. She glared up at the sky, as her wings twitched in agitation. What a joke. She gave a humorless, mirthless giggle. A parallel world. Where she doesn't exist. Where the great factions don't exist. There's no way such a thing is real. There's no way she was the cause, right? If this truly is her old home, then she knows how to reach Kuo Town from here. Just wait, Rias, Kaneko, Yuto. She'll be back before they even know she's gone. A new sun. It felt like days had passed. She managed to find Kuo easily enough. Yet, it was peaceful. There weren't several battles between supernatural beings going on throughout the town, it was just an ordinary human town. Rias wasn't around. Neither was Kaneko or even the Citri peerage. They were all gone. Kuo Academy was still an all-girls academy, without Ria's family to influence it. That makes sense. She had hoped that maybe, if that man was around, then somehow, but no. She wandered the streets for hours. Even the outskirts. It was like that boosted gear user never went off destroying part of the town. There were no signs of his destruction and the rebuilding that followed, nor any signs of the Fallen's mad sacred gear hunt, the deaths. In the end, she only found one person she recognized, Kusanagi. But he wasn't an Arahitogami, she could sense it, he was perfectly normal, and didn't recognize her when she tried to talk to him. Didn't say anything back to her at all. He just kind of looked at her, then walked away. Wandering the streets as she's been, kind of reminds her of when she was younger. When she was forced onto the streets. At least then, she could make money by purifying evil spirits. Here. She had to use minor hypnosis to get what she needed. She doesn't feel particularly bad about it, this isn't her world after all. And it's not like she can do much more than that. She hasn't even been able to make sparks, no matter how much she tries. Yeah, it isn't. It's a better world. That brings a small sad smile to her face. She needs to go back. Although whether to her world, or her family home. She honestly can't say. She hasn't felt this lost in a long, long time. So, she sat on top of the roof of one of the buildings in this alternate Kuo and slowly curled up around herself in the middle of the night. It's cold. It's lonely. Just like back then. But arguably, it's worse, because they are here. And yet, they don't know her. They were better off without her here. Somehow. Some way, could it have been the same way back home? Akino lets out a haggard, sniffling breath at the thought. Probably. Ah. He's back, humming strangely in her head. Shut up. She muttered, turning on her side, I don't feel like dealing with you right now. No that's not, wait. He gets increasingly more and more panicked. Akino slowly cracks her eyes open, only to find the entire world is shaking. No, not shaking, distorting. It's like the entire backdrop of the world is wafting away. Cracks begin appearing across the world, glowing a bright white, starting from the sky. Akino sits up, looking on with her mouth slightly agape. What is this? Impossible. The men shouted in alarm, is this divine power? A god is trying to break through my technique. This power. And then the sky was split in two, by a single golden line, before being seemingly torn open. See. A male voice she hasn't heard in a long time echoes out cheekily from the other side, told you I could do it. Then, a head poked through, looking down upon her. It was Kaneko, whose eyes immediately fell upon her in recognition. Then, as she beholds her state, she frowns. Yes. She probably doesn't look the greatest right now, does she? Well, so much for being back before they knew it, Chapter 72, Chapter. Chiron really wasn't kidding about Akino's work, huh? There are remnants of a fight, then there are remnants of straight-up torture, and I may not be well versed in the latter, but I can certainly tell the remains of the two apart. My small white-haired cat girl led us across town too, as figures, an abandoned warehouse that showed signs of battle damage throughout. There was an extreme amount of scorch marks, and Kuroka wrinkled her nose the moment we stepped inside. I couldn't smell it, but the cat girls could. The smell of burnt flesh and ozone. Fucking hell, Lesser Suzaku. Your queen is pretty, hardcore, Naya. Kuroka noted with a hint of disgust. Chiron merely snorted at that. Yeah, hardcore is certainly one way of putting her tastes. Anyhow, from that warehouse, we had to take a teleportation circle out from there to where the barrier field truly is. They needed Sona and her bishops to help with following the magic used to snatch away Aquino, so I guess they helped. We took the circle they had set up and appeared right in front of the barrier space. And holy fuck, was it huge. As in, the size of a town and the surrounding area, huge. Chiron briefly explained that this barrier space was encompassing a small abandoned town, and its surrounding area, like the forest and such. Kuroka took one look at this, and idly noted with a deadpan, we aren't that far from Kuo, Naya. Abandoned warehouses, factories, mansions, why not a whole town? I add with the same tone. Chiron sighed and shook her head and sighed, honestly, at this point, I don't even try questioning stuff like this anymore. For all our sanities, that's probably a good idea, kitty. Without further ado, Chiron walked right up the barrier, the thing a massive multicolored crystalline wall like all other barriers, just on a much larger scale, and punched it. Flickers of a dull golden color flaked from her knuckle as it collided with the wall, but otherwise, nothing of note happened. The barrier didn't so much as shimmer. Chiron huffed, and pulled back her fist, before turning back to me, what do you think, senpai? I hum, completely ignoring Kuroka as she pouts off to the side at being completely ignored. I start, reaching to my back for my sword as I look up at the barrier, this shouldn't take long. Before she could even think to try and sass me, I leaped. Midair, I drew my sword, put it in reverse grip with the blade angled down, and focused the sword's aura and my powers right on the tip of the blade. This caused the blade to light up, focused specifically on the very end, almost like a very long and stupidly bright plasma torch. I brought it down, straight into the barrier as I landed upon it. The point of my sword went straight in, like a needle piercing flesh, but to my slight shock, the blade stopped sinking in after around a quarter or so, maybe a little more, got through. Even still, with just that much in, the barrier space was already not looking good. The crystalline appearance had begun to warp, waving and twisting from the point of the puncture wound, radiating out. I grasped my sword's hilt with two hands, focusing intently on congregating the blade's aura along its cutting edge. Through the sword, I feel the barrier as something inside of it starts trying to push the blade out, but unfortunately, it's far too late for that now. My halo ignites into being behind me, and I breathe as I pull down, grunting with barely any exertion as I fly and cut a golden line down across the side of the barrier. I tear my sword from the barrier, and in short order, sheath my sword before digging my fingers into said golden line, and promptly pulling it apart. This opens a massive hole in the barrier side, leaving a bright liquidity golden void in the space I pulled open, definitely not what I expected to see, but maybe this is a result of my power and barrier field interacting. Weird. Ah, well. I turn and look down at my cat girls, keeping one hand on the barrier, sort of holding the hole open, and call out, see. I give them a cheeky smirk, told you I could do it. Chiron rolled her eyes, but I couldn't not catch the small smile she flashed before she hid it behind a stoic grumble. Kuroka also caught it and cackled at her. Unfortunately for Kuroka, she gets ignored, as Chiron lets out her devil wings and flies up to me. Chiron doesn't even hesitate, she comes right up to the void, and promptly slams her head through the light. I couldn't help but stare after her, slightly aghast. Huh. I mutter out, watching as her tails sway back and forth. Well, she seems fine, so, still, I probably wouldn't recommend doing that. I make my displeasure known by swatting her right across her rear, the way she's bent over as she's poking her head through, making it easily visible under her skirt. As soon as my hand meets her ass, she perks up, her tail shooting straight up and holding still. I'd imagine she probably also squeaked or mewed or something, but I couldn't hear it through that void. Shame that. After a moment, she finally moves again, this time to try and kick out at her side, toward me, of course. Unfortunately for her, she's short, so she can't reach. Heh. She gives up after coming up short on a third kick, and instead slides forward, the rest of her body going into the void. But not before she flipped off my general direction. Cute. Eh. Kuroka called out from below, darling. Aren't you going to follow Chiron, Naya? I wave her off, nah. She'll be fine, if she thinks she can handle whatever she saw in there, she can handle it. Kuroka twitched slightly with a poorly hidden twinge of worry, well, okay. I chuckled good-naturedly. Yeah, she'll be fine. There are very few things that Chiron couldn't fight right now if I had to bet. Even if Cocoa Puffs himself showed up, she could probably solo him rather easily at this point. Senjutsu, Tuki, Yuki, and Rook strength all stacked on top of each other, isn't exactly easy to deal with. So, I'm not at all shocked when the entire barrier begins to, seemingly, deflate like an oversized blow-up plastic pool. I hop off the thing as it collapses into a kaleidoscope of hazy colors and light, leaving behind a stretch of rundown and abandoned townscape, exactly as prescribed. Seriously. Why so much abandoned shit? Quickly discarding the thought before I run down my sanity, I run a cursory glance over the decrepit town, and quickly find who I'm looking for, people. 2, my cat girl, and, whoa. I quickly make my way down to them, calling out as I do, hey. Is she okay? Because holy hell, does Aquino not look okay? She looks like she's been living homeless, on the streets, for at least a little bit. She's dirty, her outfit's scruffy, and probably most importantly, she looks downright depressed. She barely glances at me as I float down, before returning to looking down at the ground. Chiron is at her side, kneeling to look at her, hand placed gently on the older girl's back while frowning hard, but not in anger. I can easily tell it's concern. She doesn't look hurt, physically. Chiron notes, before calling, softly yet urgently, Aquino-senpai. Hey. Aquino gives her a sideways glance, before actually talking, so quietly, so softly, that I could barely even hear her. I'm sorry you have to see me this way. Chiron's frown, somehow, got even stiffer. Did that dick hurt you? She powers through and asks. Dick. I blink, and look around slowly, finding nearly directly across from the girls a building that is in significantly worse state than the others. And by that, I mean it's completely caved in like something fast and heavy slammed through its roof and smashed the building atop itself. This is probably exactly what happened because if I focus, and look closely enough, I can see legs. Probably a guy lying in there, courtesy of Chiron herself. Aquino meanwhile, doesn't answer Chiron and continues staring off into the distance, blankly. Chiron's eye twitches as her gaze shifts to where I was just checking out, her frown twisting into one of anger. Don't worry, Aquino-senpai. I'll take care of it. She states, before standing up, fists clenched tightly as she starts striding forward. Ah. She's going to beat this guy into a marshmallow like she did the others trying to get stuff out of him, isn't she? That will probably not be the most effective method of doing things. So I quickly move to follow her, coming right up to her side and matching her stride. Chiron doesn't even look at me as she points up at my face, and states rather harshly and no nonsense, not now. I huff, I know. I also know you're about to punch a guy into paste, but if you want info from him, it'll be much quicker and more concise if you let me do a thing again, alright? Chiron's finger drops, fine. But I'm still probably going to beat him into paste. I couldn't help my light chuckle, followed by a quick petting of her head. I kind of figured. Chiron's face flushed lightly at my touch, a light dusting of pink across her cheeks, before her tails lashed up and whipped at my hand, making me quickly withdraw. We very shortly thereafter arrived at the crumbling building, and Chiron didn't waste a second in going right in, grabbing and dragging this guy out into the open grass in front of the building. She pretty much threw him at my feet, then stood there, arms crossed, waiting as patiently as she could. Looking down at this guy, I'm slightly shocked at how much older he looks compared to pretty much everyone else in the hero faction. This guy is pretty clearly a man, not some sort of high school student. He's even wearing a suit, like an office worker's suit. Despite looking more like your average office worker, it's still notable that he's in the hero faction of all groups. I feel like he'd stand out more considering they all tend to share a uniform, a theme. He clearly breaks that theme though. Still don't recognize him at all, no name, to him or his sacred gear. Well, let's change that then. I squat down in front of him and place a hand on his chest. It doesn't take long for a pure white light to pulse out from my hand, and across his body, causing him to sparkle. And like a defibrillator, that light jolts him awake immediately, his eyes flying open as he moves to sit up abruptly. I see, out of the corner of my eye, Chiron starts to move, probably to play whack-a-moron with his head, but I move first, grabbing the guy's jaw as he's halfway sitting up, and making him look my way. My way, into my freshly activated, spinning eyes. You. Wah, what? The man tries to cry out, muffled as he is, before slowly tapering off into dazed nonsense, as his eyes morph to match my own in appearance. Chiron stops, confusedly looking on. I healed him a little bit, so he'd wake up, and so he wouldn't die. He's purely human after all, and I'm fairly certain Chiron caved in his chest with a punch earlier. In any case, I healed him enough to where he wouldn't die and could maintain consciousness, but not enough to where he'd be able to use his gear effectively. That's just to be safe, but especially in case the guy has a really powerful gear. Judging by the scale of his balance breaker, he might have something like a new Longinus, and in that case, I'd need him weak so he can't resist my hypnosis. Though, considering mind-whamming him was only slightly more difficult than Freed was, which was barely noticeable, probably not anything like a Longinus. After a second or two more of pumping his head full of Holy Spirit power, I released his jaw, letting him slowly sit up. Regardless, entrapment is successful, let's begin. I start by asking, now then, buddy, what did you do to Aquino Himejima? He began, voice slurring slightly, trapped with, my sacred gears, dreamlike curse, balance breaker, Palasolini utopia. I blink. That wasn't helpful whatsoever. I don't recall a gear by that name, and that balance breaker name sounds more like a tongue breaker name if I'm being honest. Elaborate on what exactly that means. I prompt. Palasolini Utopia creates an illusionary world within the space. He mutters out in response. An illusionary world. That doesn't sound so bad, though. What, exactly, do you use the illusionary world for? I press on. Suppress their powers, fake a parallel world, crumble victims' mentality. He answers dully. Oh. There it is. I wince in realization at just what that can be used for. I take it back, that's kind of scary for a non-Longinus. Less direct attack power, more psychological, that stuff is always kind of scary because it requires a different type of defense that most lack. And considering Aquino's state, I'd wager she doesn't have that type of defense. In fact, I'd say she's especially weak to that type of attack considering her mental state pre-daddy issues being solved. Which she's arguably in a worse state here than in canon. Yeesh. Poor girl. Chiron, it seems, also came to a similar conclusion, as she comes up from behind the guy, grabs him by his hair, what little there is, ouch, and pulls him down to the ground, slamming his head into the dirt. The shock of which is enough for the mist in his eyes to clear, and revert to normal. Ugh. He grunts in pain and shock, but he can't get out his next word, as a small fist pounds his head further into the ground, snapping his jaw in the process. I stand up, and step away, as my small white cat proceeds to lay into the man's face. Yeah, I'll be back for that in a bit. For now, I should tell Aquino that whatever she saw here was fake, simply illusions. Not sure how well that'll help, but hey, Suzaku would probably be very mad with me if I didn't at least say something. I can't fix Aquino's daddy issues. After this, I think Rias will probably be able to get through to her. But some small comfort. That I can do. So, I leave the sound of beatings, to the sounds of silence, where Aquino sat still, not having moved from her spot even an inch. I squatted down in front of her, and although she couldn't meet my gaze, I tried my best to look her in the eye regardless. I dunno what you saw in there, I began, gently, but whatever it is, it was all fake. The guy claimed it was a parallel world, but it was all fake, smoke and mirrors, illusions. That caused her hand to twitch, before she slowly, slightly, shook her head. Doesn't matter. She muttered, ruefully, what I saw wasn't incorrect. My eyebrow twitched before I breathed a sigh out through my nose in response. Do I play therapist right now? The way she is, she'll likely respond like her dad did. Heh. Ironic. The point is, it probably won't end well. At the same time though, who else is going to say what needs to be said here? Rias might. But she's a little too soft for that. Chiron probably would, if she had the emotional intelligence to figure it out. And Yuto, yeah. Fuck. Why is it always me? I doubt that. I found myself saying on reflex, that guy showed you what he did to break you mentally because he couldn't fight normally. It was tantamount to torture, in a sense. Aquino actually chuckled at that, still doesn't make it wrong, some say, the worst kind of torture is the truth, after all. She waxed on wistfully. I snorted, I think you convinced yourself that what you saw was the truth because of your feelings. For a second, Aquino didn't say anything, or even move, didn't even look like she breathed. Then, slowly, she looked at me, eyes wide, trembling with something I couldn't quite decipher. And how the hell would you know that? She practically hissed back, dangerously. Because you hate yourself. I state, nonchalantly, even as her eyes widen further, so, of course, people can't love you. Why would they? You hate you. Why would others love you? Except, you know, that's wrong. Like your dad for instance. A hand grabs my jaw tightly. I didn't stop talking because it forced me to stop, I stopped to listen to her bullshit for a second before tearing it back down. It was Aquino's hand, of course. And it flickered with golden lightning, which would be about as effective as her physical strength against me. I've got nothing to worry about. You. She breathed out shakily, no nothing, so don't you dare, try to say anything about how I, or that man, feels. She wants to shout. I can tell, because her voice is near breaking just trying to talk louder. She probably can't though, likely due to a lot of crying, and lack of sufficient liquids. I hum at her words, before reaching up and grabbing her wrist, pulling it from my jaw. I know he attacked the Himejima to take revenge for your mother. I try very hard not to smile as she instinctively sucks in a breath at that, hard, I also know he was prepared to die doing it. That he probably wanted to atone. Then he should have just fallen on his spear if he wanted to atone so battle. This time, she's the one that gets cut off, as my hand meets the side of her face, and she's looking off to the side from the force of the blow. I didn't slap her too hard, but I made sure she felt it. She blinked, minutely, before slowly looking back at me, mouth slightly agape, why you? She stuttered in confusion. Listen. I start, firmly, putting on my best impression of a very done dad. I won't say he's blameless. That he didn't fuck up. He did, several times. His first, and most egregious mistake though, in my opinion, was letting you run around, alone, letting that hate inside you fester and boil. I dunno why he did it. For whatever reason he did though, he was stupid, and a coward. And I called him as such before I broke his nose. But, as for you, you're blaming the wrong man. You're forcing your hate on the wrong man, the wrong person, people, and blood. And look at what it's turned you into. A spiteful bitch that hates herself, her father, and her blood. Almost a decade, and you haven't even tried to get over it, have you? Content to stay, hiding inside your pain, and look at where it led you. If you keep this up, I promise you, not only will it continue to hurt you, but it'll hurt everyone you've come to love now. I let go of her wrist and stood up. So, to you, I say, get the fuck over yourself. Your dad does love you, he's just a coward. And not all fallen, and by extension, you are shit because of him. And that's that. Ugh. That entire rant just soured my mood, damn it. Granted, there's a part of me feeling intense catharsis getting out a good chunk of most of what I despise about this girl. But at the same time, I'm playing therapist. I suck at playing therapist. In fact, I hate playing therapist. It feels legitimately awful. Aquino just sat there, staring up at me, absolutely flabbergasted, seemingly unable to say anything. At the corners of her eyes, tiny little tears poke through, yet despite that she doesn't seem sad, just completely lost. I sigh. Rias, I leave the rest up to you. Don't fuck it up. Thankfully, sweet relief comes in the form of Chiron finally coming back from using that guy. I just realized I never asked for his name, as a punching bag. She's shaking her bloody hands off as she approaches, sees the two of us, and deadpans. I don't want to know. She promptly says, before looking at Aquino-senpai, are you ready to head home? Aquino looked at her, why yes, I think. She stuttered out, barely sensical. Chiron merely raised an eyebrow at her, before sighing and walking over to me. She quickly gets on her tiptoes, and pecks me on the cheek, prompting me to blink in surprise. Your place, after all this is done. She mutters to me. Odd time for a booty call, but I can dig it. She playfully slaps my chest with a huff, not like that, pervert. Ah. Chiron walks over to Aquino, and with one last wave, teleports away with her using a magic circle. After a moment, I sigh, before calling out, okay Kuroka, you can come out now. Kuroka comes out from behind a nearby house, Naya. Where's Chiron? She took her queen back home. I answer, getting Kuroka's sad meow in return, her ears drooping slightly at the news, before I then add, we're staying at my home outside Kuo tonight, she'll visit after this is all done. It's astounding how fast her mood flips, as she perks up once again and does an excited little hop at the news, Naya-ha. Chiron-chan. Hee. I can only give her a small exasperated chuckle. It's either going to be poor Kuroka, or poor Chiron tonight, and somehow I feel like I know which way this is going to swing, a new sun. Yeah, this figures. I sit now, on the couch in my estate outside Kuo, even later at night. Chiron is sitting on my lap, leaning against my chest, while Kuroka pouts right next to us. Kuroka loses again. All being said though. I wrap my arms around my white-haired cat girl. It didn't take long for you to show back up. Did everything turn out well back in town? Chiron huffed, her tails wiggling as she settled further against me. Well enough. She replied slowly. After I told Ria-senpai that Aquino-senpai was back, she spurred on the others and pretty much all the fighting quickly resolved. Ah, they got spurred on from Aquino returning then. That's good. Though. Chiron shifts slightly, looking up at me. I couldn't help but notice, but Aquino-senpai seemed less depressed, more distraught when I dropped her off at home. That was because of you, wasn't it, pervert-senpai? I simply smiled back down at her. I did have a few choice words to say to her, yeah. Nothing perverted though, those are saved for a select few. I move my hands down, and take 2 big handfuls of her nice plump rear, making sure to give them a nice squeeze. Chiron, promptly, perks up and gives a low shuddering mewl, her face flushing, even as she manages to remain stoic, batting up at my face, bad perverted senpai. Bad. Holy that's cute. Kuroka to my side pipes up, leaning forward as she does expressly to show her cleavage, yeah. Bad. You're supposed to grab both of us, Naya. Chiron swipes out to her side, slapping her tits away, or trying to at least, shut up cow. Naya. Chiron. Kuroka cries and flinches back, scandalized. The white cat promptly huffs, seriously though, hold on, we can do perverted stuff later. For now, senpai. She looks up at me, explicitly very serious as she reaches up, cupping the side of my face. What's the story behind this scar? She asks. I blink. Kuroka blinks as well. Scar? She questioned, leaning back in to look at the side Chiron had a hand on. I see her eyes widen suddenly, seemingly catching on to what Chiron is talking about. I, meanwhile, have no idea what she's talking about. A scar. Those are possible for me to get. Although, judging by the side of the face Chiron seems to be focusing on. Oh. I utter in realization, before speaking up, yeah, I probably got that from the true Longinus. Fought its wielder earlier, and the wielder of Dimension Lost, Annihilation Maker, ah. Is there something wrong? I suddenly find myself being stared at by the two cat girls like actual cats ready to pounce on prey. As the two get increasingly closer to my face with incredulous looks upon their own, I'm starting to think maybe I'm in danger. Just, not from lightning, this time, hey. Chapter 73, Chapter. You know. I start, staring off across the living room blankly. I knew you two were gonna do something, but I didn't think it'd be this. Both cat girls give muffled hisses at that, them being muffled because they are currently trying to sink their teeth into the flesh of my shoulders. They can't break past the skin of course, but points for effort I guess. Chiron briefly releases my shoulder to speak up with a displeased huff. I'd punch you senpai, but you wouldn't feel it at all, unfortunately. I raise my eyebrow at that, and what makes you think I'd feel this instead? You can feel our anger. She states plainly, before immediately chomping back down, hard. You know what? I still don't feel it, physically, but with the looks these two are giving me as they try and bite down, I think I can see what she means. It's Kuroka's turn not long after Chiron bites down again, as she dislodges her fangs and moves to glare at me. How did you even end up fighting all of them? Chiron gives me a very pointed look as her sister asks the million-dollar question. I sigh, already knowing how they will react. Would you believe me if I said they all tried to jump me to join them and their little gang, but when I declined and called them out, they didn't exactly take it well. Kuroka stared at me. Then proceed to chomp back down. Yeah. I saw that one coming. However, to my slight shock, she quickly pulled back and went right back to glaring at me. So you stayed and fought them all alone. Why didn't you call for help? She asked, incredulous and miffed. Ah, I see where she's going with this. So, I looked her right back in the eyes, because true Longinus. That thing would have hurt me, possibly even killed me, if it had hit. But luckily, the guy himself wasn't strong enough for that. Even in his balance breaker. I reach over, putting my hand on her shoulder. He would have killed you though, easily. Kuroka almost immediately looked even further outraged. Meanwhile, Chiron slowly let go of my shoulder, staring at me with wide eyes. True Longinus, balance breaker. She utters in slight horror, Senpai, you fought that, and two other top Longinus. At the same time. Kuroka blinked, her emotions halting as that also sank in for her as well. Uh-oh. To be fair, I quickly speak up to clarify, I didn't fight them all at the same time. The true Longinus user, well. I pause with a hum trying to figure out how to word this properly. Right away, he made a tactical retreat to pull out a trump card, but it didn't work, leaving the rest of his people to fight me. He only went in with his balance breaker after all hope was lost, and they were all, mostly, dead. That seemed to make them worry only slightly less. That's something at least. Still, Kuroka muttered, still a tad incensed, how could you pretty much say that I wouldn't have been able to help? I don't mean to dig at your strength or anything, Kuroka. I state, seriously, I meant it literally. He would have just killed you. One of the abilities of his balance breaker lets him just straight up negate powers, of women only. I snorted as I finished, holding in a laugh. Seriously, trying to talk about Chow Chow's balance breaker in any serious capacity is nearly fucking impossible because of that one power. Also, I know I shouldn't technically know about it, because he never got the chance to use it on me for obvious reasons, but, well, dead men tell no tales and all that. Chiron immediately deadpanned in my direction, and Kuroka damn near followed suit. Seriously. Quarka said, in complete disbelief, darling, that's incredibly stupid. Chiron finishes for her sister, what kind of person would you need to be to influence the true Longinus in such a way that it develops such a power? I shrug, and state, completely uncaring, an idiot, and considering his plans, I know I'm not wrong on that. The other abilities of his balance breaker were only kinda annoying. I continue, a power to destroy weapons, that didn't work because I was too strong, the power to redirect attacks, teleport, fly, the only one that damages me was just this particularly destructive one. I pat my chest, and I healed that up in no time regardless. Chiron purses her lips into a frown, that sounds a little more than annoying, senpai. I shrug again, this time with a smile, I mostly use my sword, and I was his physical superior even after the massive amp he got from his balance breaker. Any of my ranged attacks redirected I was immune to, so to not die immediately, he had to spam his teleport. That was the main annoyance. I ended up catching him off guard with an illusion to put him down in the end. So, wait, Kuroka held up a hand, reaching over to touch the side of my face. It doesn't sound like this guy gave you so much trouble, then how? Ah, the scar. That's embarrassing. Remember how I said most of them were dead before he decided to step up to the plate? I sigh, yeah, one of them wasn't. I completely forgot about him. He had a shadow manipulation gear, and after his leader fell, he tried a sneak attack on me with the spear. I take Kuroka's hand in mine. I caught it, mostly. Didn't think the scratch it made would leave anything, though, that's a first. It's a spear that can, and has, killed gods, idiot senpai. Chiron spoke back up, grabbing the side of my robe tightly. Of course it's going to do more than your average weapon, or even your normal sacred gear. Kuroka meanwhile, simply leans into my side entirely, and states, almost despondently, I still don't like any of this. I give them both a small smile, and wrap an arm around each of them, holding them close, and in Chiron's case, pulling her into the hug. Yeah, I know. I didn't have fun with that fight myself. I give a huff of disappointment at that, but I'm fine, and now that their users are dealt with, well, no need to worry about them anymore. My cat girls cling to my sides even harder. Man. Seeing how these two reacted, I'm probably going to have the same conversation with pretty much everyone, huh? That's going to be a fun one to have with Kunu and Yasaka. Though, that reminds me, what with everything that suddenly happened, is Yasaka still going to meet with Indra? I haven't gotten a message or anything from her about it so. And speaking of the big Hindu god king himself, I'm kind of shocked he didn't come and try to stop me from killing Chow Chow and others. Fucking precogs, you can never be sure what exactly they'll do, especially in Indra's case, because the extent of his precognition isn't really clear. I can only make assumptions, and my best guess is he didn't act because the future with me around doesn't require him to have his hero faction vanguard. If I assume most or everything he does is to prepare for his future war against Shiva, then I can also assume that he probably sacked these guys to not piss me off. Because I know me, I'm the pettiest guy I know. If he did swoop in and save those morons, I'd have joined up with Shiva in a heartbeat, purely to fuck with the doofus. And considering how strong I've gotten in nearly a few months short of a year, give me some time, and I'll be boxing with another lightning god in no time. But once again, that's all speculation on my part. The only way to truly understand precogs is to be one yourself. Senpai. Chiron abruptly speaks up again, causing me to look down at her. What's up? You said you killed the true Longinus user, right? Caught him off guard and all that. She questions, slowly. Yeah. I confirm again, easily, why do you ask? If he was already dead, then how did the shadow manipulation gear user get a hold of the spear to use against you? She asks this time, completely confused with a cute little frown. Sacred gears are supposed to vanish, and return to the system, right? Kuroka nods along with her sister's words, and I just sort of shrugged, helplessly. There, I have no idea. Both cat girls look up at me, and I elaborate with a sigh. The spear remained after he died, it didn't vanish or really even do anything else. Right now, it's just a very long hunk of metal and wood that can hurt gods pretty bad if you hit them with the metal end. Quarka tilted her head. That's not how sacred gears work, though. Chiron continued to question, wait, if the spear is still around, where did you? Under my bed. I state, entirely serious. Chiron simply stared at me. Nyahaha. Kuroka chuckled, no one would think to check there if someone did come looking for it. Good idea, darling, Naya. I nod, sagely, at my black cat's words. Chiron continued to stare at us like we were both idiots, before shaking her head, and vocalizing it with a tired and pained sigh, I'm surrounded by absolute morons. I chuckle at them both after a moment, before putting a hand on each of their heads. To be honest, I don't think there will be anyone coming after the spear. This is the first time I've heard of it doing this, I doubt anyone else knows. Well. I know a bunch of Shinto and Hindu gods were watching the fight, but I don't think they can parse that the true Longinus didn't return to the system after I killed, what's his name? Edgy guy with glasses. The shadow user. Whatever his name is. Regardless, the deities that were watching weren't truly present, but more like keeping a side eye on things through their shrines. If they were more focused, or present, then sure, I'd be worrying much more about them, but for now, I think the secret's safe with me and those who I wish to share it with. The only one who it makes sense would know would probably be the maker of the system himself, but I'm sure I'll know if he knows in due time. With that being said, I continue, let's try and keep who knows this between as few people as possible, yeah. Chiron snorts at that, no need to worry about me blabbing, it's the cow you need to worry about. She thrusts her thumb in her sister's direction. Kuroka nearly doubled over at her words, as though struck, Chiron. She whines, I'm not that unreliable. I could see you leaking the fact the Spear of Destiny is under your bed during a game or rage or high. I add, much to her shock. Darling. That's not. I won't. I promise. She tugs on my robe, helpless and speechless, as Chiron nods along in agreement. For a moment, Chiron and I just stared at her as she made increasingly distressed noises over our supposed lack of faith. I pulled the black cat in, hugging and patting her head with a chuckle, before comforting her. Don't worry, we don't think you'll leak it, we love you, alright? Chiron huffed, and looked away, pouting like the cute little tsundere cat she is. Kuroka calmed down eventually in my arms, though meanwhile, I was figuring out who I was going, or needed to, tell about the spear. First things first, Yuzum and Rose. I don't want either of them cleaning and suddenly stumbling upon the thing under my bed. That'd be interesting to explain. Especially to Yuzum. Though knowing her, she'd somehow get herself stabbed by it or something, and that'd be a much bigger problem. My only worry is Yuzum blabbing about it when she's drunk or something, but hopefully, I can impress upon her how important it is to keep this one secret so there isn't a risk there. Besides them though, I'm not sure if the others, Suzaku, Yasaka, and Kuna need to know. I probably should tell them though as they are important to me. Also, it'd be funny to see their reactions to me casually stating I have the Spear of Destiny under my bed. Heh. Well, in any event, all that's probably going to have to wait, since I doubt these two are going to let me leave tonight. Not like I practically want to, but still, Yasaka might need me. I'll just send a clone if that's the case. For now though. I reach out and wrap an arm around Chiron's waist, pulling her right up against us, much to her chagrin. Such a reaction was only amplified once Kuroka felt her sister brush up against her, and the black cat immediately moved to snatch her up in a snuggling hug as well. While her sister cooed and purred over her, Chiron tried with faux desperation to get out of her grasp, to no avail. I watched along with a smile. It occurs to me that I probably should tell Chiron about the hero faction since they did attack them and all, just to fill in what exactly is going on, but Rias is probably too busy fussing over Akino and Yudo for that. So, tomorrow then. I'll fill Chiron in on everything she and the peerage need to know, then I need to head back home and tell my girls they're what they need to know, and then I'll hit up Yasaka and Kunu and see how everything is going. Ah, damn, look at that. I'm busy again. Fuck. Well, at least it isn't a series of meetings that make me want to commit die. So there's that at least. And not only that, but if plans haven't been shaken up too much, I should be taking Kunu out soon. The whole courting thing and all that. I am looking forward to that. Okay, maybe things aren't too bad. But for tonight, cat girls. A new sun. We all ended up falling asleep on the couch last night, so, when morning came, I found myself sprawled out on it with my cat girls similarly sprawled out over me. Mostly. Kuroka used Chiron as a stuffed animal last night. I'd say deserved, she can be pretty mean sometimes. Turnabout's fair play and all that. Rias blew up Chiron's phone last night after we all fell asleep. Probably should have seen that one coming, but luckily, the white cat had the sense to tell the redhead where she was going after dropping off lesser Suzaku. So rather than blowing up the phone because Rias didn't where she was blowing up the phone wondering when Chiron was coming back. Turns out, things are going to get pretty busy soon around here, what with the attack and all. Before she left, I relayed everything I knew about the hero faction to the cat girl, along with the fact that with the death of most of their leaders, the group was probably already done in. Though there's the possibility of remnants trying shit, but I doubted that. Even if they did, I doubt they have any reserve members strong enough to be a legitimate threat. There's always a possibility, but it's slim. Chiron left soon after, and Kuroka and I went back to the Kyoto Palace. The first thing we saw when we appeared in the bedroom was Rose, standing there in front of the bed, holding up the hastily wrapped up and partially exposed True Longinus, staring at it and stuttering the same thing over and over again, like a broken record on repeat. Kuroka turned and looked at me, and almost immediately started cackling. I simply deadpan stared at Rose. It was the crack of dawn, and she was already awake. And cleaning. Then again, Rose is a hard worker like that. Fucking Murphy. Well, at least it wasn't Yuzum. From my senses, I can tell she isn't even home right now. Thankfully. Even when I came up behind her and gently pulled the spear out of her hand, she still stared at where it was and kept making the same stuttering sound. I even grabbed her shoulder and shook her a bit, but still, nothing. I sighed, deeply. Kuroka. Yes, darling, Naya. She drawled with a mischievous glint. Get some water, please. Naya, ha ha ha. Very well. She practically skipped off to do what I asked. Well. I guess Rose here is going to be the first I let in the know then. With a shocking amount of speed, it didn't take long for Kuroka to come back with a full bucket of water. Pretty sure she took that from the shed for the gardens. Kuroka, I don't think we need that much water. I immediately say. The black cat doesn't seem the least bit dejected though, merely giving me a simple hum. Nah, in fact, it may not even be enough, Naya. Then, without a moment of waste, she dumped the whole thing onto Rose, throwing all the water at her once. HHUH. I.e. It was, in fact, enough, as Rose's sudden jumping and screaming can attest to. Kuroka pouted at that though. Rose, though shivering like mad and drenched, immediately whirled around in our direction. I idly note that I can now very easily see through everything she's wearing, but that's nowhere near as important as the fact that once her eyes see me holding the spear, they immediately seem to lock back up. What wa that? Ah. Ow. I correct that this time, by immediately bonking her on the head with the spear of destiny. The shaft. Not the blade. She's half god, after all, don't want to take risks there. In fact, I imagine her being half a god is probably why she's having such a reaction to seeing the thing just sort of lying around. As Rose reaches up, clutching and rubbing her head, I quickly apologize, sorry about that, didn't want you to lock up again on us. It's alright, I think. She looks down at her clothes, finally noticing that they are very see-through, squeaks, and promptly forgets about her head, wrapping her arms around her bosom to cover them. Was the water necessary? Yup, Naya. Kuroka answers proudly, to Rose's light glare. Before Kuroka starts some more shit, I speak up, alright, girls. How about we go to the living area, get some food, and I can explain to Rose what went on last night in much more comfort. Kuroka's eyes sharpened almost comically at the mention of food, while Rose quickly nodded, looking equally exasperated, confused, and worried, all at once. Without a second to waste, I slid the spear back under the bed, much to Rose's visible bafflement, before holding my hand out toward the door. As the two scurried off in that direction, I sighed, only hoping for one thing. This damn spear better not cause me more trouble than it has this morning, or else I will find a way to crack the fucker in half. Then again, who can say? From here on out, I'll be flying almost entirely blind. The hero faction was the only real arc left to happen from here on out. It's pretty much anyone's guess. Though at this point, I suppose there's no real use in worrying over it anymore, now that it's come, huh? A new son. Caesar Villers is a high-ranking teacher in the Protestant Church. He teaches the Church's warriors and raises them to fight the evil creatures of the darkness, the heretics, the witches, the pagans, and monsters. And after he's done all he can there, he gives them holy missions to do such a job. He wouldn't say things changed there for him, all those months ago, unlike everywhere else. Change has been in the air for a long time, but not for him, never for him. God has deemed his duty just, and his job well done. So for Caesar Villers, there is not much change. Until today. He was visited by an angel. Something that, so he hears, has been more and more common as of late. Sure, angels work in the church all the time, performing duties within the house of God. There is no doubt about that, that has been a constant. But angels acting as messengers. That hasn't happened since ancient times. Since those months ago, more and more angels came from heaven, claiming decrees from the Almighty, claiming and bringing change. Preeminently to the Vatican, as he has heard. A part of him never really believed it. Why would he? The Vatican, the Catholic Church, changing. Throwing out the corrupt, the heathens, the swine, both exorcist and not. Ha! That's a nice joke, he had thought. But then again, he too was visited. Perhaps there was more to those rumors than he originally gave them credit for. Still, it's an odd world they live in now, he supposes. An angel came down to him and gave him a mission to give out. It was an unusual request. One to recover something, not destroy forces of evil like he usually assigns. Even stranger still, it's in a predominantly pagan country, all the way in the east. Japan. He doesn't see what would be so worth it that heaven, and God himself supposedly, would need to send a full team of exorcists there to acquire. But, ah well. Who's he to judge the goings-on of the Almighty, his Lord God? Now, if only the warriors he's supposed to send off on this mission would arrive here in a timely manner. To be fair to them, most of them already have, a bunch of girls, one he even trained himself, is already waiting here. There's just one specific member of their retinue who's taking his sweet time arriving. Caesar Viller perked up. Ah, as though by divine providence. Behind him, the big heavy doors of the Canterbury Cathedral pushed open, and in walked a man. Caesar Villers stood up. You're late. A rather young, blonde-haired man, with soft green eyes, and a seemingly permanent kind smile stretched across his face. The strongest exorcist. The strongest believer. The strongest of the churches as a whole. Caesar Viller turned to meet him, Dulio Gesualdo. God's beloved warrior. The man chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck apologetically. Sorry I'm late. Chapter 74, Chapter. I don't think I've ever seen Rose look quite so distraught before. And it's not the kind of distraught that I saw etched on her face when she had to deal with Odin's tomfoolery. No, this was a whole new breed of distraught. It was also all over one very specific detail. So, if I'm hearing this right, Rose began to reiterate, entirely ignoring the crunching noises from Kuroka eating chips in the background, the Spear of Destiny somehow didn't return the system when its user died, so you took it, and shoved it under your bed. She stressed the end particularly harshly. I nodded along at her words, happily. Rose sighed in turn, painfully. Don't you have anywhere else to put it? Like a vault? Or maybe it would be a good idea to hand it to the gods for safekeeping. Rose tried, rubbing her forehead with her fingers as she looked at me, almost pleadingly. I chuckled, and waved her off, gently, nah. Well, I probably do have something like a vault around her somewhere, that'd be too obvious a place to check if someone comes looking for it. As for handing it over to the gods, I pause, humming in thought at the idea. I think I got a good read on my mother, and she wouldn't want news getting out they had the thing if I did hand it over, so she'd likely just stuff it under her bed instead. Kuroka snorted and cackled in the background, while Rose groaned heavily, leaning forward to dip her head down and look at the floor. I reached over, and gently patted her head, making sure to ruffle her beautiful silvery white hair at least a little bit. Don't you worry so much about it, all right, Rose. I reassure her with a small smile. If something does happen relating to the spear, like say it starts glowing for no reason, I fully intend to break that bitch in half and chuck it halfway to Hawaii. Rose lifts her head abruptly, but slowly, at my touch and words. I don't think you need to go that far, but, well, all right. She sighs, and gives a small tired smile back at me. I'll leave it to you. I give her a nod in return. Thanks, Rose. She blushes slightly, and in the background, I can vaguely see Kuroka poking her head into the room, smirking at the silver-haired girl. Ah, poor Rose. I will probably have to leave here soon, which means you get stuck with the cat all day. Apologies, preemptively. Though before I can do so verbally, Rose suddenly perks up. Oh. Right. Nori. She tries to look and speak professionally again, but her fingers twitch in her lap at merely saying my name. Probably because it isn't professional or some such. Cute. She clears her throat before continuing. Speaking of your mother, she, and the Shinto, sent well, lots of things. With a wave of her hand, a magic circle appeared and deposited one of those 3-ring binders straight into her palm. Except, unlike most binders, the one which she just summoned to her hand was full. She sets it down on the table directly next to us and flips it open with professional grace. I went through everything, categorized and listed every item based on value and level of importance. At this point, she started rambling on a bit too quickly, and I quickly lost track of what she was saying, blinking blearily at her as she started, somehow, going into budgets. Though, on a side note, it was at this point I realized that this is probably what she was doing all those days ago when I saw her doing paperwork almost religiously. I didn't even know the stuff she sent had come in. Odin floundered with this one, didn't he? Rose was still going, so I stopped her by simply standing up. The act caused her to pause in confusion, then sputter as I reached over and placed my hand right on her head. Look at you, I give her a proud smile, already doing so much for something that isn't that important. She almost immediately became twitchy at my words. I beg to differ, she politely, yet shyly, shot back, rewards or gifts from the chief god of a pantheon that shouldn't be taken so lightly. I shrug, maybe. Maybe not. Still. I ruffle her hair, causing her to yelp. I appreciate it regardless. Your work will certainly help me sort through everything easier. So, for that, I thank you. Good job, Rose. The poor girl almost immediately flushed and looked away when I was done speaking, muttering out something very quietly, so quiet, I couldn't actually hear her. Though based on the way her lips moved, if I had to guess, I'd say she said something like, I'm just doing my job, or some such variation of that. Geez, how little did this girl get genuine well-meaning praise that wasn't immediately followed up with a snide remark about her lack of a love life. Before the girl could fall over or something, I quickly continued with the original point I wanted to bring up before Rose jumped in first. I'll make sure to check it out later, all right. I continue, smiling as she looks up at me in silent and shy askance. I've got to go check up on the Fox girls in Yurikyoto, see if they need any help with the cleanup going on, and see what's up with the meeting with Indra's people that was supposed to happen last night. Rose stared at me, slightly agape. Meeting with Indra. Rose spoke, the words laced with disbelief despite her having spoken them herself. Why would he want to meet with some Yukai leader in Japan, of all places? She immediately questioned, her eyebrows creasing in befuddlement. It doesn't make any sense to me either, Rose, I know. Though. I raise my eyebrow at her. It sounds like you know him. You and the old virgin met with him before. I ask, purely out of curiosity. Rose almost makes something of a scoff at that, seemingly not even hearing my disrespectful nickname toward her old employer. No, we haven't. He refused to even send his underlings to convene with us when we passed through his territory. Something about us being from a savage, cold, backwater that nobody knows or cares about. Rose practically seethed as she recounted. I whistled at that. Damn, what an arrogant asshole. Already knew he was one, but still. Definitely going to say that to his face if I ever meet him, see how bad it pisses him off. Rose crossed her arms under her chest and leaned back into the couch as she let out an annoyed sigh. That's one way of putting it. She agreed. I'll say, it's also fairly suspicious this meeting was supposed to happen right around when several Longinus users ambush and attack you in Kuo Town, at the same time. Yeah, I know, something feels up there. I stretch my arms out, pausing to let out a light groan as I do, but, well, there's only one way to find out if he's involved, and that would be questioning him personally, something I doubt will be happening anytime soon. Rose gave a conceding, albeit annoyed, nod at that, as I pulled out my phone. Still nothing from the Foxes. I fire off a quick message, telling them I'm coming on over, before slipping the phone away. Now then, I start, heading toward the door. I'll be back when I get back. Till then, Rose is in charge. Okay. Rose slowly accepts. Naya. Kuroka shouts and sputters in indignation and shock in the background. There we go. That ought to make sure she isn't too much to handle. Of course, before the cat can come bursting out to protest, I quickly make my way out the door with a snicker and a smirk. Next stop. Yurikyoto. A new sun. During a big incident, you can usually expect there to be a bit of movement, bustling, and a touch of well-ordered chaos. Especially within the center of power which governs the area in which said incident takes place. It's odd, but that, as a whole, wasn't happening in Yurikyoto. The back door straight to the palace was sealed up, which makes sense as a security precaution, so I took the long way around, into the city proper. For the most part, the city seemed about as bustly as usual. There wasn't any panic or fear, no one seemed to care or even know that 3 Longinus users were just gallivanting around practically right out their city causing chaos. It was only really when I strolled up to the palace did I see anything resembling urgency. I barely managed to make it to the gates before several Tengu, including a much older one whom I assume is the leader or captain of some sort, landed right in front of me. Lady Yasaka and Princess Kuna were expecting you, Lord Kusanagi, the older Tengu stated gruffly while bowing minorly. Come. They are busy right now, but we will lead you to a place where you can wait for them in peace. He turns, although mid-turn he grumbles, it's a good thing you didn't try and play shinobi this time. I gave the old bird a good-natured chuckle at that and followed him leisurely as he started walking. The other Tengu didn't follow, and instead spread back out, taking to the skies around and likely on the walls surrounding the drearily lit palace. I was swiftly led to what I thought might be a private living room, judging by the rather lax and modest traditional decor, a bunch of mats, cushions, tables, and such. The old Tengu left without even huffing a word quickly after that, which is perfectly fine by me. I'd say I don't think he likes me much, but on the other hand, he might just be your classic Japanese old guard stereotype who doesn't like anyone. Can never really tell at first glance. Regardless, it is here I sit now, on a rather comfortable mat, leaning back into it in a way that would likely completely fuck up my back, if I wasn't built differently. But I am, so I don't care. It's nice and comfy. In the meantime, I let my senses spread out, finding the hustle and bustle of the palace's occupants that I was expecting to find out in the city as a whole. Everyone's running around, especially the Tengu guards, going to and fro, leaving the palace only to return for something or another, and leave again. I unfortunately can't tell the specifics, but still, they're moving. I'm also sensing a few familiar keys lumbering about. The Genbu and Byako, they're with Yasaka right now. The North and West clans right. Was the bridge I was fighting on in the territory under their clan's control? Or, maybe in between the two. In any case, I'm glad I've kept a tight leash on my powers since I arrived in the city. If I was fighting in their territory, I'd rather not deal with them sensing me and coming to hassle me. Not like I think Genbu would. But Byako would 100% show up to complain about not getting invited to fight a bunch of Longinus users. In any event, it looks like Yasaka is going to be held up for a little while still. But Kunu, well, it didn't long for her to show up, promptly ruining all the relaxing vibes I had built up. The door slid open, and almost as soon as she stepped in, she began. You know that's where Mother usually sits, right? No. I didn't, actually. I grunted back at her groggily, my eyes barely halfway open. I don't live here, you know. A huff, followed by dainty little footsteps coming over to and stopping in front of me, followed. I managed to open my eyes just a touch more, and damn near opened them the rest of the way immediately when I finally registered what exactly I was seeing. It was Kunu all right, but in an outfit I didn't expect at all. Rather than some sort of fancy kimono, she was wearing a pure white blouse, with red frilly outlines, and a cute little red bow just beneath the cleavage of her chest. Her skirt and stockings were also white, with a little bit of red outlines on the upper portion of the stockings to match the blouse. Needless to say, she looked fucking cute. At the same time, the amount of cleavage in those stockings are stirring something in me. Kunu seems completely oblivious to her flipping a bunch of my internal switches, and yet still makes it worse by crossing her arms under her chest and leaning forward to look down at me pompously. Well. Now you do. Get up. She commanded. I wasn't listening though, and instead, reached out, and grabbed her arms. Ah. What are you, EK? And then promptly pulled her into my lap and right up against me. Fluffy tails acquired. HNNNGH. She squirmed around. What do you think you're doing, pervert? I wrapped my arms around her waist, holding her against me tightly so she couldn't escape. Well, I was just thinking, I could use another pillow to make laying here more comfortable. I drawled out with faux tiredness, then you came along, princess. Now here we are. Ha. She scoffs, sounding legitimately offended. I am not some pillow you can just dash. I proceed to shut her up, by snuggling her. HHNNGHHHH. That, unfortunately, just makes her squirm harder, and here I was. Coming to check on you after you fought 3 Longinus users. You big damn pervert. Let me go. Doubly unfortunately, her words just make me squeeze her back harder, and coo, aw. You do care. Gah. You degenerate sicko. Not anymore. She rapidly bats at my head, almost like a cat. I chuckle even as she spats and bats at me more and more. Until eventually, my voice loses its teasing tone, and I start again. Seriously though, when I saw what you were wearing, I couldn't help just snatching you up. You're oh so lucky, you know. I moved to whisper to her ear. I would have started a diplomatic incident already if the plan wasn't to bed you after our date. Kunu shivers and lets out a breathy gasp at that. Finally simmering down, she lets out a much quieter and weak, D-damn perv. I give her a good-natured chuckle. She slapped me over the head again, not like it did anything. I was worried, once mother told me what happened. Kunu begins after a moment's pause, leaning against me herself, but she seemed confident you were okay, and as much of a deviant, she hisses out lowly, as you can be sometimes, your strength is the real deal. Just like when you fought Ibaraki. And Loki, too. But, still. Her tail swayed restlessly behind her as she pushed her face into my chest. I don't like it. She muffledly admits. I raise an eyebrow. Don't like what? The idea of you getting hurt. She clarifies, slowly. This is prime teasing bait, but no, not now. Maybe later. I rub and pat her back gently. Yeah, that'd do it. You care, so you don't want me hurt, but I care, so I go and fight the idiots, the malicious, the whoever, so you all don't get hurt first. I reach up, scratching her fluffy little fox ears. I heal, but you don't, so feel free to worry, because I know I won't be able to stop you. Just know, I'll come back no matter what, alright? After a second, Kunu slowly pulls back, looking me straight in the eyes. Do you promise? She asks, sternly, almost desperately. I don't even hesitate. Why would I when it's the truth? I promise. Do you mean it? She fired back, grasping onto me tightly, eyes growing intense, because failing to uphold a promise to a princess is punishable, you know. I give her an amused chuckle, before answering again. Yeah, I promise, princess. I do. She gives me a good, long, and hard stern stare, before relaxing just a tad and nodding in satisfaction. Good. She starts, relieved, then, because I am a benevolent princess who rewards those who do well. She trails off. I don't even get to ask what exactly she means by that, before she outright shows me, by leaning forward and kissing me on the cheek. It was pretty tame, but for her, it was a tad shocking, so I was still slightly stunned. She pulls back, and gives me a cute little wink. Keep up the good work, and who knows, there might be more where that came from. Ah, there's her princess training from Yasaka kicking in. I smirk back at her, might. I parrot back huskily, before dragging her right back up against me, our faces right up against each other as I look her right in the eye. Oh, princess, you forget yourself, I'll be taking everything eventually. Unfortunately, her princess training wasn't Nori training, so Kunu almost immediately gives a full body shiver that shoots down her spine are my words, as she bites her lip, and her cheeks light up like spotlights. Her only retaliatory comment. Damn, P-perv. You know it. I add on with a chuckle, causing her to look down and give a long huffing sigh. As fun as it is teasing my little fox princess here, we do have stuff we need to discuss, unfortunately. Now that all of that is out of the way, may as well get into this. Speaking of taking everything, I continued with a smile, to her embarrassed groan, our date. That's still on for any time soon. Kunu slowly looks back up at me, much more shyly than before, I suppose. Mother is handling pretty much everything right now, I only helped out here or there at the start. She pointed at me. Also, you mean, courting ritual, correct? I rolled my eyes at that, and swiftly waved her off, pretty much the same thing. I'm just calling it a date because it's easier to say, and I'm feeling mighty lazy right now. She huffs at that, you better not be lazy for our day. He blush magnified, or night. She finished, a touch quieter. I chuckled, and quickly spoke to assuage her of that idea, I won't be. Got it all pretty much planned out already, in fact. Really? She perked up, that's good, yes. She nods a few times, that's far better than I was expecting. Hey now. I may be blunt, and kind of a dick at times, but I try not to slouch on special occasions like this. Blow to my pride brushed aside though not forgotten, I continue. All that's left is when we are actually going to head out. Kunu hummed in thought, how about, well, I want to say tonight, but that might be a bit too early, I want to make sure mother doesn't need me. She looks my way, unsure, is that okay? I pat her on the head all of a sudden, causing her to squeak in indignation, heh. Of course it's okay, princess, there isn't a time limit to this or anything. We can head out whenever you're ready. She huffed, batting my hand away before responding with a pout, then tomorrow, most definitely, if mother doesn't need me. She nods a few times, as if proud of herself for being able to schedule. Cute. That aside, Kuna continues, a frown slowly growing across her pretty little face, can you please get off of mother's seat now? She's still on about this. I don't see her using it. I reply plainly, leaning back into the cushions, dragging the small fox girl with me along the way. Well. Kuna sputtered as we went down, that's because she's busy. She'll want to use it after she's done. Then she's welcome to join us. I state, prompting Kuna to blanch. Join. That's. She stumbles over her words, her tails rapidly swaying with something like panic, that's degenerate. No, that's Oyakodon. I corrected her. What? She cries in legitimate confusion. Oh, you sweet summer child. Besides, I continue, pretending I didn't say that, there's plenty of room here. It'll be fine. I trail off. HNNGHHH. Kuna struggles, squirming around atop me, before finally giving up with one final pout. With that, we lay in a comfortable silence. For all but a few minutes, before the princess had to ruin it. Can you at least tell me where you plan to court me? She mumbled out all of a sudden. You mean where I plan to take you on a date and then proceed to have my wicked way with you? I correct once more. HNNNGHHHH. She strains, only reaching up to bat me on the face once, I'm being serious you depraved man. So am I. I snarked back, only to get batted once again. Come on. She almost pleads, you can't tell me even a little bit. I hum thoughtfully at that for a second, before shrugging and deciding to give her a few crumbs. So, I know your mother can't leave Kyoto. I figured that means you haven't really gotten the chance to leave yourself, right? I half ask, half state, already figuring I know the answer to that. I wasn't shocked when she nodded, slowly, you're right, the furthest I've been out of Kyoto has been to Tokyo, that's about it. She fills in my assumption, slightly downtrodden. I nod back at her, that's about what I figured, yeah, so we'll be heading out a little further than Tokyo. She perked up at that, how far are you talking about? I hum, keeping my lips shut in a smile, even as her stare becomes an increasingly more and more intense glare. I didn't break, more so that I just wanted to tease her a little more before I gave her the crumbs. Just when it looked like she was about to turn away with a huff and become her default state of haughty pouting princess, I spoke up. Well, I heard of a couple of places over on Kyushu Island that were free and looked quite beautiful this time of year. Kyushu. She parroted back, with a touch of awe, and almost something sounding like disbelief, that, well. She gave me this absolutely beautiful smile, her excitement barely contained in her voice, I can't wait. Well, if you're going to look at me like that, I have to say the same, huh? Chapter 75, Chapter. Well now, I muse with a smile, it's been a while since I've seen you wearing that, hasn't it? Hush you. Kuna quickly fires back, it has. But, you know. She blushes, and turns away, and although she tries to hide it, I can still see traces of a small smile spreading across her face, it's a special day, and I remember how much you liked it, so I figured, why not? Why not indeed? She's wearing the same pretty pink kimono that her mother made her put on when I first showed up at Yurikyoto, and man, it has not lost its luster one bit. Even in the rather dreary lighting of the city and Yurikyoto Palace behind us. It's also perfect because our date won't be starting bright and early, instead, we're starting a little bit after noon. It's a little poetic in that respect truly, since this is around the time that my day with Yusaka had to end early for work. Now, my day with Kunu is starting late because of work. I think the world might be telling me something there. Well, that, or it's being cheeky to fuck with me. Either or. Regardless, I still have a whole half of the day plans left to use, and it's not like the main attraction that I was talking about the other day is closed or anything. Okay, technically, it's not even open to the public yet, and won't be until November. But I have bullshit powers that let me ignore things like that. Is it bad that I'm getting into the habit of skirting things like this? Nah. If it's for girls, it's perfectly acceptable. It's also kind of funny, I did the same thing for Yasaka's day too. Heh. With that spirit in mind, I hold my arm out to her. Are you ready then, princess? I ask, with noble inflection. She nearly huffs a rather undignified snort but manages to catch herself and chuckle instead. I have informed everyone that needs to know that I'll be gone and all that, so, yes. She takes my arms, practically snuggling up against it. I'm ready. I return her chuckle with my own. Then please, close your eyes. She blinks, huh, and looks up at me quizzically. I don't elaborate, instead, I simply smile at her. After a moment, she finally realized I was not going to explain, and so complied with a haughty huff, closing her eyes. I didn't even hesitate. As soon as she did, we vanished. In a burst of golden light, we appeared elsewhere. The jolt from the movement understandably caused Kuno's eyes to fly open, right as the light faded. Ha! What was? She blinks, blearily, as she finally sees where we ended up. Whoa. This is gorgeous. I tried filling in for her, I know. I couldn't help the pleased chuckle that came up from my gut as I watched her completely odd expression. We have appeared in a giant forest path. Beneath our feet, fallen leaves of all sorts of colors adorn the path seemingly off into the distance, and to our sides, the trees from which the leaves came. Vibrant oranges, yellows, reds, and greens. And once again, heading straight down the path, seemingly continued for as far as the eye could see. The trees here were still in transition from summer to fall, to the colors were much more a mishmash than when it's usually shown to the public I feel, but honestly. I think that just makes the sight even more beautiful. Idly, Kuno reaches out, as a leaf randomly falls into her hand. Where are we? She asks, almost in a daze. I told you yesterday, didn't I? I answer with a smirk, Kyushu Island. Nearly the northeasternmost point of it. Specifically, we are currently standing the Kawachi Wisteria Garden. Kuno took a moment to process that, but, these aren't even. She swept her gaze across the definitely not wisteria trees. She's right of course. We are specifically where some 700 such variety of different trees fill the garden specifically for the autumn. It's not like we'll miss the wisteria part of the gardens, though. There are 22 wisteria trees that bloom across something like 10,000 square meters across the garden. In freedom units, that's a bit over 6 miles, which is a lot. So I doubt we'll miss it. That's correct, I confirm aloud for her. Don't worry though, I think if we follow this path, we'll come across the wisteria section eventually. Kuno's eyes widened at that, and she smiled and held my arm even tighter. You said yesterday you had everything planned out, yes? I nod along. Yes, I do. Her smile grew bigger. Then what of food, I roll my eyes. Of course, we can grab a snack if you so desire, or dunch if you'd prefer. She almost immediately recoiled at my words. Dunch. What? I cackled. Dunch. In between dinner and lunch. Like brunch. That sounds so. Kuno looked legitimately offended at the word combination. To be honest, I kind of am too. Just doesn't have the same ring to it as brunch. Of course, that's not all I have planned, though. I'm not going to just tell her right now. We'll see though, just how much of Kyushu Island we can see in half a day. A new sun. As it would turn out, not much, though I probably should have seen that coming. We only managed to hit the major city of Kitakyushu and have dinner there after wandering around so many acres of that wisteria garden. Still, Kuno seemed to enjoy it. No matter where we went, she couldn't stop smiling. Even as I took her home, and we went to her bedroom. Kuno seemed only a tad nervous as we walked into her room together, her gaze pointed down at the floor, face slightly flushed, even though her body was practically pressed into my side and arm. She knows what's about to happen, so that makes sense, and it is her first time, so it makes even more sense, I suppose. Honestly, I'm more amused than anything else. Out of all my girls, the ones I went on dates first before fucking them are the Fox girls. What kind of cosmic joke is that? Well, regardless, it is Kuno's first time, so I'll be gentle. Mostly. As soon as the door closed behind us, I reached around, and grabbed a big handful of her ass, right through her kimono. Eep. Kuno yipped, rather adorably, before giving a huffy gasp as I pulled her right up against me. As much as our clothes will allow. JG's, you perv. She muttered with faux disdain, her blush intensifying. We just got back, at least huh? She let out a shocked moan as I groped and squeezed her rear as much as I possibly could through her kimono. I smirked down at her, before starting. Oh yeah, I'm well aware we just got back. I pause, moving my head down to the side of her head, and mutter right into her ear huskily, but don't you know how long I've been waiting for this? Her entire body quivers in my grasp at my words. HHNN. Don't get so ahead of yourself, you dash. It's daddy. I interrupt before the brat can go on a name-calling crusade once more. W-ah. She exclaims back in alarm, what do you mean by that? I mean, I utter to her, it's daddy. Not perv. Not degenerate. Not anything else. For tonight, brat, she shivers as I hiss the word at her, and many other nights beyond, I'm your daddy. Got it. But that's. She tries to say back, but I simply squeeze her behind harder, causing her to cut herself off with a yelp. Say it. I ordered. Say what? I stare at her pointedly, who am I? She looks away, her face practically on fire, D-daddy, she stuttered out quietly. I hum in acknowledgement. Could be better, but it's a start. I reach up with my free hand and pat her on the head. Her entire body seemed to perk up at the act, and that was before I even started speaking. Good girl. I praised her, you did it, maybe there's hope to make a proper daddy's girl out of you yet. Kunu's tail swished behind her and her ears twitched, she huffed, even as she pushed her head further against my hand. Humph. Thank you, D-daddy. She shivered as she spoke, still a bit quiet, but much more audible than before. Look at that, progress. I just have to smash the praise kink until that button is broken. Well, smash that button, and something else. Kunu. I suddenly speak up, removing my hand from her head. She perks up once again, this time in attention, looking at me as much as she can, why yes, daddy. Though, if she keeps hitting those buttons on me, I might just decide to switch everything up on the spot. But no. There's a certain way I want to go about this, for her more than anything else. So I'll reel it in. For now. Get out of those clothes. I follow up with another fairly simple command. Kunu shudders at my order, yet, for once, doesn't immediately try to question my words. She gulps, nods slowly, and steps back from me. I unfortunately have to let go of her bottom so she can, but it's well worth it. I couldn't help the soft whistle I let out as she complied, her adorable pink kimono easily falling to the floor with a few tugs here and there at the garment. Well, I smiled at her, not entirely unlike when one sees a particularly delicious meal set out before them. You certainly came prepared, huh? The fox girl refused to meet my gaze, her cheeks blazing as she stood there in a pair of sexy lacy black underwear that looked like it was taken directly from her mother's closet. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. In any event, now that she's mostly undressed, it's only fair if I follow suit, no. Similarly, a few pulls here and there, and my robe was nice and loose and ready to fall. Except, unlike her, I didn't let it. I grabbed the hem of it and pulled it all down. That included my boxers underneath. So when my pile of clothing hit the floor, I was entirely exposed. Something Kunu most definitely noticed, judging by the way her eyes practically bulged out of her head. Her gaze was, of course, locked onto a specific section directly beneath my abdomen. Oh my. She utters, whether in shock or awe or both, it was kind of hard to tell. It was kind of hard to see, or even so much as feel it in such big stuffy robes, but I was already at nearly full mast. All it took was grabbing and getting a feel of her through her clothes, and, yeah. As I said, I've been waiting for just a little while. To say Nori Jr. has been antsy would be a slight understatement. I don't even say anything, instead, I just start walking toward her. Kunu, seemingly instinctively, backs up, until she hits the bed and falls back, sitting upright on it. She cries out in shock upon hitting the bed, only to pause and stare, almost transfixed, as I'm now standing right in front of her. Her and her bed's height is almost comically perfect. With her sitting down as she is, her head is around waist level with me. This means, as she's sitting there, the only thing that's filling her vision right now is my polearm. If she started acting like a brat, I'd slap her with it, but she's been shockingly docile so far, so, instead, I put my hand right on top of her head, steadying her. First things first, I speak down at her, though her gaze doesn't even so much as flick away from my member. For everything to go smoothly, you'll need to get this. I point to my twitching shaft, ready. Do you know what I mean? Kunu uttered, breathily, yes, but I've never. I pat her on the head, getting the gif of what she's trying to say despite her shell-shocked utterances. That's all right. I replied with a smile, you can learn. It shouldn't be too hard, just follow my words, all right. Kunu, very briefly, looked up at me, nodding slightly, before looking back at my throbbing rod, and gulping. First, I begin, hold it steady at the bottom of the shaft. 1 or 2 hands, it doesn't matter. You won't need them for a little while. She nodded slowly, before tentatively, almost like she was afraid she'd hurt me if she went too fast or something. Her hands moved up, and surrounded and grasped the root of my shaft, holding it steady. That's it. I nod in praise. Next, use your tongue, brush it along the sides first, with good long strokes, then wrap it around the head, and switch sides. Think like an ice cream cone. Ice cream, huh? She tilts her head slightly in thought, before shrugging, and rolling her tongue out of her mouth, ah. She breathed out hotly as she moved, starting near the bottom, and up to the head. She traced her tongue along the side, lapping at it, almost like, well, ice cream. She goes up to the head, wherein her tongue slides and swirls around the bulb, before going straight back down the other side. Oh, yeah. I almost shiver, though I do let out a light pleased breath as I feel her warm tongue continue painting my shaft wet. I scratch behind her ears as I watch her go, leaving her to move at her own pace, which steadily increased as moments went by, and she got used to the feeling. Once she got going, I spoke up again. That's a real good girl, a very good girl. I gave her extra deep scratches, causing her to preen and shake happily. It also made her stop licking, but that'll change very soon, I feel. This next bit, I'll leave up to you, I continue. Now that the shaft is nice and slick, you can stroke it with your hands, or you can try and take it in your mouth. Just, if you do, watch the teeth, alright. I'll be honest, I don't think I know how to explain how to do a blowjob properly besides that one very crucial piece of advice. Granted, I don't expect her to jump straight into trying a blowjob. Watch the teeth. She muttered, like this. Wait, what dash? Abruptly, her smooth lips wrap the head of my cock, and in the next moment, she's pushing forward, and got half of it into her mouth. I was so taken off guard by that sudden escalation, I groaned with satisfaction, and damn near started thrusting up into her face, before catching myself and looking down at her. For once she's looking up at me, and she looks rather smug for someone within face-fucking range. Well now, that's an idea, and I'm not feeling any teeth, so. I grab a hold of her head, causing her eyes to widen in surprise, but before she can say or do anything else for that matter, I start to thrust. Not enough to send my cock down her throat, of course, she's not ready for that yet, but just enough to where her mouth is more than a little full. She muffledly moans around my shaft, before I pull back slightly, and thrust again, dragging another moan from her throat. Then again, and again, and again. I may have gotten slightly out of hand face-fucking the smug princess, to be entirely fair. But I can't be blamed, right? It's poetic, taking her mouth like this, considering how sassy and haughty and smug she usually is. I'm just not going to wax on and on about how warm and wet her mouth feels wrapped around most of cock, or how the way her moans feel as they vibrate up and around my shaft. None of that has any bearing at all as I start thrusting rougher and getting faster. Naughty little girl. I grunt down huskily at her between thrusts. You think you can play with daddies like that, You think you can play and just get away with it? MMNNM. Her muffled moans tried to reply. I can't say for sure, but I think she's saying she's sorry. Kind of hard to tell. In any event, not but a moment after she tried saying something back did she start moving again, this time, her hands. She let go of my shaft's root, as she no longer needed to hold it in place now that I had her head, and swiftly started pulling at her underwear. She couldn't get her bra off her as she was, she settled for simply pulling it down, exposing and enabling her chest to finally bounce around and jiggly freely from the force of her face being fucked. Her panties slid off with much more ease, falling to the floor with a pull, only for the space they occupied to be swiftly taken up by her hands, as she started rubbing and fingering herself on the spot. It wasn't quite furiously, but it was getting there. She looked up at me now, meeting my husky gaze with an almost desperate and needy one. After a second, I pull her head off my cock, and eyed her expectantly. She huffed and puffed rapidly and lightly as she caught her breath, before quickly starting up, I'm sorry, Daddy. She spoke and moaned out softly, pressing the side of her face against my shaft, please don't be mad, here. She starts scooting back, getting onto the bed more, and laying down, to spread open her legs and reveal her pretty pink hole. Her very wet pretty pink hole, which she continued to rub and finger even now. I got myself all ready for you, all right. She continued, light and sultry, so, EEP. Only to be cut off further by her yipping as I pounced on her, pinning her down to the bed. That's a good girl, though, don't think I'm ready to forgive you so easy. I huffed down beneath me at her, as I lined myself up. Wah. B-butt, Daddy AHH. She cried out, not in pain, but in shock, her full body shivering as my rod poked against her lower zone, nearly piercing through. In short order, she wraps her arms around my shoulders and holds on tightly. Daddy. She quivers out into my ear, to which I give only a grunt in acknowledgement, as I focus. This is her first time, and as much as I played up being a beast with Yusaka, I'm not actually one, it turns out. Chiron had rook durability, Kuroka had a whole bunch more than that going for her, Suzaku was the strongest of the clan's heads, and so on. Despite it being their first time, they could take it if I started pounding away incessantly. Kunu doesn't have any of that, so, I'll be taking this a little slow to start, despite every single urge I have screaming to hilt inside her and pound her outline into the mattress and the sheets. In that vein, I slowly, and as gently as I could push down into her. On. As I went down, Kunu tensed more and more. I heard her as she gasped into my ear, waiting for that final push. The head slid in easily and quickly, no doubt the work of Kunu's tongue and fingers respectively, but eventually, as I tried pushing the shaft in, the tightness swelled, and it got to the point where I'd needed to give it a little oomph to break through. Daddy. Kunu mumbled into my ear, fear and lust in equal measure laced through her voice. I'm not some little girl, I'll be okay, push it inside, as much as you can. Well, all right then. No need to talk back to that. And so, I do just that. I push. My cock slams down and fills her folds with ease with just a bit more effort. Ayan. Kunu screams, her entirely lower body and straight up her spine shuddering. I let her adjust, giving her a moment to get used to feeling filled by my cock, and eventually, her shuddering subsides, and she lets out a nearly dizzy breathy moan. Thank you, you can move now, okay. And she looks me straight in the eyes, her own covered in a lustful haze. Don't hold back, all right daddy. I look at her, not saying anything. Instead, I simply raise an eyebrow. Then, without further ado, I move. I thrust, once, a single heavy slam that fills the room with the echoing sound of a clap of flesh, the creaking of a bed, and the shuddering moan of the girl beneath my body. Oh. Yes, please. More. That one thrust turns into two. Yesh. More daddy. Please. Take me. Into 3, 4, 5. Take me. Anne. I quickly started losing count as Elle laid into the demanding brat's cunt, pounding her straight into the mattress, just as she was begging for. Her legs quickly swung and wrapped lazily around my waist. She couldn't leg lock me as she was too short to do so, so that was the best she could do. That's right. I grunt down at her, already feeling the heat starting to build in my core. Who's the little brat that's needed this correction for so long? Me. Me. She moaned and breathed out, correct. Me. Her eyes roll up slightly as her breath hitches all of a sudden, her entire body shivering and twitching. I think she just came. Well, there's more where that came from. I don't stop my assault, continuing to pound into her despite her hitting her peak, probably even pushing her a little beyond it. Daddy. Don't stop. Don't ever stop. I can't. HNNGGHH. Judging by some of the things she's saying. I gave her a deep amused chuckle, and, just to see what she'd say, grunted out, get ready, because daddy's about to come, all right. She perks up at that, the haze of sex and lust clearing up in her eyes, but only slightly. Daddy's going to come. Please daddy, come for me. Fill me up. Breed me. Please please. She starts begging, almost deliriously, like she's in heat or extreme need. The way she begs, I won't lie, ignites something in me. Please. I'll be good daddy. She continues, clinging to me tighter as she keeps begging, I'll be really good. Just please breed me. Fuck. I grunt out lowly, my pace rapidly picking up, as that ignition inside turns into a fucking roaring flame. A flame that desperately wanted to be released. Fortunately, I have enough sense not to make it so there's even a chance she gets pregnant, despite her begging for it, because that's an awful idea right now. With that in mind, I don't hesitate or hold back anymore. I wrap my arms around her body, and slam deep inside of her in one last heavy thrust, just as the heat inside explodes. I give a low, primal, sustained grunt, almost a growl, as my inert yet still pretty damn hot seed fills the fox girl writhing in my arms. Why yes. Yes. She moans, her body shaking hard as she clings back onto me, so warm. She giggles, adorably so. This poor girl, she has no idea, I haven't gotten soft yet, while she's slowly relaxing. I sit up, abruptly, bringing her with me as I'm still holding onto her. Daddy. She shouts out in shock, now that she's all of a sudden straddling my lap. My still rock-hard rod pierced and filled her. I give her a grin, and judging by the way she blushes and almost flinches, I think she understands what I'm about to say. Daddy doesn't forgive you yet. I state rather simply. I did say all night, didn't I? Or did I not? It'll be fine. She'll learn that brat correction isn't just a one-time thing. Chapter 76, Chapter. With a small sigh, and a light groan, I plopped down onto the floor amongst one of the many, formerly, unused rooms of my palace home, setting my morning cup of orange juice next to me. I say formerly because it was turned into a warehouse by Rose to store everything Amma had been sending me ever since Odin left and we made that alliance with the Norse. And oh boy, was there a lot. After coming back home from making Kunu unable to walk for the foreseeable future, I had decided it was finally time to go see what Amma had been throwing at me that I had no idea about until a couple of days ago. As I thought, it was quite a bit. This explains why Yuzum had been absent again. Amma was using her as the delivery girl. Currently, though, she's back and passed out on the couch, and according to her and Rose, the flow of stuff has stopped, for now. So it's probably a good idea to go through it all now before she starts sending more, and this piles up to the point I don't have a chance to get through any of this reasonably. Luckily, I slapped down the stacked binder Rose has put together. Rose has made this entire process much less painful for me. I really ought to do something nice for her for this. Seriously, this is far more than I was expecting, from both Amma and Rose. First things first, the money and books. The money portion was easy to see, all I had to do was check my banking account. Though as I started flipping through the first few pages of the binder, Rose didn't slouch on even that. The first, and smallest, section of the binder was all accounting essentially. She put down the exact dates, down to the hour and minute, of when the exact amounts of money were deposited, and added up the total all at the end. Damn, just damn. Also, to note, this was millions of yen, by the way. These weren't small numbers she was working with. Crazy, simply crazy. I idly note that with the cash refresher I got sent, I should be good there for at least a few more years. That is until whatever the discount copyright-free version of Blizzard is called here becomes the discount copyright-free version of Activision Blizzard and scams Kuroka out of even more money with their monetization schemes. That'll be the day. Regardless, we'll be fine until then. Next up, the books I asked for, and speaking of Kuroka. I'm having the Black Cat Girl be useful for once and go through all of those in the library right now. Mostly because, out of all of us, Kuroka knows the most about the Eastern systems of magic and ki, and could tell which material would be most useful and such. And as I flipped through the pages to the binder section specifically focused on the literature sent, I let out a low whistle. Once again, Rose has categorized every single book in subdivisions, alphabetically ordered them, and cited them in a style I haven't seen since I wrote essays in my first life. So the weeb shit isn't folded in with the magic or key books, and each book has an author, a published or written date, the title, and all the fancy-looking jazz you'd see at the end of an essay. The more I read, the more I simultaneously feel awed and proud of her, but also a little bad for her for feeling she needs to do all this. Because somehow, I doubt this is an Asgard standard thing. I do a quick skim through this bit, cackling as I find that, yes, Amma didn't go hard in the weeb shit, as I said. Most of the books are magic or spiritual stuff, or at least they seem so from a glance. Which means Kuroka has some work to do. Heh. I'll stop by the library once I'm done here, just to check on her, though the walk from here to there might be a little dreadful. See, this room I'm sitting in now is specifically one of the ones furthest away from the meeting and living areas. Why? Well. I lift my head, and cast my gaze across the sea of golden glows permeating throughout visible space and the Shinkai. Yeah, pretty much every single item here is imbued with Holy Spirit aura. They're all mystical artifacts or weapons. This is the kind of space one would usually lock up in a special containment vault, but I don't have that, and with them all sitting here together, the aura they put off is far more than your average deity's shrine. If a devil or yokai walked in here, and they weren't stupid strong, or special like Kuroka, they'd probably die from the divine aura poisoning. This is precisely why this place is as far as it can be from the meeting hall. Hopefully, one of those new books has a spell or three in it that'll lock up and seal this room more effectively, but for now, this will have to do. I stand back up, snatching up the binder in my cup, downing the rest of its contents in one gulp before throwing it over my shoulder and outside and stretching out one last time. Ah, well, I mutter to no one, time to get to work. It's a shame life can't be all sex, sleeping, and fighting, huh? I flip to the first page of the section that Rose has titled as simply Artifacts, despite most of what I see around the room being glowing weapons. It seems for this section, she ordered them based on the strength of their aura, something she could feel, as she couldn't wield anything here due to lacking the affinity for it. As a result, she just has that noted down, along with the names of the artifacts, if applicable, the Yuzum told her. Importantly though, she didn't know the abilities. She's got it noted down, first thing, and rather amusedly as a break from her clean and precise note-taking, that although Yuzum does know what each of these things can do, she was ordered not to talk by Amma specifically to keep the surprise. Fun. That means I have to go through and individually inspect each object personally. Thankfully, Rose left space between each artifact listed so their abilities could be neatly written down. How thoughtful. So, first up, the weakest aura-presenting artifacts. A bunch of bog-standard Tatsuka swords, ancient-looking Japanese long swords. Well, I say standard, but they're still producing Shinto-aligned divine aura. I know of families of Shinto priests and exorcists that guard and utilize these types of swords. Though not as strong as any of the well-known swords, they still work far better as weapons compared to, say, the standard light sword church exorcists use. Rose has their smiths noted down, and they are all names I don't recognize, so I doubt these swords have an added special ability, but it still wouldn't hurt to check. That said, I run my hand along the grips of the swords, which are all neatly sheathed together within a barrel, and hum as what happens is exactly what I expected. Nothing. They all are indeed just powerless Holy Spirit swords. We're off to a great fun start, yeah. I'm just going to. I start flipping through the pages, ignoring everything I instinctively feel is going to be duds for anything beyond a novelty, or maybe something I can play around with when I feel like playing Smithy. It, shockingly, doesn't take long for me to come across something of worthy note. Though admittedly, it doesn't look like much on the surface. Rose has all the objects' names written down, Gohei, Onbi, and Hisaku. So many names for just a wooden wand. I walk over to where the wands, which weren't too far from the swords, because of course she sent several copies, are laid, sitting atop a table, neatly spread and sitting atop a dark soft cloth. Each wand is wooden, decorated with 2 zigzagging paper streamers set on either end, and both wand wood and streamers are different colors compared to the others. These wands are usually used in Shinto rituals by priests and Mikas, though the wands I've got sitting may be a bit more special, at least that's what Rose surmises in her notes regarding these. Supposedly, she picked up on not only a divine aura coming from these wands but also a magical aura as well. Not like the divine aura would get used like the aura from the sword since there's no blade, but interesting. Tentatively, I pick one of the wands. For color theme's sake, I choose the blackened wand with yellow paper streamers, though I doubt it matters because each feels the same to my senses regardless. I don't feel anything upon touching or holding it, so I turn away, facing toward the exit still wide open to the outside, and give it a wave. Then snort, as nothing happens. This isn't Harry Potter, right? I point the wand toward the exit, and this time, channel a smidge of what I'm fairly certain is magical power. This is probably a terrible idea because I don't exactly know magic, but still. A fireball nearly the size of the door I'm aiming at flies from the tip of the wand, and shoots off into the sky. The force of the spell, firing off usually wouldn't have knocked me over, but the result shocked me so much I wasn't prepared for it, and so it did. I'm sent tumbling to the floor, staring outside wide-eyed as the mass of purple-cord red flame shoots up into the sky, and explodes like a firework. Slowly, I stood up. Even slower, I put the wand, whose tip was now emitting small golden sparks and smoke like a magic gun, down with the others. Picking up the binder, which I had dropped when I fell, I casually took up the pen stuck to the side of the binder and wrote down, amplifies magic power passing through it. Yeah, nope, not touch that thing again until I know how to magic without blowing up the house. Until then, I think I'll leave these tools for Rose and Kuroka. Most likely Kuroka, since she likely knows more about Eastern magic, which logic tracks would probably work best with these wands. I vaguely recall, in canon, that Rose herself gets a wand that enhanced her spell power later on, and the one she got was made of some material that was the best at conducting magic. Or something like that. I'll probably have to revisit this one with the girls and see if they can even use it. As a Shinto implement, it would make sense for it to only work for Eastern magic, specifically Shinto and such. As I did take Kagutsuchi's power and all that, for all I know, my magic could very well just be the fire phase of Shinto magic incarnate, and I only got that reaction from the wand because of that unique condition. Though I could just grant them access to the fire phase via a blessing to get around that anyway. Food for thought later. I added that little note about the possibility the wand's usage is locked to certain magic types, before quickly stepping away from the wands entirely and flipping ahead some more. The next one I stop at isn't because of my interest, but purely because of Rose's note. It's just a bunch of rocks. It took everything I had not to keel over and burst out cackling. It was a very close thing though. When I finally did manage to calm down enough, I decided to see what she was talking about and walked off to where these rocks are noted to be stored. I quickly find and open up the small square box by removing the lid, and find that, indeed, it's just a bunch of rocks, 6 in total, each sat in soft cloth at the bottom neatly. However, that's not all, they aren't perfectly round or oval-shaped rocks. Instead, each one has a jagged jutting point or deformity that makes you do a double take. They're also each wrapped up in lengths of laid rice straw or hemp rope, it looks like. Curious, they are just rocks, but the divine power within them feels less neutral and more empty. That feeling also kind of feels familiar. I found myself reaching down to poke at one, almost unconsciously. As soon as my finger brushed against the top of one, I knew what exactly these are, and what they're for. I quickly jerked my hand back, and looked back at the binder, reading the name of the artifacts beneath me. Yorishiro. Approach substitute, in freedom tongue. That's when it all clicks together. Alright, in layman's terms, these rocks here. I can use them to create my own shrines, dedicated specifically to myself as a kami, giving out blessings related to me automatically, and such. Basically, all I have to do is infuse my Holy Spirit power into one of these rocks, turning the Yorishiro into a Shintai, or body of the kami, then all I have to do is build a shrine around it, which makes the Shintai the core of the shrine, becoming a Midamashiro, or simply, substitute, for me. Once complete, that Midamashiro will act similarly to the spirit Inari I saw at her shrine, getting offerings, giving blessings, and so on. This is how I create one of them. It sounds complicated, but it really isn't. The reason why these rocks felt so familiar is because I had to do something similar with Kagu's old shrines. All in all though, very neat. I never really thought about, or even considered, building my own shrine before, but, well. As I set the lid back on the box, I look around my general area and find boxes with stacks of Ofuda talismans, Omamori amulets, and Omakuji fortune-telling slips. Interestingly, though I can tell what they are Omakuji based on them being long slips of paper, they don't have anything written on them. They're blank. Besides that though, yeah, I now have pretty much everything I need here to set up my own shrine. All I need is an actual shrine. It feels like a certain someone is pushing me toward doing this, for some reason. I'd usually spite the notion of being all but told what to do, but in this case, I'm mildly curious. Ah, well, I'll give it some thought. Though right now I'm thinking it'd be a good side project to work on since I don't know what's going to happen next. I shake my head off that slightly terrifying thought and dive back into the binder. I pass over the pages talking about the other smaller artifacts I just mentioned, along with other Shinto equipment, until I landed on one of the first weapons. Well, technically it's a weapon. It's a hammer, a magic hammer, though I don't think I'll use it as such. Another quick jaunt takes me to its resting place, sitting neatly wrapped in cloth atop a table, yet despite its covering, its golden glow shines through, albeit muffled. The Yukai no Kazuchi, literally the tapapier mallet, is pretty much just a glowing wooden hammer, though its length makes it closer to its name, a mallet. I remember hearing stories about this one in this life, back when I was much younger, from a fairy tale. Well, technically not about the hammer specifically, it was focused on the hero of the story, Isenbashi. I suddenly snort. Isenbashi. One son boy. Damn it Amma and your stupid references. I shake my head and carry on with my thoughts. In the stories, Isenbashi used the hammer to do some crazy shit. Its name tells you pretty much everything there. You hit something, and stuff happens. What kind of stuff? Anything. In the fairy tale, Isenbashi uses it to get insane amounts of wealth, and the princess he saves in the story uses it to make him taller. Oh yeah, the guy was only like an inch tall in the story, forgot to bring that up. Doesn't matter though, the point is, the hammer is supposed to be ridiculous. So as I pick it up by the handle, and connect my power to it, I'm not at all shocked to find that I can't magically make anything I want. However, that doesn't make it one bit useless. Connected to it now, I can feel its unique power, and it's sort of hard to explain. Essentially, it grants something like enhanced luck or fortune toward whatever the wielder wishes for. So, for example, let's say I smack a guy who's wearing a full suit of armor, and assume my already insane strength doesn't just destroy the guy and the armor outright. Let's say I wish to break his armor, to create an opening. Well, when wielding this mallet, I'll have a greater chance of doing just that. Somehow. That's the part that's hard to explain, but then again, when it comes to luck-based powers, that's par for the course. I'm not much of a hammer wielder, turns out, so I won't be using this for combat, but having a fortune-boosting divine hammer when blacksmithing sounds incredibly useful, just for its insane raw durability alone. The fortune bonus, if it pays off, could lead to some insane creations. I cackle as ideas start running through my head, putting down the hammer gently as I do. The first thing I'm going to do with that hammer is upgrade the horny bat. Which I just realized is right next to the true Longinus, under my bed. A cackling snort leaves me heaving and nearly falling over at that particular realization, before I manage to right myself and move on. I am trying not to spend all day here after all. Next up, is a trio of artifacts, a pair of weapons, and a magical harp of all things, that caught my eye not because they seemed particularly powerful, but because of who they belong to. The pair of weapons are called Ikutachi and Ikuyomiya, ironically enough, the Great Sword of Life, and Great Bow of Life, respectively. The harp is called the Aim no Norigoto, which legit just means, the Heavenly Harp. The reason I said ironically for the weapons. They were Susan's weapons. Oh yeah. So, with snickers and a smirk, I walked over to where all three artifacts sat. The three were all contained in a box case with a glass cover, letting one peer inside to see them. A sword, a bow and quiver filled with arrows, and a harp all sat neatly inside, glowing with some of the strongest divine aura of the items here in this room. Each one possessed the same design, a cascade of bright blue and white, swirling with beautiful patterns of sea waves, with people dancing happily within them. Ah, damn. I can't lie, they're gorgeous. How the hell did Susan lose these things? I certainly didn't see or sense these babies anywhere within the palace down in Yomi, and with the amount of Holy Spirit aura they radiate, I would have, I know it. Carefully now, I open the casing, and brush a couple of digits along the side of the blade of the sword, temporarily connecting and getting a feel for the blade's power in turn. It's important to note that, at certain levels, although magic or divine swords never gain sentience, they do sort of have a will of their own, the stronger the weapon becomes. For instance, in canon, Durandal in particular is noted to be rowdy, and to kick like a horse at their wielder. I bring this up because weapons of these types tend to have wills based on their longtime wielder or makers. So, in this case, this sword should have a will based on Susanoo, and yet. As I connected to it, the sword didn't revolt against my attempt at all, instead, it embraced me with open arms, shocking me. It freely shared the details of its power, a sword that can't cut the living, only the spirit, essentially the senjutsu ability to strike the soul in sword form. Hot damn. I assume it's likely the same with the bow as well, then. Though I wonder. I pull my hand back, and brush it against the cords of the harp, being careful not to accidentally strum it. Connecting to it was pretty much the same as the sword, but its ability was slightly different. Its chords create music that the soul can hear. Whatever that means, exactly. Literally music for the soul, huh? I give the 3 artifacts a good-natured chuckle, before pulling away entirely and closing up the case. I was expecting a trio of very edgy, destructive artifact weapons, not that. Still a welcome surprise though. And on it went after that, there were still a couple that were worth mentioning. Another Holy Spirit sword, Kajutsunomaru. The small fox blade. Though, as its name likely suggests, it was slightly different compared to the others, that is it seemed to be based more on a yukai, the kitsune, than anything else oddly enough. It was a katana with a golden hilt, going up to the guard that was shaped like fox tails or ears. Its power seemed to be rather simple, igniting the blade with blue foxfire when I picked it up. I couldn't help but feel a real kitsune would probably get more out of the sword, and though I planned to make a sword for each of my future kids myself, well, this could do as a backup for one of them I suppose. The next one I'm only mentioning because it slightly peeved me. Dojikiri Yasutsuna, the sword that supposedly killed Shuten Doji in myth. I know the guy is stuck in a rocket current though, so that myth is not accurate, but at the same time, it is still one of the 5 great blades of Japan. It looked more like a demonic spirit sword with its base colors of red, black, and gold, but the golden glow around the blade gave away its true allegiance. All in all, it looked exquisite, like the perfect Japanese sword. Its power, though, that's what peeved me. I didn't have anyone to test it on, thankfully, but the sword seemed to be telling me it was super effective against evil spirits, like Oni. Gee, that would have been useful months ago. That said and done, it didn't end up taking all day to go through everything, and by the time I was penning the last notes down, it was only a touch past lunchtime. Just to make sure I didn't miss anything, I flipped through the section again, all the way to the back, only to find that I did indeed miss something. Although, it wasn't an artifact, no. It was a mail envelope, tapped neatly to the final page at the very end of the binder's content. Above it, a small and final note from Rose. This is the last thing Lady Yuzum gave me and told me to give you at the end of everything. I quirked an eyebrow at the envelope, removed it from its spot pinned to the binder, and pulled it open. It's a letter, written in crayon. Yellow crayon. I snorted. Does she not have a pen or pencil lying around in her girl failure cave? In any event, it's not like it's illegible, so I read on. Noriaki. I hope you like everything I sent. And, even if you don't, I'm sure you'll find some use for it. Well, not everything is useless, which I kind of sort of expected, to be honest, so, yeah. I can't say I didn't like it. Also, who doesn't like loot? I really wanted to send the Kusanagi sword over, but still, nothing from the church or heaven, of course. So. My last gift to you. St. Mary's Cathedral in Tokyo, that's where they're keeping the broken pieces of the sword. It's undergoing renovations right now, but I know it's there. I stared, blankly, down at the words I just read. Really? They're keeping the sword in Tokyo? Right in the imperial family's backyard? My face slowly morphs into a scowl. Of course they are. It's the church, after all. Do with that information what you will, well, mostly what you will, don't go for the nuclear option right away, alright? I trust you won't just up and start a war. I huff. No promises. Anyway. Enjoy your stuff. There will likely be more opportunities to earn more stuff soon. Until then. I love you. Can't wait to see you again. I gave a small warm smile at the poorly drawn heart with a smiley face and rays of sunlight coming off it that followed. She's really trying, huh? With a shake of my head, I tuck the letter away and start heading out. I would like some lunch to think all that over. Maybe I should bring some food to Kuroka while I'm at it. I doubt she actually did anything, but hey, a guy can dream, right? Chapter 77, Chapter. Man, this new couch is real comfy. I exaggeratedly exclaim whilst leaning back in the cushions. Meanwhile, said new couch began increasingly wriggling underneath me. Naya. Darling. Come on. I can't move. HNNNGHHH. Kuroka squirmed, worming from side to side, stuck in place as I sat on her back, keeping her pinned onto the real couch. Ah, Kuroka, Kuroka, Kuroka. What am I going to do with you, kitty? I went to bring her food, and I saw her lazing around in the library reading. Okay, I'd call it lewd, eki, or similar manga, but I'll be frank, alright. It was straight porn. Hentai. This little black cat was sitting there on one of the shelves, perched up there like it was a tree, giggling and cackling. So, needless to say, she's not getting food. That, and since she can't do something as simple as reading books, I've given her a new job. Couch. All she's got to do is sit around. Easy, right? Except I don't think couches are supposed to move so much. Idly, almost without thought, I swat her right on her ass. Naya. She perks up, stilling, darlining. She continues to whine, but at least she isn't moving as much anymore. I promptly ignored her, looking back down at my lap where a lonely little book sat. It's the straight porn book Kuroka was reading earlier. I checked and it was one of the ones sent by Ama. It's also complete trash, go figures. I knew my mother had trash tastes, but seriously, I didn't think my cat girl shared them. Well, she does play the local equivalent of World of Warcraft, maybe I should have seen that coming. My bad there. I huff, closing that abomination of literature, before reaching over to the table across from us and snatching up the food I was planning to bring to her. Well, was is the key word there. Mine now. It's her loss, after all, I haven't gotten the chance to cook lately, and while I'm not some god tier, chef, I know I can make some enjoyable stuff. Like this pork cutlet, or tonkatsu, I think it's called. Deep-fried breaded pork cutlet. Took half an hour to make, and it smells delicious. And if I can smell it real good, I know she can smell it. Probably why she started squirming again when I picked it up. Darling. Please. Can't we talk about this? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, now she's begging, sincerely, please. Just Don dash. Chump. Kuroka stopped squirming abruptly, staring off into the wall, as I started eating. I spared her a cursory glance, and the poor cat looked like her soul had left her body, with the way her eyes somehow whited out and her mouth was slightly agape. I give her a small pat on the head with my free hand, though that doesn't stir her at all. Cat girls and food, I swear. Well, if anything, this should serve to teach her some lesson. In the meantime, damn, I do cook good. Crunchy on the outside, juicy on the inside, I ought to make this more. I perk up, as footsteps echo down from the stairwell and into the living room. I didn't even need to check my senses to figure out who it was, all that was needed was to hear the pace of the footwork. Yuzum, last I saw her, was shambling around like an undead due to exhaustion. So, considering how fast these footsteps are. Rose came in, though shockingly not in her uniform, instead she was wearing a tracksuit. She had her arms wrapped around herself, just beneath her bosom, and there was a frown plastered across her face. She also seemed a little twitchy, I think. I couldn't tell what exactly was going on, truth be told, though it didn't look good overall. My gaze swept over to her, and as soon as our eyes met, she stopped, and quickly tried to steal her expression and mannerism. Wait, you're both done. She started pretty quiet but ended up muttering in increasing confusion as she beheld me and Kuroka. I snorted, I am, yeah. I responded easily, before pointing at Kuroka. She got distracted though, so I'm punishing her. At that, Rose flashed a genuinely annoyed frown at the cat, who was still catatonic. Heh. Though, I continue, eyeing her intently, I saw the way you were when you walked in here. She froze up under my words and gaze. You okay? Is there something going on? I asked, plainly and expectantly. Rose immediately started playing with her hands and looking away, a creeping blush growing across her face as she spoke nothing. My gaze intensified, as did her twitching, until eventually, she finally broke with a long painful sigh. She uttered and stuttered, still refusing to meet my gaze. I finished all my work already and now I don't know what to do. She abruptly threw it all out, curt and quickly. I blinked, as her entire face turned red. Then I started chuckling, and she cringed. Rose, come on over, take a seat. I wave and point her over to a free seat on the couch right next to us. Reluctantly, and still without looking my way entirely, she does so, almost curling up upon herself when she sits. Poor girl. I'd hug her, but Kuroka is currently in timeout, so just wait for me. Let me guess, I began, you blasted through everything, which was probably mostly just the stuff my mother was sending, then did all the small things, and now there probably won't be anything new for you to look at for the foreseeable future. After a long moment, Rose nodded, almost ashamedly so. I shook my head at her. Oh Rose, that's nothing to worry about. That just means you're doing an insanely good job. I paused to munch on a pork cutlet, and since you're doing a really good job, that just means you deserve the free time. She twitched at my words, before beginning to squirm in place, but, I don't know what to do with that free time, that's the problem. She mumbled. I shrug, I dunno what to do with mine half the time either, I confess, easily, and that's true especially now, but you'll figure it out. I usually just train. Or do stuff with the girls. Huh. Speaking of. Fuck it, why not? Speaking of, I continued with a snap of my fingers, I've been meaning to do something for or with you since you did such a great job. Wanna go out? Rose blanked out, much like Kuroka is still. I watch, concerned yet intrigued, as she slowly falls onto her side on the couch, keeping her exact pose, still as a statue, the entire time. Did I just break her? Maybe I was a bit too frank. I guess to someone like Rose, she probably heard something like, wanna go on a date, or similar. I'll come back to that with her later, I suppose. Or whenever she unfreezes herself. I sigh and continue eating my pork unopposed. Well, with these two out of commission for who knows how long, I suppose that leaves me and myself. No point in trying to hide from this now, especially after that short conversation with Rose. What am I going to do now? The thought nearly makes me click my tongue in reflex, as deep within my chest, the unfamiliar feeling of worry and anxiety surges forth. All this time, I had a guideline. A plot outline, to follow. This will happen around here, this will happen here, this attack here, and so on. I got too used to having that, I'll admit right up front. It was easy, far too easy, or at least it made me feel that way. Even with the hiccups and divergences along the way. But now that metaphorical cushion is, for the most part, gone. Yeah, I know the DXD will come in something like 30 years or so, but they are essentially a non-factor in the grand scheme of things. It hasn't even been a full year since I woke up on top of that mountain, puking my guts out, and look at me now. The strongest person I've seen so far is Tobio, and I'm convinced that if the sun was out, I could probably take him right now. Even in his bullshit abyss side balance breaker. It wouldn't be easy, for sure. I become more deity than men in my sun-infused state, and the closer to noon it becomes the closer to a full deity I am, and he does have a straight-up god-slaying sword, something similar, although likely not as powerful as the true Longinus. He could probably fuck me up, but no, I think I could win. Probably. Maybe I should call him up for a spar sometime. Regardless, the point I'm trying to make is that I'm not exactly strapped for power here, and if in not even a year I can rival one of the strongest characters in the setting. Give me 29 more, and I'll clean EXE, Trihexa, Great Red, Shiva, Indra, and whoever else I need out. At the same time. Hell, add the spirit gods in there too, the machine gods we need them, and even then I'd wash them. Power isn't a problem for me anymore. There are still a few people I can't fight right now of course, and the sun is a power-up that isn't always available, that's true. But still, at this point, I've got, and need, nothing but time to fix that. Time, huh? I slowly put a hand on my chest, and breathe deep, though it's just a normal breath. Look at me, getting all bent out of shape over time passing. I'm fairly certain I'm immortal now, in the aging sense anyway, I can't be having a little freak out over time. My gaze falls upon the still catatonic Kuroka, before sweeping over to the dissociating Rose. I think, ultimately, we'll be okay. Besides, it's not like there's absolutely nothing for me to do. I've got the Spear of Destiny under my bed right now after taking it from its dead owner, something that most certainly isn't usual. That, and the entire thing with the church and the sword, and him. I've got suspicions, though they aren't good ones. Maybe, it's time I be a touch more proactive, and make my own little guideline, With that in mind, I scarf down the rest of my pork, and throw the empty plate onto the table, before leaning over to Quokka's ear. I'll tell you what, kitty. I utter down at her, you finish your job by tonight, and I'll make you some chicken. I decide. And almost as soon as I uttered the word, light returned to her eyes. Stiffly, almost robotically, she turns her head as much as she can to look at me. Why you mean it, darling. She mumbles out, sniffling slightly. I roll my eyes at her obvious act, before smiling slightly. I mean it. I state. Yei Naya. She exclaims suddenly, fully revived just like that, her arms and legs sprawling out in joy. I chuckle at her, before patting her on the head and quickly adding, but you gotta take Rose with you when you do, she's got plenty of free time right now that she doesn't know what to do with anyway. I'll leave it unsaid that Rose will keep the cat on track, or will help, anyway. Food might just be enough of a motivator by itself to keep her in line. Still, better be safe than sorry. Plus, it gives Rose something to do while I go and do the thing I just thought of. Sorry, Rose. We'll do something together, just the two of us, soon. I promise. Kuroka doesn't seem at all perturbed by the added condition, instead simply nodding along happily. That all said and done, I finally stand up, Kuroka giving a cute little huff as I do before she springs up onto her feet. She takes one look at Rose, and doesn't even question the silver-haired girl's state, instead she merely calls out, "Oh Rasi-chan," as she stalks toward the girl like she was a piece of meat. Someone is really motivated by chicken, it seems. I turn away as Rose begins to revive herself at Kuroka's proddings. In my case, I head for where Rose just recently came down from, the staircase. Though I'm heading up for a different room, to see a certain someone. I need some advice. Like, for instance, how does one raid a cathedral for a precious artifact without inciting war? Just how much mind control would that take? A new son. Huh. Yuzum slurred and drawled out through half-lidded eyes, although despite being half awake and only half shambled out of her bed, she seemed shockingly attentive. Sorry, can you run that by me again? Need to make sure my ears are working. She grumbled out, disbelievingly. Ah, don't worry Yuzu. You'll be believing your ears real soon. I said, I enunciate clearly, how much mind control do you think I could get away with on priests and exorcists before others noticed they were very clearly mind controlled? Yuzum's eyes slowly open all the way, as she simply stares at me. Nori. She begins, nigh on fully awake now, and most definitely not pleased by that fact. Why? Well, you know aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, right? I click my tongue while saying the blade's full and true name. Yeah, never doing that again, the Kusanagi sword. I correct aptly, despite how odd it feels. Yuzum rolls her eyes at me, of course I know about it. Before huffing and sliding off her bed, she was pretty much completely naked. Not at all shocked, and I don't particularly care at the moment. She continues about as unperturbed as I am. I was there when Susan, she snickers a brief moment, gave the sword to your mother. I remember she really liked the blade too. She adopts a slight frown, shame what happened to it. Nor that we don't know where it is now. I blink at that. Did she not tell Yuzum about where the sword is? Granted, her letter didn't say when she found the location, but I assume she's known for at least a little while. No. Then why not? Well, I guess that's being left to me. St. Mary's Cathedral in Tokyo. I suddenly state. Yuzum stops right in the middle of putting on a very thin robe that really shouldn't count as proper clothing, before slowly turning to me. What? What about that place? She prods, confused. And so, I elaborate, that's where the broken sword is currently at. Yuzum stares at me, the slight bags under her amethyst eyes make her stare seem a little crazed. All of a sudden, she strides toward me, and grabs my face, cupping it with her hands as she looks me dead in the eye. Oh, yeah, there is a little crazy in there, would you look at that? Where did you hear that from? She asked, softly yet demandingly. I reached up, grabbed her wrists, and slowly made her unhand me, holding her still before I started speaking again. Mom told me. I answered plainly. Yuzum blinked at me, several times, but she, really? I nodded, slowly, yeah. Yeah, she did. But she never. She gazed off, looking lost, before suddenly snapping back into the now with a growing frown. It's been in Tokyo. This whole time. She hisses, and her aura flares. In the past, I've seen glimpses of her power, and I've always been able to sense it in its suppressed state. Back then, she likely would have sent me flying with a flex, nowadays though. Yuzum's aura explodes forth, and I maintain my grip on her wrists with ease, even as the multicolored waves of Holy Spirit power roll off her like rays of fresh dawn light. Nowadays, it's much more like a light show, an, admittedly, very pretty light show. It was like someone took everything that made a sunrise beautiful, and jammed it into her aura. Every color, every sparkle, every dazzling shine. If she put this on full blast and started dancing, I could see why my mother would come crawling out of her girl failure cave. Unfortunately though, in the grand scheme, Yuzum isn't very strong. Loki probably could have beaten her had they ever met or fought. It makes sense really, Yuzum isn't a warrior deity. None of what she does is battle-worthy, and although she's known, compared to say Inari, well, she may as well not exist. All that's to say, even as I stand in her aura going full blast, I'm not particularly worried. In fact, I'm not affected at all. Instead, I merely pull her right up against me, free one of my hands by letting go of one of her wrists, and with that newly freed hand. Eep. Slap her right on the hiney. Like one would a baby. She freezes up, her body doing a full shiver, and her aura abruptly shuts off like one would water from a faucet. Enough of that now, I chastise down at her, you're gonna scare the girls if you keep that up. She winces, sorry, it's just, Nori, she grabs my shoulders, it's just so, ugh. Tokyo. Right there. Of all places. Her aura sparks around her as she fumes, barely contained. If I had known. She grumbles and trails off, her threat unspoken yet clear. Yeah, I think I know why no one told her anything about this, damn. I raise an eyebrow down at her. Well, now that you do know, you're still not going to do anything, brash, alright. I hold my palm slowly, or else I'll spank you like you're a child throwing a temper tantrum. Yeah. And now hold on. She stutters, trying to pull and get away, and failing. Hey, there's no need for that. I'll be good. Okay. Okay. I glare down at her steadily. She chuckles, nervously. Eventually, I sighed, and let her go, giving her the chance to breathe a sigh of relief. We're not storming the place and bringing it down before making off with the sword bits, I continue, crossing my arms. I had this idea, of using my eyes to trick priests or exorcists into either giving up the sword willing or telling where it is exactly in the cathedral, allowing me to sneak in and grab the pieces. Oh. She also crosses her arms, but for her, it's a pout, couldn't you dash? No. I interrupted her, I'm not gonna blow up the place on the way out, either. Her pout grew several-fold. Ideally, I continued, rubbing my eyes in slight irritation, they wouldn't notice the sword bits are even gone, because I'm not just going to take the sword, I'm going to leave a fake behind. I smirk, it'll be like the thing never left. Yuzum hummed at that, turning and looking at me intently, how can you be sure they won't tell the distance? Well, I sit next to her, hand settling on my chin in thought, they haven't been able to fix the sword, right? Everybody knows that. Yuzum nods in agreement, so I go on. If I had to assume, that's probably because they aren't exactly skilled at working with Holy Spirit power. I speculate, because they aren't, I figure that as long as I make something close enough to the original in appearance and feel, they won't notice. Yuzum tilts her head in consideration, that would require you to sneak in at least twice, or mind whammy certain people at least twice. Yeah, neither of which is ideal, I'll admit. Though what with the place being under renovations? I muse, trailing off as I do. If it's going under renovations, they could have moved the sword to a temporary location for safekeeping. Yuzum holds up a finger to note. I click my tongue at that. That would be the most likely case, but it's the church, so I'd give it equal odds they kept the thing in place, just under more guard to compensate. Though, it would be best to not have to guess at all in the situation, because it could also be a trap, or something else. Granted, in her letter, she said she could sense the thing there. Still, better be safe than sorry, and start a war and all that. To figure out all that, definitively, most definitely going to need to mind whammy someone. I reiterate, which brings me back to my original question. I trail off, turning and raising an eyebrow directly at her. Yuzum shook her head in exacerbation, and here I was, thinking you were just talking nonsense again. Okay, let's see. She taps her finger against her chin. Mental manipulation is used commonly by vampires and devils, and humans are always susceptible to it, so they have protocols specifically for catching and detecting such spells, especially for the higher-ranked members. She looked at me intently. So, I need to find someone in the middle of the pact, then. I try, and she nods to that. Yeah, they wouldn't know everything you need, sure, but they'd be the best to draw from to at least start getting what you need on your own. I'd say, at best. She hums, thoughtful, you could get away with mind-whammying someone twice, maybe 3 times. Depends on the target, and how smart you are about it. She smiles, and pokes my nose, for instance, mind-whammying a priest after they've been secretly getting blackout drunk at a bar. Easy to get away with, they wouldn't question the gaps in their memory then, but jumping a guy right after work. She trails off, expectantly. I chuckle and push her finger away. Yeah, I got it. Don't be an idiot, and I have some breathing room. Does this mean I have to start stalking priests now? That's going to get really weird real quick. I better not find anything freaky, or shit, I might start killing. Accidentally, of course. Wait a minute, I could just make my clones do that shit for me. In the meantime. I stand up. Well, this is certainly a start. Yuzum, get some actual clothes on. Her pout returns, which I ignore easily, and let's take this to the living room and see if there's anything else to think about. Now at that, the purple-haired goddess smiles almost devilishly. Still no exploding things. I tacked on before turning away. Oh. Come on. Norii. Yuzum exclaims and whines behind me, as I cackle and walk away. Ah, this is going to be a productive evening, I think. Chapter 78, Chapter. And an interesting evening I will indeed end up having. Emphasis on I, because I'm just a clone sent out to do some early scouting while Prime and Yuzum talk more details. I'll be honest, I think this is probably the one time we clones get the good end of the deal for once. Seriously, dealing with Yuzum is a chore most of the time, and just talking and talking is so damn boring. A little action to spice things up now and then is pretty much required, and what with my being a clone, if I somehow get caught, I won't leave anything behind when I go poof. I specifically didn't take anything extra with me when I left, not even my sword, or a cloned copy of it, for that matter. My job is to simply check things out and see what's going on at the cathedral. Maybe visit Grandpa after too. It's been a while after all. But the main mission here is to scope out the cathedral, a place I've never even really checked out before, and why would I have? Being a pagan and all that, I imagine trying to visit a church is sort of like intruding upon a deity's shrine, just supersized. Something you don't do unless you want to piss off another god. And this is probably the last god you want to piss off. Assuming he's not, already dead and whatever is going on with him. I let out an audible sigh as I flew through the cool evening sky. The point is, it's just a good idea not to try messing with him, which is why I never went to a church before. No, the Kuo church doesn't count, because that one was totaled completely. I'd compare it to a broken, empty shrine. The only reason I guess it's more accurate to say prime there, is entertaining the idea of stealing from this cathedral in the first place is due to the fact it's under renovations. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be going anywhere near it. But, logically, and with any amount of luck, these renovations have temporarily broken it as a shrine, meaning the big guy upstairs is effectively blind when it comes to the place and its surroundings right now. Though there's only one reel to check that. I didn't go as fast as I could to get here, partly so I could keep a careful eye on my surroundings with my senses, and partly so because the evening sun is gorgeous up here, so by the time I arrived in Tokyo, it was well into the evening. Despite the encroaching dark, the city remained as bustling and lit as the morning and afternoon, sat in a perpetual state of living and light. I'd float above it all and marvel at it, but unfortunately, I had a job to do. I make sure to get a good look at the site though, so the image goes back to prime. Let's get this over with. St. Mary's Cathedral. From what Yuzum told me, or prime before I was made, it should be somewhere near the center of the city. Very close to the Imperial Palace. I couldn't help but bristle at the insult. Granted, it's not like the cathedral is right next to the palace or anything so blatant, but it's also not a long drive away. I'd say maybe a 10-minute drive in a car, something along those lines. Close, but oh man are they towing the line between trolling and blatant disrespect. As I entered the city, I could pick up the feeling of the other shrines, even those residing in and around the Imperial Palace, but I breathed a quiet sigh of relief as I couldn't feel the holy power of Mr. Doesn't Like His Name anywhere within the city. This means the sanctity of the cathedral has been at least impaired by its renovations, as it is entirely possible the power imbued within it hasn't vanished, but instead simply weakened, and I just can't sense it because all the other shrines around are overpowering it. However, to find that out, I'm going to have to get really up close and personal. Thankfully, I was planning to do that anyway. I suppress my power as low as I can make it, then mask my aura and power on top of that, making me essentially all but physically invisible, and also making me drop out of the sky and land on top of a building. That's the thing with this method of masking your presence, you need to essentially hold most if not all of your power in. Easy for a normal human, since they don't have many natural powers beyond perhaps unique inherited powers, blessings, or maybe gears. Not so easy when you're more than human and rely on said powers to fight. Luckily, I can ignore that, since I'm not here to fight, and I won't die if I get caught. There isn't a need to defend myself. In this case, I'm only mildly inconvenienced, since I'm holding in everything to try not to get caught in the first place. This means unlike my time sneaking into the Yurikyoto Palace, I can't fly. They couldn't have possessed a divine aura covering the entire area, so I was a bit more free there. Here though, I'm going full mask, right from the start. If I have to run and jump the rest of the way there to keep as hidden as I can, then so be it. Besides, it's not like my physical abilities are or can be suppressed at all. With that in mind, I bolt across the roof of whatever random building I'm on, and leap off, easily clearing the distance and landing on the next one over. I repeat this process on autopilot, scrambling across the rooftops of Tokyo, as I search for my destination. I make my way close to the city center, and from there, watch out for signs of construction, more specifically, a sign mentioning such an area being quarantined off for it. It only took a moment of searching and going just a touch further out from the city center, to find what I was looking for. Simple signs talking about road closures, leading to an entire blocked-off circular area of the city, wherein I stop, staring at the cathedral from my perch atop some random building. Is that a fucking PlayStation 5? I mutter, absolutely befuddled. And, I mean, it does. The front of the cathedral looks awfully similar to a possible future gaming console. Not only does the front of the place look like that, but the entire building itself is also completely different from what I was expecting. I expected a traditional church building, maybe with some Japanese influence, sure, but a traditional church building nonetheless. Instead, I'm being greeted by a rather imposing mass of concrete, steel, tile, and glass shaped like a cross of all things. Due to how late it is, I don't see any workers anywhere, but I do see their equipment surrounding the structure, congregating up on the roof. It looks like the renovations are specifically focused up there, probably something to do with what looks like skylights running through the center. Regardless, if it's all focused up there, then that means there should be less I have to weave through inside. In fact, the openings up top present a pretty good opportunity to get a look inside. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in taking a look inside just to do so at this point, besides the mission. I've never been inside a cathedral before, much less a Japanese cathedral, so inherently I kind of want to see how they made it. So, still not sensing the telltale power of the sensitive guy above the clouds, I take probably my biggest leap yet on this run throughout the city, right over and on top of the cathedral. Just because I still can't sense any holy power coming from the place doesn't mean now is not the time to start slacking. It's always better to be safe than sorry. I walk now along the roof of the cathedral. All the way down the center of the roof are skylights, stretching down and throughout the whole center of the structure, forming a smaller cross of skylights within the greater cross structure. Or, well, it will, when the skylights are finished being built. Right now, most of it is covered by tarps, but there are some with the skylights installed and other various parts along the roof where something needs to be done. I don't know for sure, I'm not an architect, but generally, when chunks of a roof are missing I can assume something probably is meant to fill in the gaps. In any event, I carefully walk the length of the roof, searching for a place to slip on in without disturbing or causing damage, partly out of respect for the workers, and partly to not leave any possible evidence of my having snuck in. And eventually, I find it. At the center of the roof, there's a patch of actual solid roof, no glass, or plans for a skylight seemingly, though it connects to the skylight sections on each side. There though is where I find my ticket in, as at the meeting point between the skylights and solid roof, the tarp covering where future skylights are destined to be is much looser, forming an opening that flaps around as the wind blows by. I can slip in through that opening with ease. And so, with zero hesitation, I do just that. Though I don't fall straight into the cathedral just yet, I hang there, holding onto the solid portion of the roof, mostly inside, but just in case, I don't drop in right away. And my unerring dedication to carefulness was rewarded, by me not immediately being caught. All I'm saying is, I freeze, as a squeaky stuttering older male's voice echoes throughout the building, shouldn't you be there? With your charges? I mean no disrespect, it's JJ just dash. You're worried, a much calmer, lackadaisical, and younger male voice cut through the older man's nervous-sounding chatter. I understand, really, but you don't have to worry about them, okay? They're young, sure, but I don't think they're so immature as to start anything unwarranted. There are people here. And I couldn't sense them due to my holding all my power within. Fuck. Quickly, I look down, the only place where the sources of the voices could be, and find them readily. Two men, one younger, only a few years older than myself, even sharing around the same build as myself as well, I'd estimate, and one much older and rounder. Both are almost, right beneath me. Haha, that was stupidly close. Okay. The young man dressed in modest priestly garments, featuring mostly gray and black clothing with the scarce gold outline here or there, and dusty blonde hair which he didn't seem to care to take care of, spiking up every which way on the top of his head the way it did. He seemed vaguely familiar. In a slightly dreadful way. He looked like an exorcist, that's for sure, and I suppose it wouldn't be all that odd for an exorcist to be here. The older man mentioned the younger guy here to have charges, which if they are in Japan, I guess also isn't odd. I vaguely recall Fried's mentor taking him to Japan for his missions. Speaking of, the older man had much more splendid attire, wearing mostly white, with red and gold trimmings and outlining, along with a fancy hat that covered up most of his head, save for the flecks of dull white and grayed hair poking out from the sides. This older guy, I'm not entirely sure who he is. Maybe the guy in charge of the cathedral here. This place is the seat of something, right? An archdiocese, I think Yuzum had mentioned before I was sent off. So this guy might be the archdeacon, then. Pretty sure that's how clerical ranks, anyway. Respectfully. The old guy slowly began, walking slightly toward the younger presumed exorcist, who merely crossed his arms back, looking down at the portly older man with a gentle smile. I don't think that assessment is correct. Oh. The exorcist raised an intrigued eyebrow, not sounding nor looking at all offended. What makes you think that, archdeacon? Aha. So that guy is, at the very least, an archdeacon. The archdeacon twitched, growing increasingly more nervous despite the exorcist's lack of any hostilities whatsoever. It's, well, the princess, the archdeacon nearly hissed in distress, she isn't exactly known to be level-headed. And without you there, I worry she may start things with, well, Lord knows who. He confessed with audible fear. I slowly blinked as I processed those words. Princess. Who in the church has that title again? Unlike myself, the exorcist doesn't seem fazed at all and merely gives the old man an easygoing grin before stating back, but she has her longtime partner with her, and that one incredibly kindly sister with her on top of that, and dash. This time, the old man cuts him off with a hushed yet anxious shout, I know that. But no amount of teenage girls can control her. Only her teacher can, and she's dash. The younger man raised a hand, abruptly, yet non-threateningly, silencing the older man by sheer surprise at the act, stopping his voice which was just beginning to reach an angry crescendo. He then places the hand on the older man's shoulder, and well and truly looks at him. Listen, Archdeacon. I understood the first time you brought it up, and the many times after. You've been bringing this up practically all day, haven't you? At that, the older man nods, slowly. He pats his shoulder, and continues, if you can't believe in them, then believe in me, for I believe in my fellow sisters, truly. Once our job is done in this country, we'll be on our way, and no more stress shall come to you. The archdeacon proceeded to mutter something so quietly I couldn't hear it, but the exorcist seemed to catch it and chuckle good-naturedly, despite the older man's rumbling. Now then. The exorcist continued, I heard Tokyo has a sumo club that also serves excellent food, and immediately began to prod for some interesting answers. The archdeacon sighs, tired and exacerbated, all day, ever since you showed up here, you'd come to me, asking for places to eat, leave, and then come back, is that why you came here before your charges? The younger man's smile never wavered a single bit as he replied with a simple, no comment. The archdeacon's follow-up sigh was even more painful than the last, yes, indeed, there is a place like that. I shall come with you this time if you don't mind. Ah. I don't mind at all. In fact, why didn't you join earlier? The exorcist exclaims in part excitement, part quizzical. I had a job to do here. The archdeacon deadpanned as he stated right back to his face. That, at least, made the exorcist adopt a sheepish grin as he rubbed the back of his head. Right, well. There's nothing like a relaxing dinner after a job well done, yes. Because you'd certainly know all about that, yes. Was the archdeacon's rather sarcastic reply. I didn't personally get the joke, but the exorcist certainly did, as he chuckled much louder than before, and wrapped his arm around the older man's shoulders as he started walking away, leading the archdeacon off. Once those two leave through the double front doors, I finally breathe a sigh of relief, and let go of the little ledge I've been holding onto, falling onto the solid and now unoccupied ground below. I land like a proper ninja should, in style, bent down with one hand on the ground, before immediately standing and cringing, thankful no one saw my moment lapse in intelligence. Shaking my head off, that, I take a moment to get my first good look around the cathedral before I start processing everything I just heard. And I'll admit, I had to stop myself from whistling. Despite the obvious construction that's still clearly ongoing here, this place looks almost ethereal. All in all, the vast majority of the space here is open. I imagine the seating and such were moved out for the renovations, as were most of the decorations, leaving a dark and debris-covered tiled floor, surrounded by these smooth curved gray stone walls. The place is utterly massive, befitting of a cathedral in that manner, yet at the same time its lack of traditional architecture still shocks me. If you had only seen the inside of this place I'd bet you'd think you were in a modern and oddly shaped pyramid, in fact. That thought got a small chuckle out of me due to the irony of it all. A cursory glance around showed me that the center of the cathedral is lined with a brilliant red carpet, leading up the stairs to the back, where the altar, choir, and all the fun church stuff is supposed to be. Curiously, only the altar remains, and much like the rest of the architecture, even that was made differently. An altar of twisting and spiraling smooth stone. What are the chances they couldn't move it precisely because whatever super secret hidden stuff going on here is under it, just like the altar at the Kuo church? That, I can confirm later, for now though. First things first, if I had a nickel for every time I snuck into a church and hid on the ceiling to catch wind of conversations, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Technically. The specifics of my first church stealth mission are pretty different compared to this one, but still, broad strokes and all that. Secondly, and going back to what they were talking about. The Slash Princess, huh? And her partner. Isn't that Zenobia and Irina? They're here. Somewhere in Japan. Now. Wait, no, the old archdeacon said he came here before his charges, right? For the food. That also feels oddly familiar, but I can't quite place why that is. You know, I was just kidding when I was talking about the Cocoa Puffs arc, please, Murphy, you got to believe me. I shook my head at that rather nasty thought and got to focus on the why. What the hell could Zenobia, Irina, and a couple of unnamed sisters along with this one guy who's supposed to be in charge of them be doing here? Well, he's in Tokyo, I'm not sure what their mission even is, or where it is. It could be here because he specifically came here, but then again I can't be too sure. There's so much context and shit I'm missing right now that it isn't even funny. Ultimately, I'm not particularly worried about those girls. Zenobia, Irina, those two specifically couldn't even beat Cocoa Puffs together. Even with help, they certainly wouldn't be able to beat me. As in, like, me. Against Prime, they'd be fucked. And not in the fun way Zenobia might want. Unless that guy was some super strong exorcist, there's nothing to worry about, besides their mission. I consider following the two, to see if I can maybe get a read on that guy's power, or overhear anything important. After a moment's consideration, though, I swiftly decided against it. For one, though he seemed easygoing enough, that guy didn't seem the type to let slip mission details at some restaurant randomly, especially if the mission was important, and especially not to someone he didn't know. And if he catches wind of my true nature, and he's strong, well, I can't guarantee he won't just blast me, and then from then on it'd make everything else regarding my mission here more difficult. No, better to let him go for now. I kneel, putting my hand against the ground, trying to feel out for any Holy Spirit power with my innate sensitivity alone. I click my tongue as I come up with a cold and try nothing, rising back onto my feet. I'd move the altar and check deeper right about now, but that guy, that exorcist, this mission, and the girls from the Cocoa Puff arc showing up. That's got me nervous, and I can't quite place my finger on why. So, I put my hands together. I'll disperse, and send everything back to Prime Me now, and let him decide from here what to do. Man, I don't get paid enough for this shit. With a single sign, I cease existing. A new sun. I was sitting on the couch, drinking a nice cup of tea when it all hit me. Promptly, I spat out my tea in shock. Paid. Paid. I grumbled aloud, setting down my teacup with an aggravated sigh. Then I sat there, on the couch, head in my hands, and groaned. Clones are lazy little shits, and me. Without proper motivation, I know I can already become a lazy little shit. But seriously, come on now, this is taking it a step too far. The clone me didn't put much, if any, thought into that guy. But as soon as I got the image of him jammed into my head, it didn't take but a moment of thought to connect that image to a name. Giulio Gesualdo. The strongest exorcist the church currently has at its disposal. Here, in Japan, with the Cocoa Puff art girls and even more besides. Well, they aren't here yet, but they will be. What a fucking mess. At this point, Yuzum had already gone back to bed, she got tired again during our discussion, and Rose and Kuroka got tired after they finished up and I cooked them something. The only reason I'm still awake right now is because I was waiting for the clone to get done, but I kind of wish I just went to bed and dealt with all this shit in the morning. I also kind of wish the clone would have checked under the cathedral like it was supposed to, but the lack of any security at all is kind of making me doubt the sword is hidden there now. Granted, Giulio is probably enough security as is, but I doubt that's what he's there for. He's probably just in Tokyo for the food, seems that way, based on the Archdeacon's comments. But that leaves the mission, and, ugh. Of all times, why is the church doing this now? Right when I'm acting against them. There's no way they know about my plans, so it's got to be something else. Well, what happened recently that would prompt the church to do anything? Fuck. I uttered in swift realization, it's got to be related to the spear, right? Unless Cokepuffs broke out of the underworld after breaking his limits like some sort of fallen scion, becoming monstrously powerful, and then stole the Excaliburs to come all the way over here and fuck with the Sisters of the Satans. But somehow, I doubt all that. Yet, if it is the spear. I rapidly tap my foot against the ground, thoughts swirling around in my hand. Along with, something like a plan. If a fight breaks out, and Giulio gets involved, I'm likely screwed, but if they're just here for the spear, and not for me specifically, I can use pre-character development Zenobia to my advantage. I'm also going to need to whip out my hammer a little sooner than I thought. My foot stops, and I rise onto my feet, a steady grin spreading across my face. I almost feel bad about what I'm going to have to do to the church girls, they are some of my favorite characters after all. But at the same time, in a situation like this, I can't afford to hold back. I'm going to send a clone to keep an eye on Giulio, and possibly check for the sword back at the cathedral. Then, after I clean up this tea, I need to grab the spear and my hammer. I'm going to need the former for inspiration. Chapter 79, Chapter. Cold, the air and water flowing. My hummed singing is accompanied by the clang of cold metal on red-hot glowing ore. Hard, the land we call our home. I take a quick cursory glance across the forge, where the true Longinus is set up like one would a nude model for a painting. Push to keep the dark from coming. My hammer comes back down, intent and effort coming down with it as one, as with each stroke the red-hot nigh liquid mystical metal I work with yields, twisting and bending for my purpose. Feel the weight of what we owe. I'm so immersed in my work, and in the old song I sing, I'm barely even thinking about why I'm doing this, the plan, wasn't there something else I was supposed to do before I started this? This, the Song of Sons and Daughters. Unfortunately, the game this song comes from won't ever be made here. Maybe some faux facsimile of it, but it won't be able to match the real thing. Hide the heart of who we are. Huh. Maybe after I deal with all I have to deal with, I could throw some of my money around and help get some of the not shit versions of media I knew made. Making peace to build our future. Unlikely, but hey, it's something to think about in the future. Strong, united, working till we fall. Plus, I'm sure Kuroka would appreciate her game not turning into complete shit, as if that'd stop her from playing it and spending all my money on stupid mounts. Still, it's the thought that counts. And we all lift, and we're all adrift together, to Geth. Whatcha doing, Naya? I snapped back to reality, my hammer abruptly stopping mere inches from the red-hot metal. With a sigh, I slowly turned toward the source of the very quizzical feminine voice, setting my new magic hammer down on a nearby table as I do. She was standing nearly right next to me, close, but not so close as to get covered in sparks or chips of hot metal. At the same time though, I deadpanned at her, Kuroka, if you're going to come in here, you could at least cover up a little bit, and stand up straighter, too. Kuroka merely tilted her head at me, blinking innocently. I have not the slightest idea what you're implying, darling, Naya. She crosses her arms and pushes her chest out more. My eyebrow twitches. No, I know exactly what she's trying to do here, but there's a slight problem. A few actually. 1. I may, or may not, be on a tight time crunch right about now. I have not the slightest idea when, or even where truly, the church's girls are supposed to show. I can guess the latter, because it's sort of obvious, but not the former. 2. There isn't a good space to fuck in this forge. It was set up this way by design so I didn't get distracted. It's outside, everything, from the anvil to the forge, with only wood roofing built on small wooden pillars being the only thing that can come close to surrounding the workshop. Sure, I specifically had it built away from everything else in the palace, but that wasn't for sexy times, that was to reduce the risk of something catching on fire. Or exploding and taking everything else with it. Mostly that. With all that being said, I step right up to her, prompting my short stack of a black cat girl to perk up and smirk, likely seeing the look in my eyes and taking it in a different way than intended. Unfortunately for her, as she'll soon find out, she won't be taking anything anywhere. For now. Most definitely later. Damn cat. Without saying anything, I take my hand, and quite suddenly jam it straight into her cleavage, right between her breasts. I would love to comment on just how smooth and soft they are, and how incredibly easy it was for my hand and part of my forearm to slip right through, but as I said, later. Kuroka had the expected reaction though. And Naya. Darling. She almost jumped at the sudden intrusion, before instead figuring the best path to remove my oddly placed hand would be to grab my arm and pull it out. She gave it a few tugs before immediately starting to beg as her inability and failure became apparent. HNNNGHH, darling, dear, could you please, you know. Naya. She gave a stilted chuckle. Meanwhile, I gave her a harsher glare, causing her chuckle to turn nervous. You cover up, I began to explain, and don't show too much skin here, because my hand and arm right now. I give the stated appendage a shake, wiggling my fingers around in her bosom, drawing a slight shiver and shaky gasp from her, could easily be a piece of near-molten metal instead, you know. With that said, I slowly withdrew my arm and crossed my arms as I looked down at her with a snort. Besides, you're already short enough. No need to make yourself go even smaller. My glare turns into a smirk as I speak. Seriously, I don't think I state enough just how short Kuroka is. She's 161 centimeters, or 5 foot 3 inches in freedom units. She is short. I'm something around 6 feet, so if Kuroka bent over, she'd be at perfect dick-sucking height while standing. I internally blinked at that. No idea where that thought came from, so I'll just ignore it for now. Kuroka, after fixing her sagging kimono with a little tug, quickly glared back at me with all the fire of a cat. Or maybe a hamster. Or bunny. She certainly is about as horny as one. Humph, she pouted, I'll be fine, my darling can heal me easily, can't he? Besides, you say that about clothes, but look at you. I huff, yeah, I can heal, but this metal isn't normal hot steel, Kuroka. It's got divine power in it, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Kuroka's pout softened slightly, before I then add, as for my lack of clothes. Yeah, I'm in my forge, shirtless. I ditched my robe on the way here, and have been working pretty much the whole, what time is it again? I look out, beyond my little workshop's perimeter, into the twilight sky. A bit before sunrise. Damn, I've been working all night. So, I've been working the forge all night in my underwear. Nice. I shrug, giving her a knowing grin, I'm immune to fire, heat, all that good stuff, before reaching over, and booping her on the nose, causing her to squeak in surprise, you aren't. I finish while adding. Kuroka huffs, but doesn't try to fight my words. Even the comments about her height. She knows they are true after all. That said, sufficiently cowed, but not willing to admit it because she's a cat, she looks around for anything else to talk about. And quickly finds it, as her eyes land upon the true Longinus doing its best impression of a modeling French girl. Darling. Kuroka starts, her tone completely devoid of emotion and unsure how to proceed, while just staring at it. That's a pretty fair reaction, all things considered. It's as I look at her now, that I realize she'd probably be even more out of the loop than say, Yuzum, even, because she wasn't around when we made the original plan relating to the sword. And she especially wasn't there after, when I learned about the church itself being up to something. Oh yeah, that's what I was forgetting earlier. Well, less forgetting, more it got put out of my mind for other things. I needed Kuroka for part of my plan, I just sort of got caught up in beating my medal that I lost track of time. Oops. Well, lucky she's here now. Ah, yeah, so. I start, pondering how exactly I should go about explaining everything that happened over last night. It's slightly concerning that so much shit can hit all at once in a small frame of time, but that's beside the point. After a moment or two of pondering, I just decided to be blunt about it all. Basically. Kuroka turned to me as I started to explain. And when I mean all, I mean all. No point in hiding anything from her, not like I want to in the first place, especially since I want her help with this. I started with the sword, my Inuzum's talk to steal it, and ultimately my plan to do just that. She didn't say anything, she didn't have to, the mischievous grin she got as I talked about stealing was enough for me to know she was all for it. However, I could tell she was still a touch confused, as everything I was talking about so far didn't relate whatsoever to the true Longinus. She quickly began to understand though, as I talked about my clone's experience in Tokyo, her eyes widening as I mentioned the exorcist, Dulio, his trope of girls, and their mission. It didn't take her long to put two and two together after that. So, then. Kuroka looks back over at the spear, then to the lump of half-shapen red-hot metal still sitting upon my anvil. You're making a fake true Longinus then, aren't you darling? I snap my fingers and smile, bingo kitty. Though it might be more accurate to say that I've just started making it a little early. I take a glance down at the metal, it is, after all, missing something to feel like the real deal, and won't be complete until then. At that, Kuroka tilts her head, eyeing me curiously and expectantly. So I continue explaining, by first asking a question. Have you ever heard what went into the creation of the Holy Sword, Durandal? I ask, getting an even further confused look, to which I chuckled, and answered for her, within its golden hilt, there is said to be a tooth of St. Peter, the blood of St. Basil of Caesarea, a lock of hair of St. Denis, and a piece of the raiment of the Blessed Virgin Mary. I list the components like one would a recipe or grocery list. I can remember all that clearly, as Zenobia herself states each item as part of her chant when summoning the sword. I let out a chuckle before continuing, though rarely spoken or talked about, there's also the idea that a piece of the lance of Longinus went into the hilt as well. Now that bit, I heard it as part of the sword's mythology back in my original home. The only reason it stuck with me is because of how odd and tacked on it felt, truth be told. Although, thinking about it more, was that Durandal, or a sword adjacent to it? It's been a while, and it is a pretty random piece of trivia. Kuroka stared up at me in wonder, a piece of the original lance, in that holy sword. Kuroka parroted as if trying the idea on her tongue, that might explain why that sword in particular seems so much stronger than the others I've heard about, Naya. But hey, it ended up serving a purpose, ultimately. I shrug, possibly. Truth be told, that doesn't matter if it's true or not, although it'd certainly be a help if it was. Kuroka blinked at that, then, why bring all that up? As a bit of inspiration. I smile and look back down at the lump of half-shapen red-hot metal. It felt fitting. After all, to make a convincing fake, it needs to feel right. For it to feel right, it needs to have at least an aura of holy power, not Holy Spirit power. I elaborate, a grin on my face, and what would be the fastest way to grant something that kind of holy aura? With something that already has it. Kuroka's eyes widen, darling, are you going to break Durandal? And yoink a piece? I add on for her, before easily confirming, yeah, kind of have to. The only reason I can think that they'd send so many power exorcists is for it, and I'm certainly not giving them the real thing. They've been far too suspicious for that since the very beginning. Kuroka adopts an anxious frown as she walks up to my side, and presses herself against me. I don't know if this is the best idea, if they find out it's a fake, then. Yeah, I know, I breathe out a sigh, wrapping an arm around her waist almost instinctively as she approaches me, holding her against me as I speak my thoughts aloud. It's a big risk, but one I have to take. Luckily, I have reason to believe it might work. As a holy relic, if a true believer looks upon the spear, it'll drive them insane. When I make the trade-off, I fully intend to give them the prop wrapped up. Kuroka giggled, masking trickery as generosity. Darling, are you sure you aren't a devil or yokai? I chuckle, nah, I don't have wings, or a cute little tail, or multiple tails, for that matter. I casually, and totally by accident, brush a hand across her tails, drawing a light gasp from her, only for her to give me a sultry gaze back, and stick out her rear in response, her kimono hiking up to reveal small thin pair of white panties barely concealing her ass. Wait a minute, it didn't hike up, her kimono is just that small right now. Fucking cat really did come prepared, huh? I boop her nose with my free hand, and shake my head, continuing unabated even as she gives an indignant mule. Moving on, after that point, well, that relies on a bit of guessing, hoping, and praying. See, due to the aforementioned insanity thing, I doubt they're going to try and get someone to wield the spear. I'm guessing they'll want to lock it up in a nice and secure place. If they try to study it, well, I have to hope they never had possession of the spear during any time they could have studied it previously, and therefore when they get basically nothing, well, they just assume it because of the spear's odd predicament. I can't imagine trying to study something that would drive you insane just by looking at it would be easy, but the church is already insane, so I could see them trying regardless. In that case, more hope that they either don't discover the fact that the prop doesn't drive believers insane, or that when they do they just assume it's because the spear is obviously broken in some way, and that's just part of it. I pause, briefly considering. Or they start turning on each other because they're not true believers, which, considering how the church is, isn't impossible. Okay, Naya. Kuroka suddenly reaches up, putting a hand on my face. Darling, you're rambling a lot. I blinked several times. Huh. Before slowly reaching up and taking her hand in mine, slowly giving her a small smile. Yeah, I guess I was. Kuroka smiles back, before abruptly suggesting, you know, if the spear is the overarching problem here, why not just destroy it, Naya? I gave a mirthless chuckle at that, before I simply shrugged. Before I started all this, that thought also crossed my mind as well. So on the way here, I gave it a shot. I tried breaking it over my knee, slashing it, melting it, you name it. None of it worked. Now, granted, I add with an annoyed sigh, I wasn't at my full power, as I did all that during the middle of the night, but somehow, I get the feeling it'd be the same result, noon or not. Kuroka let out an annoyed hiss. Figures. I suppose it isn't the first Longinus for nothing, Naya. It figures too. If I had managed to at least chip it, I could have used that small piece instead and made a much more convincing feeling prop that'd put much more of my thoughts at ease. Hell, even just another holy relic would be better, because then I might be able to bake in the insanity inducement thing and make an even more convincing prop. I technically do know where I could find another holy relic, the Grail. It's not like anyone would miss the vampire over in Europe, but it'd draw a ton of tension if I went zooming overseas to murder a bunch of vampires and kidnap a damper princess. So, not exactly an option right now. I also know who has the crown, but not where they are, so that's out entirely. Same for the cross. The shroud isn't even a sacred gear right now, so even bigger nope there. I'll just have to work with what I have. This leads me to. Right, I speak up again, looking intently down at my cat girl, which is why we're going to need a chunk of Durandal, and that's where I'm going to need your help. Kuroka blinked at me, before adopting a semi-serious expression and nodding. What do you need me to do, darling? I nod back at her, pleased that she isn't trying to draw this out, or be horny again. The current user of Durandal has a partner that once lived in Kuo. I suspect, though can't wholly confirm, that they'll stop there first before either heading here or to Tokyo. Kuroka's eyes narrow, and her pupils seem to sharpen. That's dangerously close to Chiron. She points out, slightly on edge, and I sort of agree. However, I doubt that, unlike during the Cocoa Puffs arc, the church girls will start a fight with the devils, as they merely need to pass through like a bunch of tourists rather than do any hunting for fallen. Still, there's always a possibility. Though ultimately, I doubt Chiron herself will be harmed even if they fight. She'd tear those poor girls apart by now. Well, lucky for you, your job is going to be keeping an eye out, and on, the church people when they get there. I continue, before leaning down to kiss her forehead, so at the same time, you can keep an eye on Chiron too. Kuroka grins at that but doesn't start jumping for joy that she gets to spend a bunch of time with her little sister quite yet. I need you to tell me when they arrive, and then, I'm going to come in, and be myself. I stated simply. You're going to be your pagan, foreign god self and bait the very impressionable young church girls into a fight, then claim self-defense afterward. Kuroka, still with her Cheshire grin, explains more thoroughly. You know, when you call them impressionable young church girls it almost makes me sound like the bad guy here. I sigh, as Kuroka practically cackles. Granted, it's not like she's wrong about them, it's precisely why this plan might even work at all. Zenobia specifically, at this point, is a bit of a hard ass. She hasn't yet had her beliefs challenged or been excommunicated, or anything like that, so she's still that same girl she was back when she first appeared. Luckily, her shortcomings as a person can be used to my advantage. Bait her into a fight, and smash her sword in self-defense, just as Kuroka said. And it'd be fine too, because as long as I don't go too hard or too far, and break the sword's core, they can easily fix Durandal right back up, good as new. Dulio won't do anything, as long as I don't provoke a response from him, which is why the self-defense angle is pretty damn important. But, just in case, I'll make sure this fight happens in broad daylight. I roll my eyes as my cat now full-on cackles, reaching down with the hand still around her waist to swat her rear. And Naya. I ignore her mewling squeak, her incredulous glare, and all that, before simply stating, shouldn't you be going? Don't worry, I'll call up Chiron, let her know you're coming over ahead of time. Of course the mention of her sister made her perk up and forget everything else that just happened, and she quickly hopped from my side and practically started skipping away, singing a little song. Naya, Chiron. Naya, Chiron. Naya, Chiron. That's a first. Also, adorable. Though it'd be even more cute if she. Don't forget to put a regular damn kimono on. I called after her, my eyes following the sway of her exposed rear as she hopped and skipped away. Naya. All right. She called back, shaking her ass one more time my way before skipping completely out of sight. Fucking cat. Now then. I turned back to my hammer, and metal, incredibly thankful said metal is very good at retaining heat, so I wouldn't have to reheat it much to start shaping it again. I want to try and get this done as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, fire burst from my hands, and I got back to work. A new sun. Ah. See, Asia-chan, look down there. The twin-tailed chestnut-haired girl called to their new blonde-haired nun friend, as she pointed out the airplane window. Yua, so much snow, so many mountains. The poor nun looked equally mesmerized, stunned, fascinated, and terrified, all at once as she leaned forward to take a look. Which is something Zenobia finds impressive, somewhat, even if she's not particularly interested. She's content to sit here, in her airplane seat, with their other new partner, some small white-haired red-eyed girl she's never seen before. Probably. Though judging by her appearance and complexion, Zenobia can guess where she comes from, at least. Sigurd Institute. Similar to her, she's also simply sitting there, though she's much more relaxed and easygoing than herself. Warrior shitty. The blonde nun begins stuttering, only to be cut off as her chestnut-haired friend grabs the poor nun by her shoulders. Asia. I thought I told you. We're around the same age, and we're friends now. There's no need to be so formal. But, I'm not a warrior, like you all, I'm just Dash. It feels like they've been over this 1,000 times already, likely because they have. So now, it was Zenovia's turn to butt in. You're the healer. She starts, plainly and simply, and before Irina can turn around and get all annoyed at her, she stoically adds, but that doesn't make you any less than us. God gave you an amazing gift, one he rarely gives to others, and out of all of them, you're probably the most deserving. Irina perked up, smiling, and nodding along with Zenovia's words. Ah. Well. Asia began, twiddling with her fingers and looking away from them. Still Dash. No. Irina stopped her right there. Zenobia doesn't usually say anything insightful, but that was pretty good. Take it to heart, Asia-chan. While the poor blonde nun was turned into a shy, blustering mess, Zenobia frowned. Insight? She can totally be insightful. Like how she knows Irina is totally just proclaiming the fact that she had a childhood friend at one point in this very specific town they're stopping at first in Japan. Doesn't take much insight to figure that out. On the other hand, Zenobia hopes it doesn't take much insight to find what they're looking for. There, she hopes she can, to put it simply, get whatever they need by hitting whatever gets in their way with her sword. It's been a while since she's been able to properly use Durandal, after all. Chapter 80, Chapter. Chiron stared at her phone, her face twisted in poorly hidden repugnance. Whatever I did to deserve this. I'm not sorry. Dai-senpai. She uttered down into the device, her free hand clenching into a shaking fist. She received merely a light-hearted chuckle, which while usually would make her feel lightheaded, she could tell he wasn't taking her seriously. Unfortunately for him, she means every word, and she'll make sure he understands that one day. Fortunately for him, at the same time, that day is not today, as a strange-looking purple magical circle whirls into existence right next to her. Chiron lets out a small hiss, as her head snaps in its direction. Her stupid idiot senpai who is now not allowed to give her scratches for at least a week starts, that sounds like my cue to leave you girls to it. Kuroka can probably explain the rest. Chiron nearly snorts. Probably, right. Go die. She huffs back. He snorts, and fires back, love you too. The call hangs up, just before she can fire back something witty to destroy his ego. At the same time, the magic circle practically blooms, and in comes Shirani Niken. Kuroka, her big sister, who practically leaps out from the teleportation light and falls right on top of her. She hisses as soon as she sees her, only for her hiss to be muffled and thereafter quenched like a fire as she collides with her. Of course, her fat fucking cow tits land right on her face, and of course, they wrangle the breath right out of her. Stupid idiot big sister. Maybe she should use her senjutsu and exchange some tit fat for some height. Oh. You look so cute. Kuroka pulls her free, and nearly holds her up like she's some child, let me guess. You just woke up. Chiron stared at her, face blank. Gee, what gave that away? She huffed out, irritated. Was it maybe the pajamas, my hair, or the lack of the sun being up yet? She'd have loved to stress that last bit further, but unfortunately, she's a tad too tired to entirely care at the moment. Luckily for her big sister anyway, she'd have strangled the bimbo otherwise. Despite her curt and clipped words and tone though, her big sister decided, for once, not to act all hurt and start whining. Instead, she pulled her in and gave her a big hug. Big only because of her tits, otherwise, her sister is stupid small everywhere else. Heh. I knew it only because my Chiron could pull off being so cute in the morning. Kuroka shook her back and forth as she embraced her. Oh. It's been so long. I missed you. Chiron rolled her eyes. Didn't you literally just see me a few days ago? It's been too long. Her sister interrupted her, much to Chiron's annoyance. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and managed to lift her free hand just enough. Eeh. Kuroka yelped in shock and pain as she pinched her, right on the thigh, causing her to scramble back on reflex while dropping her. Chiron flopped back onto the bed, free and content, and for a second. All was well. Shironoani. Kuroka whined. Then it was not. With an exacerbated huff, Chiron threw her phone to the side simply to get rid of it, not like it'll break so easily, being devil and magically made and all. Before looking at her sister, now kneeling over in front of her, fake tears in her eyes. So. Chiron began, sounding completely uncaring. What did Dickbag Senpai want that was so important to send you over here? Kuroka gawked at her. Chiron. Language. She snorted. Suck it. I'm mad. You both interrupted my beauty sleep. Kuroka crawled over to her side, a smile growing on her face. Oh come on. I'm sure darling will be able to make it up to you just fine. Chiron stared back at her, blinking. Then a blush slowly spread across her face, and she quickly found herself looking away. Her sister quickly started cackling, as if she'd won or something. Chiron frowned and turned back to look at her, despite her face actively burning. No amount of dick will give back the sleep I could have had, so, no. He can't. Go die. A little Sammy on the clapback, sure, but Chiron has never been good at dealing with sex stuff. Despite her clapback though, Kuroka's grins never wavered. What if he gave you cookies too? Chiron perked up at that. Depends on the kind of cookie. She grumbled out in response, much to Kuroka's further cackling. Her sister wiped away fake tears as her cackling came to a swift end, however, and her face suddenly gained an almost serious expression. Such a thing was so rare, and looked almost uncanny on her, that Chiron couldn't help but pause entirely. Well, better serious than fake bloodlust. Chiron almost started scowling. Now she just wanted to hit her more. But before she could come to a decision, Kuroka spoke, and in much the same way even her tone had a serious bent to it. Cookie can be arranged later, Chiron. For now, I have something to do. She took a breath, before looking straight down into her eyes. Likely sometime soon, a bunch of exorcists wielding powerful holy swords are going to pass through this town, and I need to tell darling when so he can fight them, break one of their swords, and steal a part to make a fake spear. Chiron deadpan stared at her. Big sis. She said, plainly. Yes, Chiron Nikon. Her big dumb idiot bimbo of a sister had the nerve to reply to her. She scowled. Firstly, don't call me that. Secondly, get off my bed. She then proceeds to practically kick the black Nico straight off the bed, her sister giving a mewling cry as she falls. Chiron quickly follows her, jumping off the bed, and landing right next to her. Inwardly, she's also thankful she chose to get her own little place in the human world all for herself. If she didn't, she's sure Kuroka's tits hitting the floor would have woken everyone in the building up thinking an earthquake was starting. Or, even worse than waking up a bunch of humans, if she'd have stayed with her president, and woken her up. Well, let's just say she still hasn't told Rias anything about her sister, and isn't entirely too sure how yet, and leave it at that. Forever, hopefully. Thirdly, Chiron began, brushing herself off, before grabbing Kuroka and hoisting the over 20-year-old midget to her feet. Start from the beginning, and don't try to summarize everything because you're lazy. Naya. Her sister writhed and whined in her grasp. My little Chiron is so mean. Chiron, meanwhile, merely sighed in pain. Those future cookies better be the best. A new sun. It doesn't take too long, the sun still hasn't fully risen, yet her sister managed to explain everything, succinctly enough, she feels. That is after she kicked her out of her bedroom entirely to get dressed in something more comfortable for walking around in. Chiron nodded to herself whilst looking in the mirror. Short and cute white dress with a blue skirt and a black long-sleeved jacket for the cold. She's fucking adorable, of course she is. She didn't need Kuroka to scream and fawn over her the moment she opened the door and saw it though, so the punch straight to her jaw was completely warranted, no matter how much she whined afterward. She's a big girl, she can take an island falling on her, she can take a good smack to the jaw just as well. Getting past all that though, and after hearing everything, or mostly everything, Chiron was now lying on the bean-bag chair in her small and simple living room, her arms crossed. Kuroka was on the floor in front of her, where she belonged, no matter how much she whined. Durandal, huh? And possibly Excalibur fragments too. but mainly what he wants is a piece of Durandal. She snorts, of course the thing with the spear would come back to bite him in the ass, who could have guessed? Kuroka gave a lame shrug to that, Naya regardless. They are coming, so I'm here to play my part, and a little extra. Chiron raised an eyebrow. Uh-oh. Her big sister is thinking for herself again. That's certainly not going to cause problems whatsoever. Darling wants to bait these exorcists into a fight, so I thought I'd soften them up for him a little bit. Kuroka's face coiled into a smirk, by making them extra irritable and annoyed beforehand, Yanaya. And how do you plan on doing that? Chiron slightly dreaded to ask, but did so regardless. Kuroka's smirk twisted mischievously like she was holding back an evil cackle. Darling is pretty sure they're young and sheltered, which means they aren't exactly used to dealing with the world, so. I was thinking, I pull out some of the old tricks I used to use back when I was on the run, just altered, for catering to churchgoers. Chiron stared at her, and before she knew it, she couldn't help but smile slightly along with her, finishing and summarizing her plans bluntly. You're going to swindle them out of all their money so they're left starved, irritable, and tired by the time he shows up. Kuroka jumps up, excitedly, and calls out, exactly. Naya ha ha. Chiron follows, albeit much more modestly, count me in then. Naya. Kuroka, somehow, trips herself up midair and falls smack down onto her side, crying out in faux pain and indignation. She quickly scrambles back onto her feet. You can't, Naya. She denied, panically. Chiron glared at her, the silent, why not you dumb bimbo, translating easily through her eyes alone. Well, the first 3 words anyway, the last 2 would probably bounce right off her fat cow tits. Regardless, Kuroka quickly scooped her back up into her arms, and held her. I came here first specifically to warn you and make sure you're okay, not so you'd rush headfirst into danger. Chiron huffed with distaste before grounding out, you care too much. I can take care of myself perfectly fine. Kuroka held her out, suddenly, at arm's length, and for once glared at her back. I don't care how hard you can punch Chiron, you're still my baby sister. And the holy sword Durandal is said to be able to cut anything. It doesn't matter how good you can punch then. You're still a reincarnated devil, and beneath that, still a yokai. You die. As each word poured out from her, Chiron's eyes widened and widened. Truth be told, she never really considered her sister cared this much. Sure, she knew she cared, after the picnic months ago, and the two started talking again. She still thinks her sister is one of the stupidest fucking cats on the planet, but she knows it came from her caring. She never exactly considered the fact that it may have come from her caring too much. But it makes sense. Chiron steeled her expression, and replied plainly, I'm going. Kuroka looked borderline outraged, but she kept going regardless. You don't get to announce that you're putting yourself in danger right in front of me, then expect me to sit down and just do nothing. Chiron continued her rebuke, that's not how any of this works. Besides, I have to come regardless, for other reasons. Kuroka raised an eyebrow, her expression still stern and bordering on wrathful, yet now with a curious bent. Chiron looked away, still glaring, and entirely unwilling to fulfill said curiosity. She doesn't like to go on and on about politics, after all. Most of the bullshit flies over her head, to begin with anyway, but it can boil down to simply her having to be there, or else Rias would get mad once she finds out after the fact. Well, she'll probably get made regardless, but she's adorable, and Rias lets her get away with pretty much anything because of that. Additionally, Yudo-senpai. She wouldn't tell the rest of Peerage what's going on right now purely because of him. He took his loss to that blade blacksmith user rather bad, to put it lightly. Then, with the inordinate amount of priests passing through the area after the situation with the hero faction, Rias has been forced to essentially keep him on a tight leash, or else he might go mental. Chiron couldn't help but internally sigh at that. They essentially traded a much better Akino-senpai for this. She honestly couldn't say which one was worse. In the end, it's only lucky that those priests were effectively mobs. Useless grunts without an ounce of power, and not a single holy sword amongst them. If just one of them had even won. Chiron shook her head and looked back at Kuroka. So yeah, I'm going. Either with, or without you. She stated resolutely as she crossed her arms. One of Kuroka's eyes twitched. If you really want. Chiron slowly added, we could make it like, a sister's thing or something. She suggested, growing softer and quieter with each word. No, she was getting shy or anything like that. Chiron finished by huffing, I don't know, something like that. Slowly, ever so slowly, Kuroka let out a long-winded sigh, a sister's thing, Naya. She gave a small cheeky shy, that sounds nice, but. You're staying with me the whole time, you'll do what I say when I say it, and if we get caught and they start drawing swords. Chiron. She shakes her for emphasis. You run. Chiron sent back a challenging glare, I'm not leaving you. Never. She wouldn't say it out loud of course, but like you did, part. Hell, in this case, she didn't even mean to imply it. She wasn't even thinking of that. But Kuroka flinched regardless, as a sad smile broke across her face. Yeah, okay. Of course. Great, now she sounds on the verge of tears. Like, actual tears, not the fake ones. Who's the big idiot now? Chiron clicked her tongue, and grabbed her sister by her kimono, pulling her easily right up against her for as big of a hug as her small frame could muster. Kuroka was frozen stiff at the gesture, as Chiron admonished her quietly and sternly. I wasn't trying to bring that up, you cow. Think with your brain instead of whatever's in your tits for once. Yeah. Kuroka gasped out before sniffling, slowly wrapping her arms around her in return. Chiron, that's not very nice. Chiron simply patted her on the back. It's the truth though. You should listen to me more often. Hey. Chiron let herself smile, just this once, while Kuroka couldn't see it. For the moment, the two sisters just held each other. All was, not well, but content. Then Kuroka opened her mouth. So, I know this is going to sound a bit weird, she began, causing Chiron to slowly frown, but would you happen to know of any shops in town that sell Western movie portraits? Chiron let out a slow, deep, long-winded sigh. Yes. She replied simply. Really NYAH. Before promptly decking her straight in the liver. Dumb bimbo cat, ruining the moment like that. A new son. They had just landed, and Zenobia had a few questions. For one, why does a supposedly small town in Japan have an airport? Do all towns in Japan have an airport? Second, which she's noting as she looks out the windows of said airport. This place looks far too big to be a mere town. Do the Japanese not understand how big a town is supposed to be? She'd ask Irina, but well. Asia, their blonde nun companion, was close enough to her that she may as well be hugging her. She twitched her fingers, and was looking around every which way, rapidly, when is Shido Irina supposed to get back? Zenobia looked at her and then proceeded to shrug. That just caused the poor girl to shiver shyly even more, and Zenobia did her best to comfort the girl by patting her on the head. Really, she's pretty sure Irina went off in some direction, somewhere, probably in the direction where there's a bunch of hieroglyphics that Irina had called Japanese kanji, whatever those are. Of which, every direction had them, so it's hard to say. Before they landed, Irina said she'd be guiding them, because as Kuo is a town and not one of the big tourist-attracting cities, the signs and guides here don't have anything like, say, English on them, something they could all understand. So they kind of need Irina here. Granted, they also needed their stuff, like their swords, sans durandal, which were with the luggage, and only Irina knew where to go to get the rest of their stuff as well. Next to them, standing close, although not smushed up against them, was their fourth member. Unlike Asia, she seemed much more relaxed, still alert, but rather than nervous her ruby red eyes scanned the area with a sort of intrigued curiosity. Ah, right, if she's Sigurd, then she probably hasn't gotten the chance to go out much, has she? Okay. Zenobia let out a sigh of relief, and Asia immediately perked up, as the voice of their fourth called out to them. She looked toward the source of the voice and found Irina, of course, with their luggage swung over her shoulder, easily carried. Except in her other hand. What is that? Their fourth pointed and asked, their small pale white hand coming out from their cloak to do so before Zenobia could ask something similar. It was something covered up by a white sheet, but they couldn't see what was under it. Oh. This. Irina held it up, a far too giddy of a smile on her face. I didn't think it was possible. It has been a while since the church in town closed, but it looks like the faith is still going strong here. That doesn't come close to answering anything. Also, why is there a pit of dread forming in Zenovia's gut right now? That's good, right? Asia quirked her head as she asked, to which Irina's smile grew giddier. It's better than good, Asia-chan. Irina promptly, but gently, set down their luggage and cases, before setting the covered object on top, using their stuff almost like a stand. With one fell swoop, she pulled the sheet off, revealing a portrait. The faith is going so strong here, they were selling portraits of Jesus in the airport. Irina happily exclaimed. Hooah! Asia marveled at the portrait, her eyes practically sparkling as she put her hands together in silent prayer. Zenobia, though. She stared at the picture, blankly. It kind of looks like him. But at the same time, there's something just off about it. Their fourth, though, immediately and openly started laughing. Yeah. What? What's so funny? Lint-chan. Irina rapidly asked, confused. Lint slowly brought it down to a chuckle, before waving at the portrait. That's not him. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi. She snorts, before sputtering into a short bout of laughter again. Why you know. From Star Wars. SNNNRRKKK. That was pretty much all she managed to say, before breaking back down into laughter. Eh. Asia blinked, really? Irina slowly looked back down at it, then back at Lint, and then the group as a whole. WR. No, no way, heh, right, Lint-chan. Right. Zenobia frowned at Irina's nervous asking. Irina. Zenobia began the tone just a touch harsh. Irina immediately perked up but refused to look her way. Why yes. How much did you pay for that? She proceeded to ask, ever more harshly. At that, Lint stopped laughing, realization dawning across her face, before she gave a barely audible, uh-oh. Hey. Irina chuckled, something like, 200,000 yen. She shrunk in on herself with every word. Zenovia's face tightened, in words we can all understand. Irina gulped, 500 euros. Zenobia damn near leaped for her. Irina yelped, staggering back, but she didn't need to, as Asia grabbed onto Zenobia and held her back. Now, Zenobia could have barreled through the blonde, but she didn't want to hurt her, or Irina either technically, mostly. Zenobia. No. Don't. Asia pleaded with her, but she wasn't exactly listening to her. That is over half the budget. Why do you always do this? Zenobia ground out through gritted teeth. I am sorry, okay. Irina cried out, hiding behind the fake portrait, I just didn't want to pass up the opportunity if it was him. How would you know what he looks like anyways? Zenobia fired back, still heated, when was the last time you Protestants have seen a true image of him anyway? At that, Irina frowned, coming up slightly from behind the picture, hey now. Don't say that. We haven't gone hard on idols for a long time. Asia looked quickly between the two, panic rapidly growing across her face. Luckily, before she could break down, Lint stepped forward between the two, holding her hands out before them both. All right, let's settle down, yeah. IRI. She turned toward Irina, you got swindled, even though you supposedly lived here before. Irina sagged her entire body at that, I swear I did, really. She weakly tried to deny the silent accusation. But Lint ignores her, and presses forth, it happens. So, let's go back to this guy, and ask for a refund. The way Lint said refund had Zenobia smiling far too wide. It was some short women, actually. Irina interjected. Lint shrugged, then let's go ask her for a refund, same deal. Zenobia nodded, pointedly, yes. Let's. Asia flinched at the harshness in her words, and finally spoke up, no threatening an innocent civilian with a sword. I mean, they aren't exactly innocent. Lint replied, only to be met by an Asia with her arms crossed, pouting her way. It only took a moment, and she caved. Fine. Asia nodded, pleased. Only my fire. Asia stilled, wait. That's and not. Lead the way, IRI. Lint spoke over Asia easily, which just prompted the blonde to pout harder. All right. Irina met her gaze for a moment, and flinched under the harshness of it, oh okay. This way. Irina swiftly turned, picking up the fake portrait, and power walked away. As they started moving, Lint chuckled and pat the blonde on the head, and Zenobia picked up the luggage with ease, carrying it in Irina's stead as they followed her. They haven't even been in this country, 30 minutes. And this is how it starts. Zenobia prays, internally, that it can't get any worse than this. A new son. Irina. I swear. She had a stand right here. It was kinda like a booth even. She had dash. Irina. Zenobia, please. Zenobia, what are you dash? Zen, you really shouldn't be doing that here dash. Saint Peter. Saint Basil the Great. Saint Denis. Holy Mother Mary. Please hear my voice. In the names of the saints who reside within this blade, I will release it. In the background, as the foreign girls started making a scene in the middle of the airport, two other native girls watched, unseen and unknown, cackling like cats. Chapter 81, Chapter. Please give blessings to the lost lamb dash. Please give charity to us on behalf of the Father in heaven. Lint watched on as Irina and Zenobia respectively stood in the center of the walkway on what looks like one of Koa's highest traffic areas. All around them, the Japanese people walked past, giving the two white-cloaked girls looks ranging from the odd raising of the eyebrow to full-on apathetic, if not outright annoyed, glares. No one said anything to them though, or even spared the two a second glance. At Lint's side, Asia, their blonde little nun, clasped her hands together and held them close to her chest, looking at the two doing their best to garner charity from the people with hope in her eyes. They've been at this for at least a couple of hours by now, but still, nothing. Still, good on the blonde for never losing hope, she supposed internally. Lint leaned back with a sigh, her back pressing against the cold hard stone of some building that looks like a shop, but can't tell for sure since she can't read the damn writing there. Well, at least it's been far more fun than the institute, that's for sure. It was funny at first, and that in its way made the group's shenanigans kind of endearing, but at this point, she's starting to get rather annoyed. Lint practically tackled Zenobia earlier to stop her from really summoning her sword in the middle of a fairly crowded airport, and after holding her down for several minutes to get her to calm down, she had suggested they take the march over to the church headquarters located in the next town over to explain the situation. It'd be much quicker in the long run, rather than try and run from here to Kyoto, since without money, they can't pay for a train ticket, much less food. Oh yeah. Zenobia had said it was over half the budget. When they checked, it was instead most of the budget. Turns out, they got less money than the blue and chestnut-haired partners usually do for this mission in particular. Or rather, had. For some reason, a bunch of it was already spent. Lint hasn't gone on many missions before so she couldn't say, but Irina then helpfully suggested that it was likely due to their chaperone. Apparently, that guy has a habit of running around with the budget, buying up sweets and dishes from whatever country he's sent to. This means Dulio ate up a chunk of their budget pretty much before they even got here, and Irina proceeded to throw away the rest. Joy. Well, for Irina, since she couldn't be blamed for his spending habits, and thus was spared possibly being crucified. So, rather than summon her sword and try to bisect her in two, Zenobia instead headbutted her. It was quick, so unexpected, that Lint couldn't stop her in time, which is why if one looked very closely at the chestnut-haired girl, they saw the slightest streak of red peeking out from the top of her head. Where already, unlike her partner, her cloak was pulled further down over her forehead, as if to cover something. That, and if you pay close attention to her speech, it's slightly labored. Asia had, of course, offered to heal it almost immediately, but Zenobia denied her the chance, and Irina graciously didn't object. Lint nearly scowled as that part of this early morning played in her head but didn't so she wouldn't worry the blonde next to her. In any event, after all that, and her suggestion, she was promptly shot down. Apparently, the two girls didn't want to embarrass themselves by admitting to their seniors the situation. Lint couldn't care less of course. She's hungry, they all are, and it's slowly starting to get to them. Sure, they could try and bolt it straight to Kyoto, but Asia wouldn't be able to physically keep up with them, and the lack of food would weaken them to the point that travel would become dangerous. This time, Lint scowls, the video of the Red Dragon Emperor's attack on this town replaying through her head. If something like that can happen here, who knows what else is out there? And then, to top it all off, they have no idea when, or even if, Dulio is going to come and check on them. The original plan was for them to meet him in Kyoto and start searching, but they haven't heard anything from him since they got to the country. This has culminated in their current situation, a suggestion that Irina came up with and that Zenobia somehow agreed with. Begging the Japanese people for money. And it's going just splendidly. All of a sudden Zenobia stopped, and clicked her tongue. How can this be? She started, switching from English back to their usual Italian. Is this really the reality in a developed country like Japan? She huffed, this is why I don't like countries that don't have the smell of our beliefs. Zenobia. Asia piped up for once, chidingly, that's not nice. I am sure they have their reasons. Zenobia quickly looked away from the blonde, unable to meet her faith-filled gaze. Lint almost snorted. Asia truly is a bastion of purity and heart, huh? Irina though, nodded along with Asia's words, stopping herself and switching languages just the same, That's right Asia-chan. Just because they're heretics doesn't make them bad people. They're just lost is all. Zenobia snorted, you would say that considering you came from said heretics, wouldn't you? Lint, if she had a drink, would have spat it out right there. Instead, she simply wheezed, as Irina turned and gawked with outrage at her partner. You old-timey brute. You didn't just insinuate that I'm a heretic. Irina immediately fired back. Old-timey. Zenobia whirled around, walking right up to Irina with a strained glare, what's that supposed to mean? Lint wanted to point out how she just completely glossed over the brute part there, but alright. What else am I supposed to call a Catholic who still follows the old ways? Irina returned fire, unwilling to back down. They were practically head-to-head at this point, foreheads about ready to slam against each other. Oh yeah. What else am I supposed to call a Protestant who doesn't even know what the Lord and Savior looks like besides a filthy heretic? Filthy. Okay. Maybe it is about time she stepped in here. Except, before she could, the blonde at her side stepped forward, nearly right in between the two. Irina. Zenobia. What? The two girls both whirled on the blonde at the same time as they shouted in unison at her. Asia flinched, and at that moment, the brief mask of bravery she donned to approach them appeared to crack. At that though, the two girls seemed to realize who they just snapped on, and their faces softened considerably. Sorry, Asia. Zenobia apologized, looking away. Irina bowed her head in shame, why yeah, sorry. Emboldened by this enough, Asia barely managed to get out, "You two, we're making a scene in front of all these people, please don't fight, we've got other things to worry about right now." That managed to make the two look even more downcast. Lint approached now, patting the blonde's head as she stepped up. "Asia's right, you know. This, nor your guys' spats, are helping here. It's just making people avoid us more." Lint waved a hand to their surroundings, which were devoid of people waking past entirely at this point. Looks like they explicitly started avoiding and going around the group entirely. Irina's expression somehow fell further, while Zenobia steeled her gaze and watched as everyone took the long way around them. "Would God forgive us if we threaten the heretics for money?" she abruptly asked, completely serious. During her time in the institute, she had a brother. He was very foul-mouthed. No one knows where he learned half the shit he spout. Lint can say for sure she never expected she'd pull from that vocabulary, until now. On reflex she didn't know she had. Lint looked right at Zenobia and plainly asked, "Are you retarded?" Asia didn't even get a chance to shut down Zenobia, she just turned and gawked at her instead. Lint. Language. Zenobia just stared back at her, completely gobsmacked. Irina wheezed, loudly, tears prickling the corners of her eyes as she forced herself to stop from breaking out in uproarious laughter. "Oh okay. I wouldn't put it like that, Lint-chan, but, no. No attacking the shrines and stealing their offerings, okay. That is a stupid thing to do." Irina wiped away her tears, and put a hand on her chest, her breathing steadying. "Okay. I've got a better idea. Let's use our swords and put on a show," she exclaimed, enthused. "That's the type of entertainment that works in every country." Zenovia's face immediately brightened, her insult immediately forgotten as her tone spiked with enthusiasm as well. "That's an excellent idea. If we cut fruits with our Excaliburs, we can get, what's it called again here, yen?" Irina nodded along, her excitement building. Lint watched on with the blankiest possible expression. She amends her previous question into a statement. They are, in fact, both retarded. Silently, Lint gives a prayer of thanks to her long-departed elder brother for warning her about such people. Unfortunately, it's far too late now, she's stuck with them. Thankfully though, there's no way Asia thinks this is also a good idea. She turns, looking at the blonde. Her face drops even harder as she sees her eyes practically sparkling along with the other two. Ah well, it was a nice short life while it lasted. Oh. Zenobia suddenly blinked, the wind in her sails slightly abated. "Wait, we don't have any fruits." "No duh. Well, I suppose it can't be helped." Her gaze swivels towards and locks onto the portrait, which was leaning against the building much like Lint was earlier, still covered by a cloth. "Let's cut up that false idol." "Yeah." Irina exclaimed in shock. "Wait. No. You can't destroy it." "Why not?" Zenobia immediately questioned, hackles raising. "It'd be a waste of money." It already was a waste of money. Lint stepped forward this time, as Asia was starting to look increasingly distraught. "Okay." She sounded out, sternly, "That's enough you two. We're not swinging around our swords in public. That's." She looks back at Asia, to see her glaring at her very cutely. With a sigh, she turned back to them. "Stupid. Very stupid. We all know devils live in this town, along with some pagan god. You all remember the video of the red dragon attack here, don't you?" "Ah." Irina made a noise, and just sort of started staring off into the distance. Lint stared back at her. She forgot, didn't she? Zenobia rubbed the back of her head. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to agitate the local devils and pagans. Finally. A sensible statement. Lint nodded, before focusing her gaze on Irina. "IRI. Eh." Irina perked up. "Why yeah, Lint-chan." Lint crossed her arms. "You mentioned something about having a childhood friend here on the plane, right? Why don't we go ask them for help?" For a moment, Irina just stared back at her, before realization dawned in her eyes. Oh. Yeah. All right. They should still live in this town, I think, but it wouldn't hurt to at least go see. Irina pumped her fist into the air. "I'm still skeptical you even lived here before." Zenobia voiced her discontent, but, all right. Let's go see what this childhood friend stuff is all about. Irina nodded, arrogant smile clear. Just you wait. I'll prove that I really did live here." At this point, Lint doesn't even have the heart to tell them that's not what they're going there for, but maybe they'll figure it out on the way there. Ah, who's she kidding? A new son. Of course they won't. Firstly, it somehow took them hours to reach their supposed destination. It was absolute insanity. They walked through residential blocks for hours. Some Lint was fairly sure, they went through several times in a row. By the time they made it to their destination, or at least where Irina claimed their destination was, guess what they found? Yeah. They, although it was Irina first, had stopped in front of a small two-story Japanese home. A little cramped, at least in Lint's personal opinion, but otherwise it doesn't look too bad. There was a sign out front of it though, that none of them besides Irina could read. The chestnut-haired girl herself approached the sign gingerly, her hand brushing against the foreign symbols with a slight tremble. For sale, and sold. She muttered, nearly dispassionately, that's. She let out a sigh, before turning to the rest of them with a weak chuckle, well, hey, it seems they don't exactly live here anymore. All three girls stared at the chestnut-haired girl back. Then, as one, all their stomachs growled. Loudly. Asia nearly keeled over whilst holding her gut. Zenobia simply grimaces, and Irina's chuckles grew even weaker and more nervous. Lint, meanwhile, was internally fuming. Well, I suppose it's time to add self-proclaimed Japanese girl to the list. Zenobia responded after a beat of cold dead silence. Irina almost immediately gawked at her partner, that's. Zenova. I was born in this country. I swear. Zenobia snorted, crossing her arms with a knowing smirk, seems to have taken you a while just to find this one house. And I'm not seeing anyone here to back you up. That. Irina sputtered out, that's just not fair. I haven't been here since I was 6. Of course it took me a little while to get my bearings. That's just natural. Zenobia rolled her eyes, and I haven't set foot in an Orthodox church before, but I could certainly find the altar in under 5 minutes. That is not a similar comparison. Irina shrieked back in response. Are you Sudash? Enough. The two arguing church girls instantly stilled, and shut their mouths. The third, the blonde nun, looked up from her pains, at the fourth who spoke. Lint spoke, and with each word, the cold in the increasingly late evening grew warmer and warmer. Around her, a thin purple heat haze was building. Her ruby-red eyes, though she couldn't see them right now, she knew they were glowing with holy flames. All right. Yeah, no more of this. She spoke now with less force, but her tone was still clipped, I'm pulling rank. It was fun at first, but if you two don't shut up this instant, I'll stuff you both in the nearest church's basement and let you rot there while me and Asia do our jobs. Irina almost opened her mouth. Lint looked at her. No. Don't speak. From here on out, I'm in charge. We're starving. We didn't eat on the plane. We missed breakfast and lunch, and our circadian rhythm is likely also all out of whack. Each of her words now was like nails being hammered in, nailing her mouth shut. We have no money, and may as well all be in a foreign country that we have no way to properly navigate, and we can't contact our superior because he, like you too, require hand-holding. Their faces both scrunched up at that, yet they didn't test her. Good, they can learn. So. She began, her leaking aura settling, here's what we're going to do. We will head to the next town over where the headquarters here in Japan is. You two are gonna carry Asia here. They nearly opened their mouths again, but she powered through. When we get there, we're going to explain the whole situation. Get some damn food, some proper rest, and only then are we going to head out and do the mission we were assigned to do. Her scathing gaze swept over the most dysfunctional partner pair the church has likely ever produced. Do you understand? Something about the way she said that seemed to make Zenobia freeze up in a small amount of dread, as she quickly bowed her head. Why yes, I mean. Lint. You Lint I mean. Lint-san. She gulped. Lint's gaze narrowed. What? Irina points, down by her feet, there's a cat right there. Zenobia raised her head quickly at her words, absolutely appalled by her partner's random statement. Asia, who was watching all this looking damn near ready to cry, shifted to immense confusion and whiplash. Lint though. She blinked, and completely blindsided as she was, immediately looked down to her side and checked. Turns out. There was. It was a rather plump black cat, just sitting there, staring up at her. It didn't have a collar or anything, so she assumed it was just a stray. Still, it is kind of weird how it's just sitting there, and that she didn't even sense it. Even if it is just a small mundane animal, she should have felt or heard something, right? Then, all of a sudden, the cat jumps. Not for her though exactly, but rather, something on her. Her jacket blew out behind her as the cat passed by and landed on the other side of her. In its mouth. Her light gun. Her special light gun, which was modified specifically to work with her gear. However, she could admit, the way the small cat had the not-so-small Glock-like pistol in its mouth was both the most adorable, yet at the same time the stupidest thing she'd ever seen. Here kitty. Lint started walking over to it slowly, holding her hands up before her chest, palms facing out, to not startle it. You can't have that, you know. It kind of a dangerous weapon, so why don't you just hand it back to me and dash? The cat promptly turned and bolted. Hey. With a rapidly fuming Lint quickly gave chase. Eh. Lint. Asia called out behind her, before yelping, as further calls of shock and surprise mixed with the rapid sounds of footsteps began following behind her. 2 pairs, specifically. One of them is carrying Asia. Good. She's stronger than them both by a wide margin, but they should be able to keep up. It shouldn't take long to chase down a cat of all things, right? Wrong. For some reason, the cat is faster than her. Easily keeping pace ahead of her, no matter how hard she pushes her tired body. For a split second, she considers outright torching the feline, but then turns against the idea seeing as how they are still in the residential area, and she doesn't want to kill such a cute, if annoying, cat. On the other hand, maybe she can scare it into dropping her gun. If they do leave the residential district, then maybe. Very quickly, she's given a chance, as the cat chase leads them out of the housing area. Holy cross. Lint utters under her breath, her footsteps burning the concrete beneath her feet, as she summons just a portion of the might of her gear. The sacred gear that holds the Holy Cross, the Longinus Incinerate anthem. Purple flames, holy fire, burst from the ground beneath her feet, and roared across the ground, arcing as they traveled, and erecting a burning purple wall before and around the cat. Who, with no fear whatsoever, jumps over the flames with ease. Demon. Lint clicks her tongue, as the spirit within Incinerate anthem, the chief mourner, mutters solemnly in the back of her head. Calling anything not mundane a demon is a bit much though, isn't it? Especially because if it was a demon, just being near the flames would have sapped the demon's power, and could have been harmful by itself. Still, she can admit, this cat is very weird. Definitely not normal. So she keeps following, and vaguely, she can tell the others are getting further and further away from her, their voices becoming distant and duller. The cat starts tucking through tight spaces and taking sharp turns, making the usage of her gear actively more difficult if she doesn't want to just burn a whole part of the town down. Which she doesn't, but it's increasingly becoming an increasingly tempting idea as time goes on. Then, the cat runs into a building, an abandoned and very haunted-looking mansion. Only then does she realize how far out they've gone. They ran all the way out to the outskirts of the town practically. Lint burst in, and came sliding to a screeching halt as dust and darkness greeted her within, the cat simply gone. Though her gun. Just laying there on the floor. What the hell? She muttered, a chill sweeping up her back as she looked around, finding nothing. Nothing at all. She walked forward and scooped up her light gun with a single hand. Yet nothing happened, even as she continued looking around. The windows let in the light of twilight easily, illuminating the dust in the air that was hidden by the darkness. Lint breathed and found it just as easy to do as walking in. Why is she thinking that? There's nothing here, anyway, right? Nothing in the air, nothing in this place, nothing on the floor. Well, besides her of course, as she fell face forward, right onto the ground. Like this, the strangely purple dust in the air looks rather nice. And the 2 pairs of golden eyes that stare at her from the darkness are just tricks in her head. Right. Right. Lint closed her eyes, glad to finally be able to rest away from everything today. A new sun. I think we lost her. Zenobia so helpfully stated, as they stood in the middle of the charred road where they last saw their fourth. Irina gave her the side eye, and was about to say something rather scathing, and right might she add. But was stopped by a feeling. She'd know this feeling, and she knows the other girls know it well too. This presence is similar to him, their god, but of course, nothing can truly compare, just feel similar. The presence of other gods, pagan gods, tended to feel that way, or so she's heard. Irina has never actually encountered another deity before. Well now, what do we have here? But, well, there's a first time for everything. A male's voice, smooth, with a good deepness, but uncaring tone, broke through their senses. Zenobia was the first to well and truly react, whirling toward and facing the source, Asia, who was slung under her partner's arm, flailed around at the sudden movement. She also made that noise. Irina was quick to follow, her hands reaching for the silver ribbon wrapped around her left forearm. Excalibur mimic in its disguised state. Standing before them now was a young man. He looked shocking around their age, if only a year or 2 older, with obsidian black hair, golden eyes that glowed like 2 small suns in the encroaching night, and a scar on his cheek. He was wearing a lackadaisical smile, along with a simple black bathrobe. She knows she's been away from Japan for a while, and that she's not really all that aware of her native homeland's folklore. But is there a god of bathrobes? Is that a thing? Well, the more you know, she supposes. That is none of your concern. Zenobia responded with a stern voice, showing no emotion as usual. And a lack of awareness as usual. Before Irina could even say anything else, the pagan god smiled. A smile that made all the girls shiver with a small amount of impending something. On the contrary, when someone comes in and starts throwing around divine flames. Flames began to flicker around his form, a rich and deep crimson-colored fire, growing off an increasingly growing golden aura. He shrugged, it might be just a little bit of concern to me, you know. Oh. Oh, he's not some god of bathrobes, is he? He's some kind of fire god. And, in fact, he looks kind of familiar, doesn't he? Irina feels like she's seen him before, those flames, but that can't be right, could it? While Irina was trying to parse this nagging feeling in her mind, Zenobia turned defensively, holding Asia so Zenovia's body was in front of the blonde's. The matters of the church aren't for some pagan god to intervene on. She held her free arm and hand out to the side, if you understand that, leave us to our good work. Now. Zenobia bit out through gritted teeth, as the cold evening air slowly began to turn hot. His smile only widened, making his face look very punchable. Make me then, dumb church pig. That was pretty much all Zenobia needed to hear. Saint Peter. Saint Basil the Great. Saint Denis. Holy Mother Mary. Please hear my voice. In the names of the saints who reside within this blade. Oh, Lord, what did she do to deserve Zenobia as a partner?